In the third year of the Great Jian, a rebellion broke out in Tianyue Prefecture. The rebel army quickly gathered, catching the court off guard. In just 2 months, they advanced north from Tianyue, capturing 2 prefectural cities in a row, causing great fear among the people. At this time, in Xinghua village near Jincheng Prefecture, many villagers were hurriedly packing their belongings to escape and seek refuge. Meanwhile, the old Jiang family at the village entrance was in a state of distress. "Let me go. You burdens will only drag us down if we try to escape together. We can't take anything with us, and we have to take care of you too. Dream on. Wang Fengqin, you should stay in Xinghua village with your 3 children." Old Granny Wu kicked away a crying woman on the ground and went to gather her things. A young girl in faded clothes quickly stepped in front of Granny Wu and pleaded, "Please, let's escape with you. If we stay in the village, how will we survive? My mother is already sick, and my younger siblings are so small. We can't make it on our own." Granny Wu, however, was unmoved. With a look of disdain, she shouted, "Humph! Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. If you come with us, it's my family that will truly suffer. Get lost and stop being a nuisance. If you can't survive, just end it all." As she spoke, she forcefully pushed the frail girl aside. Jian Yimian, already weak and malnourished, stumbled and fell, hitting her forehead against a nearby cabinet and losing consciousness. Wang Fengqin was startled, her already pale face growing even whiter. She struggled to crawl towards Jian Yimian, calling out, "Yimian, Yimian, are you okay?" The 2 younger children in the house began to cry in fear. Granny Wu merely glanced at them before turning her attention back to searching the room, complaining, "I can see you won't last long even if you escape. You might as well wait here to die. Where's the money? Hand it over. You won't be able to spend it anyway, so you might as well give it to me to help the old Jiang family." Just then, a little girl named Xiaoya suddenly lunged at Granny Wu, crying, "I won't give you anything, you old witch. Give me back my sister." Caught off guard, Granny Wu stumbled and fell, seeing stars for a moment. However, a 4 or 5-year-old child lacked strength, and by the time Granny Wu regained her balance, she had lifted Xiaoya off the ground. "You little brat, are you looking for trouble? Just watch me beat you up." Saying this, she picked up a small stool from the ground and aimed it at the child in her hands. As the stool was about to fall, the little one began to cry out in fear. Jiang Yimian frowned at the loud noise in her ears. Just as she opened her eyes, she was startled by the falling stool and rushed towards old Wu. In an instant, the stool hit the ground, accompanied by an angry shout. "Jiang Yimian, you little troublemaker, have you lost your mind? Ouch, my back. Get off me." Old Wu grimaced in pain from her back and tried to get up, but Jiang Yimian held her down firmly. Furious and ready to shout, she was silenced by a sudden piece of table leg appearing near her neck. When she met Jiang Yimian's fierce gaze, she froze. At that moment, Jiang Yimian was too busy to notice the shock on the other person's face. She surveyed the room and the people nearby, feeling a headache coming on. Yes, she had crossed over and had become a poor girl whose father was missing, whose older brother was taken away, and who was not cared for by her grandparents. Right now, it was a critical moment for survival, yet her grandparents and the second branch wanted to leave them behind to fend for themselves while they escaped. Jiang Yimian looked at the sick and small people around her, feeling helpless. The few from the main branch who would go to escape would likely die along the way. Not to mention whether the rebels would harm the common people. Even those fleeing would target the weak. The main branch was undoubtedly the easiest target. A 15-year-old girl with a sick mother and younger siblings, without a single man, had almost no chance of surviving the long escape. Not to mention whether they would have enough to eat on the way, and if they might starve. There would be no kindness on the road of escape. If the main branch was among them, they would be a burden and would surely be abandoned by the village chief. While she was deep in thought, an urgent shout came from outside. "Old woman, haven't you found where the main branch's money is hidden? We need to hurry. The village chief has already taken many people, and we must catch up. We can't fall behind." Hearing this, Old Wu snapped back to reality and cried out, "Help, old man. This troublemaker is trying to kill me." As soon as she said this, old Jiang rushed in, followed by several people from the second branch peeking in from outside. When Li Shi saw the old woman's state, she was startled and immediately shouted, "Jian Yimian, what are you doing? We are trying to escape for our lives, not just going to a market. How can we survive with your 4 burdens from the big house? You should just stay in the village. Maybe if you hide, you'll survive this chaos. Hurry up and let go of your grandmother. Don't waste our time." Jiang Yimian pretended not to hear and glanced at the cart in the yard. The small cart was piled high with various items, stuffed with bags of all sizes. Even tables and chairs were tied to it. One might think they were moving. Are they planning to leave nothing for the big house? What a clever plan. Jiang Yimian's eyes darkened. Instead of letting go of the table leg, she pressed it tightly against Granny Wu's neck and said coldly, "Leave us half of the food, or I will hurt her right now." Old Jiang was startled, staring at the table leg in Jiang Yimian's hand, and frowned, scolding, "Yimian, what are you doing? Let go of your grandmother. That food is for our escape. We can't give it to you. Hurry." Before he could finish, Jiang Yimian applied more pressure, and the sharp edges of the broken table leg dug into Granny Wu's neck, causing her to cry out in pain. "Ah, my neck. Old man, hurry. She really wants to hurt me. Quick, give it to her." Old Jiang hesitated, looking at Wang Fengqin, who was sitting nearby, and sternly scolded, "Big house, you should discipline your daughter. She dares to hurt her own grandmother. What will happen next?" Wang Fengqin, with a dull expression, replied, "Do you all want us to wait here to die? What if my daughter does cause trouble? She had worked hard in the Jiang family for so long, doing the most work but receiving the least food. Now, even during this escape, her in-laws didn't want to take them along. Her heart was already broken. She couldn't care about discipline anymore." Old Jiang was furious at her words, trying to think of a solution when Granny Wu's cries grew louder. "Ah, old man, what are you waiting for? Do you really want me to die? You heartless one. If I go to the underworld, I'll be sure to drag you down with me." Old Jiang's face darkened with anger as he saw blood seeping from Granny Wu's neck. Realizing the big house was serious and wouldn't back down, he finally said, "Fine. Take down half of the food." Li was surprised and widened her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, old Jiang shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and unload the grain. Do you want to see your mother-in-law die here? Go now." Even though she was very unwilling, Li had no choice but to call her husband to help unload the grain. After dragging their feet for almost half an hour, they finally unloaded half of the grain from the cart. Jiang Yimian asked Xiaoyi to check and confirm it was grain before saying, "You all go out now and take that cart with you. I will throw the people out to you soon." Li was still a bit unhappy, but old Jiang sternly said, "Hurry up and push the cart. If you keep wasting time, you won't catch up with the village chief." Only then did Li and Jiang Erzwang push the cart out of the yard. When they saw old Shen also leaving the yard, Jiang Yimian, feeling exhausted, helped Granny Wu out of the house. As soon as they reached the gate, Jiang Yimian quickly pushed Granny Wu out, shut the gate behind her, and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Granny Wu, finally steadying herself, angrily shouted back into the yard, "Jiang Yimian, you wicked girl. You dare to threaten your grandmother? You all can just wait to die in the village. Ugh, a house full of useless people." After venting her anger, she kicked the door a few times, but since old Jiang said they wouldn't catch up, they hurriedly left. Once the noise outside faded, Xiaoyi squatted beside Jiang Yimian with red eyes and asked, trying to hold back tears, "Sister, are you okay?" Jiang Yimian shook her head, feeling weak. Just holding someone had almost exhausted her. She used to be able to carry an adult for half an hour without getting tired. Heaven really wasn't kind to her. Not only did she cross over during a time of hardship, but she also didn't have a good body. While she was lost in thought, a weak female voice came from inside. "Yimian, Xiaoyi, how are you? Are you all right?" Jiang Yimian quickly got up and followed Xiaoyi back into the house. Wang Fengqin, already pale from earlier, looked even weaker now. Jian Yimian rushed over to support her and forced a smile, saying, "Mom, we're fine. But your health isn't good."
Let me help you to the bed to rest.
With her husband and son missing, the burden of the family fell on this woman in her early 30s. She was busy working in the fields all day, taking care of her in-laws and children, and on top of that, her grief had taken a toll on her health. Now, looking older by 10 years, her originally dark and shiny hair has started to show some gray. Jian Yimian felt a bit uneasy, but after checking the other person's pulse and confirming that it was just weakness and exhaustion with no serious issues, she finally relaxed. Xiao Yi quickly came to help, and even the frightened Xiaonan ran over crying. Wang Fengqin looked at the three children, their eyes redder than before, and as she half lay on the bed, tears began to flow. "It's all my fault. I'm useless, making you wait here with me. I'm sorry to you all, and especially to Jiang Lang and your older brother," she sobbed, coughing heavily. If she had a bit more strength and wasn't sick, perhaps she could have left with the second family. The coughing sounded like it could bring up her lungs, making everyone feel heartbroken. Jiang Yimian got up, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Wang Fengqin while gently patting her back. Xiao Yi wiped his tears and smiled, saying, "Mom, it's okay. Who says we're just waiting to die here? The road to escape could be even more dangerous. We can hide in the village. Maybe we'll be safe. There are surely others in the village who haven't left." He didn't believe they could really die in the village. Xiaonan quickly held back her tears and said, Yes. Third brother is right. Mom, please don't cry. We won't die." The little one's thin face was both crying and smiling, looking a bit silly, but no one could laugh at that moment. Wang Fengqin knew they were trying to comfort her and didn't want the children to be sad. She wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Yes, Xiaonan and Xiao Yi are right. We won't wait here to die. Once I feel better, I'll take you all away." She was determined to protect her three children no matter what. Seeing their mother stop crying, the two little ones began to smile. After a while, Wang Fengqin became too tired and fell asleep. Jiang Yimian started to think about their future plans. If the outside chaos wasn't serious, just some small fights, or if the government had already controlled the rebels, hiding in the village would indeed be safer. But if the chaos worsened, the battlefield would expand, and staying there would mean waiting for death. She needed to gather information and couldn't just sit and wait. With that thought, she quickly got up, moved the food from the yard into the house, and reminded Xiao Yi to keep the door tightly closed and not to open it for anyone. Then she left the Jiang family alone. The village is almost deserted now. The once lively banyan tree stands empty, and every household has its door wide open, looking messy, as if it has been ransacked. Jiang Yimian sighed and headed straight for the town. Most of the villagers have left, and even if she wanted to gather information, she probably wouldn't find much. After walking for over half an hour, she finally reached the nearest town, Qinghe Town. Qinghe Town is not very big, but it has many tea houses and restaurants and even a school, which are things only wealthy families can afford. The village children always looked forward to market days to see all the interesting and new things in town. But today, Qinghe Town was eerily quiet. The busiest streets were closed tight, and it seemed like everyone had already left. Even the few people she encountered hurried by, carrying bags, clearly planning to leave as well. There was no need to ask about the situation. The court must have lost control over the rebels. If they stayed in the village, it would be a dead end. The best plan now was to stock up on food and hide in the mountains. Perhaps there would still be a way to survive. If only her space was still there. She had stored a lot of supplies in it, preparing for the day the apocalypse might come. Who would have thought that instead of facing the apocalypse, she would end up traveling to another world? It felt like a waste to have saved so much food. As she thought about this, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her forehead, and a flash of white light appeared. In the next moment, she found herself in her space. She almost lost her balance, but looking at the neatly arranged rice, flour, oil, frozen meats, and bottled water, she felt relieved that her journey hadn't been in vain. After quickly checking her supplies, Jiang Yimian regretted not storing more. Although there seemed to be plenty, it was for 4 people, and they would need a lot of food. Even if they rationed, it would only last them about 6 months. If the war didn't end soon, they would either be killed by the rebels or starve. With this in mind, she decided to focus on the shops and wealthy households in town. Since they were fleeing, those people would likely not be able to take much with them. She could scavenge from the town, and if they could cultivate land in the mountains, they could be self-sufficient. Even if they had to stay in the mountains for a few years, it would be manageable. Jian Yimian first went to the largest rice store in town. After searching for a while, she finally found hundreds of pounds of white rice and flour, along with some mixed grains hidden in the cellar. It was clear that the shopkeeper had intentionally concealed them, likely hoping to sell them later. Unfortunately for him, Jian Yimian was there. With a wave of her hand, she stored the entire rice warehouse in her space. She then searched the shop thoroughly, confirming that there was nothing useful left before moving on to the next store. After visiting several shops, Jian Yimian found them all empty, with only some tables and chairs left behind. It was obvious that the owners had received news and moved all their valuable items. The same was true for several houses, which were also cleaned out. Jian Yimian only found some rice and vegetables in the kitchen that hadn't been taken, and since the vegetables were still fresh, she stored them in her space as well. Fortunately, the general store still had many items left. Jian Yimian collected various seasonings, pots, bowls, and seeds into her space. She then went to a clothing store, where she found only some plain fabric and outdated clothes, along with some useless cotton and hemp thread. In the past, she wouldn't have looked at these items, but now they felt like a lifeline, so she gathered everything into her space. Finally, she visited a pharmacy, where most of the medicinal herbs were still there. Jian Yimian cleaned out the place, even taking the herbs that were drying in the backyard. She had searched nearly all the places in town. The haul wasn't huge, but it was decent enough. At least she wouldn't run out of essential items and food for a while, allowing her to hide safely in the mountains. By the time she returned home, it was already dark. Wang Fengqin sighed in relief when she saw her return. "You're finally back. Yimian, don't go wandering around alone anymore. It's dangerous outside." In these chaotic times, people were bound to change, and violence would happen everywhere. She only had these 3 children left and couldn't let anything happen to them. Jian Yimian nodded and noticed that there was food already set on the table by the bed. She quickly said, "Let's eat before the food gets cold." Wang Fengqin responded and didn't say anything more. Dinner consisted of a few bowls of thin mixed grain porridge and some stir-fried wild vegetables with little oil. After finishing her meal, Jian Yimian noticed that Xianwan and Xiaoya were happily eating without any complaints. She decided not to dwell on it and said, "I went to the town today, and it's mostly empty. The rebels are coming, and it won't be long before they reach Jincheng. We can't stay in this village anymore." Wang Fengqin paused, holding her bowl, and sighed before replying, "I know we can't stay here, but where can we go? Most people have already left to escape the famine. If it's just the few of us trying to flee, it would surely lead to disaster." Although she had never experienced fleeing from famine, she had heard the village elders talk about it. During such times, bad people are everywhere, and people will do anything for a bite to eat. The thought of violence and desperation made her shiver. As a woman with 3 children, she knew it would be impossible to survive and reach safety. Hearing this, Xiaoya and Xianwan's spirits dropped, and even their food lost its taste. Jian Yimian noticed their change in mood and continued, "Instead of fleeing, let's go into the mountains." The mountains behind Xinghua village were vast and connected. If they could find a hidden spot, they might avoid the chaos of war. Wang Fengqin's eyes brightened for a moment, but then dimmed again. There are many wild animals in the mountains, and it's dangerous. It won't be safer than staying outside. Besides, we don't have enough food. Even if we're lucky and don't encounter any beasts, we could still starve. Xinghua village had hundreds of residents, but very few went hunting in the mountains, as everyone knew the dangers. Even gathering wild vegetables was only done at the edges of the mountains. Jian Yimian nodded. "You're right, the mountains are dangerous, but going into the mountains is better than waiting to die outside." As for food, we can rely on the mountains. Do you really think we will starve? The dangers in the mountains were many, but so were the resources that could help them survive. Although it wasn't summer yet, the mountains were already lush and green. Even if they had to dig for roots, they wouldn't easily starve. Wang Fengqin was persuaded and hesitated for a moment before nodding. You're right. Going into the mountains is better than waiting here to die. We'll go at first light tomorrow. Whether they went into the mountains, fled, or stayed in the village, there would be dangers, but at least going into the mountains gave her a sense of hope. If they could find a hidden place to hide, they might just escape this turmoil. She had lived for decades, but her 3 children were still young. She had to give them a chance to survive. Jian Yimian sighed with relief, glad that the other person was not stubborn and inflexible. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome. She was sure that being in the mountains would be safer than outside. Just then, there was a hurried knock at the door. Sister Fengqin, Yimian, Xiaoyi, are you still there? Jiang Yimian was a bit surprised. She thought everyone in the village had left, but it turned out there were still some people. When she opened the gate, she saw a woman with a pale complexion standing at the door. The woman's belly was slightly rounded, clearly showing that she was several months pregnant. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Yimian with surprise and then sighed. I can't believe you really didn't leave. That old man Jiang and Granny Wu are truly heartless to have left you behind. Originally, she didn't believe Dog Sheng when he said he saw Jiang Yimian in the village, but now seeing her made her realize that none of the Jiang family were good people. They actually left several children behind to fend for themselves. Recognizing that the woman was from the Song family at the village entrance, Jiang Yimian asked, Are you planning to stay in the village? However, Lu Xiaoyan quickly shook her head and said urgently, You know my situation. My husband had an accident and fell from the mountain a while ago. He's still bedridden. I'm pregnant, and Dog Sheng is still just a child. If we try to escape, something might happen along the way. Anyway, I found out today that several families in the village haven't left. We discussed it and planned to go into the mountains. You should come with us for safety. Sister Fengqin is sick, and it won't be easy for her to take care of you children. As a fellow woman, she understood the difficulties of raising children, especially since Wang Fengqin was unwell. If she were to pass away, the children would be in trouble. They needed to look out for each other as a community. Knowing that the other person meant well and wanted to help, Jiang Yimian still decided against going with the villagers. Not only did she have the secret of her space, which made it inconvenient to carry things with many people around, but having too many people also led to disputes. In chaotic times, conflicts were not good. Even among family, people could turn against each other. Thinking this over, she replied, Thank you for your kindness, but we don't plan to go with you. If you go up the mountain, you don't need to wait for us. Lu Xiaoyan wanted to say more, but seeing Jiang Yimian's serious expression, she had to give up. In the end, she just reminded her, All right, take care of yourselves. You can't hide in this village forever. Even if you don't come with us, you should hurry up the mountain and find a safe place to hide. Jiang Yimian responded and, after seeing the person leave, closed the yard door and went inside. She felt a bit anxious about telling Wang Fengqin what they had discussed, fearing that the other person might think she was acting on her own. Wang Fengqin just smiled and said, It's good that you didn't join them. We shouldn't always rely on others. Yimian has grown up and knows she needs to depend on herself. That's impressive. As she spoke, she gently patted Yimian's head, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. Jiang Yimian was taken aback. Beside her, the little girl Xianwan cheerfully grabbed her hand and said, Sister is amazing. Xianwan likes her the most. The little one stood on her tiptoes to reach Yimian's hand, looking up with sparkling eyes that were just too cute. Wang Fengqin pretended to be unhappy and said, Does Xianwan not like her mother? Xianwan was startled and quickly replied in her sweet voice, I like everyone. I like my mother, I like my sister, and I like my second brother. After saying this, she proudly shook her head, making everyone's heart melt. Jiang Yimian couldn't help but smile. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiang Yimian woke up. She was about to head to the kitchen to tidy up when she saw Wang Fengqin already busy at the stove. Seeing her awake, Wang Fengqin smiled and said, Yimian is up. Breakfast will be ready soon. You can go ahead and tidy up. Jian Yimian frowned slightly and stepped forward to take the spatula from her, but Wang Fengqin quickly dodged and said with a smile, I'm fine. Just an old issue. I need to go up the mountain later, so you should hurry and help Xiaoya and the others. Since Wang Fengqin insisted, Jiang Yimian agreed and went to call the two little ones. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Xiaoya already dressed and helping the still sleepy Xiaowan get dressed. Xiaowan hadn't even opened her eyes and let Xiaoya dress her. After a while, they finally got her dressed. Jiang Yimian said, We need to go up the mountain soon, so look for anything you want to bring and pack it up. With that, she went alone to the Jiang family's cellar. The cellar was a mess, as if it had been through a disaster. The wooden rack for drying vegetables had fallen over, and the various radishes, corn, and dried vegetables that should have been stacked were gone, leaving only a few bamboo sieves and baskets. Jiang Yimian collected the sieves and baskets into her space and searched the cellar for a while, finally finding a small bag of dried radishes that had been overlooked. Carrying the dried radishes outside, she also stored a large portion of the grain she had taken from Old Shin the day before into her space, leaving a small amount and the dried radishes in the basket. She then found a few pieces of clothing to stuff in, looking at the full basket that surprisingly felt light. After doing all this, Jiang Yimian finally felt relieved. If she had her old strong body, she wouldn't need to hide anything. Unfortunately, her current body was too weak. Carrying 50 to 60 pounds and walking for hours on the mountain would surely exhaust her. As it turned out, she was right. After eating some thin porridge and pancakes, they headed up the mountain. After walking for over half an hour, with the summit still far away, they were already tired and resting on the side. The two younger ones carried their small bundles filled with clothes and little trinkets. They weren't heavy, but they were still sweating and had flushed faces. Wang Fengqin was even worse, panting heavily and looking very pale, as if she might faint at any moment. Jiang Yimian handed her a bamboo tube filled with water and gently patted her back. Seeing her color improve, she said, Mom, let me carry you. It will be harder when the sun comes out. Although it wasn't summer yet, the sun was already quite fierce, especially at noon, making people feel dizzy. If they didn't hurry up the mountain, they would lose energy even faster under the blazing sun, which was not fun at all. The heat was one thing, but they were worried about heat stroke. Wang Fengqin hesitated, but seeing the rising sun on the mountain, she nodded, Thank you, Yimian. If you get tired, just put me down. With their slow pace of taking 3 steps and stopping, reaching the top before noon seemed impossible. They might end up there by evening, and it would be dark in the mountains, making it hard to find a safe place to stay, with unknown dangers lurking. Jiang Yimian nodded, adjusted the basket to her front, and crouched down to carry Wang Fengqin. The little one, Xiao Yi, quickly said, Sister, let me carry the basket. Don't worry, I can handle it. As she reached out to take the basket, Jiang Yimian moved away and said, If I can't carry it anymore, then I'll let you take it. It was a joke. If she handed it over, how would she explain? The basket wasn't heavy, and carrying a person wasn't too difficult. Xiao Yi wanted to say more, but seeing her sister's determination, she decided to hold back. In her heart, she made a secret vow to grow up quickly and protect her family. Carrying Wang Fengqin made Jiang Yimian's steps heavier, but she could feel how much her mother had suffered. Her legs were basically just bones, and touching them felt like touching a skeleton. It was hard to imagine that Wang Fengqin managed to serve the whole Jiang family with such a frail body. No wonder it can wear out the body. After walking and stopping for over 3 hours, Jiang Yimian and her group finally reached the mountain under the blazing sun. As soon as they stopped in the shade, Jiang Yimian felt completely drained and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. She had overestimated her body. If she hadn't taken breaks along the way and had a strong will, she might have collapsed halfway up the mountain and been unable to get back up. Once they settled on the mountain, it was time to strengthen their bodies. Otherwise, if they faced danger, she wouldn't even be able to run. Wang Fengqin saw her daughter's pale face and quickly handed her some water, wiping the sweat from her forehead and neck with her sleeve. worriedly asking Yimian, "How are you? Are you too tired? Drink some water." Xiao Wan and Xiao Yi also looked at Jian Yimian with concern. The two little ones were tired from the journey too, but since they weren't carrying heavy loads and had taken breaks, they didn't feel too exhausted. Seeing Jian Yimian so pale, they quickly found some leaves to fan her. After resting for a while and drinking plenty of water, Jian Yimian finally felt her strength returning.
She hoarsely said, I'm fine.
Seeing her color return to normal, Wang Fengqin sighed in relief and took out an oil paper package from her bag, containing the vegetable pancakes she had prepared that morning. After sharing them, she said, "You must be hungry. Eat some pancakes to fill your stomach. Once the sun is lower and we find a place to rest, I'll cook something delicious for you." Xiao Yi and Xiao Wan took the pancakes and replied in unison. However, Jiang Yimian felt too tired to eat. She gave half of her pancake to Xiao Yi and Xiao Wan and began to think about finding a place to rest. The mountains connected one after another, and each peak led to a larger one. There was no absolutely safe place to stay. The best option was to find a hidden cave, but that was quite difficult. Those caves either housed wild beasts or were hidden deep in the forest, and the dangers they could encounter on the way were countless. Finding a cave couldn't be rushed. At least for now, it was impossible, and they would have to search slowly in the woods. While she was thinking, they heard heavy footsteps and labored breathing. They looked toward the mountain path and saw a few people carrying large and small bundles coming up. Upon seeing Wang Fengqin and the others, they didn't seem surprised. They simply greeted each other and sat down in the shade of a nearby tree, clearly exhausted as well. Wang Fengqin was a bit surprised and sighed, saying, "I didn't expect these people from the Lu family to stay behind instead of leaving with the village chief." Jiang Yimian glanced at the Lu family of 4. Normally, a young couple with a child and an elderly person could manage to escape together without much trouble. However, this family had not left, likely because they couldn't bear to part with a village they had lived in for decades and the land they worked on daily. Indeed, who would want to leave a place they had called home for most of their lives? Who would want to wander to a strange place and start over? This was their hometown. After resting for a while and having a simple lunch, the Lu family began to get busy. They gathered some dry branches from the forest and took out a piece of oilcloth, clearly planning to set up a shelter right there. Jiang Yimian looked around at the dense trees and then glanced down the mountain, suddenly understanding. The area was open, allowing a clear view of the village's fields, and it was a flat piece of land. Although it was in the woods and there might be some animals, being on the outskirts meant they didn't have to worry about large wild beasts. This spot could be considered a good place to settle. Wang Fengqin also seemed to have the same thought, saying, "Yimian, why don't we settle here too? It would save us from searching for another place. If we go deeper, we might run into wild animals, and that could be troublesome." Jiang Yimian shook her head. "It's not safe here. If someone comes from the village below, they will see us." While the open view allowed them to see the village's fields, the villagers could also notice them, especially since they were setting up a shelter. If they started a fire to cook, the smoke would surely alert those below that people were living up on the mountain. If some refugees came, it might be manageable, they could just steal some food. But if they encountered ruthless bandits or rebels, it could lead to violence. She hesitated to voice these concerns, knowing that such thoughts were speculative. No one would believe her. They were all just simple farmers who had never encountered such desperate individuals and might think she was being alarmist. Wang Fengqin was about to say something more, but seeing her daughter's serious expression, she decided to stop. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I'll go tell them." Although she thought her daughter was worrying unnecessarily, she also recognized the logic in her words. If people from below came and saw many people living here, it could lead to trouble. Jiang Yimian nodded in agreement. Wang Fengqin walked over to the Lu family and said a few words, but they waved their hands, clearly intending to stay. Seeing this, Jiang Yimian chose not to say anything. Until danger arrived, no one would truly understand how frightening it could be. After resting a bit longer, they shouldered their belongings and headed deeper into the forest. The sun was shining brightly, but the leaves in the forest provided shade, and the mountain breeze that occasionally blew made it feel cool. After walking for another 15 minutes, they passed through a small grove and saw another lush forest not far away. Jian Yimian decided to stop and said, "Let's rest here for now." It seemed unlikely they would find a cave soon, and going further might lead them into denser woods where dangers could arise. For now, they would set up a temporary shelter and plan their next steps. Wang Fengqin sighed in relief and nodded repeatedly. "This place is good. The trees behind us provide cover, and the cliff on the right means that even if someone comes from the village, they won't see us." Jiang Yimian nodded and took out a machete from her backpack to clear the surrounding bushes. Xiao Yi and Wang Fengqin used sickles to cut the weeds and roots around them. Xiao Nwaner, seeing everyone busy, also wanted to help. She stretched out her little hands to pull at the grass, but her strength was too small. The roots clung tightly to the ground, and when she pulled hard, she only broke off some tender shoots and fell down, rolling on the ground. She looked like a little round ball, which made everyone laugh heartily. Xiao Nwaner felt a bit embarrassed. Sitting up from the ground, she touched her red face and said in a sweet voice, "The grass made me fall." Wang Fengqin was about to comfort her when she noticed the black streaks on Xiao Nwaner's face and burst out laughing. "Xiao Nwaner has become a big painted face." Xiao Yi also laughed heartily. Jiang Yimian looked over and realized that the juice from the cat's eye grass Xiao Nwaner had pulled mixed with dirt had created the big patterns on her face. Luckily, it wasn't too much, or it could have caused a skin allergy. Jiang Yimian couldn't help but smile. Just as she was about to continue cutting the bushes, she saw Xiao Nwaner pick a piece of cat's eye grass and bring it to her mouth. Alarmed, she quickly called out, "Xiao Nwaner, don't eat that. It's poisonous." Everyone was startled by this, and Xiao Nwaner quickly dropped the grass, her eyes turning red. "I listened, I won't eat it. Sister, will I be poisoned?" She just wanted to see if the white juice was sweet. Wang Fengqin dropped her sickle and rushed over to Xiao Nwaner, her face full of worry. Jiang Yimian hurriedly reassured her, "It's okay, the poison isn't strong." Xiao Nwaner only licked a little, so she will be fine. The cat's eye grass, also known as bullflower or milkweed, is sometimes directly called cat's eye in some places because its shape resembles a cat's eye. It has a slightly cold nature and a bitter taste, with mild toxicity. It is known for its detoxifying, anti-inflammatory, cough-relieving, phlegm-expelling, and insect-repelling properties. After hearing that everything was fine, the group relaxed a bit. However, Xiaonuan was still cautious and didn't dare to pick up anything to eat, fearing it might be poisonous. She had seen a mouse at home die after eating something toxic, lying on the ground, stiff and lifeless. She didn't want to end up like that. The group worked hard for another hour and finally cleared a piece of land. By the time they finished setting up their shelter, the sun was already setting. At that moment, they heard footsteps in the forest. From a distance, they saw Lu Xiaoyan carrying bags, accompanied by a boy around 10 years old, who was also carrying a pale-faced man on his back. Wang Fengqin recognized Lu Xiaoyan's family and quickly went over to help. After placing their things on the ground, she was surprised and asked, "Xiaoyan, why did you come up the mountain so late? Where is everyone else?" Yesterday, she had heard that Lu Xiaoyan would come with the villagers, and she thought they would arrive early to find a place to settle. She didn't expect them to arrive just before dark. Before Lu Xiaoyan could respond, the exhausted dog Sheng, without catching his breath, shouted angrily, "Ugh, those villagers. They dawdled in the morning and didn't come up the mountain." When we finally arrived and saw an open space near Lu's house, we quickly claimed it for our shelter. We had planned to set up there too, but the Wang Ergo couple took our spot. If it weren't getting dark, I would have argued with them. What frustrated him the most was that none of the other families who came up the mountain spoke up for them. They all advised them to find another spot, even though it was clearly their place first. Lu Xiaoyan quietly scolded Dog Sheng. Seeing his mother upset, Dog Sheng suppressed his dissatisfaction and took out a hatchet to chop the surrounding bushes, hitting harder with each swing as if to vent his frustration. When Jiang Yimian and Xiao Yi returned from the forest carrying hay and dry leaves, it was completely dark. Lu Xiaoyun's family had set up their shelter next to the forest, quite a distance from the Jiang family. However, since it was dark, the weeds around the shelter had not been cleared. They had only cut down some troublesome bushes. Jian Yimian glanced at the still dense grass and entered her family's shelter with the hay and dry leaves. Since there was no bedboard and the ground was cold, she specifically looked for some dry grass and leaves to spread on the ground before laying down a blanket for the night, planning to find bamboo for a bedboard in the morning. For dinner, they had thin porridge and wild vegetable pancakes, and everyone felt satisfied after a long day. Little Nguyen and Little Yi fell asleep under the blankets after eating, tired from walking so much during the day. Wang Fengqin, feeling weak, also fell asleep early. Jian Yimian put out the fire outside the shelter and sprinkled some insect-repellent powder nearby before she was about to leave when she heard soft crying from the next shelter. She paused for a moment, glanced at the shelter, and then went to sleep. Though she tried to sleep, she couldn't rest well, always alert to the sounds outside, worried something might happen. She finally dozed off just as dawn broke. When she woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. She sat up suddenly, feeling a bit hot. The temperature in the mountains varies greatly between day and night. The sun can be scorching during the day, while a cool breeze at night can make you shiver. Now that the sun was out, the temperature around her rose, and the thick blanket she had was making her sweat. Wang Fengqin was watching over the warm porridge in the pot and waved to Jiang Yimian as she came out of the shelter. "Yimian, the porridge is still hot. You should eat." Jiang Yimian replied and noticed that only the paralyzed man was in the distant shelter. She turned her gaze away, drank a bowl of salty porridge with dried radish and wild vegetables, and set off alone with her backpack to look for bamboo groves. In the past, she had gone up the mountain with Shen Dazhuang and remembered seeing a bamboo grove, but she had forgotten the exact location. Following her memories, Jiang Yimian searched around the mountain. After a while, she didn't find the bamboo grove, but she did discover a patch of shepherd's purse. The tender green leaves were pushing up from the ground, full of life. Perhaps because they were backlit, the shepherd's purse that should have been flowering at this time was still green, perfect for making delicious dumplings. In her free time, she used to love going to the mountains, where wild vegetables and various herbs dazzled her. She even met an interesting old lady there and learned a lot from her, including how to make dumplings with shepherd's purse filling. Now, Jiang Yimian found herself reminiscing about those days in the mountains, but her situation was different this time. With a light sigh, she decided not to dwell on the past and focused on digging up the shepherd's purse. Even if she could make dumplings with the filling, a cold dish of shepherd's purse would be nice. In just a short while, Jiang Yimian had gathered half a backpack full of fresh shepherd's purse, leaving the once lush patch bare. After wandering on the mountain for a while and collecting some dry branches, Jiang Yimian finally spotted the familiar bamboo grove on a nearby hillside just as she was about to give up. Before she could feel happy about finding the bamboo grove, she noticed the bamboo shoots poking up from the ground. She had forgotten that this was the perfect season for eating bamboo shoots. The shoots had just emerged from the ground, and when peeled and boiled to remove the bitterness, they tasted fresh and had a great texture. If there were leftovers, drying them to make dried bamboo shoots offered a different flavor. Just thinking about that taste made Jiang Yimian's mouth water. After days of eating bland wild vegetables and porridge, she was eager for something fresh. In the end, she stopped picking bamboo shoots only when her basket was full and began to chop bamboo. However, she quickly grew tired and collapsed on the ground, frustrated with her weak body. She realized that if she continued eating wild vegetables and thin porridge, she wouldn't be able to recover her strength or even walk a few steps without getting out of breath. She needed to eat meat to regain her health. With that thought, she took out a large piece of pork belly from her supplies and added some lard she had gathered in town before stopping. Once she felt less tired, she shouldered her basket and dragged the bamboo back home. She walked slowly, taking breaks, and by the time Jiang Yimian returned, it was almost noon. Fortunately, most of her journey was through the forest, where the dense leaves provided shade, keeping her cool. When she got back, Wang Fengqin quickly handed her a bowl of water and smiled. You must be thirsty. Drink some water. Xiao Yi found a puddle up ahead with cool spring water. Jian Yimian took the bowl and wiped the sweat from her forehead before saying, It's better to drink boiled water, otherwise, it can upset your stomach. Especially since the two little ones were weak and could easily get sick. Wang Fengqin nodded, understanding this point. While many families in the village didn't care about such things, she had heard from the elders that there could be invisible bugs in spring water, which could cause trouble if ingested. After drinking, she noticed that Xiao Nuan and Xiao Yi were missing and casually asked, Where did Xiao Yi and the others go? Wang Fengqin pointed to a small grove next to the shed. They're gathering firewood over there. Jian Yimian nodded and saw Lu Xiaoyan taking care of her husband in the shed, so she pulled Wang Fengqin into her own shed. Seeing her daughter acting mysteriously, Wang Fengqin was only a bit curious. When she saw a basket full of bamboo shoots, she frowned and said, Why did you pick so many bamboo shoots? They are too bitter to eat, just throw them away. Just thinking about the bitter taste made her mouth feel numb. Many villagers had picked bamboo shoots before and said they were hard to eat. Although she had never picked them herself, she had tasted them, and the flavor was truly unappetizing, strange, and bitter. Jian Yimian noticed her mother's odd expression and couldn't help but laugh. It was rare for her not-picky mother to show such a reaction.
Don't worry, Mom.
As long as we boil the bamboo shoots, they won't be bitter. Wang Fengqin was a bit skeptical but nodded reluctantly. All right, I'll give it a try. Since they didn't have much food, finding another edible dish was good. At least it would help prevent hunger. As soon as she took the bamboo shoots out of the basket, Wang Fengqin noticed a large piece of pork hidden under some shepherd's purse. She was surprised and looked around before whispering, Yimian, where did this meat come from? It looked like about 10 pounds. Even before the famine, she had never seen her family buy so much meat, especially not in these chaotic times. If others found out, it would surely cause trouble. Jian Yimian cleared her throat and whispered, Yesterday, I went to the town to gather news. This is from the pork shop. Some people were searching through it, and I found this big piece of pork. I didn't want to draw attention to it. Her words weren't entirely false. She had indeed gone to the meat shop yesterday, but she hadn't found anything. Wang Fengqin sighed. This world is really chaotic. Seeing her mother accepting it, Jian Yimian continued, Mom, Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan are still growing and you are too thin. You should eat some meat to regain your strength. It was hard to find a reason to bring out the meat, so she couldn't just let it go to waste. Wang Fengqin nodded and smiled. All right, I'll cook it for you, you little foodie. Jian Yimian touched her nose, feeling a bit shy, and took out the shepherd's purse to reveal a jar of lard.
Mom, I found this in the town yesterday too.
You can use it for cooking. It will add some flavor to the dishes. Wang Fengqin responded and quickly took the lard and pork to hide them. Jian Yimian then went to the forest to find Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan. Before she got close, she heard Xiao Ye's dissatisfied voice. What are you doing? I found this firewood. Jian Yimian's expression changed, and she quickly walked over. In the woods, beside Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan, there was a man in his 30s. He was thin and had a mole at the corner of his mouth, with a cunning look on his face, making it clear he was not a good person. This man was Wang Ergu, a well-known lazy person in Xinghua village, and he was the one who had taken over the place where Dog Sheng and the others had stayed yesterday. Seeing that the newcomer was a young girl, Wang Ergu became even more reckless. He picked up a bundle of firewood from the ground and said harshly, What do you mean it's yours? I clearly picked up this firewood. You little brat are already learning to lie, so go away. There were many bugs in the mountains, and it was cold at night. Without a fire, he and his wife almost froze while sleeping on the ground. Early this morning, he was forced to go out to collect firewood, but he was too lazy to run far, fearing danger in the dense forest. He planned to look around nearby, but after searching, he realized that the two kids had already picked up all the firewood, which made him angry enough to try to take it from them. Seeing that the firewood he had worked hard to collect was about to be taken away, Xiao Ye's eyes turned red with anger. When she saw Jian Yimian, she cried, Sister, that's my firewood, not his. Wang Ergu scoffed, Who says it's yours? Where are your adults? Oh, right. I forgot that old Jiang has abandoned you. Wang Fengqin, that sickly person, probably doesn't have time to discipline you. So you think you can lie in broad daylight? Well, I'll take it upon myself to teach you a lesson today. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Xiaoyi. Jian Yimian stepped forward, picked up a branch from the ground, and swung it at his outstretched hand. With a swish, the thin branch left a long scratch on his yellowing hand, causing Wang Ergu to quickly retract it and glare at Jian Yimian. Jiang girl, what are you doing? I'm your elder. How dare you hit me? You really are an ungrateful child. Just wait until I teach you a proper lesson today. As he rolled up his sleeves to hit her, Lu Xiaoyan had just arrived to collect firewood. Seeing Wang Ergu about to strike, she shouted, Wang Ergu, what do you think you're doing? Are you really going to hit a few kids? Have you no shame? Her shout attracted the attention of several people nearby. Not far from a few huts in the village, when the others heard Lu Xiaoyan shout, they walked toward the woods. Wang Ergu felt embarrassed for a moment, glared at Lu Xiaoyan, and then picked up the firewood to leave. Jian Yimian stood in front of him and said coldly, Put down the firewood. This was picked up by my brother. Wang Ergu was very angry and wanted to argue, but he heard Lu Laotu shout, Wang Ergu, it's one thing that you used to steal and be lazy in the village, but this is not the time for that. If you don't start working harder, you'll eat up all the old rice at home and starve. You won't even pick up a bit of firewood. You're worse than a child. You're really embarrassing your family. Everyone had been worried about the rebels lately, fearing that the village might be destroyed and wondering if they would survive or starve. They were all focused on how to stay alive. Wang Ergu, however, was still as lazy and petty as ever, not thinking about survival, and instead arguing with a few children. Those who were already stressed became even more upset when they saw him acting that way. Since they were all from the same village, when Wang Ergu's family ran out of rice, they would have to rely on others for help. In these troubled times, everyone's rice was limited. They couldn't keep supporting a lazy person every day. This harsh talk made Wang Ergu feel embarrassed. He dropped the firewood and ran out of the woods, secretly holding a grudge against them. The commotion soon ended, and everyone dispersed. When Jian Yimian returned with the two little ones, Wang Fengqin had already prepared a meal. Instead of the usual thin porridge, she made a pot of dumpling soup, and from a distance, they could see the oil floating on top, which made their appetites grow. On the stone table, there was also a plate of cold mixed greens and stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. The two little ones were surprised. After taking down the oilcloth from the shelter, Xiaoyi exclaimed softly, Mom, where did this meat come from? It smells so good. In the village, children rarely had meat except during festivals, and they hardly saw any meat on ordinary days. With a big family, the amount of meat each person got was very limited. Seeing the big pieces of meat in the stir-fried bamboo shoots, Xiaoyi thought he was imagining things and rubbed his eyes to make sure it was real. Xiaoyan also stared at the meat, drooling and sniffing the delicious smell in the air, wishing he could bury his little head in the dish. Wang Fengqin found it amusing and lifted Xiaoyan's head, explaining to them where the meat came from. When they heard it was brought back by their sister, both little ones' eyes sparkled with admiration. Jian Yimian felt a bit overwhelmed by their eager gazes and chuckled before saying, Try the bamboo shoots, they taste good. Xiaoyi was taken aback and looked at the already cut bamboo shoots in confusion. Is this bamboo shoot edible? He remembered how he had been scared by the bitter taste when he played in the bamboo forest and picked bamboo shoots before. Looking at the fresh and juicy bamboo shoots, who would have thought they would taste so bad? After finally getting to eat meat today, why did it have to be cooked with this? The more I thought about it, the more I felt frustrated, staring at the meat on my plate, unsure whether to take some or not. But little Muan didn't have such worries. Hearing her sister say to try the bamboo shoots, she immediately picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, smiling and nodding. Bamboo shoots are really delicious. I like them. Little Yi was surprised. Seeing that his mother and sister were eating the bamboo shoots without any issue, he cautiously took a piece and put it in his mouth. The moment he tasted the fresh and crunchy bamboo shoots mixed with the savory pork, he almost forgot to swallow. Delicious. Why are these bamboo shoots so good? They aren't bitter or spicy at all. Little Yi said, grabbing another big piece of bamboo shoot to eat. Wang Fengqin smiled and said, Yimian is smart, knowing to boil them to get rid of the bitterness. Otherwise, I would never have known bamboo shoots could taste this good. Thinking about how villagers used to throw away bamboo shoots, she felt a bit sad. If she had known earlier, they wouldn't have wasted so much. During the meal, everyone felt satisfied. Jian Yimian rarely felt so full, thinking that food with meat always tastes good. In the afternoon, Wang Fengqin took Little Yi and Little Muan to dig for wild vegetables nearby. Jian Yimian stayed behind, chopping and splitting bamboo outside their shelter. Even though she had laid a thick layer of dry branches and leaves on the ground last night, the cold from the earth was still hard to bear in the middle of the night. Not to mention Wang Fengqin, who was already unwell, and the two children. After measuring the size of the shelter, she chopped a few bamboo stalks, trimming them to the same length and selecting some thicker ones to split in half. She didn't chop too many, fearing it wouldn't be enough, so she made a simple bamboo board bed. Later, she could place smooth stones underneath for support. While she was busy, Dogshun came over carrying a small basket. After hesitating for a while, he said, Sister Yimian, I dug up a lot of wild vegetables today. I want to share some with you. As he spoke, he handed her the fresh wild vegetables from the basket. Jian Yimian looked surprised. The basket was filled with freshly washed green wild vegetables, looking even more vibrant and appetizing. Wild vegetables, also known as field greens, are delicious and nutritious. They can help prevent anemia, protect against digestive parasites, promote children's growth, and provide health benefits for older adults with calcium deficiencies. In many modern restaurants, this dish is served, and it tastes great when made into a salad or scrambled with eggs. Jian Yimian saw a few wild vegetables in the forest yesterday, but didn't dig them up. There are quite a few in this basket, so Dogshun must have searched many places to gather them. Thinking about how scarce food is now, she said, you can keep them to eat. I also dug up some shepherd's purse. Take some home. After saying this, she didn't notice Dogshun's distracted state and went to the shed to get some shepherd's purse. When she came out, she saw Dogshun staring blankly at the bamboo on the ground. She raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything, just handed him the shepherd's purse and continued to chop the bamboo. Dogshun seemed a bit flustered, scratching his head for a while before hurriedly saying, Sister Yimian, I found a lot of wild amaranth. You can keep it to eat. It tastes good. Just blanch it and mix it and it's delicious. Please take it. Jian Yimian nodded and looked at Dogshun, saying lightly, Is that all? Don't you have anything else to say? Dogshun nodded and then shook his head, taking a long time to finally say a few words. Sister Yimian, where did you cut this bamboo?
Can you tell me?
It gets cold in the mountains at night, and the ground is even colder. His father had already hurt his leg and could only lie in bed. Dogshun wanted to make a bed board for his father, so he wouldn't have to sleep on the ground. He was young and strong enough to handle the cold, but his father's leg injury was not healing, causing him pain day and night. The cold from the ground would only make it worse. And then there was his mother, who was pregnant and busy all day. Sleeping on the cold ground at night would surely be hard on her. As the only strong man in the family, he naturally didn't want his parents to suffer. Knowing that Dogshun was worried about his parents, Jian Yimian didn't hide anything and said, Let's go to the slope behind that dense forest tomorrow. That place is a bit far, and they have to pass through a dense forest. The winding paths might have some dangers, and she didn't want to put anyone in harm's way. Tomorrow, she also planned to gather some bamboo shoots, so bringing him along wouldn't be a problem. Hearing he could go with Jian Yimian, Dogshun's worries vanished instantly, and he nodded with a smile. Thank you, Sister Yimian. I'll help you make a bamboo bed. I used to help my grandfather make bamboo rafts, so I know the technique. I'll help you secure it well. With that, he took out a small knife from his waist and started making holes in the cut bamboo. With Dogshun's help, the bamboo board was quickly secured, and a large bamboo board was more than enough for Jian Yimian and the others. Dogshun looked at the leftover bamboo pieces and helped secure a few more on the bamboo board, making sure that no one would collapse it. He then brushed off the bamboo dust from himself and said with a smile, "All right, Yimian, you don't have to sleep on the ground tonight. It's a pity we don't have any tung oil. This bamboo board might get bugs, so be careful." Jian Yimian was pleasantly surprised by the smooth bamboo board and quickly thanked him. If she had done it herself, she wouldn't have done as well. She could only have secured it simply. She didn't expect that this young boy knew so much. Later that night, when they slept on the bamboo board that had been drying all afternoon, Xiaonuan happily bounced on the bed. Seeing that the bamboo bed remained sturdy under her jumping, Wang Fengqin sighed. Dogsheng's skills must have come from his grandfather. If his father hadn't had an accident, they would surely have the best shop in the village. Old Master Chen had skilled hands and could make all kinds of cabinets and chairs, and he was quite well known in the village. If he weren't so old and had to take care of the family's fields, he would have opened a shop in town long ago. The Chen family would have been famous for their carpentry. When villagers asked about opening a shop, old Master Chen would say it was something for his son to worry about. But unexpectedly, after his passing, Dogsheng's father also broke his leg. Life is truly unpredictable. Jiang Yimian nodded, feeling a bittersweet ache in her heart. In the afternoon, she could tell Dogsheng was skilled. He easily solved many problems she didn't understand, clearly influenced by his upbringing. If his family hadn't faced trouble, he would have been able to start working and manage the household tasks much earlier. Now, Dogsheng's home was silent. Only the sound of Lu Xiaoyun's muffled sobs could be heard. Dogsheng looked at his father lying on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, filled with despair. He pinched his own thigh hard, holding back tears, and said, "Mom, I'll get Dad a new pair of pants. You go outside for now." He had done this many times before, and was used to it. His father couldn't bear to become someone who couldn't move, needing help even for basic needs, and had lost his usual good temper, replaced by frustration. His mother, often scolded and pushed away by his father, could only cry softly in the corner. Dogsheng felt heartbroken but could do nothing to help. Since his father learned that his legs might never heal, their home had been filled with the same troubles every day, and he had witnessed it many times over the past few months. Yet he still couldn't stop feeling sad. How did such a great father become like this? He used to be so loving with my mother and treated me well. Now he's just someone who gets angry all the time. The more I thought about it, the sadder I became. Tears rolled down my cheeks and fell onto Chen Tieju's arm, making him shiver. The next day, Jiang Yimian and Dogsheng set off early with their baskets and machetes to the bamboo forest. Dogsheng was unusually quiet on the way, lacking his usual smile, as if all his energy had been drained. Jiang Yimian asked a few questions, but he only said he hadn't rested well, so she didn't push further. Once they reached the bamboo forest, Dogsheng started cutting some bamboo, while Jiang Yimian looked for bamboo shoots. Not paying attention, she wandered a bit deeper into the forest. When she saw that her basket was already full of shoots, she decided to leave. But then she noticed some familiar trees growing on the hillside outside the bamboo forest. Her eyes widened in surprise, and without thinking about her basket, she hurried over. As she got closer and saw the green leaves, she exclaimed, "It really is guanyin grass." Guanyin grass, also known as liangfen leaves, has cooling and detoxifying properties. It can reduce inflammation and pain, regulate the immune system, and lower blood pressure. Most importantly, it can be used to make guanyin tofu. Even though it wasn't summer yet, the sun was high and the temperature was warm. Eating a bowl of cool guanyin tofu would be incredibly refreshing, just like enjoying a chilled watermelon in the summer. When she returned to the bamboo forest with a bundle of guanyin grass leaves, Dogsheng came over, and the worry in his eyes disappeared when he saw her. "Yimian, where did you go? I thought something happened to you." He had just finished cutting bamboo and noticed she was missing. He was scared there might be wild animals in the forest, so he took his machete and went looking for her. Luckily, he followed the trail of her abandoned basket. Jiang Yimian smiled a little sheepishly. "I'm fine. I just want to pick some things. Sorry to worry you." In her moment of panic, she had forgotten there were other people in the forest. Dogsheng waved his hand, relieved to see she was okay. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the leaves she was holding and asked, Yimian, after all that, you just picked leaves? They aren't even tasty. Many villagers feed them to pigs. Some pigs don't even like them. Jian Yimian frowned at the thought of such a good thing being fed to pigs. It felt like a waste. Without explaining much, she put the leaves in her basket and prepared to leave. Dog Sheng widened his eyes, looking at Jiang Yimian and then at the things in her basket. After hesitating for a while, he said, Sister Yimian, how about I take you to dig for wild vegetables? He had been so focused on cutting bamboo that he hadn't noticed what she was doing. Now, seeing her basket full of bamboo shoots made his mouth feel strange. And those leaves, why was Sister Yimian treating something that even pigs wouldn't eat like a treasure? No way, those things were not edible. Seeing that she would be thought of as foolish if she didn't explain, Jiang Yimian said, Bamboo shoots are very tasty. As long as you boil them, they won't taste strange anymore. As for the leaves, I'll make something delicious and bring it for you to try. Dog Sheng was so scared that he quickly waved his hands and said, No thanks, Sister Yimian. You should keep it for yourself. With that, he ran off, as if he were afraid Jiang Yimian would chase after him. Jiang Yimian felt a bit helpless. Seeing that he didn't believe her and thought of her as a threat, she just shrugged. It wasn't her fault. She could only blame him for not having a taste for good food. By the time they returned, it was already past noon. People were standing at the entrances of both their shelters, and their worried expressions disappeared when they saw them come back. As soon as Dog Sheng saw Lu Xiaoyan, he rushed over, smiling, Mom, look at all the bamboo I cut. We won't have to sleep on the ground tonight. Lu Xiaoyan patted Dog Sheng's head, smiled at Jiang Yimian and the others, then pulled him into the shelter. Once inside, Jiang Yimian got busy right away. She didn't even have time to eat and started cleaning the guanyin leaves she had picked. She soaked the leaves in hot water and stirred them with chopsticks. When the water turned green, she found a clean piece of cloth. She asked Wang Fengqin to help pour the guanyin leaves and water into the cloth, squeezing out the juice from the leaves. Finally, she filtered out the leftover bits, resulting in a bowl of green liquid. Looking at the bowl of green water, Wang Fengqin asked curiously, Yimian, what are you doing? That water looks greenish-yellow. It can't be drunk, right? Jiang Yimian mysteriously replied, I'm making something delicious. As soon as they heard it was something tasty, Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan rushed over, but when they saw the green water, they looked a bit disgusted. Xiao Yi was even more doubtful, Sister. That water looks bad.
Please stop and let's eat instead.
He preferred the food their mother made, which at least looked good, especially the bamboo shoots she had stir-fried recently. He loved them and could eat them all day long. Although Wang Fengqin didn't say much, Jiang Yimian could see the hesitation on her face. With a sigh, she thought that if they didn't understand, she would soon show them something amazing. She found some wood ash and put it in a bowl. After stirring it with chopsticks and seeing it was ready, she was about to pour it into a basin when Wang Fengqin's eyes widened in shock. She stammered, Yimian, you can't eat this wood ash. Even though it was just ash from burnt trees, it was still ash, and how could it be eaten? It was a whole bowl of wood ash water. Xiaoye and Xiaonuan were so scared they took a few steps back and quietly went to eat, thinking only that their mother's cooking was much better. Jiang Yimian reassured her, Mom, it's fine. You don't need to worry. Before Wang Fengqin could say more, she saw that the bowl of wood ash water had already been poured into the basin. Instantly, the previously green water changed color, looking gray and unappetizing. Worried about what might be in it, she thought, what if it was poisonous? She had never seen anyone drink wood ash water before. Just then, Jiang Yimian came over with a big spoon, mixed it well, and smiled, Mom. Go eat first. It should be fine after lunch. Wang Fengqin could only laugh nervously, thinking that they would have to eat this soon, and she felt hesitant. After the meal, everyone had a bit of a stomachache. Except for Jiang Yimian, who remained calm, the others were worried about having to drink that gray wood ash water and wanted to find something to do outside. However, Jiang Yimian called them over. Mom, come quickly. Try the guanyin tofu. Her voice was filled with excitement. Wang Fengqin and the others felt uneasy but hesitantly walked over, drawn in by the bright green in the basin. The once green and gray water had transformed into a basin of clear, bright green. When they gently shook the wooden basin, the contents moved like tofu, not like water at all. Xiaoye and Xiaonan were amazed, unable to believe how the gray substance had turned into something so beautiful. Xiaoye looked at Jian Yimian curiously and after a moment exclaimed, "Sister, can you do magic tricks?" Just like the skilled craftsman in town who could pull a goose from an empty basket, she too had turned the gray water into this wonderful sight in the blink of an eye.
Jian Yimian found it amusing.
She took a knife, cut a piece, and placed it in a bowl. Then she cut the contents into smaller pieces, added the melted malt syrup, and handed it to a few people, smiling as she said, "Try it and see how it tastes." Wang Fengqin was still a bit worried about the bowl of plant ash water, but seeing the clear and shiny food in the bowl, which didn't look poisonous, she took a small spoonful and fed it to herself. It was cool and smooth, without any taste of plant ash, just a fresh scent mixed with the sweetness of the syrup, which made her eyes light up. This tastes really good. It's cool and better than what they add in the syrup shop. Especially under the bright sun, the cool guanyin tofu made her feel refreshed, easing the heat in her heart. Hearing this, Xiaoyi couldn't wait to take a spoonful and nodded repeatedly, delicious and sweet. Xiaonan was even more eager, staring at the bowl and drooling. Jian Yimian found it funny and fed Xiaonan a piece, which made her hum with satisfaction. The small bowl of guanyin tofu was quickly finished by everyone. Xiaoyi was still eyeing the bowl but, having just eaten, he had no room left. When Jian Yimian said they could eat more in the evening, he happily took Xiaonan out to play. Wang Fengqin looked at the bowl with joy. "This is great. Not only does it taste good, but it also fills us up. With this, we won't go hungry when our rice and flour run out." Since coming up the mountain, she had been worried about running out of food, cooking carefully every day, fearing they would have nothing to eat in the future. Now, seeing the guanyin tofu and bamboo shoots, she felt relieved. Jian Yimian hesitated, but didn't speak up. Although guanyin tofu was good, it could only be eaten in spring, summer, and autumn. Once winter came, the guanyin leaves would wither and fall, making it impossible to make guanyin tofu. Thinking about this, she kept it to herself. Her mother rarely let go of her worries, and there was no need to add to them. Besides, even without guanyin tofu, there were countless other foods. She wouldn't let her family starve on the mountain. In Zhang's shelter, there was guanyin tofu, but in other family shelters, there was none. Wang Erge looked at the pot of wild vegetable porridge, feeling frustrated. Another bowl of wild vegetable porridge. For the past few days, it's been nothing but wild vegetable porridge. If I keep eating this, I won't be able to go to the bathroom. In the past, he used to steal a little, and his mother grew some crops so he could occasionally eat mixed rice. But now that they are up in the mountains, he hasn't seen even a few grains of rice. Wang Erge's wife, Zhang, glanced at him and said irritably, "Who isn't struggling? Up here, we only have wild vegetables. If we don't cook them, we have barely any food. If we can't fill our stomachs, we might as well wait to die here." If it weren't for being tricked by him, she wouldn't have married into Xinghua village. This lazy man would have starved long ago if it weren't for his mother working in the fields. Now that his mother has passed away, no one is looking after the crops, and they are either eaten by birds and bugs or have died. They don't have much food left. They had planned to wait for a while until others' crops grew, so they could steal some, but before the crops could grow, war broke out. They hurried up the mountain, and with so little food, both of them being lazy, they could only rely on wild vegetables to get by. The thought of living on wild vegetables made her very angry. She regretted marrying this lazy man. Seeing his wife's bad mood, Wang Erge suddenly had an idea and quickly tried to comfort her. "Good wife, don't be angry. If it's safe down the mountain in a few days, I'll dig up the silver hairpin my mother hid and trade it for some food. I promise you won't suffer." Zhang snorted and replied, "Who knows what the situation is like down there? Are you brave enough to go? What if you run into some bandits? Your life isn't worth much." Although she wanted to eat well, She couldn't bear the thought of risking her husband's life. Things must be chaotic down there. The village has been eerily empty lately, which is unsettling. Wang Ergu was at a loss and said, "Then what do you suggest? I really don't want to keep eating these wild vegetables." If he ate any more, he felt he would turn into one himself. Zhang looked toward the nearby huts. Families were eating inside, and although she couldn't see what they were having, she could smell various delicious scents, unlike their bland food. After thinking for a moment, she lowered her voice and said, "We don't have any food, but others must have some. You can borrow some from them. We can pay them back once things settle down." The words were spoken, but both knew that stability was uncertain. Right now, it was a time of food shortage. After a winter, every family's grain storage was empty, waiting for this year's harvest. Who would have thought there would be a war? It was unclear if last year's leftover food would be enough to survive, let alone share it. When Wang Erga's wife reminded him, he suddenly had an idea. Whether people would lend or not was uncertain, and he didn't want to face criticism. He decided to borrow secretly. With that thought, he felt much more relaxed and stopped eating the wild vegetable porridge, instead wandering around in the sun. At that moment, Goshen was in the open space in front of the shed, chopping bamboo to make a bed, filled with joy at the thought of not having to sleep on the cold ground at night. He looked up and saw his mother walking out of the woods with a worried expression. He hurried over and asked Mother, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" These days, his mother hadn't been eating or sleeping well, and the baby sister in her belly must be uncomfortable too. Lu Xiaoyan just shook her head, sat down on a tree stump, and sighed. "There are no wild vegetables left around here. After just a few days on the mountain, it's already like this. What will we do if it takes longer?" She had hoped to save some food by eating more wild vegetables to get through a few months on the mountain, but now it seemed difficult. After a winter, the family's food supply was already low. They had sold a lot of grain to treat Tieju's leg injury, leaving even less now. If the war continued, they would starve on the mountain. Gosheng felt worried too. He understood the family situation. There wasn't much food left. If they stayed on the mountain without resources, they wouldn't last long. After thinking for a while, he hesitantly said, "Mother, how about I go down the mountain in a few days to check things out? I can bring back some seeds from home. Even if we just plant some vegetables, it would help us avoid starving." When they hurried up the mountain, he only took the food and necessary items, leaving everything else behind. There should still be plenty of seeds in the cellar. If they could farm on the mountain, they wouldn't have to worry about food. Lu Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. They weren't the only ones thinking about farming. Jian Yimian was also considering it. During these days on the mountain, aside from foraging for wild vegetables, she had been thinking about planting crops. Although there is still some food in the space, it is limited. The wild vegetables and various foods on the mountain are mainly available only in spring and summer. Once autumn arrives, the leaves wither, the wild grass disappears, and even the animals hibernate. If they want to survive the winter well, the best option is to store food. Summer is approaching, which is the perfect time for planting crops. If they delay any longer, they will miss the opportunity. However, reality is not as bright as their imagination. The area around their shelter is filled with dense forests and rocky ground, making farming nearly impossible. This realization disappointed Jian Yimian, who naturally had a talent for farming. With a sigh, she continued to search the mountain. After walking for a while and passing through a lush forest, Jian Yimian discovered a small ditch filled with water celery. The dense stems and leaves intertwined, barely covering the small waterway. The green stems blended in with the grass, making it easy to overlook, as they appeared to be ordinary weeds. Jian Yimian felt a bit happy. Water celery thrives in wet conditions, usually growing along the edges of ditches and fields, which are also ideal for rice cultivation. She didn't bother picking the tender water celery and followed the ditch downhill, where she indeed found a large area of flat land covered in weeds. A rough estimate suggested it was about 20 square meters, not too large, but finding such a flat piece of land in a rocky mountainous area was not easy. Having decided to farm, Jian Yimian wasted no time. She took her sickle and began cutting the weeds. By the time it was getting dark, she had managed to clear about half of the dense weeds. Looking at the remaining weeds, Jian Yimian felt energized rather than tired. She marked the location and picked some tender tips of the water celery before heading home with her basket. On the way back, as the sky darkened, the already difficult mountain path became even harder to navigate. Fortunately, Jian Yimian was experienced in walking these paths and managed to return home safely without a torch. Outside the shelter, a small fire was lit, and Wang Fengqin and her 2 children were anxiously looking around. They sighed in relief when they finally saw a figure emerge from the forest. Wang Fengqin hurriedly took the basket from Jian Yimian, her tone slightly reproachful. "Why did you come back so late? The mountains are dangerous, and there are trees and weeds everywhere. What would we do if you encountered snakes or insects? Next time, come back earlier." As the night grew darker and the man had not yet arrived, she felt very worried. With 2 children by her side, she couldn't leave them behind, so she lit a small fire outside the shelter to guide him. Jian Yimian just smiled and scratched her head, saying nothing, but inside, she felt especially warm. She had been used to living alone, and when she first arrived, she was not quite comfortable with Wang Fengqin and the 2 children being so close. However, after spending these days together, she found that having family around made her very happy. Even though she was busy and tired every day, she felt joyful. For dinner, besides cold mixed vegetables, Wang Fengqin also made a dish of scrambled eggs with greens. She mixed the midday tofu with oil and salt, making it delicious. Even with just porridge, they all ate until they were full. After dinner, Wang Fengqin put the 2 children to sleep. While tidying up the shelter, she told Jian Yimian, "I think I saw smoke rising from the village while I was out gathering firewood. It seems there are still people there." She wasn't sure if she had seen it right, but she thought she saw a wisp of smoke rise from the village, only to disappear quickly. Jian Yimian paused, her brow furrowing. If that smoke was from ordinary refugees, it would be fine, but if it was from dangerous people, they could be in trouble. Thinking this, she quickly said, "Mom, we need to be careful when cooking these days. We shouldn't let anyone from the village see us. It's best to cook when the fog is thick in the woods, and we should avoid lighting fires at night." Although their place was hidden from the village, any firelight at night could still be seen from below. Wang Fengqin nodded. She had been careful these days, always avoiding cooking during the day and making sure to fan the smoke away, so there had been no noticeable smoke. Even when lighting a small fire at night, she kept it small to avoid being discovered. Seeing that it was getting late, they decided not to talk anymore and went to sleep after putting out the fire. Jian Yimian was a light sleeper, and since she was alert to the outside, when someone reached to lift the shelter, she kicked them out. The person landed on the ground with a grunt, surprised to be discovered. Not bothering to pick up the bag that had fallen, they scrambled into the woods. Jian Yimian glanced at the small cloth bag on the ground, picked it up, and found it contained some broken rice, likely stolen. It was rare for anyone in the village to steal like this at night. If she hadn't been alert, their belongings would surely have been in danger. She looked up at the nearby shed, which was quiet and clearly unaware of what had happened. Jian Yimian hesitated for a moment, then heard Wang Fengqin sleepily say, "Yimian, what's wrong? Do you need to go to the bathroom? I'll go with you." Jian Yimian put away the cloth bag and replied, "It's nothing, Mom. Go back to sleep." With that, she lay back down on the bed. The next day, she was awakened by shouting from outside. Even from a distance through the trees, Jian Yimian could hear the angry voices. "Which idiot came to my shed at night to steal food? It's everywhere. My food is missing too. How shameless to steal at night. If I catch him, I'll make him pay." "Exactly, so shameless. My food is missing as well." Among the shouting, Wang Ergu occasionally chimed in, but no one paid much attention. After a few curses, they hid their food, afraid of being targeted again. Jian Yimian stretched and stepped out of the shed, where she saw Lu Xiaoyan frowning and talking to Wang Fengqin. "Fengqin, did you lose anything from your shed? I noticed some food missing from my house." That thief is really shameless to come here. Luckily, it wasn't too much. We need to be more careful in the future. Although it wasn't much, it worried her since their food supply was already low, and she didn't know how long they could last on the mountain. Wang Fengqin scratched her head in confusion and looked at the shed before saying, "It seems like nothing is missing from my shed. It looks clean, as if no one has been here. Do you know who stole it?" Lu Xiaoyan shook her head, then nodded, saying irritably, "There aren't many people on this mountain. The only one who would sneak around at night to steal is probably that one person. Everyone else has some shame. Who else but Wang Ergu would do this?" Although there was no proof, everyone knew who was responsible. If it hadn't been for the small amount of food stolen and the desire to maintain peace in the village, they would have confronted him directly. Wang Fengqin was also a bit angry and cursed Wang Ergu a few times. Just as she was about to comfort Lu Xiaoyan, Jian Yimian said, "Aunt, this should be your rice." She took out the small bag of rice she had found the night before and handed it over. Lu Xiaoyan was surprised and quickly stepped forward to take the small cloth bag. After opening it and looking inside, she nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, this is my rice." "Yimian, where did you find this?" The Chen family's rice harvest last year was poor. They didn't collect much, and even the little they managed to shell ended up broken. Many people in the village knew about it. Now, seeing the bag of uneven broken rice, she felt a bit surprised. This small bag weighed about 10 pounds, and if they were careful, it would last their family for several days. Jian Yimian only told the truth about what happened last night, which made Lu Xiaoyan very angry. She scolded, "What a shameless person. Luckily, Yimian, you were alert. Otherwise, both our families would have suffered. I wouldn't have been able to get this rice back. Thank you so much." Jian Yimian waved her hand, not paying much attention, but Lu Xiaoyan insisted on giving her 2 eggs as a thank you. Once Lu Xiaoyan left, Wang Fengqin quickly looked Jian Yimian up and down, worriedly saying, "Was it when I thought you were getting up at night? It's my fault. I should have thought better. You rarely get up at night. How could you suddenly wake up? Are you hurt? That terrible thief came to our house." These days, she had only been thinking about what to cook each day, and didn't have to work. With Yimian and the 2 kids gathering wild vegetables and firewood, she had it easier. She had neglected to consider the danger and had slept soundly, leaving Yimian to face the thief alone. Seeing the worry in her mother's eyes and the guilt on her face, Jian Yimian felt a bit helpless and smiled, saying, "Mom, I'm fine. I kicked that person out as soon as he came in. I'm very strong, so you don't need to worry about me. But your health has just started to improve. You must not stress too much and make it worse." Seeing her mother's health improving and that she could get out of bed, Jian Yimian didn't want her to suffer any longer. When she saw her daughter speaking seriously and that there was really nothing wrong, Wang Fengqin finally relaxed but still said sternly, "From now on, I'll go with you to gather wild vegetables. I can't trust you to go alone in the woods." Especially since Yimian had come back so late last night, she had been anxiously waiting in the hut for a long time. Jian Yimian felt a bit helpless and quickly said, "Mom, what about Xiao Yi and Xiaonuan? It's really not safe for them to stay here alone. Besides, you're still not well. You can't walk far." Right now, the nearby area had already run out of food. If they wanted to find something to eat, they would have to go further away, which would take a lot of time, and they would have to climb hills. If her mother came along, her health wouldn't be able to handle it. Wang Fengqin wanted to say more, but Jian Yimian reassured her, promising to return before dark, and only then did she agree. After breakfast, Jian Yimian took a sickle and hoe, carrying a basket to the plot of land she found yesterday. She worked hard all morning and finally cleared the tall grass. Seeing it was noon, with the sun high above making it quite hot, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and found a shady spot. While eating the wild vegetable pancake she brought, she looked at the wilted weeds in the field. This place was a bit far from her shelter, and the round trip took time. To avoid delaying her farming, she had asked Wang Fengqin to prepare food and water for her to eat here at noon and return home in the evening. She hadn't told her family about farming yet, as it was still uncertain if it would succeed, and she didn't want to get their hopes up for nothing. While she was casually looking around, she suddenly noticed clusters of small white flowers above the ditch. Surprised, she finished her pancake and walked over. Upon closer inspection, she discovered several healthy-looking Codenopsis plants. Codenopsis is known for its benefits in boosting energy and supporting the spleen and lungs. It can help with weakness, shortness of breath, and coughs, making it a common tonic. Though not as potent as ginseng, finding it in the wild was still a stroke of luck. Wang Fengqin was already weak, and for now, there was nothing better for nourishment than Codenopsis. Cooking porridge or soup with it would be beneficial for her health, and with time, it would surely help restore her strength. Thinking this, she began to dig, collecting a good amount of the yellowish roots. Once the sun had moved, she started working on the land again. This plot was near the ditch, with moist and fertile soil, suitable for growing corn or rice. Although small, with proper care, it could provide enough food for the family. Later, she planned to look for more land to grow other crops, so they wouldn't have to worry about food in the mountains. As the sun began to set, Jian Yimian noticed there was still a lot of land left to dig, but didn't rush. She packed her things and headed home. For dinner, they had Codenopsis porridge, along with stir-fried water celery and salty guanyin tofu, making for a rather unusual medicinal meal. Xiao Yi and Xiaonuan both ate 2 bowls before setting down their chopsticks and sitting aside with full bellies. Xiao Yi felt a bit shy, but he was very happy, thinking that his days in the mountains were better than in the village. Not only did he eat enough every day, but he also occasionally had meat, which he never even dreamed of before. Seeing Jian Yimian pouring the angelica out of the basket to dry, he quickly approached her and curiously said, "Sister, how are you so amazing? You even know about medicinal herbs, and that guanyin tofu, I've never even seen it, but you know how to make it. Who would have thought that a few common leaves could be turned into delicious guanyin tofu?" Wang Fengqin paused while cleaning the dishes, feeling a bit puzzled. Yimian seemed different these days. Not only did she know so much about food, but she also seemed much braver. Especially on the day they needed grain, the old Yimian would never have dared to threaten Granny Wu. She used to hide in fear whenever she saw her, let alone scare someone with a broken table leg. That day, she thought Yimian was just acting out of anger, but now that she thought about it, even when Yimian was upset, she wouldn't dare to act like that towards her elders. She had never had the courage to demand grain so straightforwardly. While she was thinking, she heard Jiang Yimian casually say, "I learned from my grandfather. When I was little, I often saw him gathering herbs and picked up a lot." Since her grandfather had passed away, there was no way to prove otherwise, and even if her family suspected her, they had no evidence to show she wasn't the original Jiang Yimian. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately regretted and mumbled, "If I had known, I would have gone with my grandfather to gather herbs too, then I wouldn't be so clueless now." Wang Fengqin laughed at this. "Back then, you could barely walk. How could you gather herbs?" Little Muan didn't know what was happening, but seeing everyone laugh, she quickly chimed in with her baby voice, "Gather. Gather what herbs?" This made everyone laugh even louder, while Xiao Yi shyly touched his nose. He just wanted to be as knowledgeable as his sister. Seeing Xiao Yi looking a bit down, Jiang Yimian smiled and said, "If you want to learn about herbs, I'll teach you. You'll definitely learn." Hearing this, Xiao Yi immediately became happy and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I want to learn. I want to be as amazing as my sister." Little Muan quickly agreed, "I want to learn too." She wanted to know many delicious things so that her family wouldn't go hungry. Jiang Yimian smiled and said, "All right, I'll teach you both." After receiving a positive response, the 2 little ones became happy and moved over to sit beside Jiang Yimian, watching the Codenopsis on the ground and repeatedly memorizing the few characters. Wang Fengqin felt a bit of warmth in her heart as she watched the children. Regardless of whether Yimian's temperament had changed, she was still her child, and as long as the kids were safe and healthy, that was all that mattered.
They were all she had now.
At night, after several days of clear weather, it began to rain, pattering on the shelter and making it hard for anyone to sleep. Jiang Yimian and Wang Fengqin lit small torches and arranged the food and vegetables on the tree stumps to prevent rainwater from seeping in and wetting the bags, which could spoil the food. After ensuring everything was in order and checking that the shelter was secure and leak-free, they extinguished the torches and lay back down to sleep. They felt grateful for the bamboo bed. Otherwise, they would have to sleep on the muddy ground tonight. However, Wang Erge's family was not so lucky. Since they didn't have a bamboo bed, the couple was lying on the ground with dry branches and leaves. Just as they were sleeping soundly, they felt their blanket was wet and the cold seeped into their bones, making them shiver. Wang Erge was groggy when Zhang Shi slapped him awake, angrily scolding, "All you do is sleep. I told you to make a wooden bed, but you didn't listen. Now look, it's raining. Get up quickly. The blanket is soaked." With that, she pushed him out of the blanket onto the ground. As the cold rain mixed with the chilly mud touched Wang Erge, he shivered and became more alert, listening to the sound of rain outside, which gave him a headache. Why is it raining out of nowhere? Come on, let's not clean up. Let's go sleep at someone else's shelter for the night. After saying this, he grabbed a raincoat, and Zhang Shi put one on too, and they left the shelter. Because of the rain, several families had lit torches to tidy up their shelters and didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. Old Lu was moving the food from the ground onto the wooden bed while sighing, "At least the rain isn't heavy. Only a little has seeped in. If it rains heavily later, this shelter won't be livable." Zhao Xing agreed and kept busy moving things with her husband, while everyone in the shelter was working except for a little girl sitting quietly nearby. As Wang Erge and his wife opened their shelter, they quickly smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, Brother Lu, sister-in-law, we don't have a bed in our shelter and can't sleep. Can we stay here for one night? Don't worry, we'll leave as soon as the rain stops." As she finished speaking, she was about to take off her raincoat and enter the shelter. Unexpectedly, before she could step inside, the little girl who had been sitting quietly suddenly stood up, rushed to the front of the shelter, and pushed them outside.
You all go away."
Zhao Xingye quickly stepped forward to protect her daughter and looked at the two people, saying calmly, "We don't have extra space for you to stay. Please leave. Don't scare the child." In the past, they might have offered some help, but now, before Wang Erge and his wife could say anything, they were met with a barrage of scolding from old Lu. "I told you to make a bedboard, but you didn't do it or bring anything from the village. Now you regret it? It's too late. Go on, go. My shelter is too small for both of you. What if something goes missing? Just yesterday, we lost some grain. I can't let anyone in carelessly." With that, he pushed them both outside. Wang Erge cursed under his breath in frustration and took Zhang Shi to ask others for help. They asked several people, but either they said the shelter was too small or, like old Lu, they were directly chased away. Fuming, Zhang Shi returned to their own shelter and started hitting Wang Erge. "You useless person. Now we have no place to sleep. How could I have been so blind to choose you? You're so lazy." Having just faced humiliation outside, Wang Erge was already upset. Being scolded by his wife made him even more irritated. As he saw her hand coming down again, he pushed her hard, causing her to stumble against the branches supporting the shelter. With a loud crack, the branch broke, and the shelter collapsed suddenly. The rainwater that had collected on top poured down, flooding the ground and soaking the inside of the shelter. Seeing the shelter partially down, they dared not fight anymore and squatted in the undamaged corner, arguing about whose fault it was. Outside, the rain continued, though it was light. However, if it kept up like this, it wouldn't be good. Old Lu looked at the increasing amount of rainwater on the shelter with some helplessness. "This rain makes it even colder up here. I just hope it stops soon. I wonder what the situation is like down the mountain." Several days had passed without any news from below, and the village felt deserted, lacking any signs of life. Zhao Xingye, while soothing her sleeping child, looked out at the continuous rain and worried, "I wonder how the Jiang and Chen families are doing. Neither has any strong men, and they surely didn't bring bedboards. With this rain, they can't sleep on the ground. How will they manage?" She usually doesn't interact much with those two families in the village, but this time she paid special attention, knowing that both families lacked strong men and that the women must be struggling. She intended to help them more, but their huts were a bit far away, and she had been busy on the mountain for the past few days, so she hadn't had a chance to check on them. Today, with the rain starting, she felt a bit worried. Old Lu also thought about the situation of those two families and felt some concern. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Daeong, put on your raincoat and go check on them. If they don't have enough beds, bring them to our hut. At least they won't have to lie on the wet ground. Our bed is big enough. We can squeeze in." They had brought the bed board up the mountain that day, considering the rain and the need to store food, and had even cut some branches to make a large piece. Now, a few people were sitting on the bedboard, with food piled beside them and a large empty space on the other side. Lu Daeong nodded, put on his raincoat, and left the hut. Jian Yimian was lying on the bamboo bed, listening to the sound of the rain outside, when she heard a few voices nearby that quickly faded, leaving only footsteps approaching. Before long, a man's voice called out from outside the hut, somewhat muffled by the rain. "Sister Fengqin, how is your family? My father said if you don't have enough bedboards, you can stay in our hut." Wang Fengqin was startled and took a moment to recognize Lu Daeong's voice. She quickly got dressed and opened the oilcloth to see him standing outside in his raincoat. It was just getting light outside, and she could vaguely make out his figure. Seeing him standing in the rain, she hurriedly said, "We have enough bedboards. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Lu. I appreciate you coming out in the rain. You should go back now and not catch a cold." It was early morning, and with the rain, the temperature in the mountains had dropped, making it quite chilly outside. Lu Daeong nodded at her words and said, "It's no trouble. I was a bit skeptical when I heard from Sister Shaoran that you made bedboards, but it turns out to be true. If you need any help in the future, feel free to come to us. It's cold outside. You should go back and sleep." With that, he left. Wang Fengqin was a bit surprised and, back in the hut, wondered, "I really didn't expect old Lu to worry about us and send his son to check in the rain." In the village, old Lu was known for being eccentric, preferring to work in the fields and rarely interacting with others. However, due to his age, the villagers still respected him.
Jian Yimian was a bit surprised.
She didn't know the villagers well, but from the last time she saw old Lu scold Wang Ergu, she realized he wasn't an easy person to deal with. Although what he said was right, it made people feel scared, worried that they might end up in trouble too. Today, not only did he think of the difficulties faced by their two families, but he also sent his son to help them in the rain, showing that he was a kind-hearted old man. Fortunately, the rain didn't last long, and as soon as the sun rose, it stopped. The once dark clouds began to let through beams of golden light. Several sturdy shelters had stored food like rice and flour early on, so the little rain didn't cause much trouble. Except for Wang Erga's family. The couple, sitting in the muddy ground, emerged from their shelter covered in mud. The little food they had managed to gather was soaked and was now being spread out to dry outside. With their shelter partially collapsed behind them, they looked quite miserable. However, the others ignored their plight and continued with their own tasks, leaving Wang Ergu and his wife feeling frustrated. They didn't understand why those who had promised to help them were now avoiding them, thinking that people were just pretending to care. They felt that others were afraid to get involved, without considering their own situation. Since the ground was slippery after the rain, Jian Yimian didn't go to the fields today. Instead, she took two little ones to the nearby woods to gather mushrooms. The rain had fallen late at night, and many mushrooms had already popped up in the woods. Various types of mushrooms peeked out from the dense weeds, as if inviting her to pick them. What delighted Jian Yimian even more was finding many chicken mushrooms, which had small caps on long stems. They didn't look like much, but they were very nutritious. Chicken mushrooms can strengthen the spleen and stomach, increase appetite, and are beneficial for replenishing energy, greatly boosting the immune system. In modern times, they sell for high prices and have a delicious taste, whether in soup or stir-fried dishes. As Jian Yimian picked the chicken mushrooms, she told the two little ones about them. When she looked back, she saw that their basket was filled with various brightly colored mushrooms, making her mouth twitch. With so many poisonous mushrooms, they could have caused trouble for the Jiang family. Little Yi excitedly waved at Jian Yimian, saying, "Sister, Come here. There are so many mushrooms, and they look so pretty. They aren't like the dark ones you mentioned. Don't you think these smell nice too? Seeing something beautiful makes it seem tasty, just like the shiny guanyin tofu, which has a delightful flavor. Little Nguyen also nodded beside her, holding a bright red mushroom and saying in a sweet voice, I want to eat this one. Jian Yimian quickly threw the colorful and oddly shaped mushrooms from their baskets far away, looking serious as she told the two curious little ones, the brighter the color of the mushroom, the more poisonous it is. You can't eat these. Eating one could lead to trouble, and eating two could be worse. Eating this whole pile could be very dangerous. As soon as the two little ones heard poisonous, they became scared, worried about picking more toxic mushrooms. It wasn't until Jian Yimian taught them the mushroom-picking song that they happily sang and continued to gather mushrooms. Red umbrella, white stem, after eating, we all lie down. Lying down, buried in the mountains, friends and family come to eat. The two little ones sang more energetically and were less afraid. This time, they didn't just pick mushrooms randomly, but followed Jian Yimian. In just a quarter of an hour, their baskets were full of mushrooms. Jian Yimian noticed her own basket was also quite full. Just as she was about to head back, she spotted mushrooms growing in the cracks of the rocks. The small white stems had caps that looked like honeycombs, with many tiny holes. Those with a fear of clusters might get goosebumps looking at them. However, Jian Yimian felt delighted and reached out to pick the morel mushrooms. Morels, also known as sheep's stomach mushrooms, have caps that are bumpy and resemble an open sheep's stomach, which is how they got their name. They are known to help with digestion, clear phlegm, and boost vitality. Their unique aroma and rich nutrition make them very popular. She had only seen cultivated morels before and never thought they could be found in the wild. After searching around, she found quite a few and tossed them into her basket. Looking at her full basket of mushrooms, she felt very satisfied. As she exited the forest, she saw Dogsheng excitedly running toward her, his eyes full of joy. Sister Yimian, that bamboo shoot is really edible. He had told his mother that bamboo shoots could be cooked in boiling water to remove the bitterness. At first, she didn't believe him, but after trying it, she realized it was true. This morning, she stir-fried a big plate of bamboo shoots, and he found the taste unique and refreshing. Jian Yimian just smiled, and before she could speak, the two little ones immediately chimed in proudly. My sister is amazing. She knows a lot of delicious food. Following her is always a good choice. Yes, yes, my sister is the best. Dogsheng nodded repeatedly, feeling that Jian Yimian was both smart and impressive. His mother said that after living in the village for decades, no one realized that bamboo shoots could lose their bitterness when cooked, but Yimian knew, which proved how capable she was. However, Jian Yimian sensed something was off. Just a few days ago, Dogsheng refused to try, and now he suddenly brought home bamboo shoots. Was it because their food supply was low? Thinking this, she cautiously asked, How was your food after the rain last night? Did it get wet? Dogsheng shook his head, but his eyes dimmed. As soon as my mother noticed it was raining, she put the food on the bed, so it didn't get wet. Even if it did get wet, it wasn't a big deal. It could be dried out, and there wasn't much anyway. Seeing that it was indeed the case, Jian Yimian hesitated before saying, It rained last night, and many mushrooms popped up in the forest. We picked a lot. You should go pick some too, and let Xiaoya go with you. Just be careful not to pick poisonous mushrooms. Dogsheng nodded eagerly. Although he was a bit scared of poisonous mushrooms, he felt reassured knowing Xiaoya would accompany him. Yimian must have taught Xiaoya how to identify mushrooms, so he wouldn't make a mistake. After the bamboo shoot incident, he no longer doubted Jian Yimian. He admired how much she knew, not only about bamboo shoots but also mushrooms. Jian Yimian instructed the two little ones to follow Dogsheng and reminded them not to wander too far before leaving. Dogsheng quickly added, Yimian, do you want to go down the mountain tomorrow? Or do you need anything?
Jian Yimian paused, surprised.
You want to go down the mountain? They were still unsure about the situation outside, and going down without knowing could lead to trouble. A few days ago, she heard her mother mention that there seemed to be people in the village. She had been observing for a few days but hadn't seen any smoke from cooking, making her uncertain about the village's situation. Dogsheng nodded and continued, I have a lot of seeds in my cellar. I want to bring them up the mountain to see if I can grow some food there. Since their food supply was low, and he wasn't as skilled as Yimian in identifying food in the mountains, he could only try to grow something. Jian Yimian thought about the seeds in her space. There were many, mostly grains and vegetables, but she didn't have seeds for fruits, beans, or cotton. Although most of the families in Apricot Blossom Village grow grains, a few households also cultivate cash crops like cotton, so she is sure she can find something if she looks. Going down the mountain is risky, but she can't stay up there forever. She needs to see how things are outside. After thinking for a while, she said, let's go down the mountain together tomorrow. Dogsheng was surprised but quickly nodded and agreed. That evening, Jian Yimian told Wang Fengqin about her plan to go down the mountain. Wang Fengqin turned pale with fear and quickly objected, Yimian, you can't go down. It's dangerous out there. What will I do if you run into trouble? I can't allow you to go. Putting aside whether the smoke she saw last time was real, she was worried about her daughter traveling alone on the mountain path. Last time, it took over 3 hours just to go up, and if she went back and forth, it would be dark before long. There could be snakes, insects, or even wild animals in the mountains. If something happened to Yimian in the dark and slippery conditions, she couldn't bear to lose her daughter after already losing her husband and eldest son. Jian Yimian was taken aback, seeing her usually gentle mother so firm for the first time. She hesitated for a moment before taking her mother's hand and softly reassured her, Mom, don't worry. I'll be fine. I can't bear to leave you all. During these days, she had come to see Wang Fengqin, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Nuan as family, and she didn't want to let go of the bond they had formed. But she really needed to check what was happening down the mountain. Thinking about it, she continued, Mom, I'm just going to take a look with Dogsheng. We're quick on our feet, and we will definitely be back before dark. There hasn't been any smoke or light in the village for days, probably because it's too remote and no one is around. Seeing her daughter so serious, Wang Fengqin felt a bit helpless. After hesitating for a while, she finally said, just be careful. If you encounter any danger, run away quickly. Don't confront anything head-on. Your safety is the most important thing. Do you understand? As for the smoke, she wasn't sure if she had imagined it, but her daughter had a point. It had been a long time since there was any sign of life or light in the village, so it was likely deserted. Apricot Blossom Village was somewhat far from the town and located in a valley, so those seeking food would likely go to richer villages instead. Xinghua Village is very poor and truly not worth the trouble for those people to come and steal from. Seeing that her mother finally agreed, Jian Yimian sighed in relief and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mom. I'll be careful. By the way, is there anything you need me to bring back? Last time, they only took food and some essentials when they went up the mountain. However, the Jiang family had already been completely robbed by Old Lady Wu and Old Man Jiang, leaving nothing behind. Wang Fengqin paused, her eyes suddenly turning red. After a while, she said, There are a few things belonging to your father and older brother in the beams of the west room. Since you're going down the mountain, you might as well bring them back. Those items were secretly hidden by her. After her husband and eldest son left home one after the other with no news, Old Lady Wu claimed they had died and insisted that the family should not keep their belongings, calling them bad luck. But she didn't want to believe it, so she hid those few items away. Occasionally, when she looked up at them, she thought that the two would be happy to see them when they returned. But now, her husband had been missing for over half a year, and her son, who had been taken by the government for military service, had been gone for several months. She didn't know if he was still fighting on the battlefield or if something worse had happened. She didn't want to think about it anymore, so she patted Jiang Yimian's hand and forced a smile, saying, Never mind, just take care of yourself. Bring them back if you can, if not, it's okay. Right now, her daughter's safety was the most important thing. Jiang Yimian nodded and quickly changed the subject to the mushrooms they had collected that day. Those mushrooms are fresh and tasty. I'll gather some more in a few days. We can dry the leftovers to store for winter. Wang Fengqin agreed, and that helped her stop the tears in her eyes. They chatted a bit more before going to sleep. The next morning, Jian Yimian and Dogsheng had a simple breakfast and then went down the mountain with a few dry cakes. After a day in the sun, the slippery mountain path had dried, but they still walked carefully, afraid of slipping off the cliff. It took them 2 hours to reach the bottom. As soon as they entered the village, they headed straight for Dogsheng's cellar, where they indeed found many seeds for fruits and vegetables. Dogsheng was quite happy and stuffed the seeds into his backpack, feeling satisfied. With these seeds, they could plant crops on the mountain and wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. Seeing him happy made Jian Yimian smile as well. They searched another villager's house but only found some vegetable seeds and cotton seeds, with nothing else. After visiting several houses in a row, they found them all empty. The furniture was carelessly tossed aside, and even the corn cobs hanging from the beams had been ripped down, leaving a mess everywhere. Jian Yimian frowned, and Dogsheng looked shocked. This place looks like it was robbed. Even if the villagers were desperate to escape, they wouldn't smash the furniture, he said. Most people would take some food and essential items, and anything they couldn't carry would be carefully set aside, hoping to return one day. Thoughtful families would even lock their yards. But now, every door was wide open, leaving a scene of chaos with broken furniture and dried mud everywhere. Jian Yimian felt something was wrong. It had been sunny when they fled, so how could there be so much thick mud inside? It had only rained last night. Thinking about how people had come to the village to seek shelter, and that they might still be nearby, she felt a sense of danger and quickly pulled Dogsheng toward home. I'll grab something, and then we'll leave. People have already been here. It's not safe. Dogsheng nodded quickly, not bothering to look at the village as he hurried along. As they passed a low house, they heard a voice inside cursing in frustration. Wow, you really buried it. And it's such a beautiful silver hairpin. You jerk. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What did your mother mean by hiding it from me? I had no idea. Zhang Shi was furious when she saw the silver hairpin wrapped in cloth and slapped Wang Ergu. Last time on the mountain, she thought he was just talking nonsense. Their family was so poor they couldn't find a single coin, so how could they have a silver hairpin? Now seeing it in person, she felt both surprised and angry. Poor her, having married into the Wang family for so long without ever hearing that old woman mention it. What a heartless person she was. Wang Ergu, annoyed by the slap, blocked her hand and said irritably, "If my mother had told you back then, would it still be here now? I didn't even know about this until my mother told me before she passed away." At first, he thought it was fake and had forgotten about it. If he hadn't remembered it on the mountain, he wouldn't have come to dig it up. Seeing that her husband didn't know either, Zhang Shi felt a bit calmer. That old woman not only kept it from her but also from her own son. She was truly heartless. Just then, she heard her husband exclaim in surprise, "Look, who are those two people?" "I think that's Jiang girl," Zhang said as she quickly looked outside and saw two people, one tall and one short, walking by with their baskets full of goods. She exclaimed, "If that's not Jiang girl, then who is it?" The one next to her is the son of the Qin family's disabled man. They have come down the mountain too, and it looks like they have gathered quite a lot from the village. Let's go find something. Maybe we can get some food. After saying this, she picked up a few shriveled corn cobs from the ground to leave. Wang Ergo stopped her and said impatiently, "With those two kids around, the village has probably been cleaned out already. If we go now, we will definitely come back empty-handed. It's better to follow them and take some of what they have. They're just kids. Are you really afraid of them?" Thinking about the kick he received that night, he felt angry. That girl was surprisingly strong, and he still felt pain in his chest. Zhang's face brightened as she thought it made sense, so she held onto the corn and pulled Wang Ergo to follow them. Jian Yimian and Gosheng soon arrived at the Jiang family home. Gosheng waited at the door, while Jian Yimian rushed to the west room. She jumped up and grabbed a bundle from the beam above. When she opened the bundle, she found clothes belonging to her father and older brother. Just as she was about to toss the bundle into her basket, something black inside caught her eye. She took it out and discovered it was a small dagger, about the size of her palm, with a curved base. It looked ordinary but was intriguing. Jian Yimian hid the dagger in her sleeve, wrapped up the bundle, and tossed it into her basket. Just then, she heard a man's voice from outside. She quickly walked out of the house. Wang Ergo and his wife stood at the gate, looking at Go Sheng inside the house. When they saw Jian Yimian come out, they said coldly, well, it really is you. Hand over what you have in your basket. Don't think you can steal just because there's no one around in the village. Be careful, or I'll take you to the authorities. The couple pointed their corn cobs at the two inside the yard, looking quite pleased with themselves. Jian Yimian stepped forward to stand beside Go Sheng and laughed, saying, Don't say there are no officials to catch you now. Even if there were, they would catch you first. Last time, you stole grain from several families, and we didn't say anything. Everyone in the village knew about this guy's sneaky behavior. Last time, they let it slide because the loss was small, and they thought it was better to help each other out since they were all from the same village. But now, these two had become even bolder, openly stealing instead of being discreet. When it came to stealing, Wang Ergu felt a bit guilty. Before he could speak, Zhang shouted angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? My man hasn't stolen anything. Stop making baseless accusations. We saw you, and that kid going to other people's houses to steal. Hand over what you took, or we won't be polite. Goshen was furious upon hearing this and replied, I don't care if you want to steal. This basket only has some seeds.
What do you want with them?
They won't fill you up. Move aside, we're going back. As he said this, he tried to push past them. Wang Ergu and his wife exchanged glances and immediately reached for Goshen's basket, clearly not believing his story about seeds. They thought it was unlikely that two kids would travel for hours just to bring back some seeds. They must have hidden food. Caught off guard, Goshen stumbled as he protected his basket. Wang Ergu had already grabbed a cloth bag and was pleased, but before he could open it, a sharp knife was pressed against his neck. Startled, he stuttered, Jiang, I just wanted some food. Please don't hurt me. I'll give it to you. Just put the knife away. If you slip, I could be in serious trouble. Zhang was also frightened, staring at the glinting knife, and quickly let go of Goshen's basket, pleading, Don't hurt us. I don't want anything. Just go, I won't stop you. Although they often stole small things in the village, they were used to picking on the weak and were terrified when faced with a knife. Seeing the blade made them lose their nerve, forgetting that the two in front of them were just kids. Seeing this, Goshen felt relieved. He snatched the seeds back from Wang Ergu and put them back in his basket, glaring at them. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you take our things. Now, you know what fear feels like. Jian Yimian put away the knife when Goshen retrieved the seeds, but just as they were about to leave, a few men approached. The leader had a thick beard and a fierce look, and even his rough clothes couldn't hide his intimidating presence. He didn't seem like a good person. The men around him looked thin and ragged, with fierce expressions and holding axes, making them quite frightening. Jian Yimian thought it was bad and was figuring out how to escape when Wang Ergu rushed over to the bearded man, looking terrified, and said, These two kids stole something in the village. I came to stop them, you. Before he could finish, the bearded man raised his axe, causing Wang Ergu to freeze in place, staring at the blade so close to him that his legs began to tremble, fearing he might accidentally get hurt. The bearded man coldly said, No matter who you are, this village is now under my control. If you want to leave unharmed, you must leave behind your food and this woman. If you want to stay in the village, just pay me. His gaze shifted from Jian Yimian to Zhang Shi. Although Zhang Shi hadn't taken care of herself lately and had messy hair, it was clear she was a pretty young woman. Jian Yimian was just glad she had made an effort to dress up before coming down the mountain. This body was already small and, due to long-term malnutrition, at 15 years old, she barely reached 5 feet tall, not much taller than the nearby dog. Her face was smeared with mud, making her look dirty, and her dry, tangled hair partly covered her face, making it hard to tell if she was a girl or a boy. When Zhang Shi was called out, she was startled, and hearing that she was to be taken away filled her with anger. She shouted loudly, You robbers! I'm from Xinghua village. You should leave us alone. How dare you ask for money?
Uffed.
This was her first experience fleeing from disaster, and after hiding in the mountains for days, she didn't know what was happening outside. She thought these men were just passing refugees and hoped to scare them off by revealing her identity. However, the men just laughed. Xinhua village? There's no such place here. Only my brother Zhao's mountain tiger village. I've never heard anyone try to chase us away. We've run from Tianhua Prefecture, and everyone else just runs away when they see us. You're the first to stand up to us. It looks like you're asking for trouble. One man raised his axe to strike at Zhang Shi, causing her to weaken and fall to the ground in fear. Zhao Sandao laughed and stopped him, saying, "Enough, don't scare her. We've been traveling for days, and I don't want to see blood today. You guys leave your money and food and get out of here quickly." Zhang was anxious when she didn't see her partner. She quickly pointed at Wang Ergo and shouted, "No, no, we can't leave. That's my man. I want to be with my man." Wang Ergo was so scared that his legs felt weak. He wished he could just get rid of Zhang, but when he saw Zhao Sandao frowning at him with a hint of anger in his eyes, he quickly said, "Zhao, big brother, this is indeed my woman, but if you want her, I can leave her for you. I'll just go now." As he spoke, he was about to run away, but the people nearby quickly blocked him with a tool.
Zhao Sandao coldly said, "Hold on.
Since you are all from this village, you should stay." He didn't want to deal with them, but since they were challenging him, he decided to keep them around for now. Wang Ergo panicked at this and didn't know how to escape. Jian Yimian, sensing the danger, quickly spoke up, "We are not from this village. We just passed through and we're looking for food. We only found some seeds. If you want them, we can leave them behind." She opened the basket to show the seeds. The men frowned and turned away, clearly uninterested. Zheng's eyes widened at this, but she held her tongue, afraid to say the wrong thing. Zhao Sandao lost interest when he saw the seeds and looked away. One of his followers, seeing this, said dismissively, "Go on. Hurry up and leave. You think those seeds are valuable? If Zhao wasn't in a good mood today, you'd be in real trouble." He waved his hand, and the men who had surrounded them stepped aside, creating a path for one person to pass through. Jiang Yimian nodded repeatedly, pulling Dog Xing to hurry out of the village. Wang Ergo, seeing the two leave, became anxious and pleaded, "Zhao, big brother, can you let me go too? I promise I won't cause any trouble. I don't want that woman anymore. Please let me go." Upon hearing this, Zhang was so angry that her eyes turned red. She wanted to shout, "Wang Ergo, you heartless person, pushing your own woman away. How can you call yourself a man? I swear I will beat you to death today." However, as she stood up, she was startled by a nearby machete and fell back to the ground, too scared to cry out, sitting there sobbing quietly. Wang Ergo was also frightened by the machete, but felt trapped. In a panic, he scratched his head and suddenly remembered something. He quickly took out a silver hairpin from his pocket and handed it over, saying flatteringly, "Brother Zhao, this silver hairpin was left to me by my mother. It should be worth a few taels of silver. Please let me go for the sake of this hairpin." Zhao Sandao took the hairpin, looked at it for a moment, and then frowned. In the past, such things would not have caught his eye, but after the war broke out, their village was scattered by soldiers and treasures were taken away. They had to flee for their lives without taking anything with them. Along the way, the brothers in the village had dwindled, and they could only steal food from the refugees. Now, finding any silver was good, and this hairpin was decent. After putting away the hairpin, he sized up Wang Ergo and said, "Since you are from Xinhua village, stay and help me. As long as your wife stays out of trouble, I won't harm her." Their group had just arrived in the village and was unfamiliar with the area. If they wanted to settle down, they needed someone local to guide them. This place was remote, with mountains behind the village, providing a way to hide and occasionally steal supplies from passing refugees. It was a chance to set up camp again. After months of fleeing, they were exhausted, and continuing to run could lead to more brothers dying. The thought of having to work for this group made Wang Ergo feel hopeless. He wanted to say more, but a man nearby interrupted coldly, "Don't push your luck. Without you, we would just take a little longer. If you don't want to help my brother, Then you can join the other refugees in death." With that, he raised the machete, causing Wang Ergo to nod repeatedly, too scared to say another word. Meanwhile, Jian Yimian and Gou Sheng left the village and took a long route up the mountain. After rushing for an hour, they confirmed that the villagers wouldn't catch up with them anytime soon, so they rested in a shady spot, eating some flatbreads. It was already past noon, and after walking under the blazing sun for an hour, their stomachs were empty, but neither of them felt like eating. The events in the village left two people feeling uneasy, and even the blazing sun overhead couldn't chase away the chill. Gou Sheng took a big gulp of water from the bamboo tube and stammered, "Do you think Wang Ergu and his wife will be okay?" Although these two weren't good people and often caused trouble, he still felt a pang of sympathy at the thought of them being harmed by the village's rough characters. Jian Yimian wasn't sure if they would be safe either. She just shook her head, but her mind was racing with thoughts about Zhao Sandao and his group. Recalling what they had said made her feel uneasy. They had escaped from Tianyue Prefecture, wandering since the beginning of the turmoil. The journey from Tianyue to Jincheng would take at least 5 months, so making it here in one piece meant they were likely not good people. She also heard them mention Shinhuzi, suggesting they might be bandits who had robbed and harmed refugees along the way. If they were just passing through, it would be fine, but if they planned to settle in the village, it could spell trouble. Not only would the passing refugees and Wang Erga's couple be in danger, but even those living in the mountains would be at risk. The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. She quickly stood up, grabbed her backpack, and said, "We need to hurry back to the mountain and tell everyone. This group doesn't mean well." Gou Sheng quickly agreed, packed up his things, and followed her up the mountain. They started walking faster and faster until they were running. As the sky darkened, they finally reached the mountain. Wang Fengqin and Lu Xiaoyan had been anxiously waiting near Lu's hut for the two children. When they saw them stumbling back from the mountain, their hearts finally eased. Others began to tease them, saying, "You two have made us worry. Hurry back. Your mother has been waiting here for half an hour." Wang Fengqin smiled and stepped forward to take Jian Yimian's backpack. Seeing her drenched in sweat, she complained lightly, "Why are you running so fast? It's dark and the path is narrow. Sit down and rest for a moment." Though they were exhausted from running back, they had no time to rest. Gou Sheng stammered to the group, "There are some refugees down the mountain stealing things, and Wang Ergu and his wife were left behind." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback and took a while to react. The Sun family members started to laugh, saying, "It's normal to have refugees. Wang Ergu probably doesn't want to stay in the mountains anymore. His shelter collapsed yesterday, and he hasn't rebuilt it yet." "Exactly. It's better for him to live down the mountain. That way, we won't have to worry about him eyeing our food," Zhao Xinger added with a smile. "That young couple is clever. They must have their reasons for staying down there and won't be at a loss. Let's not concern ourselves with them." Although old Lu didn't speak, he clearly shared the same thoughts. That couple was always sneaking around, being lazy, stealing food from one place or another. Now that they were down the mountain, it was likely because they couldn't find any food to steal. Seeing that everyone seemed unconcerned, Gou Sheng felt anxious and took a breath before continuing, "No, that group of people was threatening Wang Erga's wife with a machete and demanded that we give them food too, or they would kill us." This statement made it clear that the two almost died in the village, and only then did the others start to panic. Old Lu quickly asked, "Gou Sheng, please explain what happened down the mountain." Gou Sheng then recounted the events in Xinghua village, especially mentioning the men with machetes. Everyone's hearts raced until they heard that those men saw them as children, didn't take much food, and let the two leave. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Fengqin was so frightened that her eyes turned red. She carefully examined Jian Yimian, filled with lingering fear. Jian Yimian squeezed her mother's hand to reassure her that she was fine, then turned to old Lu and said, "Old Lu, I don't think the people in the village are easy to deal with. I heard they came from Tianyue Prefecture while fleeing a disaster." Old Lu, being the oldest among them and respected in the village, was immediately alarmed when he heard they came from Tianyue Prefecture. Although he worked in the fields every day, he had heard about the chaos starting from there while selling grain in town. If those people managed to escape from such a distance, they must have some skills. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Do you know how many people are in the village now?" Gosheng shook his head. They hadn't stayed long in the village, so they didn't know how many people were down the mountain. Jian Yimian recalled and said, "Including the leader, we encountered 6 strong young men. We aren't sure if there are any others in the village." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their hearts filled with worry about the safety on the mountain. Let's not even mention if there are others. Just facing those 6 strong men would be a tough challenge. Originally, there were 6 families on the mountain. With the departure of Wang Ergo and his wife, only 5 families remain. However, the Jiang family consists entirely of women, with no laborers at all. The Qin family is slightly better off, as they have Dogsheng as a half-labor. Among the other 3 families, aside from the Lu family, which has Lu Deyong as a laborer, the Sun family has only 1 young man left. The rest are either women, children, or the elderly and sick. If those 6 men come up the mountain, what can this group of elderly and weak people do? They would just be waiting for their end. Seeing that everyone was silent, Old Man Sun suddenly laughed. "It's fine. The mountain path is rough and hard to walk. If those who are not used to it spend a few hours on it, they will be exhausted. We can easily take down those men. Besides, we have over a dozen people on this mountain. Are we afraid of just 6 men? No need to worry." Though his words were meant to comfort, everyone clearly felt a bit more relaxed. The mountain path is indeed difficult. Even for those who are used to it, after a few hours, they feel dizzy and exhausted, let alone those refugees who have never walked it before. They might run out of energy halfway. Thinking of this, everyone felt less worried and began to laugh. Exactly. Old Man Sun is right. Those people will probably be exhausted before they even reach the mountain. They won't have the strength to attack us. Let's not scare ourselves.
Right.
If those people could let Dogsheng and Yimian go, they probably aren't bad people. If we plead a little, we can surely escape. As the worries of the crowd faded, Jiang Yimian seemed hesitant to speak. Those people are unpredictable. They could kill at any moment. If they encounter them, escaping won't be easy. The fact that she and Dogsheng left safely today is just luck. Their attention was on the Zhang family, and they didn't notice the 2 children. Old Man Lu, seeing that Jiang Yimian had more to say, quickly quieted everyone down.
Stop chatting.
Today, only Yimian and the others faced those men directly. Let's hear what Yimian has to say. He doesn't believe those people are kind. The return of the 2 children was just a whim of that group, and he doesn't want to gamble with the lives of his family. With Old Man Lu's words, everyone indeed quieted down and looked at Jiang Yimian. Jiang Yimian was a bit surprised. She nodded at Old Lu and said coldly, "I suspect the people down the mountain are bandits. It's better for us not to confront them directly. Everyone should be careful these days. It's best to have some people patrol the area while the others quickly move away to find a new place to stay." This was the best plan for now. The hill in Xinghua village connected to several mountains, surrounded by dense forests. As long as they hid in the mountains, it would be difficult for those people in the village to find them. When she said this, many people disagreed. There are wild animals and fierce beasts in the deep mountains. Even if we can avoid the people down below, we can't escape these creatures. What if the bandits don't come, but we end up being eaten by tigers or wolves? Exactly. Besides, those people haven't come up yet, right? They might not even know we're in the mountains. Why should we move? That's true. Since they don't know there are people up here, we just need to be careful not to be discovered. Moreover, this place is remote. They might just stay for a few days and leave. We don't need to take risks in the deep mountains. After this was said, several people agreed. Old Sun looked at Jiang Yimian and Gosheng and joked, "You 2 aren't scared of the people down below, are you? Saying you want to go to the deep mountains, afraid you'll just hide in your shelters and not come out." Hearing this, everyone realized these 2 were just kids, probably frightened by the threats from the people down below. Someone immediately said, "All right, it's my fault for panicking earlier and being fooled by you 2. It's getting late. Let's finish eating and go to sleep." After saying this, they took their families and left. Old Sun also took his son and wife away. Seeing that no one believed them, Goshing became anxious and quickly said to Old Lu, "Grandpa Lu, Yimian and I aren't lying. Those people down the mountain are really dangerous. If they come up, we might lose our lives." Just thinking about their fierce and menacing looks, along with the shiny machetes, made him shiver with fear. Old Lu saw the worry on Goshing's face and was uncertain. What they said wasn't wrong. The dangers in the deep mountains could be greater than those 6 people down below. If they rashly went into the mountains, they would be the ones suffering. It might be better to stay here, as they were somewhat familiar with the area. If they noticed something wrong, they could drive the people away early. After thinking for a while, he turned to his son beside him and said, "You will come with me to block the path up the mountain. Pay attention to what happens down here in the next few days and let everyone know if anything comes up." Lu Daong quickly nodded, grabbed a shovel from the shed, and was ready to leave. Seeing this, Goshing eagerly volunteered, "Lu Te, I want to go too. I can help you dig." He quickly put down his basket and tried to follow, but was glared at by Old Lu, who said, "What do you, a young boy, want to go for? This isn't a game. It's getting late. Hurry back to eat and sleep. I don't have time to take care of you." With that, he followed Lu Daong out. Goshing felt a bit disappointed. As he watched their figures disappear into the darkness, he could only go back home with Lu Xiaoyun. After dinner, Jian Yimian lay in bed, feeling uneasy. She understood why the villagers didn't want to go deep into the mountains. If they encountered a wild boar herd, their lives wouldn't be enough to satisfy them. Even though she promised to protect the villagers, she knew they wouldn't believe her, and she wasn't completely sure she could keep so many people safe. If someone didn't listen to her, no amount of strength would help her protect them. However, she was still worried. The main path up the mountain was blocked, but there were many hidden paths in the forest. If someone wanted to go up, they could find a way. Especially with that sly Wang Erga down the mountain. She didn't know if he was alive or dead. If he led people up the mountain to save himself, no matter how much they prepared, they wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, he was from the village and knew the mountain better than they did, unlike outsiders who would give up if they couldn't find the way. The original owner had found a small path up the mountain, so he surely knew many such routes. She had to set aside farming for now. Finding a hidden and safe place to hide was the priority. Having thought everything through, Jian Yimian was exhausted. She had gone up and down the mountain, encountered bandits, barely eaten, and carried a lot of seeds. If she hadn't eaten some meat in the past few days to regain her strength, she would have collapsed on the way. Now that she relaxed, she felt overwhelmed, her eyelids heavy, and soon fell asleep. On the other hand, Wang Fengqin cried for a long time while holding her husband's and son's clothes before finally falling asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Jian Yimian left under the pretense of gathering wild vegetables, carrying her basket. She first went around the forest to check on the Lu family's shed and see how everyone else was doing. Seeing that everyone around seemed normal and busy, but their eyes occasionally glanced at the surroundings and sometimes looked down the mountain, it was clear that these people were bold in words but fearful in their hearts. What happened yesterday was serious. If those 2 sly ones, Wang Ergu, could be caught, then these honest farmers were even more at risk. If they truly encountered trouble from below, there would be no escape. Noticing everyone's vigilance and Lu Daong patrolling nearby, Jian Yimian finally relaxed a bit and headed to the mountainside to check on the blocked path by Old Lu and his son. At the mountainside, a narrow path that had been trampled was now piled high with sand and dirt, and a large pit had formed on the slope, as if the rain had washed away the road and it hadn't been cleared in time. It was clear that the sand and dirt on the path wouldn't be cleared for at least 10 days or more. Jian Yimian finally felt relieved, her anxious heart easing a bit. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed smoke rising from the village below, lingering in the air, indicating that people were cooking. However, as she watched the smoke, her brow furrowed. She had rushed away yesterday and hadn't had the chance to check the village's situation, so she was unsure how many people were there. But seeing the smoke rising from each household made her anxious. Xinghua Village had over 200 people, with roughly 30 households, making it one of the larger villages nearby. Now, there were at least a dozen homes cooking, nearly filling the village. The fact that so many people were cooking meant there were quite a few villagers. Even if each household had just 2 people, that would be at least 20 individuals down the mountain, and the 6 she had seen yesterday were not the only ones. If these 20 or so people had any ill intentions toward the mountain, no matter how capable she was, she wouldn't be able to protect everyone, and it might even be difficult to keep her mother and the little ones safe. It was crucial to find a place to hide quickly, and the best way was to keep the people below unaware that there were still people on the mountain. But with Wang Ergu around, that assurance was uncertain, depending entirely on his conscience. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Jian Yimian lost her mood to continue watching and directly headed toward another mountain peak. She had nearly searched this mountain thoroughly and hadn't found a single hiding spot, so she needed to look elsewhere. For several days, Jian Yimian searched between the hills, hoping to find a hidden cave for her family to hide in. However, the more she wanted something, the more it seemed like fate was against her, making it harder to find. After days of searching, Jian Yimian had not discovered any caves, but she did find a few rabbit burrows and caught 5 or 6 wild rabbits to take home. The 2 little ones were thrilled, enjoying the big rabbit while keeping the smaller ones to raise, spending their days in the woods gathering grass for the rabbits. Seeing Jian Yimian getting ready to go out again, Little Yi immediately got excited, dropping the grass he was feeding the rabbits and saying, "Sister, are you going to look for rabbit burrows again? I want to go with you. I can find rabbit burrows too, and we can catch a lot of rabbits to eat." He used to search for rabbit burrows with the village kids in the fields and had caught rabbits several times, but sadly, all the rabbit meat ended up being eaten by his grandparents, and he never got to taste any. But now it was different. If he caught rabbits, his family would eat them. He had already enjoyed a lot of rabbit meat in the past few days: spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit meat, mushroom stew with rabbit. Each dish was delicious. Just thinking about it made him crave more. Jian Yimian twitched her mouth. She wasn't looking for rabbit burrows. After several exhausting days, she felt like her legs were giving out, and she had found nothing, almost losing her patience. Didn't they say that girls who traveled through time had special abilities? Where was hers? She couldn't even find a cave. Since she planned to take a break today and check the situation down the mountain, she nodded. "All right, I'll take you to find rabbit burrows." The 2 of them, one big and one small, carried a basket and headed towards the woods halfway up the mountain. Little Yi was overjoyed as soon as he entered the woods, picking wild vegetables, gathering mushrooms, and looking for rabbit burrows, having a great time. The nearby woods had already been cleared by him. There were no wild vegetables or firewood left, and it was growing back slower than he could pick it. Recently, he had only been pulling some weeds to feed the rabbits, and he was tired of that. Now, seeing fresh wild vegetables everywhere was like a swarm of locusts. In no time, he filled the basket. Jian Yimian looked at the large patch of bare soil and couldn't help but laugh. This kid was on a mission to wipe out the wild vegetables, pulling them out completely and leaving no chance for them to grow back. At this rate, there wouldn't be any wild vegetables left on the mountain in less than a month. She quickly reminded him a few times and advised him not to pull up the young wild vegetables before looking down the mountain. Today, the village is still quite peaceful, but the lively atmosphere cannot be hidden. Occasionally, shouts can be heard coming from the village, indicating that there seem to be more people inside. It is suspected that the group intercepting passing refugees is growing stronger, so Jian Yimian withdrew her gaze. Given the situation, Zhao Sandao must be planning to set up camp here. They are intercepting food from passing refugees, while also recruiting talent to strengthen their power, and then they will raid nearby homes, creating a cycle. If there were no war, the situation here would have been reported to the court early, and they would have quickly sent troops to eliminate the bandits. However, the court is currently overwhelmed with its own issues and lacks the extra forces to deal with bandits. Right now, Zhao Sandao's attention is focused on the passing refugees or the remaining wealthy merchants in nearby villages, so he won't be targeting the mountains for the time being. This allows them to feel a bit more at ease. As for the bandits at the foot of the mountain who are not yet a threat, Jian Yimian does not overestimate her abilities to deal with them. That is the government's responsibility, and she does not have the strength for it. With the analysis of the current situation not being too dangerous, Jian Yimian feels much more relaxed. She even has the mood to admire the lush greenery around her. Aside from the wild grass covering the mountains, she also discovers some good finds. A few wild onions stubbornly growing among the weeds and some red fruits on green leaves bring her joy. After being on the mountain for so long, it is her first time seeing the fruit of the cornelian cherry. The cornelian cherry, also known as Yuejia or Izzy, is an evergreen plant with a pleasant fragrance, known for its insect-repelling and warming properties. There are different types of cornelian cherries, including Wu cornelian, mountain cornelian, and edible cornelian, all of which are famous traditional Chinese medicines. The ones she found are edible cornelian cherries, which have a spicy flavor and can be used like chili peppers. After using various spices during her time on the mountain, especially dried chili peppers, she has run out after making spicy rabbit heads several times, leaving her dishes bland with just salt for several days. Given a meat she has, the taste is not bad, but as someone who loves spicy food, she finds it a bit too mild. Seeing the cornelian cherries makes Jian Yimian happy. She picks a lot of the red fruits and puts them in her basket. She carefully digs up a plant of cornelian cherry, along with its green leaves and roots, planning to take it back to plant. After doing this, she also pulls up a few onions and realizes it's getting late, so she needs to call Xiaoyi back. However, when she turns around, she finds that there is no sign of Xiaoyi in the forest. Startled, she quickly searches the woods, and when she finally exits the forest, she discovers that the little one has caught a rabbit and is holding it happily. As soon as Xiaoyi saw Jian Yimian, he proudly waved his hand and said, "Sister, I caught a rabbit. Isn't that impressive?" The rabbit was clever and ran fast. If it hadn't panicked and gotten caught in the thorn bushes, he probably wouldn't have caught it today. Jian Yimian felt a bit helpless. She carefully examined the small scratches on Xiaoyi's hand from the thorns, and after confirming there were no serious injuries, she sighed in relief. She gently tapped his forehead and said, "Next time, don't run around so much. I would worry if I couldn't find you." Xiaoyi had just chuckled, and the slight pain on his forehead couldn't hide his joy. They happily headed home through the forest with a basket. A few days passed, and everything was peaceful on the mountain. The villagers had no plans to go up the mountain, which relieved those who had been anxious for several days. Lu Deong also stopped patrolling near the shelter and went back to his own tasks. After several days without foraging for wild vegetables, his family was running low on food. Others also stopped paying attention to the happenings below the mountain and focused on their own work. Today, Jian Yimian finally found a cave. The cave was a couple of mountain peaks away from the shelter and took about 2 hours to reach. Jian Yimian was quick on her feet, but if she had taken others with her while carrying things, it would have taken at least 3 hours. Along the way, she had to pass through several dense forests and climb steep hills. If she hadn't marked the path, she might have gotten lost on the way home. Looking at the cave, deeply covered in weeds, Jian Yimian felt somewhat satisfied. This place was deep in the mountains, surrounded by dense forests and slopes, making it hard to find. Not to mention, there were shrubs and weeds taller than a person growing at the entrance. If she hadn't been observant, she would never have discovered this cave. Taking out her knife, she carefully cleared the weeds and branches, bending down to enter the cave. Inside, the cave was a bit dark. The entrance, half the height of a person, was covered in weeds, and there was no light source inside. Except for the area around the entrance, it was pitch black. Jian Yimian took out a flashlight she had stored and turned it on. Instantly, the dark cave was illuminated. The cave was spacious. Aside from the low entrance, it was over 3 meters high and about 20 square meters in size, with the ground covered in dead branches, leaves, and dust. Inside the cave, there was a large stone about 2 meters long, which was also covered in dust. Jian Yimian guessed that the cave had once been home to large wild animals, but it seemed they had moved out, as there were no signs of life for a long time. She looked around again, ensuring the cave was safe before letting out a sigh of relief. From her supplies, she took out several pots, bowls, and some rice, flour, as well as frozen pork and chicken that she had gathered in town. She also included some common items like a sieve, a dustpan, and a backpack, even stuffing a few pieces of cloth and some clothes into the backpack, then covered it with the dustpan to keep it clean. After preparing everything, Jian Yimian planned to leave, but suddenly noticed a small opening behind a large rock, hidden by the cave wall. She was startled, realizing she had overlooked this concealed entrance. If there had been any danger inside, she might have been in trouble. After feeling annoyed, she took out her small dagger with a curved hook and shone her flashlight towards the opening. Confirming there was nothing hiding, she walked over. The opening was small, just enough for one person to pass through. If she wanted to stay safe here, she needed to understand her surroundings. If there was any danger, it would be easier to handle alone. With that in mind, she stepped inside. The cave was unremarkable, just a bit long and narrow. After nearly half an hour of walking, she finally reached the end. The exit was still small, but unlike the dark entrance, bright light streamed in, illuminating the cave. Jian Yimian put away her flashlight and quickened her pace towards the exit. Soon, she emerged from the cave. The open view instantly made her feel relaxed, and the frustration from the cramped path faded away as she took in the scenery. Below her was a soft, fertile patch of land, unlike the rocky ground near the shelter, making it a good place for crops. However, in front of her was a lush forest, with thick wild grass covering the ground. To farm here, she would need to cut down some trees, which looked like a big job. As she wandered through the forest, she noticed it was a dip in the land, surrounded by steep hills and cliffs, making it unlikely for anyone to come here. Even if time passed, it seemed no one would discover this place. Staying here would not only be safe but also allow them to farm, much safer than the mountaintop. She needed to tell her family, and if others wanted to join her, she wouldn't stop them. After all, these were lives at stake. Jian Yimian checked the forest again but found no signs of wild animals. She sprinkled insect repellent at 2 cave entrances, covered them up, and headed back to the shelter. By the time she returned, the stars and moon were bright, and it was dark all around. Wang Fengqin was very anxious and was about to send someone to look for her when she finally saw Jian Yimian coming back with a small torch. Little Nguyen was the first to spot her and happily shouted from a distance, "Sister, sister is back." Xiao Yi also felt happy and quickly went to greet her. Wang Fengqin and Lu Shaoran both sighed in relief. "Fengqin, I told you Yimian would be fine. She's so smart. She can solve any problem she faces," Lu Shaoyan said with a smile to comfort her. She remembered that if it weren't for Jian Yimian's quick thinking last time in the village, they would have been in trouble. Seeing her return safely from the dark forest made Lu Shaoyan admire her even more. Wang Fengqin relaxed, but didn't say much. She watched Jian Yimian, who was sweating, handed her a cup of warm water, and wiped her sweat before saying, "You must be hungry.
Come eat."
Why did you take so long today?" Although she was worried, she knew that Yimian had her own plans. Even if she didn't understand, she didn't want to interfere. Moreover, since Yimian had brought Dogsheng back safely that day, Wang Fengqin trusted that she could take care of herself. So, even as the moon rose high, she didn't panic or call for help but waited anxiously outside the shelter. Jian Yimian took a few big gulps of water and wiped her sweat before saying to the others, "I found a cave in a hidden place deep in the forest. It's safer than here. Let's move there tomorrow." The attention of those below the mountain was currently not on the mountain, but it was wise to move early to avoid future trouble. Wang Fengqin then realized what her daughter had been doing. Although she was still a bit worried about the safety of the forest, she nodded after a moment of thought. "Okay, we will follow Yimian's plan and go there tomorrow." The mountain had been relatively safe these days, but after hearing Yimian mention that the people below were not good, Wang Fengqin had been feeling uneasy. She remembered stories from the elders about fleeing during disasters and had trouble sleeping for several nights, fearing that the group below might come up to cause harm. Now that they had a good place to hide, She thought they might encounter wild animals, but she felt that people were more frightening. She would rather face a beast than humans. Ono and Xianwan naturally listened to their sister. As soon as they heard they were leaving, they nodded in agreement and turned to pack their things in the shed. Lu Xiaoyun remained silent. Goshen was about to nod happily when Lu Xiaoyun pulled him back. Yimian, you all need to be careful in the deep mountains. If you encounter wild animals, run quickly and don't fight them. We won't go. It's safer here, and we have a sick person at home who can't be disturbed. Chen Tieju's legs had worsened after his last trip to the mountains. His already weak body felt even worse, and he hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. If they traveled for several more hours, she feared something might happen to her husband. Plus, she was pregnant and couldn't handle such a long journey. Goshen was still young and couldn't take care of both of them, so they really couldn't push it any further. Seeing the other person with red eyes speaking seriously, Jian Yimian didn't try to persuade her anymore. The Qin family situation was indeed not good, and if they forced the journey and something went wrong, she couldn't take responsibility. As for the others, they probably didn't want to travel such a long and dangerous path either. After all, it was still safe here, while the road to the cave held many unknown dangers. The next morning, Jiang Yimian and the others had a simple breakfast and began to pack their things to leave. Lu Xiaoyan felt a bit reluctant when she saw they were really leaving. With red eyes, she came to help them pack. Wang Fengqin was also a bit sad. The two chatted while they worked. Xiaoyan, since you don't want to go to the cave with us, you should move in with old Lu and the others for a while. It's just the three of you here, and you might face some danger. Although this place wasn't a deep forest, there were still wild animals roaming around, which could be troublesome if they came out. When they were together before, they could look out for each other, but now that they were leaving, it would just be Xiaoyun's family. Lu Xiaoyan just nodded. Seeing them talking in the shed, Jiang Yimian planned to inform the others that they intended to go into the mountains. Just a few steps away, she spotted Goshen squatting on the ground, gloomily pulling up grass. Seeing the grass in disarray, Jiang Yimian helplessly said, "What's wrong? Are you going to miss us? The place isn't far. I've marked the way. If you want to find us, just follow the marks, but you can't tell anyone else about them." The cave was a bit far away, and the path was winding. Her marks were to prevent her from getting lost, but now they had another purpose. Upon hearing this, Dog Sheng, who had been frowning, suddenly broke into a big smile. "Sure, Yimian, if I have time, I'll come find you." He thought that after the Jiang family left, he wouldn't see them again, so hearing that they could meet made him happy. Instead of feeling sad, he was excited about visiting them. Seeing that Dog Sheng was no longer upset, Jiang Yimian reminded him a few more things and was about to leave when she faintly heard some shouting. Dog Sheng paused and said, "It sounds like it's coming from the Lu family. I wonder what's going on." Jiang Yimian thought it was just a disagreement among a few families and didn't pay much attention as she followed Dog Sheng toward the source of the noise. As they approached the nearby shelters, they heard a familiar voice, sounding a bit reckless. "I just asked you for some food. It's not a big deal. You know the situation down the mountain, right? Just one word from me, and you can't stay up here anymore." Wang Ergo stood in front of his half-collapsed shelter, arms crossed, looking quite pleased. He had thought those people would harm him, but instead, they not only spared him but also provided food and drink, allowing him to bring a few people up the mountain to look for herbs. He could just say a few words, and they would eagerly go to work without him lifting a finger.
It was so easy for him now.
Except for that Zhang woman who had gotten into someone else's bed, he was living much better than he had on the mountain. Actually, even better than when he was in the village. Back then, he had to steal food occasionally, but now he didn't have to do anything. So, he casually sent off the few people following him and sneaked up alone. Old Lu, upon hearing the demand for food, became furious and shouted, "You shameless person! How dare you threaten us? Have you forgotten you're from Xinghua village too? Not only are you acting like a lapdog for those refugees, but now you're asking us for food? Have you lost your mind?" At first, they were thrilled to see he was alive, thinking the people down the mountain were not bad. But to their surprise, This scoundrel was demanding food and threatening to expose their whereabouts. He couldn't tolerate it. Wang Ergo, however, pretended not to hear the insult and smugly replied, "Just tell me if you're giving it or not. If not, I'll go down the mountain right now and reveal your location, letting those people come up and take your things. Then it won't be peaceful anymore. It'll turn violent. Instead of giving it to those people, it's better to give it to him. He has no worries now, and he has hidden the food. If he finds out that the group down the mountain is acting suspiciously, he can just run away with the food." As for old Lu and the others, he didn't really plan to tell Zhao Sandao. That guy is very suspicious. If he hears there are still people up the mountain, he might send someone to attack them. The lie about not being able to leave the village would be exposed, and he would end up getting beaten up. He wouldn't take a loss like that. When Old Sun saw that Lu was still arguing with that shameless person, he couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a nearby shovel and swung it at Wang Ergo. "I'll teach you a lesson, you shameless brat. You've threatened the villagers. If it weren't for their help, you would have starved to death long ago. Today, I want you to see what kind of person you are in front of your mother in heaven." With Old Sun's action, the others quickly joined in, punching and kicking Wang Ergo until he was lying on the ground begging for mercy.
Ow!
"I was wrong. Dear villagers, uncles, and aunts, please stop. I was just talking nonsense. Please let me go." Hearing his cries, Lu quickly called for them to stop. "All right, everyone stop. If this goes on, someone will get seriously hurt." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately halted. However, Old Sun still felt unsatisfied and slapped Wang Ergo's face, shouting, "You think you can act tough in front of us? You deserve this." He was about to kick him again when Lu Daong rushed forward and held him back with all his strength. Seeing this, Wang Ergo quickly got up from the ground and ran towards the nearby woods, regretting coming up the mountain to seek trouble early in the morning. When Jian Yimian and Gosheng arrived, they saw this chaotic scene, with everyone angry and still cursing. After learning what happened, Jian Yimian frowned. She knew that the sly one must know other paths up the mountain. The mud and sand blocking the way down could only stop outsiders, not those who were familiar with the village and its mountains. After thinking for a moment, she said to Old Lu, "Wang Ergo knows the way up the mountain. After being beaten today, he will surely hold a grudge and might lead the villagers up the mountain. You should leave with me. It's not safe here anymore." During these days together, she felt the kindness and simplicity of the people on the mountain. Each family had their own struggles, but lived on with determination. She didn't want to watch lives being lost like that. In the past, she wouldn't have even thought to persuade anyone. After spending time with Wang Fengqin and the others, her hardened heart had softened quite a bit. Before Lu Laotu could speak, Sun Laodad said angrily, "If he dares to come back, I'll break his legs. He even threatened us. If you're scared, just leave. What's in the forest might be scarier than the people down below. I won't leave. I'd rather face wolves than be caught off guard. No one will come to save you then." He didn't believe Wang Ergo would dare to bring people up again. That guy was annoying but not that bold. He had watched him grow up and knew he was a bully who picked on the weak, but was not truly bad. The creatures in the deep forest, however, had no humanity. The others shared his thoughts. If Wang Ergo really wanted to tell the people below about their whereabouts, he wouldn't have come up alone today. After this beating, that guy would probably think twice about coming back. Seeing Jian Yimian's family really about to leave, Lu Laotu sighed, "Jiang girl, you don't know how deep the forest is. There are countless dangers inside. There's no absolutely safe place. It's better to stay with us for a while until the chaos passes." He had seen a hunter from the village get hurt by a beast in the mountains when he was young, losing a leg and bleeding badly. He had vowed never to enter the deep mountains, and he still felt the same way now. Jiang Yimian realized that no one could convince anyone else, so she didn't say more. She told them to keep sending people to patrol, and then left. She had said what needed to be said, and if anything happened, she would have no regrets. However, shortly after she left, two people hiding in the forest sneaked down the mountain. When Jiang Yimian returned to the hut, Wang Fengqin had already packed up and was talking to Lu Xiaoyan. Seeing her original hut gone, with only some branches and a bamboo bed left, Jian Yimian felt a wave of emptiness. It was clear that the Jiang and Qin families had affected her. She felt a bit reluctant to leave. Suppressing her sadness, she quietly stored the bamboo bed in her space while no one was watching. The cave was filled with cold, hard stones, and sleeping on the ground was even cooler than the earth. She was too lazy to find bamboo again, so she took the bamboo board with her. After preparing everything, Jiang Yimian carried the basket and, along with Wang Fengqin and the others, set off. Fortunately, it was a cloudy day with no strong sun, and a gentle breeze occasionally blew through the mountains, making it quite pleasant. They passed through several dense forests. At first, Wang Fengqin and the others were a bit scared, worried about encountering wild animals, but they soon relaxed. Besides hearing some birds chirping, they didn't come across any animals, not even small insects. Gradually, everyone became more at ease. Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan quickly forgot about their earlier separation and bounced along the path as if they were on a spring outing. Jiang Yimian sighed in relief, feeling that her insect repellent powder was indeed effective. She had sprinkled it along the path yesterday and continued to do so today, successfully keeping snakes, insects, and mice away. After nearly 2 hours of walking, they were all sweaty and tired. Seeing that they still had a little way to go, Jiang Yimian relaxed and called everyone to find a dry spot to sit and rest while having a meal. For lunch, they had the wild vegetable pancakes that Wang Fengqin made in the morning. Unlike before, these had plenty of flour and some mincemeat, making them very tasty. After finishing a pancake and drinking some water, everyone felt full. Since it was still early, Jiang Yimian wasn't in a hurry to continue. While resting, she mentioned Wang Erge's trip up the mountain. She thought Wang Fengqin would worry about him revealing their location, but surprisingly, she shared the same thoughts as the others in the village. That guy isn't great, but he's not that bad either. Since he didn't bring anyone up this time, he probably won't spill anything. He's just a poor kid, Wang Fengqin sighed, and didn't say more about Wang Erge. Jiang Yimian was a bit surprised but didn't dwell on it. Once they had rested enough, they shouldered their belongings and continued on their way. She had expected the journey to take 3 hours, but to her surprise, they arrived at the cave in just 2.5 hours, taking breaks along the way. Wang Fengqin had gotten much stronger lately and didn't need Jiang Yimian to carry her. She managed to keep going with her bundle. Aside from looking a bit pale from exhaustion, she showed no other symptoms. The 2 little ones, having spent their days running around the mountain, were quite healthy and only felt a little tired. Soon, they began exploring the cave. On the way, Jiang Yimian mentioned that they found many good things in the cave, including food and cloth, which made everyone feel relieved about their supplies. As soon as they entered the cave, the 2 little ones became excited, and when they saw the basket full of meat, they smiled widely. "Mom, sister, there's so much meat." Little Nwaner pointed at the basket, her eyes squinting with joy, and her fair face still had a hint of blush, making her look very cute. Jiang Yimian was charmed by the little one and picked up the chubby child, smiling. "Yes, there is a lot of meat. What do you want to eat for dinner, little Nwaner? I will make it for you." Hearing that her sister would cook, the little one immediately kissed Jiang Yimian on the cheek and counted on her tiny fingers. "I want to eat." After thinking for a long time, she couldn't decide, and finally, Jiang Yimian suggested making chicken legs for the 2 little ones. Little Nwaner nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes, chicken legs. I like chicken legs." Jiang Yimian laughed at her enthusiasm and pinched the little one's cheek, saying, "What if the chicken legs I make aren't tasty?" Little Nwaner shook her head vigorously, pouting. "Seriously, sister, everything you make is delicious. I like it all. Whether it was the tofu or the spicy rabbit head or the braised rabbit meat, she loved everything her sister cooked." Jiang Yimian was delighted by the little one's praise and promised to make something tasty before going out to gather firewood. Wang Fengqin, while organizing their supplies and cleaning the dusty items in the cave, couldn't help but marvel at their good fortune for finding the cave and so much food. Jiang Yimian returned with a good amount of firewood and also brought out a bamboo bed from her space. Wang Fengqin was pleasantly surprised to see the bedboard, saying, "It's just what we needed. I was thinking it would be cold in the cave, and it would be great to have a bedboard, and here you are with one. Where did you find it?" Jian Yimian cleared her throat and made up a story. "I found it while gathering firewood outside. I thought it could be used as a bedboard, but it's covered in dirt and dust, so you should clean it first." Wang Fengqin quickly agreed and placed the bedboard on a large stone deep in the cave. Because the light was dim, she couldn't see it clearly until Jian Yimian lit a fire in the cave. Then she looked at the bedboard with confusion and said, "Yimian, why does this bedboard look like the one dog Sheng helped make? Just now, I felt it looked familiar." After wiping the dust off with a cloth, it looked even more familiar. This bamboo board, aside from having a few more scratches, is almost exactly like the one we used to have at home. Jiang Yimian thought, "You have a good eye, but isn't it the same as the old one?" She didn't dare to say this out loud and quickly changed the topic. "Mom, I think it's still early. I'm going to see if there's a water source nearby to bring back some water for tonight." Wang Fengqin casually responded while still studying the bedboard. Jiang Yimian then grabbed little Yi, who also wanted to take a look, and headed out of the cave with a wooden bucket. It would be a problem if little Yi went to look too. He would definitely ask questions, and she wouldn't be able to explain clearly. Little Yi had no doubts about his sister taking him to fetch water, and willingly followed Jiang Yimian, all the while lamenting that there were no guanyin trees nearby. "Big sister, why aren't there any guanyin trees on this mountain? We won't be able to eat guanyin tofu anymore, right?" He hadn't had it in a long time and was really craving it. He looked around, but there wasn't even a tree that resembled a guanyin tree. Jiang Yimian didn't pay much attention to his words, focusing instead on finding water. Last time, she was so surprised to find the paradise in the cave that she forgot to check outside. It would take over half an hour to go back inside, and she was too lazy to do that, especially since the narrow path was uncomfortable. She planned to tell her family after they rested tomorrow. Just then, little Yi, who was feeling down about not being able to eat guanyin tofu, suddenly got excited. He grabbed Jiang Yimian's hand and pointed eagerly at a nearby stream, saying, "Sister, look. Aren't those guanyin trees on that mountain? It looks like there are so many." Before she could feel happy about discovering the stream, Jiang Yimian looked at the mountain he was pointing to. To her surprise, the green branches and leaves were indeed guanyin trees all over the mountain. "Yes, those are guanyin trees. How did you notice that?" Jiang Yimian was a bit surprised. A few days ago, she had casually mentioned what guanyin trees looked like and their smell, but she didn't expect him to remember it so well and spot them so quickly. As soon as he heard the praise, Xiaoyi felt a bit proud and shook his head, saying, "Yes, I'm really smart. As long as my sister tells me what those things look like, I will definitely remember them and won't easily forget." Jiang Yimian found it amusing and patted his head, not doubting his words. The little guy truly had an amazing memory. Every time she described some wild vegetables or mushrooms, Xiaoyi would remember them after just one glance, and he never brought back the wrong things. He was indeed a good candidate for studying. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "Once I earn some money, how about I send you to school?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi immediately frowned. "No, I don't want to go to school. I'm going to fetch water." With that, he grabbed a bucket and ran to the creek. Back when they were in the village, his grandparents often said that his cousins spent all their money on school, and he didn't want to waste their money. He just wanted to be with his mother, sister, and Xiaonuan, and all he hoped for was enough food. He didn't want anything else. Seeing the little guy run off quickly, Jiang Yimian swallowed her words. It was still too early to think about those things. After all, surviving in the mountains was the most important right now. Putting her thoughts aside, Jiang Yimian walked toward the creek. Since she hadn't had any guanyin tofu for a while, she felt a bit tempted. After fetching water, she picked a lot of guanyin leaves. When they returned to the cave, it had already been cleaned up by Wang Fengqin, and the bamboo bed was covered with bedding. Jiang Yimian finally felt relieved and went straight to prepare dinner. By now, it was dark outside, and she had blocked the cave entrance with stones, making it impossible to see that a cave was hidden among the dense grass. After a long day of travel, everyone was a bit tired. Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, Jian Yimian secretly took out a piece of beef from her supplies and cut some potatoes to stew with the beef. Wang Fengqin, under Jian Yimian's guidance, made a clear and shiny Quanyin tofu. Xiaoyi watched his mother prepare the tofu, amazed. Even though he had seen his sister make it once before, he was still surprised. It was like magic. He couldn't connect the crystal-clear, greenish Quanyin tofu with the bowl of green water. "You're amazing, sister," Xiaoyi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Xiao Nuan chimed in, "Sister is really amazing." Wang Fengqin was amused by the two little ones, and she agreed with their words. Of course, her Mian was very impressive. Jian Yimian smiled at the compliment. In the past, during training, she often heard that she wasn't good enough and was too weak. She had gotten used to it, but here, she could constantly hear praise from her family. Even the small compliments warmed her heart. Her previously wounded and slowly beating heart seemed to be healing, becoming vibrant again. That evening, Jian Yimian specially steamed rice, enjoying it for the first time in half a month. The fragrant rice reminded her of home. It was indeed delicious. She also made a pot of beef and potatoes, a plate of cold greens, and a dish of savory tofu, which left everyone feeling quite full. Since there were many dishes, she didn't make chicken legs, telling the little ones she would make them another day. Little Yi finished the last bite of rice in his bowl, his cheeks puffed up. After swallowing, he joyfully exclaimed, "It's so delicious. I haven't had rice in years, and this meat is so good. It doesn't taste like pork at all." Since their father went missing, they hadn't eaten rice at home, only thin porridge or various wild vegetable mush. They couldn't eat too much either, or they would get scolded by their grandparents. He felt that life was better now. They could eat until full and enjoy things they had never seen before. Jian Yimian gently patted his little head and smiled. "From now on, I will make sure you have rice at every meal." Little Yi nodded happily, forgetting his past sadness, and asked about the beef. "Sister, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good." Although he hadn't eaten much meat before, he had seen others, especially his cousin from the second branch, eat pork many times. While it was also fragrant, he thought this meat was much tastier and didn't look like pork at all. Wang Fengqin looked at Jian Yimian with curiosity. She had eaten pork before, but this meat didn't resemble it at all. It was fresh and flavorful. Jian Yimian couldn't say it was beef, as cows were seen as valuable farm animals and never considered for eating. She just shook her head and said, "I don't know. I found it in that basket." Seeing she didn't know either, they didn't ask further. After dinner, they washed up quickly and went straight to bed. Due to the cave's secrecy, Jian Yimian had blocked the entrance and sprinkled insect repellent around, feeling much more at ease than before when she constantly worried about dangers. She slept very soundly. When she woke up, the sun was already high in the sky, and Xiaonuan and Xiaoye were feeding the rabbits nearby. Wang Fengqin was cutting fabric. She had found the fabric in the cave yesterday and mentioned making clothes for everyone. Now that she had measured the sizes, she could start sewing once the fabric was cut. As soon as Jian Yimian woke up, Wang Fengqin quickly set down the fabric and called her over for breakfast. There was porridge warming over the fire, flavored with oil, salt, and some wild vegetables and pork, which smelled delicious. After a simple breakfast, Jian Yimian led Wang Fengqin and the others along a narrow path to the peach blossom spring. At first, they didn't believe Jian Yimian, but once they passed through the narrow path and saw the scene before them, they were amazed. They found themselves in a low area surrounded by tall hills and cliffs, unable to see what was above due to the branches blocking their view. In front of them was a lush forest, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground. Besides the chirping of birds, they could occasionally hear the sound of a spring bubbling nearby. Wang Fengqin became even more excited when she heard that the land could be used for farming.
Great.
If we can grow crops, we won't have to worry about starving. This place was hidden so they wouldn't be easily discovered, and they could live here safely. Xiaoye and Xiaonuan were also very happy, running around the forest and chasing butterflies. Jian Yimian smiled at the two children and said, "Mother, I will start working on cutting down these trees in the next few days. Not only will it clear space for planting, but we can also build a few houses. Although there was a cave, it was too cold and dark inside, which wasn't good for their health. Plus, she wasn't sure if it would leak when it rained. It would be much more comfortable to have a few houses to live in. Wang Fengqin quickly nodded and smiled. Good. My health has improved a lot, so I can help you now. We can take our time. There's no need to rush. She had watched her daughter busy day after day, feeling sorry for her. Fortunately, she was feeling better now and could help with the work. Jian Yimian simply smiled, looking forward to a leisurely life of self-sufficiency, feeling content. Several days passed, and Jian Yimian and Wang Fengqin were busy cutting trees and clearing grass in a small valley. They were exhausted and could only manage to clear a tiny piece of land, feeling quite helpless about it. Seeing her daughter's worried expression, Wang Fengqin wiped her sweat and smiled. There's no need to rush. We can take our time. The cave is fine, just a bit dark, but living there is not a problem. Her words were true. The cave was indeed nice, and it wasn't necessary to build a house. They shouldn't tire themselves out just to construct one. Jian Yimian smiled helplessly. She wasn't in a hurry to build a house, nor was she overly tired. After all, her previous training had been much more exhausting. However, with Wang Fengqin around, she felt she couldn't fully show her abilities, fearing it might scare her mother. Now that her body had mostly recovered, she was eager to train again. Although she wasn't as strong as before, she was still better than most people. Wang Fengqin's words reminded her that building a house wasn't the most urgent task. She had already cleared the land she found near the ditch, and all that was left was to loosen the soil and add some water before planting rice seeds. It was the right season for planting, and if they missed it, they wouldn't be able to grow rice this year. She needed to find a way back to that piece of land. If she couldn't find it, she would have to hurry and clear the trees in the small valley to make space for planting rice. Thinking this, she quickly said, "You're right, Mom. There's no rush to clear the trees. I'll look for wild vegetables nearby and check the situation. You don't need to wait for me to have lunch." With that, she headed straight down the path. Wang Fengqin felt a bit helpless and called out to her to be careful and to take some flatbreads before she left. Jian Yimian, carrying a basket and a sickle, didn't go to pick wild vegetables, but instead walked toward the place where the shelter had been built. She remembered that the land was quite far from the shelter, at least a 2-hour walk, but she had forgotten the exact route and needed to look for signs along the way. Jian Yimian walked quickly and didn't stop, returning to the dense forest near the shelter in just over an hour. She remembered this forest well. It was still a distance from where they had lived, requiring at least half an hour to reach. She recalled that she had found the ditch by leaving this forest. While searching for signs in the woods, she hesitated about whether to go back when she faintly heard some shouting. Frowning, she listened closely to the sounds around her, but all she could hear were the chirping of birds and a few cicadas. Feeling unsure if she had misheard, Jian Yimian saw a figure stumbling into the forest, looking around at the trees. She paused for a moment, then recognized the person as Dogsheng. Surprised, she hurried over without thinking about finding her way. Dogsheng was focused on checking the marks on the trees and didn't notice her approaching. The more anxious he got, the harder it was to find the marks, and he was close to crying when he heard a familiar voice. "Dogsheng, what are you doing here?" Seeing the disheveled person in front of her made Jian Yimian's heart race. Dogsheng had fresh blood on his head, his face was swollen, and his rough, faded clothes had several black footprints, clearly indicating he had been beaten. When he finally saw the person he was looking for, Dogsheng froze for a moment before bursting into tears. "Wu Yimian, the people from the mountain came down and attacked. The villagers have been hurt, and there's so much blood. My mom was captured. What should we do, Yimian?" Wu. His mother had pushed him out and told him to run, and in his panic, he remembered the marks Yimian had mentioned and followed them into the forest. Realizing something was wrong, Jian Yimian didn't hesitate and said, "I'll go check it out. You follow the marks to find my mom and the others." But Dogsheng shook his head vigorously, wiping his tears with his sleeve, and said seriously, "No, I'm going with you. He couldn't leave his mother and the others behind. He had been scared and wanted help, and now that he found Yimian, he felt they had to go back together. Deep down, he believed that with Jian Yimian there, they would be safe. Seeing his determination, Jian Yimian didn't argue further. She handed him her sickle and led the way toward the shelter. They ran for about 15 minutes and reached Dogsheng's shelter. The area was in chaos. The iron pot had fallen over, spilling the vegetable stew everywhere, and even the sturdy shelter had collapsed halfway. Jian Yimian frowned. Dogsheng, with red eyes from anger, shouted, "Mom, Dad, where are you?" At that moment, a weak voice came from inside the shelter. "Help! Quickly! Go save Xiaoyun in the forest." Jiang Yimian then noticed Chen Taizhu trapped under the collapsed shelter. She rushed over, confirmed he only had minor injuries, and told Dogsheng to stay there while she headed into the nearby forest. At that moment, in a spot hidden by bushes, Lu Xiaoyun was holding her stomach, feeling unwell, and backing away continuously, her face filled with fear. In front of her stood a man with a pale yellow complexion, looking lewd as he unbuttoned his pants and approached Lu Xiaoyun, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'll take care of you soon. Your husband probably hasn't satisfied you in a long time. Make sure to call out loudly, so I can hear you." With that, he lunged at Lu Xiaoyun. She was knocked to the ground, startled, her face showing not only fear but also intense anger. She endured the man's disgusting touch and searched the ground until she found a stone, which she threw at him. With a thud, the stone hit the man, causing him to stumble and blood to appear on his forehead. Furious, he slapped Lu Xiaoyun across the face, shouting, "You ungrateful woman! I'll make you regret this." He grabbed her collar and yanked it hard, exposing her skin, which excited him. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and collapsed to the ground before he could scream. Jiang Yimian pulled out a dagger, kicked the man on the ground away, and helped Lu Xiaoyun up, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lu Xiaoyun stared at Jiang Yimian for a moment, quickly adjusted her clothes, shook her head, and got up. She kicked the man on the ground a few times and said, "We don't have many people here, but there are plenty over by Shinger. You should go check on them." This wasn't the time for questions, so despite her concerns, she didn't ask more. Jiang Yimian nodded when she saw Dogsheng running in from the woods. Meanwhile, in front of a few shanties, Lu Deong looked at the approaching men, his eyes filled with rage. As he glanced at the bodies on the ground, he tightened his grip on the machete. These men had killed his family, and he wanted revenge for his father and the other villagers.
"I'll kill you. Come at me,"
Lu Deong shouted as he charged at them. The men merely scoffed, not taking him seriously. They were refugees who had fled to Jinqingfu, having faced countless dangers on their journey. Surviving in such conditions made them dismissive of this country bumpkin. Brother Zhao at the foot of the mountain had kindly taken them in, providing food and shelter, and they were there to deal with the people on the mountain, which they intended to do effectively. One tall, thin man saw Lu Deong charging at him and kicked out his foot. With a loud bang, Lu Deong, who had been so fierce, was knocked down to the ground. The tall man stepped firmly on Lu's chest and laughed. "You're really useless. We were just betting on how many people you could take down, and look, you didn't take down a single one. Want revenge? Maybe in your next life. You can join your father down there. Don't worry about your wife and daughter. We'll take good care of them." As he spoke, the other drifters all laughed. Zhao Xinga held her daughter and looked at her husband, covered in blood, and she was so frightened that she started to cry. Just as she wanted to rush out, a few machetes blocked her way, making her freeze in place, crying out, "Husband, husband." The tall man glanced at Zhao Xing'er and lifted his leg to kick Lu Deong again. But just then, a dagger flew out from the woods and struck deep into his calf. He winced in pain, his face changing instantly, and he fell to the ground, cursing, "Ouch! Who dares to sneak attack me?
You want to die."
Before he could finish, Jiang Yimian hit him with a stone, causing blood to pour from his head. Seeing their brother fall, the drifters panicked. When they realized it was a girl who attacked, they felt a bit relieved, but were still filled with anger. Who is this wild girl, daring to attack us? She must want to die, they shouted. Jian Yimian ignored their anger and bent down to pull the dagger out of the man's leg. Feeling ignored, the men grew furious. Big brother, why waste time talking to this wild girl? Let's grab her and teach her a lesson.
Exactly. It was just a sneak attack that took down Brother Gao.
I don't believe we can't handle a little girl. Jian Yimian, uninterested in their chatter, coldly said, let's all go at once. She wanted to finish this quickly. The people on the ground were losing too much blood, and she wasn't sure if they were still breathing. Hearing her challenge, the men felt insulted, cursed loudly, and swung their machetes at Jian Yimian. She swiftly dodged, her curved dagger flashing as she moved. In just a few moments, the men around her fell to the ground, leaving only red wounds on their necks. Zhao Xing'er and the others stared wide-eyed, while the girl in her arms, seemingly stunned, suddenly brightened her eyes. This sister is really impressive. Jian Yimian didn't know what the others were thinking, so she calmly said, you two pack your things. You go check if there are any survivors on the ground. We need to leave soon. Those people down the mountain won't let us go. It's not safe here anymore. Zhao Xing'er nodded repeatedly, pulling her daughter into their shelter. Lu Deong followed Jian Yimian to check on the villagers who had been beaten by the refugees, unsure if they were alive or dead. Dad, how are you? Yimian, come quickly. My dad is still alive. Lu Deong was holding the old man Lu, crying with tears and snot, which looked somewhat comical. Jian Yimian glanced at the old man covered in blood in Lu Deong's arms, then checked his pulse. After confirming he was okay, she said, your dad is fine. He just fainted from shock. The old man was quite lucky. She had thought he might have lost too much blood. Lu Deong was a bit skeptical. After wiping his tears, he said in fear, but he lost so much blood. That blood isn't mine. It's someone else's, the old man stammered. When he opened his eyes and saw his son crying, he became displeased. You ungrateful child. Are you wishing for my death? Stop crying and pack up. Lu Deong nodded quickly, helped his father up, and hurried to gather their belongings. Jian Yimian went to check on the others. Several people lay on the ground, eyes wide open, covered in bright red blood. She gently closed their eyes before standing up to leave. By the time they reached Go Sheng's house, the others had already packed their bundles. There wasn't much to pack. They had very little food left after spending more than half a month on the mountain, and after the chaos this morning, there was even less. Everyone was a bit frantic after narrowly escaping. The old man Lu looked at Jian Yimian with his bundle and said, Yimian, where are we going? Those people down the mountain seem to be after our lives. There were at least 10 strong men. At first, he thought they were just after food, so he quickly sent out their supplies. To his surprise, they didn't even look at it, just kicked it aside, and killed others with a few blows. That's when they realized something was wrong, but it was too late to resist. Those men were all strong and ruthless. They were not something these ordinary villagers could handle. He was so scared that he fainted, and when he woke up, everything was in chaos. Jian Yimian frowned. 10? But there are only 9 bodies. She had just counted the number of people, and even with the one in the woods, there were only 9, not 10. Seeing her confusion, Lu Deong quickly explained, there were 10 people who went up the mountain at first, but later it got chaotic, and that person might have run away when things went wrong. Jian Yimian thought this was bad. The other person must have seen her and hurried down to report. They really couldn't stay here any longer. Let's hurry, it's not safe to stay here, Jian Yimian said, and started to leave. The others quickly followed her. Lu Deong, carrying Chen Taizhu, fell behind but thankfully did not lag too far. They walked for 2 hours, covering just half the distance. Jian Yimian noticed that everyone was sweating and exhausted, yet no one spoke up to stop. She said, let's rest in the shade for a bit. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. They were already old or injured, and they hadn't eaten well in days, so they had little strength left. But seeing Jian Yimian, a young girl, not complaining and moving quickly, they could only grit their teeth and keep up. During the break, Jian Yimian checked Lu Deong's head injury. Fortunately, it looked worse than it was, and it wasn't serious. The others had only minor injuries. She then handed out a water pouch and 2 flatbreads from her backpack, saying, "You all should eat something." She had eaten breakfast, so she was fine for now. The others were already very hungry, and when they saw food and water, they quickly took some and started eating. Zhao Xing'a handed Lu Daong 2 small pieces of bread but didn't eat any herself, just watching Lu Daong's swollen face with tears in her eyes. Lu Daong quietly ate her bread, looking a bit dazed but occasionally glancing at Jian Yimian. Jian Yimian had noticed this little girl earlier. When she saw her looking, she smiled and walked over, asking what's wrong. "Is the bread not good?" Lu Daong quickly shook her head. "No, it's good."
Then, why do you keep looking at me?
"You're pretty, I like you." Jiang Yimian was taken aback, then smiled and gently patted Lu Daong's head. She had heard people in the village say that Lu Daong had some issues. At 13, her behavior was like that of a 2- or 3-year-old. But she didn't think Lu Daong was foolish. She was just a child who would never grow up, and that was perfectly fine. After resting for a little while, Jiang Yimian continued to lead everyone on their way. They walked for nearly 2 more hours, and just as it was getting dark, they finally arrived at the cave. Wang Fengqin was very anxious in the cave. She looked outside several times and finally saw Jiang Yimian coming back. Before she could feel happy, she noticed the people following her, which surprised her a bit. When she heard about what happened at the shelter, her eyes turned red with anger. These refugees are really something else. They took several lives just like that. Although she didn't see it happen, she could guess from the expressions of a few people that a fierce battle must have taken place. Old Lu sighed and said softly, "It's all my fault. If I had insisted on taking those 2 families with us back then, we wouldn't be in this situation now." He regretted not thinking things through and for treating Yimian like a child, not believing her words, and thinking the people below were just ordinary refugees looking for food, not willing to take their lives. Others also felt some regret. Sitting on the ground, they had no joy of escaping death, only sadness. After all, they had spent every day with those who were killed right in front of them, and it was hard for them to bear. Jiang Yimian didn't say much, but she felt a rare stir of emotions inside. She was used to seeing bloody scenes, but seeing familiar faces lying on the ground today made her feel an indescribable sadness. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if Wang Fengqin and the others fell before her. She would surely go crazy. That night, everyone found it hard to eat. Besides making some food for the children, the others didn't eat and simply laid down on the ground to sleep. They were tired and had no mood for food. The bloody scene kept haunting them, making it hard to swallow. Jiang Yimian had been traveling all day and hadn't eaten much, so she was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. However, she suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. Besides the crackling of the fire, she could hear a few people snoring. She felt that the temperature in the cave seemed to be a bit higher, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Carefully getting out of bed, without stepping on anyone sleeping on the ground, she left the cave. Once outside, she felt warm air rushing toward her. Something didn't seem right, so she quickly climbed up a tall wild pine tree near the cave. As soon as she reached the branches, she noticed something unusual. In the distance, she saw thick smoke rising from the sky above several mountain peaks, with a fierce fire burning, seemingly spreading toward her direction. It looked like it was coming from where the shelter had been built. Immediately realizing the danger, he jumped down from the tree and rushed into the cave to wake everyone up. "There's a fire! Wake up, there's a fire!" Hearing this, everyone jolted awake. When they saw the cave was intact and there were no flames outside, they sighed in relief. Old Lu rubbed his chest, puzzled, and asked, "Young girl, where's the fire?" He hadn't seen anything. He hoped they weren't trying to trick him. At his age, he couldn't handle such pranks. "On the mountain where we built the shelter." As soon as they heard it was on the mountain, they relaxed a bit. How could a fire that far reach us? It's fine. But then they realized something was wrong. They were in the mountains surrounded by trees. If the whole mountain caught fire, it would spread quickly. It was only a matter of time before it reached them. Thinking of this, old Lu hurriedly got up and said anxiously, "I need to check it out." The others quickly followed him out of the cave. Since there were many of them, they had all slept in their clothes and rushed out as soon as they pulled off their covers. They stood on the hillside, looking at the sky lit up by the fire, trembling with anger. "These bandits are burning down the whole mountain. They must have done this because they found out we weren't on that mountain." Old Lu's eyes turned red with anger. He never expected them to be so ruthless as to set the mountain on fire just to get rid of them. Jian Yimian was also surprised. She knew the bandits wouldn't easily let them go, but she didn't expect them to burn the mountain. She thought they would continue searching for them in the forest. After all, those who could kill 9 strong men at once were not ordinary people. If they couldn't be used, the bandits would surely try to eliminate them completely. Lu Daong was anxious and asked those around him, "What should we do? The fire will eventually come here. Shouldn't we hurry down the mountain and leave?" It was still possible to go down now, but if they waited until the fire spread, they wouldn't be able to escape. Old Lu, however, firmly said, "I'm not leaving. I'd rather die here. I've lived here for most of my life. I won't leave." If he wanted to leave, he would have gone with the others who were fleeing at the beginning. Why wait until now? Lu Daong was frustrated and kicked a stone beside him in anger, feeling helpless. The group was like ants on a hot pan, anxiously moving around, but they had no way to deal with the fire. Jian Yimian glanced at the darkening sky. It has been sunny for several days, but this afternoon the sky became overcast, and it still hasn't rained. The dark clouds have gathered quite a bit, looking as if it might rain soon. If it does rain, the forest fire will naturally be extinguished. Old Lu noticed that Jian Yimian had been silent, just staring at the sky. He sighed and said, "Jian girl, don't just look at the sky. It won't rain. The clouds may look thick, but once the sun rises, they will disperse." Jian Yimian didn't respond and glanced at the cave where they were temporarily staying. The cave was on a small hill, covered with weeds and bushes, with very few trees. The hill extended outward for a long distance, but the small depression was not visible. Jian Yimian had already checked this hill and couldn't see the small depression, which seemed to be in a canyon. If they could reach the small depression, they should be able to escape the fire. With that thought, she stopped worrying and said, "Follow me to the small depression." After saying that, she headed back to the cave. Lu Daong was a bit puzzled. "What small depression? Where is that? How can we escape the fire if it's on the mountain?" But old Lu ignored his son's question and urged, "Hurry up, follow me." After witnessing Jian Yimian defeat 9 strong men, he no longer saw her as just a clueless girl. She was his savior, and he believed whatever she said. Even if they couldn't escape the fire, he accepted that. Seeing that the people who were initially reluctant to leave were now eager, Lu Daong had no choice but to follow with his wife and daughter. As soon as they entered the cave and were about to pack their things, Jian Yimian moved a large rock to block the entrance and said, "Just take the food. Leave everything else behind." First, the passage was narrow and crowded. One person could barely get through, and carrying things would make it difficult. Second, she believed the items in the cave wouldn't be burned, but she worried about their limited food supply. Hearing Jian Yimian's words, everyone had to put down their other belongings and began to gather the food, fully trusting this young girl. Although she was only 15, they no longer saw her as a child and began to treat her as a leader. Once everyone had gathered the food, Jian Yimian continued, "Mom, you and Xiao Yi and Xiaonuan go ahead and lead them into the small depression. I'll stay back." Wang Fengqi nodded and led the 2 children deeper into the cave. The others exchanged glances and quickly followed. Jian Yimian took a quick glance at the items in the cave. Although she had spoken calmly earlier, she still felt uneasy. Once everyone had left, she hurriedly stored the items in her space. It was easy to do, and if they were all gone, they wouldn't even be able to cook. After taking care of that, she entered a small cave and covered the entrance with some grass before leaving. The group walked for nearly an hour before finally emerging from the cramped cave. As soon as they breathed in the fresh air, everyone sighed deeply. With the help of their torches, they looked at the forest ahead, surprised and worried at the same time. How are we still in the forest? Young girl, is this safe? If the fire spreads, all these trees could ignite in an instant, someone exclaimed. At that moment, Lu Laotu looked worried. He thought that if he died, it wouldn't matter much, but his son, daughter-in-law, and young granddaughter were still so young. Dying together would be a waste. He was in his 20s and could still farm for many more years. If Jian Yimian knew what Lu Laotu was thinking, she might have laughed. This old man truly loved the land. Even in such a moment, he was thinking about farming. Lu Daong was also anxious. Yimian, where are we? Are you sure the fire won't reach us? The tall trees around them could easily catch fire, and if that happened, they would be engulfed in flames. Jiang Yimian nodded. This small depression was likely in a valley, and even if the mountains on both sides caught fire, it probably wouldn't reach them. The surrounding slopes and cliffs were nearly vertical, and any burning trees would likely break and fall. As long as they put out the burning branches quickly, they would be safe. Seeing that everyone was still doubtful, Jiang Yimian pointed to a nearby stream. There's a small creek over there. If the fire does spread, we can hide in the water, and we will be fine. Upon hearing this, the group finally relaxed a bit and sat down on a fallen tree nearby. After the events of the day, and now facing a forest fire, even though they were tired, they couldn't sleep. They stared at the sky, hoping for a heavy rain to extinguish the flames. Lu Laotu noticed that everyone was lost in their worries. He sighed and said casually, "If we can avoid the fire, let's build a house and farm in this little valley." The deaths of Sun Laozhong and his group had hit him hard, but now with the fire, that sadness was mixed with fear. Why was it so hard to spend his remaining days in peace on his homeland? If they could survive the night, he was determined to live a life where they had enough to eat and wear. Not to mention the days in the village like before, at least now I don't have to worry about my life every moment. Surviving is more important than anything else. Everyone else was silent, but they felt a bitter smile inside. It was uncertain if they could escape tonight, and they dared not think about the future. Jiang Yimian unexpectedly glanced at the old man Lu. She thought these people would be lost in sadness and fear for a long time, but they seemed to have come back to life so quickly. This was a good thing. She had planned for it this way. With their help, they could build houses and grow food, living a self-sufficient life. As time passed, the sky showed no sign of rain, still filled with dark clouds, but the stone wall behind them was already radiating heat, no longer cold. Everyone was startled and quickly looked around, fearing that a fire would suddenly come upon them. What should we do? The cave walls are getting hot. The fire is coming. Old man Lu worriedly exclaimed while glancing around. The others looked worried too, clearly anxious. Jiang Yimian was also surprised. She didn't expect the fire to spread so quickly. In just over 2 hours, it had already burned 3 mountain peaks and reached the cave's location. Although she was confident the fire wouldn't spread to their little valley, she felt some concern. After several sunny days, the air was dry, and a small spark could cause a chain reaction, especially if someone had intentionally set the fire. "I'll go check ahead. You all stay put," Jiang Yimian said before running deeper into the forest, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Wang Fengqin felt worried and couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth, anxious about both the fire spreading and Jiang Yimian's safety. Once in the forest, Jiang Yimian headed straight for the nearby towering cliff. Using the branches that extended from the cliff, she leaped onto a crooked tree, looking towards the area engulfed in flames. To her shock, the fire, which had previously been several mountain peaks away, had already swept over and burned a patch of dense forest. The flames were getting closer to them. Estimating the fire's spread, she felt a rush of fear. The flames had already consumed the woods next to the cave and were likely burning the small hill. Otherwise, the stone wall wouldn't be radiating heat. Her initial confidence that the flames wouldn't reach their little valley quickly faded. The fire was too intense. If this continued, the entire mountain range would be at risk of burning. The big fire could last at least half a month or even several months. How could they survive for months in this raging wildfire? Jian Yimian felt uncertain and a bit anxious, hesitating whether to urge everyone to hurry down the mountain. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. The fire was spreading rapidly, and they might get caught by the fast-moving flames before they could escape. As her worry grew, the fire intensified, lighting up a large part of the dark sky. Jiang Yimian looked at the flames, feeling nervous. Were they really going to be burned alive? Just then, she felt a drop of water land on her face, followed by another. It seemed to be raining. Jiang Yimian felt a surge of joy and stopped looking at the raging fire. She quickly jumped down and ran toward the small cave. Old Lu and the others had not noticed the rain yet. They were still pacing at the cave entrance, looking worried. When they saw Jiang Yimian running back, they were even more startled. Could the fire be coming closer? Everyone thought the same thing until they heard Jiang Yimian excitedly say, "It's raining. Quick, get into the cave." They were still in shock, but when Jiang Yimian rushed into the cave, they quickly reacted and cheered. "It's raining. It's raining. That's great. We're saved. It's okay now, we won't be burned alive." Old Lu stood at the cave entrance, looking up at the sky. It wasn't until the raindrops started hitting his face painfully that he wiped his face, unsure if it was rain or tears, and bent down to enter the cave. Hearing the cheers behind her, Jiang Yimian felt lighter on her feet. Once inside the cave, she took out the supplies without changing anything. Just as she did, Wang Fengqin rushed over, ignoring the others behind her, and hugged Jiang Yimian tightly. With a hint of tears in her voice, she said, "Yimian, that's great. We're okay. It's pouring rain." She had thought they would surely be burned to death that night. Listening to the sound of heavy rain outside, Jiang Yimian smiled and hugged her back, saying, "Yes, we're fine. It's raining." The others were also filled with excitement, pulling each other and jumping around like happy children. Occasionally, there were a few sniffles, but they were soon drowned out by laughter. Outside the cave, it was pouring rain, while inside, it felt like a light drizzle. The women quickly brought pots and bowls to catch the rain, worried about getting the ground wet. Although they were a bit frantic, the joy on their faces was clear. It was the happiness of having survived a disaster. Due to the rain, the cave was cold and damp. A few people had not slept all night, sitting on a 2-meter-long stone with smiles on their faces, listening to the sound of the rain outside. The rain was heavy and fast, as if trying to extinguish the forest fire, accompanied by loud thunder. This rain lasted for 3 hours, finally turning into a light drizzle as dawn broke, and then disappearing completely. The dark clouds in the sky began to let through golden rays of sunlight, breaking through the darkness to bring light. Jiang Yimian and the others stood on the hillside, watching the distant fire that had already gone out, feeling a weight lifted from their hearts. The muddy ground still showed signs of the fire's charred remains, and the surrounding green trees were stripped of their leaves, leaving only bare trunks standing dark against the landscape. Old Lu looked silently in the direction of the shelter for a while before saying, "Let's set up some memorial tablets for them." Although there were no bodies, he felt it was important to have tablets. He didn't want those who had passed to be forgotten without anyone to remember them. Lu Deong agreed and hurried back to get an axe. The others helped by finding a few pieces of wood that had not been completely burned and made 2 tablets to place in the ground, one for the Sun family and one for the Li family. After setting these up, they bowed to the tablets before returning to the cave. Having not slept all night, the fear and joy faded, and exhaustion took over. They lay down on the ground and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up again, it was already afternoon. The group did not waste time. After eating, they went to a small valley to cut wood, planning to build a house for the Jiang family first. Although the cave was not small, it felt crowded with 3 families and their belongings. Old Lu and Lu Deong often helped build houses in the village, and their skills were quite good. They determined the area needed for 3 rooms and took their axes to clear the trees. The women were busy too. Wang Fengqin and Zhao Xing'er cleared the bushes and weeds on the ground, while Lu Xiaoyan, who was pregnant and unable to do heavy work, prepared meals for everyone. Jian Yimian was in charge of moving the fallen trees to the side. The young girl efficiently dragged the thick logs away, surprising everyone. They later thought that if she had such strength to take down 9 strong men, it was no wonder she could manage the logs. Wang Fengqin felt both pain and pride for her daughter. She had no doubts and thought that her daughter had become strong because of the bullying she faced in the Jiang family. She promised herself to take good care of Jian Yimian in the future. Gou Sheng wanted to help Jian Yimian, but was heartlessly sent away. He had no choice but to take a few kids into the woods to gather animals that had been burned. As night fell, Gou Sheng returned with the kids, carrying a full load of rabbits and wild chickens. Old Lu stared at the baskets filled with animals, nearly dropping his jaw. "Did you really find all this?" Gou Sheng nodded proudly and dumped the skinned animals into the cave, saying, "Look at this. We have enough meat to last us for days." He had just taken a chance, digging into a few rabbit holes, and was surprised to find many rabbits that hadn't escaped the fire. This was only from the woods near the cave. He was sure he could find even more if he looked elsewhere. Old Lu nodded repeatedly, chuckling, "You're not so useless after all." Gou Sheng stood tall with pride. "I'll go explore other places tomorrow and bring back all the animals I can find." Seeing his enthusiasm made everyone laugh. That night, thanks to the animals Gou Sheng brought back, everyone enjoyed a rare feast of meat. The kids ate until their bellies were full, and 2 women took them outside the cave to help them digest. Jian Yimian was sorting through her seeds while thinking about how much rice she could plant. Before she could figure it out, she noticed Lu Xiaoyan leaning against the stone wall, holding her stomach and looking very pale. At that moment, it was just the 2 of them in the cave, along with Qin Taizhu, who was lying on the hay with his eyes closed. Seeing Lu Xiaoyan in pain, Jian Yimian quickly set down her seeds and went over to check her pulse. Lu Xiaoyan managed a weak smile and said, "I'm fine. I think I'm just tired and a bit scared from everything that's happened." In fact, she had been experiencing abdominal pain for several days, but hadn't thought much of it. The recent chaos with the refugees and the fire had frightened her, which worsened her pain. Jian Yimian frowned and said, "Why didn't you say something earlier?" Lu Xiaoyan was very weak, and if Jian Yimian hadn't noticed in time, it could have endangered her baby and caused serious harm to Lu Xiaoyan's health. Lu Xiaoyan was taken aback, seeing Jian Yimian seemingly checking her pulse. After a moment, she asked, "Yimian can also practice medicine?" During their time together over the past half-month, she had learned a lot from Yimian. Yesterday, seeing her skillfully handle a situation surprised her, and today, discovering that Yimian had medical knowledge astonished her even more. It seemed she had never known these things about Yimian before. Back then, Yimian was small and timid, very different from now. Jian Yimian casually replied, "I learned a bit from my grandfather. You are weak, so don't overwork yourself these days to avoid any complications. You can drink some chicken soup with dangshin and goji berries." As she spoke, she took out some dried dangshin and a handful of wild goji berries from her basket. These were originally meant for Wang Fengqin, but they were also suitable for Lu Xiaoyan. Both of them were weak, and this would help nourish their bodies. Lu Xiaoyan quickly thanked her, then paused as she looked at the person lying on the hay, opening her mouth but ultimately saying nothing. For several days, everyone was busy building houses. With the help of old Lu and Lu Deong, the 3 houses of the Jiang family were finally completed. The main structure was made of wood, and the roof was woven from dry grass and secured with wooden boards. From a distance, it looked quite nice. Jian Yimian was pleased as she looked at the 3 houses, somewhat surprised by the Lu family's craftsmanship. Although the houses were made of wood, they were sturdy and wouldn't be easily blown away by strong winds or washed away by heavy rain. Overall, everything was good. Although it was quite different from the grand house Yimian had imagined, she was very satisfied. After all, this little lowland had no stones for building walls, so being able to construct with wood was already great. Especially since Lu Deong had even left windows in the houses, making them bright and allowing fresh air to flow in. They had also built a thatched shed outside to serve as a kitchen, which was just right. The 2 children were also very happy and couldn't wait to move in with their things. Seeing the Jiang family's house completed, the others worked even harder, hoping to move into the new houses soon. The cave was too hard and cold for them to sleep in. So, everyone hurried along, and in just 10 days, the houses for the Chen and Liu families were also built. The Liu family, having more members, built 4 houses and a thatched shed. As soon as Dei entered the new house, she happily bounced around, collecting some small stones to make a cozy spot for the 2 little rabbits she had brought for Xiaoya. The Chen family, like the Jiang family, built 3 houses and a thatched shed. The families lived close enough that they could hear each other shouting from their doorsteps. When Daxin returned with 2 little rabbits, he could hear Xiaoya scolding a group of rabbits, saying, "You can't have too many baby rabbits, do you understand? We won't have enough space at home." Jian Yimian looked at the small rabbit pen, which was so crowded that there was hardly any room to move, and felt a headache coming on. She had let the 2 little ones keep rabbits because they liked them, but she had forgotten how quickly rabbits reproduce. In just over a month, they had more than a dozen rabbits, adding to the original 4, making a total of 15. They had already given away 4, yet the pen still looked frighteningly crowded. If they had more litters in the future, she wondered how big the rabbit pen would need to be. She regretted not being tougher at the beginning and not eating a couple of the smaller ones. Then she wouldn't be facing this problem now. Wang Fengqin was more relaxed about it and laughed, saying, "It's okay. When the rabbits grow up, we can eat them. Our family will never run out of meat." She thought the little ones would be unhappy to hear about eating rabbits, but to her surprise, their eyes lit up and they grabbed a small basket to go gather rabbit grass. Xiaoya even changed his earlier complaints, tiptoeing to look into the rabbit pen and cheerfully saying, "Rabbits, you need to have more baby rabbits quickly so we can eat rabbit meat every day." Xiaoyan nodded seriously from the side, using her little legs to hurriedly go gather rabbit grass. Jiang Yimian found it amusing, but didn't say much. Instead, she poured all the grain seeds into a wooden basin and soaked them in water, waiting for them to sprout so she could plant them in the rice field. A few days ago, when old Liu heard she wanted to grow rice, he promised to clear a piece of land in the small, low area for her. Although Jiang Yimian didn't refuse, she felt a bit reluctant to part with the piece of land she had discovered earlier. That land was close to a ditch, making it easier to irrigate the field. While the small, low area had a stream, the bank was rocky, and the arable land was a bit far from the stream, making irrigation inconvenient. She would have to dig a ditch, and she worried she might miss the rice planting season. She wondered how that piece of land was doing and if it had been burned by the forest fire. With a sigh of resignation, she left the house, planning to look for a good spot in the small, low area that had both water and arable land. As she walked around, she discovered something else. Before her was a large lotus pond, with lotus flowers growing abundantly against the cliff. The pink and white flowers intertwined, with green lotus leaves adding to the beauty, creating a truly rare sight. Jiang Yimian looked towards the lotus pond and could clearly see small fish swimming quickly from time to time. She was a bit surprised. She had been here for a while and had not eaten any fish yet. Holding her breath, she carefully reached out her hand into the pond and tried to catch one, but missed. Those fish seemed to be mocking her, jumping on the water surface before diving back into the pond. Jiang Yimian chuckled. Those who dared to mock her usually didn't end well, and the same went for the fish. She pulled some weeds from the edge of the pond, tied them into a small bundle, and tossed it into her basket, adding a few stones on top to weigh it down before carefully placing the basket into the pond. She continued to observe the lotus pond. The pond stretched along the cliff, extending to the right where it ended, but the left side was hidden from view. Jiang Yimian was curious about where the pond led, so she kicked a fallen tree branch into the water and picked up a long stick to clear away some nearby branches. Then she jumped onto the tree trunk in the pond and paddled towards the left. After paddling for a good while, she noticed the pond was getting smaller until it merged into a small stream flowing into a nearby ditch. Jiang Yimian paused, feeling that this ditch looked somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it before. Could it be? Thinking this, she quickly got off the trunk, dropped the stick, and walked down the ditch. The soft, Muddy ground next to the ditch made her occasionally step into small puddles. Even though Jian Yimian was agile, her feet ended up muddy. However, she was so filled with anticipation that she hardly noticed the mud on her feet. Fortunately, her efforts paid off. After walking for half an hour, she finally reached a gentle slope. The scene before her was somewhat unexpected. In the distance, she could see the area she had cleared of weeds. Forgetting her joy, she looked at the burned forest above the ditch and felt a bit scared. Luckily, she had discovered that small low area. Otherwise, they would have perished in the wildfire. Even hiding in a cave would have suffocated them or choked them with smoke. The once fresh green water celery by the ditch was gone, leaving only some charred ashes. Fortunately, the water from the ditch had protected this side of the land, where various resilient grasses still grew green, albeit a bit wilted. Jian Yimian carefully examined the ground beneath her. Aside from the area intended for rice planting, the rest were small hills. The soil was good for farming, and even if she didn't plant rice, other crops would thrive well here. As for the small lowland, planting some fruits and vegetables would make a nice little garden. Since it is filled with tall trees, clearing it out is not easy, and it would be troublesome to plant crops on a large scale. However, this area is different. Besides the weeds, there are only a few small bushes, and the trees are sparse, making it easier to clear. After thinking everything through, she looked around again and confirmed that only that lotus pond could lead to the lowland. Then she returned the same way. When she got back to the lotus pond, she noticed that the basket she had placed down had some fish swimming inside. Taking advantage of the fish not paying attention, she quickly lifted the basket, and the water inside splashed back into the pond. At that moment, there were indeed 4 lively fish in the basket, each weighing about 4 or 5 pounds. Jian Yimian felt a bit happy, took out the stones and weeds from the basket and left. When she got home, Wang Fengqin was making clothes for a few people. Jian Yimian took a small basin filled with water from the grass shed and placed the fish inside. She then took a small bucket, caught 2 fish, and went to the Liu and Qin families. The 2 houses were next to each other. When Jian Yimian arrived, Zhao Xing'e was talking with Liu Shaoran in the yard, both looking worried. As soon as they saw Jian Yimian, they smiled and came to greet her. "Yimian is here. Come sit." Zhao Xing'e invited her to sit on a low stool in the yard. However, Jian Yimian waved her hand and handed the bucket to the 2 women, saying, "I just caught a few fish from the lotus pond and brought 2 for you. Where is old Master Liu?" The 2 were a bit surprised and repeatedly shook their heads, refusing to take them. "Yimian, keep them for yourself. The fish from that pond are slippery and hard to catch," Liu Shaoyan said with a smile, but she didn't reach out to take them. She felt she had already troubled Yimian's family too much. It felt awkward to take the fish. Last time, Yimian had given her a lot of Codonopsis and goji berries, and after making soup with them, she felt much better and less tired. She hadn't had the chance to thank her then, so it felt even more awkward to accept the fish now. Zhao Xing'e felt the same way. If it weren't for Yimian discovering the lowland and saving them when the refugees came down from the mountain, they wouldn't even be here talking. Now their own family had little food left, and Yimian's family must be the same. Catching a few fish wasn't easy, so she felt too embarrassed to take them. Jian Yimian understood their hesitation and didn't say much more. She took 1 fish from the bucket and placed it in Chen's kitchen, then took another and put it in Lu's kitchen before calling out, "Old Master Liu, are you home? What do you think about the farming matter we discussed last time?" Liu Shaoyan and the others stood there in a daze for a while before finally reacting. They smiled helplessly, realizing how kind-hearted the girl was, thinking of them even when her own food supply was low. When Lu Laotu heard about farming, he immediately ran out of the house, saying, "Zhang girl, I think you're right. Let's plant together." He only had 3 pounds of rice seeds available, although he had originally prepared over 10 pounds. Unfortunately, their food supply was almost gone, and if he used all the seeds for planting, his family might starve before the seedlings even grew. Moreover, there were too many trees in the small lowland, leaving limited space for planting. They wouldn't be able to use all the seeds anyway. Jian Yimian nodded and looked at Lu Xiaoyan, saying, Andy, your family should join us in farming too. The land by the ditch was quite large. Besides the cleared area, she also planned to create terraced fields on the slopes to grow rice and corn. With the slopes and flat land combined, they could plant just over an acre. For regular seeds, about 4 pounds would be enough for an acre, and modern hybrid rice only needed 2 pounds, often leaving some extra. However, in ancient times, the quality of rice seeds wasn't as good. They would need at least 20 pounds to account for seeds that wouldn't sprout or were bad. If half of what remained could grow, that would be considered good. She had plenty of food in her storage, but not much rice seed, only about 6 pounds that she had gathered in town, which wouldn't be enough for planting. That's why she thought it would be better to plant together, so they could transplant the seedlings faster. Lu Xiaoyan paused, thought for a moment, and then hesitantly nodded. My family doesn't have many rice seeds either. I can probably offer about 7 or 8 pounds. We do have quite a few other seeds. These seeds were brought back by Dogsheng and Yimian during their last trip down the mountain. They had originally planned to plant them in the village, but after going up the mountain, they realized the land there wasn't suitable for farming, so the seeds were left unused. She was worried about their dwindling food supply and had even considered cooking the seeds to fill their stomachs. Jiang Yimian nodded and looked at Lu Laotu. Lu Laotu felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose before quietly saying, I have over 10 pounds of seeds, but our food supply is low. I was thinking of using some for food, so I can only give about 3 pounds. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with the seeds, it was just that their food was really scarce. If he hadn't found some burnt chickens and rabbits in the mountains a few days ago, they would have run out of food long ago. Hearing this, Zhao Xing'er and Lu Xiaoyan both wore expressions of worry. They knew they needed to plant, but they were truly out of food. Jiang Yimian felt a bit frustrated. She had been so busy that she forgot about this matter. Her family had plenty of food, so sharing some with the two families wasn't a big deal. Besides, she could find food in the forest, so she wouldn't starve. Thinking this, she said, I still have a lot of food at home that I can share with you. Also, I know where to find food, and I can teach you. Just bring out your seeds, and I promise you won't go hungry. As she spoke, she was about to grab an empty bucket to head back. However, old Lu stopped her, looking a bit doubtful. Jiang girl, don't say things just to come for us. We know life at Jiang's house isn't easy. Old Jiang wouldn't leave you with much food. Please keep it for yourselves. We can manage with less and find wild vegetables, tree bark, and roots to survive until the new crops grow. In the forest, tree bark and roots were plentiful. They could eat those and manage without needing to take food from Zhang's family. Lu Xiaoyan quickly nodded. Yes, we can't take your food. Don't trouble yourself. No family was doing well during this time, especially not Zhang's big family. It was hard for a woman to take care of 3 children alone. Seeing that everyone was genuinely concerned for her family, Jiang Yimian felt it was worth sharing the food. If it weren't for these people helping, they wouldn't have moved into a house so quickly, being the first to leave the cave. Lu Daong and old Lu even took the time to make some simple furniture for them, like tables and chairs, which were all gifts from the Lu family. Since she decided to farm with these 2 families, she wouldn't let them eat tree bark and roots. To reassure everyone, she took some food from her own stock to share, knowing they could still get by. Jiang Yimian then returned home with Dogsheng. She told Wang Fengqin what happened, and she quickly nodded. Yes, we should share some with them. If it weren't for their support, we wouldn't have settled into this house so quickly. Moreover, this food was discovered by Yimian, and as long as she agreed, Wang Fengqin would too. So, Jiang Yimian and Dogsheng soon took food to the Chun and Lu families. Since most of the food was stored away, there were only about 100 pounds in the house. She didn't want to share too much to avoid raising suspicion, so she gave each family 20 pounds. Old Lu looked at the white rice in the bag, tears of joy streaming down his face. Wiping his red eyes, he said, This rice is so good. I've never had it before. It's so white. If sold, it would be worth at least 10 coins a pound. The farmers did not harvest much, so they took the best rice to sell in town for money, while the leftover broken and mixed rice was kept for their own consumption. When old Lu saw the beautiful rice, he thought of the shiny silver and felt that every grain he ate was money. Lu Xiaoyan had the same thought, staring at the fine white rice, too afraid to take any. If it weren't for Jian Yimian saying she would share some of the new harvest with them, both families might not have accepted the rice. After sharing the rice, Jian Yimian showed them some leaves she brought, explaining that they could be used to make tofu. The others looked at her with doubt. Old Lu, with red eyes, stared at the green leaves for a while before hesitantly saying, "Yimian, have you not been eating well lately? Maybe we should skip the rice." They had seen many strange leaves in the village, and even the pigs turned their noses up at them. Everyone knew that making tofu required soybeans. They thought Yimian must be confused from hunger. Jiang Yimian felt a bit helpless but patiently explained again, demonstrating with some plant ash in front of them. However, their expressions grew more doubtful, and their looks were filled with concern, until the water in the basin slowly transformed from murky to clear and bright. Gently shaking the wooden basin, the contents wobbled like real tofu. Old Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, the basin held cloudy water, and now it held something vibrant and beautiful. It truly looked worthy of the name divine tofu. Seeing old Lu lean closer to the basin, Jiang Yimian found it amusing and patiently said, "This is what I call guanyin tofu, also known as divine tofu. If you add some syrup and chili seasoning, it tastes great. Come and try it." The others could hardly wait. Upon hearing they could taste it, they rushed back to get bowls and mix the seasonings. Once Jiang Yimian placed a portion of the cut guanyin tofu in each bowl, everyone eagerly took a bite. The cool, smooth texture surprised them, and the flavors of the syrup and chili made their eyes light up. Old Lu widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "This guanyin tofu is really delicious and filling. With this, we can last until the new crops come in." Not only did they not have to worry about going hungry, but they could also enjoy such tasty food. The Jiang girl was truly impressive. Lu Daong nodded repeatedly. He had been clearing the bushes behind a house and came to the front yard to rest, but he was drawn in by what Jiang Yimian had brought. He thought it was a joke, but they really made this guanyin tofu and it tasted good. They wouldn't have to dig up tree roots and bark to fill their stomachs anymore. Goshen was excited but also a bit regretful. He had seen Yimian picking leaves early in the morning and thought she was crazy. Now he realized he was the one being foolish. If he had believed Yimian back then, he would have been enjoying this guanyin tofu much earlier. He felt regretful. Seeing everyone relieved and no longer worried about food, Jiang Yimian spoke about farming. With the guanyin tofu, everyone was more willing to cooperate and took out all the seeds. Old Lu patted his chest and promised, "Yimian, don't worry. I'll soak these seeds right now, and they will sprout soon. In the meantime, we can clear the land you mentioned, and then we can plant them directly." Jiang Yimian nodded and brought the seeds she had already soaked to Lu's house. Although she had farmed before, she didn't know as much as those who had spent their lives doing it. Plus, farming in this era was not as convenient as in modern times, so she naturally left the work to old Lu. With food secured and no worries about hunger, everyone was ready to prepare for farming. The next morning, Goshen and Lu Daong made 2 large bamboo rafts. Each rowed one, taking everyone to the field by the ditch. Since there were children at home, they asked Lu Xiaoyan to stay and watch them while the others went to work. The small area was soon empty. Chun Taizhu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, listening to the voices of several children. He fell into deep thought. How had he ended up at home with a group of kids being taken care of? He felt he was worse off than them. At least they could run and jump and feed themselves, unlike him, who felt useless. He hated his own helplessness and stretched his neck to bang his head against the wall, again and again. If he died like this, it would be better. At least he wouldn't be a burden to others. With that thought, he pushed himself harder. How much strength can a person who has been bedridden for a long time and has weak muscles have? He only managed to bump the back of his head against the wall a few times before losing all his strength and collapsing back onto the bed. He felt useless. Even if he wanted to die, he couldn't. It would be better to have perished in that big fire. When Lu Xiaoyan entered the house, she saw tears on her husband's face and her eyes turned red as well. She closed the door, walked to the bedside, and held his hand, comforting him. My dear, it's okay. Everything will get better. Mian and the others found land, and we can farm on the mountain. We won't starve. Chun Taiju became even more agitated, stretching his neck to bang against the wall behind him. Lu Xiaoyan quickly hugged him, crying, My dear, please don't do this. Don't do this, oh no. Hearing his wife's cries, Chun Taiju paused for a moment, then suddenly shouted, Get out. I don't want your care, just leave. His weak body made his words sound feeble, but the disgust and pain on his face were clear. Lu Xiaoyan hesitated, tears streaming down her face. Before she could say anything, he continued, Leave. If you don't, I'll hurt myself against this wall. With that, he tried to bang his head against the wall again. The house was made of wood, so while it wouldn't be fatal, he would definitely get hurt if he kept this up. Lu Xiaoyan didn't want him to get injured, so she quickly said, My dear, please don't bang your head. I'll go out right now. As soon as she finished speaking, she wiped her tears and left the room. At that moment, Xiao Yi was feeding rabbits with Xiao Nuan and Diya. When he saw Lu Xiaoyan come out, he was about to invite her to see the rabbits, but noticed her red eyes, as if she had been crying. He rushed over, worried, and asked, Auntie, why are you crying? Did we make too much noise and disturb Uncle Chen? He had heard the argument inside, though he didn't catch the details, but it was clear they were fighting. Lu Xiaoyan was taken aback, touched her eyes, and forced a smile. It's nothing. Annie just got a bit of wind in her eyes. You all keep feeding the rabbits. Seeing she didn't want to talk, Xiao Yi nodded and went back to feed the rabbits. Meanwhile, Jian Yimian and the others began working at the field by the ditch. They didn't stop until noon when they finally rested under the shade of a tree. Old Lu looked at the large area of cleared land, feeling a bit excited. I estimate that in 3 to 5 days, this land will be completely cleared. Yimian really found a good spot. The soil here is soft, and there are water-filled ditches nearby, making it great for farming. It's easy to water, and it's easier to clean than small low-lying areas. However, there isn't much flat land. Most of it is on gentle slopes. It's suitable for growing corn, but not for rice. They soaked a lot of seeds, but some were wasted. He should have checked the area before soaking the seeds. Feeling a bit regretful, he hesitated before looking at Jian Yimian and gently said, Yimian, the only land suitable for rice is that piece down there. The rest are slopes where rice can't grow. Did we soak too many seeds? Hearing this, the others turned to look as well. Since they all had farming experience, they immediately thought of these issues, but they were too busy to ask. When old Lu raised the question, their curiosity was piqued. Jiang Yimian smiled and said, If it's just regular planting, of course it won't work. We can build terraces. Without a place to hold water on the gentle slopes, rice can't be grown. But with 5,000 years of agricultural wisdom in Chinese civilization, how could a small slope defeat that? As long as we adjust for the slope and create flat areas with ridges, it can be done. Building terraces not only increases planting area but also conserves water and protects the soil, offering many benefits. She had thought of this before, but the work seemed too much for one person to accomplish in just 10 days or 2 weeks, so she didn't plan to do it. But now, with more people, they could definitely build the terraces before the rice seeds sprout. Terraces? The others looked at Jiang Yimian in confusion, clearly not understanding. Jiang Yimian patiently explained the concept of terraces and their benefits, and they nodded in a daze. Old Lu quickly caught on, his face lighting up with joy. You mean we can create flat land on this gentle slope and build ridges beside it, like steps, so we can grow rice just like on flat land? Thinking of the scene of growing rice on the slope, he felt a surge of excitement. This method is brilliant. After farming for decades, he never thought of this solution. His few acres of land are on slopes, and he usually only grows corn, often getting buried by soil sliding down from above, which was quite frustrating. If he had known this method earlier, he could have had so much more yield. What a waste. Jiang Yimian nodded, pleased that old Lu understood. She pointed to several slopes and said, The soil in these areas is good. We can grow rice here. Of course, other crops can be planted too. While we wait for the seeds to sprout, let's plant them in the flat land below. We can build the terraces before the seedlings grow, and we will be ready for transplanting." The others nodded eagerly, their hearts filled with joy at the thought of growing food on that piece of land. By autumn, they could harvest hundreds of pounds of grain and plant some corn and wheat in the small lowland, so they wouldn't have to worry about starving in winter. Just thinking about the heavy ears of grain in a few months made them lose their desire to rest. Excited, they quickly ate a few bites of bread, drank some water, and got back to work. The group only returned on their wooden raft when the sun set and darkness fell. On the way back, everyone was particularly happy, feeling no fatigue from their work, their minds filled with dreams of enjoying white rice in the future. That evening, after dinner, each family went straight to bed. They needed to weed tomorrow, and there was a lot of work to do, so everyone wanted to sleep early and rise early to get the land ready. Jian Yimian had the same thought. After a quick wash, she was about to head to her room when Xiaoya tugged at her sleeve. The little one had finished washing up, standing barefoot on his straw sandals, looking at her with his mouth open but unsure how to speak, as if he had something to say. Seeing his expression, Jian Yimian felt curious. She squatted down and gently touched the little tuft of hair on his head and asked, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you today?" Xiaoya quickly shook his head, and after a moment of silence, he softly said, "Sister, can you help Aunt Xiaoyan? I saw her eyes were red today, like she had been crying." Aunt Xiaoyan was very kind to them and gentle, and he was always happy at her house, but he didn't want to see her cry. His mother used to cry a lot too, and then her health declined day by day, which made him feel terrible, but he couldn't help. Fortunately, now his sister had changed. She was strong and could make their mother stop crying and help her get better. Jian Yimian paused, surprised that the little one was worried about Lu Xiaoyan. She could guess why she was crying, probably because of Chen Taizhu. She had heard Lu Xiaoyan crying several times at night, and Dogsheng often looked troubled and low-spirited, likely due to their family situation. "Does Xiaoya want to help Aunt Xiaoyan?" Xiaoya nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling, but soon the light in his eyes dimmed.
"I don't know how to help Aunt Xiaoyan."
"Sister, can you make Uncle Taizhu better? I heard them arguing today, and Aunt Xiaoyan was crying because of him." Jian Yimian didn't answer but reached out to pat Xiaoya's head and smiled, saying, "You little kid, why are you thinking so much? You sound like an old man. Go back and sleep. I will help them." As soon as Xiaoya heard Jian Yimian agree to help the Qin family, he instantly became happy, hugged her neck, and gave her a kiss on the cheek, saying, "I knew my sister would help them. You're the best." After that, he happily went to sleep with Wang Fengqin. Jian Yimian smiled as she entered the house. She had thought about helping Chen Taizhu with his illness for a while, but Lu Xiaoyan and Gosheng never brought it up, so she didn't want to intrude and reopen their wounds. Now that Xiaoya mentioned it, she felt it was time to gather more information. The three families were all working together in this small area, hoping for a better future. She didn't want anyone to suffer, as it would affect everyone and keep them stuck in past sadness. She wanted everyone to look forward. The next morning, the three families prepared their farming tools and took a wooden raft to clear the weeds. After a while of busy work, they each rested in the shade. Jian Yimian noticed Gosheng sitting alone under a tree, looking downcast and clearly not as happy as yesterday, so she walked over to him. "What's wrong? You seem low on energy. Did you not sleep well last night?" Jian Yimian squatted down beside him, but Gosheng was startled and almost slipped down the slope. Jian Yimian laughed, while Gosheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and said, "Why do you walk so quietly? You scared me." Jian Yimian looked innocent and directly asked, "Is it because of Uncle Taizhu that you're feeling this way? How did he get hurt?" Gosheng paused, the shock on his face fading away after a moment, and he casually replied, "He just fell down the mountain and got hurt like that." It felt as if he had lost someone important. Jian Yimian continued, "Do you want him to get better?" Gosheng paused while gripping the grass, then quickly pretended it didn't matter. "I dream of him getting better, but it seems impossible." Their family had spent all their money on treating their father, even selling their winter food, but unfortunately, their father still hadn't recovered. Jian Yimian looked at the grass that had been pulled out and said softly, "What if I could help him stand up again?" Though she wasn't completely sure she could heal him, she believed he could at least stand again. Gosheng was surprised and looked at Jiang Yimian. "Can you really help my father?" He still remembers that his mother had searched for all the doctors in town and even brought one back from the county, but they still couldn't cure his father. Yimian is very capable, but can she be better than those doctors? "Trying won't hurt you," Jiang Yimian said calmly. Seeing the other person about to pull more grass from the ground, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She pushed him aside, picked up a shovel, and started digging up the fish mint that had already lost its green leaves. What a waste! If he kept pulling, they would really lose all the fish mint. Fish mint, also known as Jaer Gen, has antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, diuretic properties, boosts immunity, and helps clear heat and toxins. It can also be eaten as a wild vegetable. Cold mixed fish mint is a special dish for kids from Sichuan and Chongqing. Although she didn't like the taste, it was good for making green bean soup to cool down. While she was digging up the fish mint, she continued, "Go back and tell your mother to consider letting me try." She had said it, and if they didn't want to, it was fine. She was just a kid, and others would just think she was bragging. Gosheng happily nodded and, seeing Jiang Yimian picking up the fish mint's roots, hesitated and asked, "Sister Yimian, can this be eaten too?" He had just pulled a handful of leaves and felt a strange smell on his hands. Jiang Yimian nodded and said, "This is fish mint. You can eat it. The roots can be blanched and mixed cold. The taste is a bit. Some people might not like it." Before she could finish, Gosheng happily started picking it up. "I haven't tried it yet. I want to take some home to eat with my mom and dad." Last time, he missed out on the delicious guanyin tofu because he didn't believe Yimian, so this time he was smarter. If Yimian said it was edible, it must be good. He wanted to be the first to try it. Seeing him so excited, Jiang Yimian thought he just liked the taste, so she didn't say more and let him pick slowly, while she continued weeding. By evening, from a distance, Jiang Yimian could hear Gosheng's painful cries. "Mom, what is this? I don't want to eat it. Don't give it to me. Throw it away. I think it smells good. Didn't you bring this back?" For several days, the group worked hard in the field, weeding for 4 days until they finally cleared all the weeds and planted the seeds. Since the seeds needed time to grow, everyone was tired and finally rested at home after 4 busy days. Jiang Yimian, however, went out of the cave alone. The medicinal herbs in the small lowland were limited, and not many grew there. In just a few days, Jiang Yimian had dug them all up. Since she hadn't checked the cave area for a while, she decided to take a look. As soon as she exited the cave, she saw the burned tree trunks around her. Some had small green shoots sprouting, while others remained completely black. Jiang Yimian didn't linger at the entrance and went straight to another hill that hadn't been burned. Because there were not many people around, vines and weeds blocked her path. As she cut through the vines to clear the way, she searched through the grass. After a while, she spotted a plant hidden among the weeds. It had long, 3-lobed leaves, resembling mugwort, and the pink buds on the stem were mostly open, with only a few still closed. It turned out to be a patch of motherwort. Motherwort, also known as leonuris, has a bitter and cool taste. It promotes blood circulation, alleviates stagnation, regulates women days, and helps reduce water retention, making it effective for relieving menstrual pain. While hidden, Jiang Yimian remarked, then took out a small hoe from her backpack to dig up the herbs. In the past, she used to take motherwort granules for her menstrual pain, but since coming here, the pain had lessened a bit. However, there were many women in the lowland, so bringing back some motherwort would be useful. After digging up a small patch of motherwort, Jiang Yimian continued deeper into the forest. Not long after, she came across something familiar. On a long, dark brown stem topped with curled leaves, it looked like it was bent under the weight of tiny spore fruits above. Not far away, a large patch of fresh ferns was growing. Ferns, also known as fiddleheads, have a crisp taste and are delicious whether blanched and served cold or stir-fried. Jiang Yimian picked the tender stems and tossed them into her backpack until she had cleaned out the nearby ferns. It had been a while since she had gathered wild vegetables, and she was tired of eating the burned wild chickens and rabbits from the lowland every day. Yet there were still quite a few that had been preserved at home. The recent forest fire had burned several hills, and many animals that couldn't escape were killed. Most were reduced to ashes or charred remains, but some rabbits had hidden in caves, and a few lucky wild chickens had survived the flames. The children of the dog owner had collected all these animals. The three families divided them up, each getting a large basket. They had eaten from it for several days without finishing, and to prevent the meat from spoiling, they salted some and turned the rest into smoked meat. Jian Yimian looked at the wild chickens and rabbits, but didn't feel very hungry. When she saw the ferns, she felt much more refreshed. She found some more ferns nearby and picked them all, carrying a full basket home. By the time she got home, it was close to noon, and the sun was high, leaving her covered in sweat. Wang Fengqin handed her a bowl of green bean soup with fish mint and wiped her sweat, saying, "The weather will likely get hotter in a few days, and snakes and insects will come out. You need to be careful when you go out." Jian Yimian nodded and took the bowl. The fish mint had a strong taste at first, but it was quickly covered by the fresh aroma of the green beans and the sweetness from the sugar, making it more pleasant. She used to dislike fish mint because of its strange taste, but after trying the green bean soup with fish mint, she found it quite acceptable. Besides her and Xiao Yi, Wang Fengqin and Xiao Nuan also enjoyed fish mint. Every time they had a cold dish, the two of them would finish it completely. For lunch, they had rice, a stir-fried dish of ferns with pork fat, and a bowl of egg drop soup for each person. They all ate everything clean. Xiao Nuan, patting her little round belly with a happy face, said, "Mom, sister, I want to eat this dish and eggs again. Can we dry them? Then whenever I want to eat, I can just take them out." Last time, after eating shepherd's purse and bamboo shoots, her sister said they could be dried, so she wanted to do the same with the dishes they had for lunch. Wang Fengqin laughed and wiped the oil from Xiao Nuan's mouth, saying, "These eggs were brought by your Aunt Xiaoyan. There aren't any extra to dry." The little one had been thinking about drying her favorite foods to save for later, worried that once they finished eating, there would be none left. When she heard they couldn't be dried, Xiao Nuan pouted and looked at the ferns Jian Yimian had brought back today, asking, "Can this be dried? I like this dish. It's tasty." Jian Yimian smiled and patted the little one's head, saying, "Of course, if you like it, sister will pick some more tomorrow. We can blanch and dry it so you can eat it in winter too." Hearing that she could eat it in winter made Xiao Nuan's eyes light up, and she nodded eagerly. "Great. Can I go with sister to pick some tomorrow?" She loved this dish. It was crunchy and delicious. It's hot outside, and there are many bugs. The little one has been raised so cleanly, and I really don't want her to get tanned. I'm also worried that if I focus too much on gathering herbs, I might neglect her, and that could lead to trouble. Just as Jian Yimian was hesitating on how to refuse the little one, Xiao Yi patted his chest and said, "Sister has a lot to do. Little Nuan can come with me tomorrow. I saw this kind of vegetable in a small valley a few days ago, but it wasn't fully grown yet. Let's go check it out together tomorrow." Little Nuan glanced at Jian Yimian and then at her brother. When she saw Jian Yimian nod in agreement, she quickly said, "Okay, then little Nuan will go with brother." Seeing the two little ones happily decide, Jian Yimian and Wang Fengqin just smiled, cleaned up the dishes, and went into the kitchen together. Jian Yimian casually asked, "Did Aunt Xiaoyan come by this morning?" Wang Fengqin, while washing the dishes, replied with a smile, "Yes, she even brought 2 eggs. I didn't want them, but she insisted on giving them to me. Speaking of which, her 2 chickens are still alive. I saw them the day we went up the mountain. They looked half dead and hadn't laid any eggs. I thought they were long gone." Jian Yimian was a bit surprised. She didn't know the Qin family still had 2 chickens. It seemed they were hiding them to avoid being discovered, and only recently started keeping them now that they had their own house. Wang Fengqin continued, "I don't know what was up with Xiaoyan today. She came over, sat for a while, and then left, looking distracted. Oh, right, she seemed to be looking for you. I told her you went out to gather wild vegetables, and she said she'd come back in the afternoon. She looked really tired, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. It seems she hasn't been sleeping well. Being pregnant and not getting enough rest can't be good for her health. Usually, she and Xing'e would help each other out to ensure the other could focus on their pregnancy, but Lu Xiaoyan was not someone who could sit still. She was always looking for work, whether it was helping them wash vegetables, fetching water, weaving straw sandals at home, or feeding the chickens and rabbits, leaving her no time to relax. This made it difficult for her and Xing'e to work in the yard, fearing Lu Xiaoyan would come over to help. Jian Yimian nodded, guessing that Lu Xiaoyan must have figured things out and wanted her to check on Qin Tieju's leg. After she mentioned it to Go Sheng, the Qin family hadn't brought it up for days. She thought they didn't believe her and didn't want her to take a look. Now she realized they were probably trying to convince Qin Tieju. Once Wang Fengqin finished washing the dishes, she took the two little ones for a nap. Jian Yimian stayed in the yard to clean the motherwort. Just as she finished washing and took the basket out to dry in the yard, Lu Xiaoyan arrived, holding a package that looked like a woven mat. "Aunt Shaoran is here. Please sit down." Jiang Yimian greeted her. Lu Xiaoyan waved her hand and smiled. "Yimian, this is a straw mat I wove last year. It's new and hasn't been used yet. Summer is coming, so you can use it on your bed to stay cool." Jiang Yimian shook her head. "Aunt Xiaoyan, you should keep it. I just heard my mom say she received eggs from your family, so I feel bad accepting the mat." Even though she made it herself, it was still a hassle. It would take at least a month to make 2 mats. Lu Xiaoran insisted, "Just take it, Yimian. I can weave more when the reeds or bulrushes grow in the forest. It's not a big deal. You can use it for now." Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Jiang Yimian accepted it. Noticing Lu Xiaoyan hesitating, she said helplessly, "Let's go." "Aunt Xiaoyan, you came to ask me to help Uncle Taiju with his leg, right? If you need help in the future, just have Goshen call for me. You don't need to bring these things." Although the Chun and Lu families weren't her relatives, she considered them partners. If her partners needed help, she would genuinely assist them and wouldn't accept anything in return. Lu Xiaoyan shook her head, her eyes turning red. "This is the least I can do. Annie has received so much kindness from both your families. If I don't do something within my ability, that would be unfair." The Jiang family had saved their lives and helped them many times. She could never repay that kindness. As for the Lu family, they not only helped build their house but also provided furniture. The two families lived close together and took care of her family in many ways. While the Lu family had also benefited from the Jiang family, they were capable and worked hard in the fields every day. Her family only had Gosheng to help. A boy his age couldn't do much work, so most of the labor was done by the Lu and Jiang families. She felt uneasy about that. They hadn't done much work, yet her family still needed to share the grain. This made her feel unsettled, so she could only help both families in small ways. Jiang Yimian felt helpless. Seeing Lu Xiaoyan's red eyes, she decided not to say anything more and followed her to the Qin family. Some people who receive great kindness from others don't think much of it and feel entitled to enjoy everything. But some people feel uneasy even after receiving a little help, thinking they owe a huge debt of gratitude and must repay it in various ways. Lu Xiaoyan is the kind of person who, if she can't repay a kindness, will feel very troubled and might not eat or sleep well, constantly thinking about how to show her gratitude. When the two arrived at Chen's house, Dogshen was in the yard feeding chickens and rabbits. Upon seeing Jiang Yimian, he excitedly ran over and said, "Sister Yimian, you're here?" After their previous conversation, he felt that she was right. Without letting his father stand up again, they had nothing to lose. The situation couldn't get worse, so it was worth a try. Jiang Yimian nodded and said little as she followed the two inside. The room was very clean, and Qin Taiju was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. When he noticed them, he turned his gaze toward them. His eyes paused on Jiang Yimian, and for a moment, a flicker of hope appeared in his otherwise dull gaze. Jiang Yimian was a bit surprised. She thought he had given up, but it seemed he still had some hope. Seeing her not surprised or disgusted, but instead showing a hint of expectation, gave him a sense of relief. Jian Yimian approached the bed and said softly, "Let me check your leg." With that, she lifted his pant leg. What she saw were legs, so thin they looked like sticks. Jian Yimian tapped his calf and asked, "Can you feel this?" Chun Taizhu shook his head. Jian Yimian continued to examine him and was pleasantly surprised to find that some muscle remained in his legs. They hadn't completely atrophied, which was better than she expected. Noticing some swelling around his knee, Jian Yimian reached out, but as soon as she touched it, the man's face changed dramatically. Jian Yimian asked, "Can you feel your knee?" Chun Taizhu nodded. Lu Shaoran then explained he broke his leg initially and the doctor said his knee was injured too. After the leg was set, he still couldn't walk. At first, he could barely stand, but it hurt terribly whenever he tried to use his leg, and eventually, he couldn't move at all. There was hope at first, but after seeing so many doctors who said there was no way to heal him, he became more and more depressed, stopped eating and taking medicine, and ended up like this. Jian Yimian then examined Shin Tieju's upper body and spine, finally concluding that his leg pain was due to the doctor not removing the shattered bone fragments when setting his leg, causing him immense pain whenever he tried to use it. The presence of broken bones rubbing against each other naturally caused severe pain. As for why the upper limbs cannot move, it's strange for someone to not eat or drink properly for such a long time. Normal people can't stand it, let alone a patient with a leg injury. Chun Taizhu doesn't want to eat or take medicine. He is only fed forcefully by Lu Shaoyan or Gosheng. They can only get a little food into him, just enough to keep him alive, with no extra nutrition. Additionally, not using his upper limbs has led to muscle atrophy, so when he wants to use them, he can't. This issue isn't hard to solve. With more rehabilitation and eating more, his upper body will eventually recover. However, the broken bones in his leg are indeed a problem. If this were modern times, a surgery could fix it easily, but in this ancient era, medical knowledge is limited, and no one can perform surgery. She does have surgical tools in her space, but nothing else. She might find some hemostatic medicine in the forest, but she has no sutures. Non-absorbable sutures would be needed for the surgery on his leg, but to avoid infection, silk thread would be better. However, where can she find silk thread in these mountains? After thinking for a long time, she said his body isn't in serious trouble. If he eats regularly, I will gather some nourishing herbs for him to drink, and with more upper body activity, he will be able to sit up soon. As for his leg, just as she hesitated on how to say it, the two people who had been happy listening to her suddenly looked worried. Lu Shaoyan, looking anxious, quickly asked Yimian, "What's wrong with my husband's leg? Is it not going to get better?" Her husband's leg has always been a source of worry for her. If it doesn't heal, he will fall into despair again. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be bedridden and unable to move. She doesn't expect him to return to being a normal person. She just wants him to be able to stand up again. Gosheng's eyes filled with tears instantly. Seeing that both of them were about to cry, Jian Yimian hurriedly said, "His leg isn't that serious. Just massage it regularly." However, there are some broken bones in his knee that need to be removed for his leg to heal completely. If you trust me, once he regains his strength, I can prepare the herbs and perform the surgery. Lu Shaoyan was startled. Surgery? Does that mean cutting him open? Gosheng was also shocked, his eyes turning red. He didn't understand what surgery meant, but the idea of cutting scared him. How could a big cut on his leg heal? He had never heard of such a way to save someone. Jian Yimian nodded. She knew that in this era, surgery was not an option. Otherwise, the doctors wouldn't say that Shin Tieju's leg couldn't be treated. Seeing that everyone hesitated, Jian Yimian continued, "Now is not the time for surgery. We should at least wait until Uncle Chen's health improves, which will take some time. You all should think it over." The patient was too weak, and she couldn't perform surgery now. His upper body weakness would affect his leg rehabilitation, so they needed to take it slow. If they were unwilling to proceed with surgery, she wouldn't force them. Before Lu Shaoyan could speak, Chun Taizhu nodded and said, "Okay, I trust you. Once I'm better, you can perform the surgery on me." After lying in bed for over half a year, he had had enough. If his leg could heal, he wanted to try. If it didn't work, he still needed to get better, so he could at least move his upper body. He had realized that Xiaoyan and Gosheng would not abandon him. Since that was the case, he couldn't stay in despair. He didn't want to be a burden to them. Jian Yimian raised her eyebrows, a bit surprised. She thought that someone who had given up would be hard to save, but it turned out he had some sense of responsibility and was waking up. Seeing that her man agreed, Lu Xiaoyan wanted to say more but finally nodded and said, "All right, Yimian, I trust you. Don't worry, I will take good care of him during this time." Since her husband agreed, she felt there was no need to say more. If it didn't succeed, she would still be by his side, just like now. Gosheng nodded beside them, his gaze determined. Jiang Yimian glanced at Lu Xiaoyan's rounded belly and reminded her, "You're pregnant, so you need to take care of yourself and not overwork. There's no rush for the surgery. Let's wait until he is healthier." She had forgotten that before going up the mountain, she had seen some silk handkerchiefs in the tailor shop, which she had stored away. Now they would come in handy. When the time came, she could unravel the silk handkerchiefs, respin them into thread, and use them to stitch the wound. While it wasn't as good as modern surgical sutures, it would work in this era. Lu Xiaoyan nodded gratefully. After a few more days, the land by the ditch was finally leveled, and neat terraces grew from the original slope, giving a sense of hope. The seeds sown in the fields at the foot of the hill had sprouted into small green shoots. Old Lu was very excited lately, checking on the field 7 or 8 times a day, which worried Lu Daong. "Dad, that little seedling is so small. It will take at least 10 more days before we can plant it. Aren't you tired from running back and forth every day?" Lu Daong said helplessly while chopping wood in the yard. His father, at his age, had to go out alone on a wooden raft every day. Lu Daong was worried, but his father insisted he stay behind, which made him anxious and gave him dark circles under his eyes. Lu's father shot him an annoyed glance and said, "I'm not tired. If you have nothing to do, go help Yimian plant vegetables in the front field. Stop talking so much." Those little sprouts would turn into valuable food, so he had to keep an eye on them to prevent the birds from ruining them. Just a few days ago, because no one was watching, the birds dug up the rice seeds in the field, causing many not to sprout. With him watching, the birds wouldn't dare to come back. After being scolded, Lu Daong didn't say anything more and just watched his father leave. Once he finished chopping the wood, he went inside to find some vegetable seeds to take to Jiang Yimian and the others. At that moment, Jiang Yimian was turning the soil in her small vegetable garden in front of her house. Zhao Xing'er was nearby, cutting weeds to clear a patch of land to grow some vegetables like Jiang Yimian. A few children were playing nearby. Dia sat on a rock, watching Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan play with stones, her expression a mix of blankness and joy. Zhao Xing'er felt both happy and sad watching her. Dia was already 13 but still acted like a 3-year-old, unaware of much. Even when playing with Xiao Nuan and the other kids, she was slower to react, not as quick as the 2-year-old Xiao Nuan, who seemed a bit dazed. Though the family loved her dearly, her parents couldn't always be by her side. If something happened to them, how would Dia, being so innocent, manage in the world? Seeing Zhao Xing'er sigh, Jiang Yimian thought she was worried about not having enough seeds and smiled, saying, "Aunt Xing'er, don't worry. I can't plant too many vegetables in this patch, so there will be plenty of seeds left. If you need more, you can wait for the seedlings to grow and then transplant them to your own garden." The seeds she had were from the general store, a variety of vegetable seeds including peppers, corn, eggplants, peas, soybeans, peanuts, and even tomatoes. While these seeds were common, farming families rarely bought them. Most only planted corn and rice, and even didn't bother with bok choy, aiming to harvest more grain to sell. Only wealthy families grow new vegetables on their farms, and when they are ripe, they send them to their homes for their sons and daughters to eat. Right now, in this small lowland, no one knows what they have planted, so there is no worry about being criticized by the villagers for wasting good land. Seeing that Jiang Yimian misunderstood, Zhao Xing'er quickly waved her hand and smiled, saying, "I'm not worried about that. Even without your seeds, it's fine. I can just plant some corn." With over an acre of rice fields to plant, she isn't concerned about food as long as they don't starve. She doesn't even think about the things that only wealthy families can eat. But about Dia. Zhao Xing'er thought for a moment and leaned closer to Jian Yimian, whispering, Yimian, I heard you know some medicine. A few days ago, you treated Xiaoyun's husband, and I noticed that Taizhu has been looking better lately. Even Dogsheng and Xiaoyun seem much happier. She had seen Xiaoyun's husband getting better, and she hadn't heard Xiaoyun crying at night anymore. During the day, Xiaoyun looked cheerful. Although Taizhu still couldn't stand up, the atmosphere in the Qin family has improved a lot. It was no longer filled with worry. Seeing this made her happy, and she naturally thought it was all thanks to Jian Yimian. Jian Yimian nodded, noticing Zhao Xing'er seemed hesitant to speak, and said lightly, Yes, what does I want to ask? Zhao Xing'er felt a bit shy and fidgeted for a while before stammering, Dia isn't very bright, right? I just wanted to see if you could help me look into it. Jian Yimian paused, her gaze landing on Dia. After a while, she said, Dia has a congenital condition. I can't treat it. Aunt and Uncle Daong are still young. If you're worried about Dia being alone, you could have another child. She had already checked Dia before. The brain damage occurred while she was still in the womb, and there was no way to fix it. In modern times, doctors would advise pregnant mothers to terminate if there were issues, but in this ancient time, the specific conditions of infants are only known after they are born. Dia's situation is not unique. Fortunately, Dia's parents and grandfather are very kind and have never treated her poorly. They love her and have never thought about marrying her off early. Hearing this made Zhao Xing'er feel a bit down. Although she knew Dia probably couldn't be treated, hearing Jiang Yimian say it out loud still made her a little sad. However, she was already used to it. Suppressing her slight disappointment, she lowered her voice and blushed as she explained, I didn't mean Dia. I meant me. Before she could finish, a strong voice came from behind, Xing'er Yimian, do you have enough seeds? I brought some more from home. Lu Dayong ran over with a cloth bag, followed by the dog, Go Sheng, who had returned from somewhere. Sister Yimian, about those wild chives, wild garlic and wild ginger you mentioned, I dug up quite a few. Are you planning to plant them all in the garden? Go Sheng asked curiously while wiping the sweat from his forehead. If it weren't for Sister Yimian saying those things were seasonings, he would have thought they were just weeds. In his mind, the only seasonings were salt and chili peppers. The chili peppers were introduced by a traveling doctor who passed through the village, and that was when people started using them, gradually leading a few families to grow them. Jiang Yimian nodded, took the basket from Go Sheng, and sighed in relief when she saw that the roots were well protected. It was strange. She could find so many vegetable seeds at the grocery store, but the only other seasoning was salt. Chili peppers were unique to Xinghua village. She had a strong taste and felt that meals were bland without these seasonings, which is why she wanted to dig up wild chives and plant them herself. She had long lost the last batch of seeds she dug up, but luckily, Go Sheng's family had chili pepper seeds, so she gave up on finding a substitute for them. After putting down the basket, Jiang Yimian remembered Zhao Xing'er had not finished her sentence and quickly asked, What were you going to say, Aunt Xing'er? Go Sheng and Lu Dayong also looked at her. Zhao Xing'er blushed under their gaze and felt a bit shy to speak, quickly waving her hand. Oh, it's nothing. Let's hurry and plant the seeds. Saying this, she went to grab seeds to help Jiang Yimian plant. Seeing this, the others quickly got busy too. Some were tilling the soil, some were digging holes, and some were planting seeds, forgetting about chatting. The day passed quickly. The area that was once overgrown with weeds was now turned over. Seeds were scattered, and wild chives, wild garlic, and wild ginger were planted. In the middle of the green, a large patch of brown soil was visible, with a bit of green peeking through, making people feel happy just by looking at it. Wang Fengqin watched the newly turned soil from her doorstep, surprised. When Yimian first mentioned wanting to create a small garden, she had been inside, making clothes. Who knew that in just one day, the small garden had turned into such a large plot? How many vegetables would they be able to grow? In the evening, Wang Fengqin initially planned to invite everyone to her house for dinner. However, when old Lu returned from outside with a plump rabbit, he happily invited everyone to his home instead. The children were amazed and gathered around him when they saw the rabbit. Old Lu, this rabbit is so big. How much meat do you think it has? Little Nguyen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Deya and Xiaoyi also looked surprised. Recently, several families had eaten a lot of rabbit meat, but this was the first time they had seen such a fat rabbit. It was as big as 2 rabbits combined. Old Lu felt proud and said, "Of course, your great-grandfather is impressive. He catches big rabbits like this. Unlike De Yong, who brought back a burnt little rabbit the other day. My rabbit is much bigger. Your great-grandfather only acts when he really needs to." The truth was that he had found this rabbit after it had bumped into a tree and fainted. He simply picked it up. He had never hunted in his youth, and now that he was older, he certainly couldn't chase after a slippery rabbit. The children didn't question him. They believed everything he said and looked at him with bright eyes. This made old Lu feel great, and all his fatigue from chasing birds all day vanished. However, Lu Deong was not impressed and said, "You think you can catch a rabbit? This one looks strange. It might be pregnant." He didn't believe his father could catch a rabbit with his old body. It seemed more likely that the rabbit would catch him. Feeling embarrassed by his son's comment, old Lu felt a bit dissatisfied but also started to doubt. The rabbit did look unusually fat, and it could indeed be pregnant. "Yimian, come take a look. Is this rabbit pregnant? If it was, they wouldn't be able to eat it tonight." Jian Yimian responded, and came over to examine it closely. She was surprised to say, "It's not pregnant." At first, she thought it might be, but now she realized the rabbit was just a bit overweight, which surprised her. Lu Deong was also incredulous. Did his father really catch a rabbit? Old Lu was feeling very pleased, stroking his chin and saying, "Go Sheng, go and prepare the rabbit for dinner. We're having braised rabbit tonight." Go Sheng quickly agreed and took the rabbit to the creek to prepare it. The children continued to gather around old Lu, asking him questions. Jian Yimian found it amusing and went straight to the kitchen to help the women wash the vegetables. Soon, a table full of dishes was ready. A large bowl of braised rabbit meat was placed in the center, surrounded by stir-fried dried bamboo shoots with meat, stir-fried eggs with greens, sautéed fern, cold mixed herbs, and tofu. It made everyone's mouths water. This was the first time the 3 families sat down to eat together. They hadn't had the time before, as they were busy farming, but recently they had finally found some free time. Everyone felt that life was quite good now, comparable to their days in the village, and even better in some ways. Old Lu took a sip of his porridge and said, "It's a pity there's no wine. It's rare for everyone to eat together, and the food is plentiful." He usually didn't drink much, but today he felt happy and thought the occasion deserved some wine. Jian Yimian paused. She had some wine in her space, but it was difficult to bring it out, so she stayed silent. Old Lu quickly forgot his earlier comment and started playing with the children. Everyone laughed, and Zhao Xing'er asked about Lu Xiaoyan and Qin Taizhu. "Xiaoyan, I noticed Taizhu seems to look better. How is he doing? Is his leg still hurting?" Lu Xiaoyan nodded helplessly. "Yes, it still hurts. I can't sleep at night, but he does look better. He's been eating well lately, so that might be why." Everyone looked at Lu Xiaoyan. Although she sounded helpless, there was a hint of a smile on her face. She wasn't as cautious as before, where tears would come to her eyes at the mention of Qin Taizhu, which reassured them. They chatted for a while until someone brought up the fields outside. Old Lu grumbled, "I thought you all had forgotten about the fields. I spent the whole day chasing away sparrows. Those little pests keep coming back, and I was exhausted. If he hadn't been running around, the seeds in the field would have been eaten, and there wouldn't be any seedlings growing." Lu Deong laughed at his father and said, "I'll make some scarecrows tomorrow. With those around, the birds won't come back. Once the seedlings grow, it will be fine." Everyone nodded in agreement. But old Lu was annoyed and muttered, "You should have said that earlier. I almost wore myself out." He had been so excited lately that he forgot about it. Thinking about it, he still wasn't satisfied and said, "Scarecrows are just made of straw. Those birds are clever. Once they see them, they won't be scared. Even if you make scarecrows, I'll still have to check every day." Seeing his father being stubborn again, Lu Deong didn't say anything more. The meal quickly ended amidst laughter and joy. Lu Xiaoyan left early to feed Qin Taizhu. A few people continued to sit in Lu's yard, watching the stars and chatting. It was rare to have such a peaceful and relaxing moment, so no one wanted to leave. I wonder how things are in our village? Someone asked this question, and everyone fell silent. Because of the mountain fire and the deaths, everyone had been avoiding talking about the situation below the mountain. Once the topic was brought up, it was hard to stop. Old Lu sighed and said, "What can we do? It's just been taken over by those bandits. We don't know when this fight will end, or if we can return to Xinghua village." That was the place he had lived for most of his life, and he felt reluctant to leave it behind. Lu Dayong's mood also dropped. The injuries he had sustained were healed, but now they seemed to ache again. How did those refugees make it up the mountain? Didn't we block the road? Everyone fell silent again, knowing the question was about whether Wang Ergo had led them. In the past, they would have confidently said that guy didn't have the guts, but now they were uncertain. The mountain path was difficult to navigate. Besides the main road, there were indeed many small paths, but those were either overgrown with thorns or narrow and rugged. One misstep could lead to a fall, and without someone to guide them, they could easily get lost in the woods. If it were just outsiders, it would be nearly impossible for them to find their way up the mountain. After a long silence, no one spoke again until the moon rose high, and everyone went home to sleep. Another month passed, and the little sprouts in the fields finally grew into green seedlings. Jian Yimian and her group went to transplant the rice early. The seeds they had sown grew quite well, better than Jian Yimian had expected. She thought only half of the 20 pounds of seeds would sprout, but most of them did. Old Lu came to scare away the birds, so not many seeds were eaten. Except for the seeds that didn't sprout, the seedlings filled the entire acre of land. Even the area originally planned for corn was now planted with rice seedlings. After several days of working barefoot in the fields, seeing the once empty land now filled with neatly arranged green seedlings made everyone very happy. Old Lu was especially pleased. He had several plots of land in the village, but together they didn't even amount to an acre. Now, seeing such a large area filled with seedlings made him feel very satisfied. Although the harvest wouldn't all belong to his family, after working hard for these days, he had developed a connection to the land and treated it as if it were his own. Zhao Xinger had a happy smile on her face. "I thought we wouldn't have enough seedlings, but it turns out we have just the right amount. The only problem is that we don't have space to plant corn and sorghum." She still had some sorghum seeds that had been drying for several days. She had planned to save some land for planting, but she miscalculated and ended up using all the space for seedlings. Lu Dayong just smiled and said, "It's okay. We can clear out some spots in the small lowland and plant there instead."
Zhao Xinger nodded in agreement.
Once the seedlings were planted and the field had enough water, everyone went back home. After finishing the planting, they finally had a rare moment to rest. Jian Yimian was also able to step outside for a look. She took a sickle and a basket and left the cave. This time, instead of going into the dense forest, she headed toward the area that had been burned. After walking for over an hour, Jian Yimian found a spot on the hillside where some weeds had started to grow back and hid there to observe the situation below. From a distance, she saw that several new huts had been built near the original houses in Xinghua village. Although they were simply made of wood and straw, it was clear they were new. Jian Yimian was surprised. She didn't expect new houses to be built down the mountain. It had only been a little over 2 months since the fire, and the village had changed quite a bit. The large banyan tree at the village entrance had been cut down, and in its place, a tall lookout tower had been built, with someone on top scanning the area. There was also a lookout at the foot of the mountain. Jian Yimian frowned. It seemed that Zhao Sandao really intended to turn Xinghua village into his own base, even building a lookout tower. If these bandits truly treated Xinghua village as their stronghold, they would likely come here less often. Several hilltops had been burned, and the once lush trees were now charred black. The people below probably thought the mountain was empty and no longer sent anyone to search the area. Their small lowland was deep in the forest and wouldn't be easily discovered, so they were temporarily safe. Moreover, this little base at the foot of the mountain needed to grow. Zhao Sandao was likely focused on recruiting talent and seizing food from travelers, rather than planning anything against the mountain. Jian Yimian sighed in relief and took one last look at the area below before quietly leaving. The exact number of people below was unclear, and if they encountered them, it wouldn't be good for anyone. She could escape alone, but the people in the lowland could not. After leaving the burned hilltop, Jian Yimian went to another forest. From a distance, she spotted bright red fruits among the green leaves, which looked very tempting. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a raspberry bush, laden with bright red fruits. The long branches drooped under the weight of the berries. Raspberries, also known as suspended hooks or raspberry plums, have a sweet and sour taste and are said to help with kidney health and vision. Many ancient texts record the benefits of raspberries. One such text states, "Raspberries are sweet and neutral, benefiting the kidneys, treating impotence, and strengthening without causing dryness or harm." Jian Yimian hadn't eaten raspberries in a long time. Seeing the bright red fruits made her crave them. She carefully picked some and rinsed them with water from her pouch before popping one into her mouth. The taste was sweet and tangy, with the unique fragrance of raspberries. She smiled, knowing the little ones would love them. She picked until her basket was half full before stopping. Not because she didn't want to continue, but because the thorns were quite bothersome. Jian Yimian wandered a bit longer in the woods, picking some dandelions to take home for tea, when she caught a familiar scent. It seemed to be the smell of Chinese tune. Jian Yimian felt a surge of excitement and looked around, soon spotting a Chinese tune tree not far away. Chinese tune, also known as tune sprouts, can help treat colds, rheumatism, stomach pain, and dysentery. Many leaves on the tree had grown large, but there were still plenty of tender red-green shoots ready to eat. Jian Yimian was surprised. It was already summer, and she thought the tune would be too mature, yet there were still many tender leaves available. Perhaps the surrounding dense foliage blocked most of the sunlight, allowing some leaves to remain young. The aroma of the Chinese tune was particularly sweet. She had always loved eating it, whether stir-fried with eggs or in soups. However, some people dislike its taste, much like cilantro. Those who enjoy it love it, while those who don't find it unappealing. Jian Yimian picked a lot, nearly taking all the tender tips from the tree. If she didn't pick them now, the leaves would soon mature, losing their delicious flavor. By the time Jian Yimian returned, her once empty basket was now overflowing, mostly filled with raspberries and Chinese tune, along with some dandelions. When Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan saw the bright red raspberries, they became very happy. They looked so delicious. But before they could reach for them, they were distracted by the smell of the Chinese tune leaves inside the basket. Xiao Nuan frowned at the red and green leaves and said, "Sister, what is this? It smells strange, and I don't like it." The smell was odd. Jian Yimian was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the little one to accept the wild ginger, but not the Chinese tune. "This is Chinese tune. It smells good," she said, taking out some tender shoots to offer to Xiao Nuan. However, Xiao Nuan quickly turned her head away in fright and pouted, saying, "It doesn't smell good. I won't eat it." Jian Yimian chuckled, but didn't insist. She put the Chinese tune back in the basket and went to wash the raspberries. The bright, sweet-sour little fruits were very much liked by both Xiao Nuan and Xiao Yi. Jian Yimian took out some raspberries and Chinese tune, planning to deliver them to the Chun and Lu families. But Wang Fengqin stopped her and happily said, "I finished making these clothes. I made a set for Dog Sheng and Dia, and I also made 2 pairs of cloth shoes from leftover fabric. You can take them all at once." The fabric was found in the cave, and there was enough for each of Xinger and Xiao Yun to have a piece, but they both declined, saying they had plenty of clothes. She didn't want to send more, but since she was making clothes for a few kids, she thought of the other 2 and made some for them as well. Jian Yimian nodded, took the items, and headed to the Qin family. Lu Xiaoyan was feeding chickens by the coop when she saw Jian Yimian and quickly said, "Yimian is here." Jian Yimian smiled, noticing that Lu Xiaoyan, who was pregnant, was coming over to greet her. She quickly said, "Aunt, you don't need to move. I'm just here to bring you some things. Please don't say you don't want them. My mother made the clothes by hand, and the rest is just what we found in the mountains. It's not valuable. As she spoke, Jian Yimian placed the raspberries and Chinese tune in the kitchen and handed over the clothes and shoes. My mother said if Dog Xing's clothes don't fit, she can adjust them. Wang Fengqin had only roughly estimated the sizes, making them a bit larger on purpose. Lu Xiaoyan quickly waved her hand, took the clothes, examined them closely, and smiled, saying, "How could they not fit? Dog Sheng is growing fast, and if they aren't a bit bigger, he won't be able to wear them in a few days." Sister Fengqin's skills are truly great. Her words were sincere. In farming families, people usually know how to sew a bit, but the quality varies. Only Wang Fengqin's skills were praised by everyone in Xinhua village. Jian Yimian smiled and said, "Annie, if you find your food bland, you can eat some raspberries, but don't eat too many." Lu Xiaoran was already over 7 months pregnant, so eating some raspberries was fine. If it were early in her pregnancy, she wouldn't dare give them to her. Lu Xiaoyan just smiled and nodded, pulling Jian Yimian toward her chicken coop. "Yimian, look. The hen hatched 4 little chicks. They're so fluffy and cute. You can take 2 home to raise, and when they grow up, they'll lay eggs." Even though she couldn't work in the fields due to her pregnancy, she had been busy at home, collecting some eggs to hatch chicks. Out of the many eggs, she managed to get these 4 chicks. Although she felt a bit sad about the eggs, seeing the fluffy little chicks made her happy. The little yellow chicks were only the size of a palm, waddling behind their mother hen, looking adorable. Seeing the 4 tiny chicks in the coop made Jian Yimian feel a bit tempted, but then she remembered the pile of rabbits at home and quickly waved her hand, saying, "No, I have plenty of rabbits to feed at home. If I take 2 more chicks, I won't be able to manage." In the past, Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan would gather rabbit grass to feed the rabbits, but now there were too many rabbits and Wang Fengqin had to go gather grass too. Otherwise, the rabbits wouldn't be full. If she took 2 more chicks, it would be impossible to feed them all. Seeing that she didn't want any, Lu Xiaoran didn't insist. She said, "Your home doesn't have a chicken coop yet, so it wouldn't be easy to raise them. I'll take care of them for now, and you can take them whenever you want." Jian Yimian smiled and didn't say much more. She checked Lu Xiaoyan's pulse, confirmed everything was fine, and told her to relax and prepare for the baby. Then she went to see Chen Taizhu. As soon as Chen Taizhu saw her, he called out, "Yimian." Jian Yimian nodded, noticing that his complexion had improved a lot, and he seemed to be in a good mood. She said, "Uncle Taizhu, you look happy. Is your strength coming back?" Chen Taizhu quickly nodded with a smile, his stubbly face showing some joy. "I can move my arm now." Saying that, he slowly raised his arm but quickly let it drop again. Even this small movement was very difficult for him, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he looked very excited. Jian Yimian was surprised. She didn't expect him to be able to move his arms so soon. It seemed Chen Taizhu had put in a lot of effort in his rehabilitation. After checking his pulse again, and noticing that his previously weak pulse had gained some strength, she advised both of them a few more times before turning to leave for the Lu family. At the Lu family, only Zhao Xing'er was home. The others were either in the fields or weeding. Jian Yimian was not surprised and looked around curiously, asking, "Where's Dia? Why isn't she here?" Usually, Dia played with the children, Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan, or stayed at home. This was the first time Jian Yimian noticed she was missing. Zhao Xing'er smiled and, holding her stomach, brought over a small stool for Jian Yimian. She said, "Dia went with Go Sheng to pick wild vegetables." I agreed since Go Sheng is with her. Jian Yimian nodded and handed over the items she brought, then noticed Zhao Xing'er's pale face. "Aunt, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Although Zhao Xing'er usually had a tan, her face was normally fine, but now it looked a bit pale, and her lips had no color.
Xing'er just smilet.
"It's nothing serious. I'm just on my period and not feeling well." Jian Yimian nodded and said, "I have some motherwort at home. I'll have Xiao Yi bring you some. Drinking it can help you feel better." She had collected quite a bit last time, and had saved the rest after making tea for herself and Wang Fengqin. Zhao Xing'er nodded, then seemed to think of something, her face turning slightly red. She cleared her throat and said, "Yimian, could you help me check something?" She had wanted Jian Yimian's help before, but felt shy with others around. Now that it was just the two of them, it felt like a good opportunity. Jian Yimian nodded casually. Is there something bothering you, Aunt? Zhao Xing'er hesitated for a moment, then blushed and said, I was thinking about having another child. I was too busy before to consider it, but recently I've had this thought. However, when I had Dia, I hurt my body, and the doctor said it might be hard for me to have more children. At that time, they didn't mind because they had Dia. But later, they realized Dia wasn't very bright, and their family situation wasn't great. They worked hard in the fields every day and didn't think about having another child. Recently, seeing Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan getting along well, she thought it would be nice to have another child for Dia to have a companion as they all grew older. Jian Yimian then understood that when Zhao Xing'er mentioned needing help, she meant for herself, not Dia. She had misunderstood. She nodded, feeling neutral about it, and reached out to check Zhao Xing'er's pulse. Zhao Xing'er, however, was quite nervous, feeling both shy and worried. She was lucky to meet kind people who didn't mind that she had a not-so-smart child and might not be able to have more. In a regular family, she would have faced a lot of hardship, even if she wasn't abandoned. Seeing Jian Yimian checking her pulse without speaking and then looking at her tongue without saying anything made her very anxious. Yimian, can my aunt never have children again? Jian Yimian shook her head and said, It's not that you can't have children. When you had Dia, you didn't take care of your body properly, which left you weak. With time and proper care, you can have more children. However, it would take quite a while to recover, at least 6 months to a year. Zhao Xing'er became excited and said, As long as I can have children, I can take my time to recover. She wasn't in a hurry to have a baby. She was mainly worried about not being able to have one. Now that she had a positive answer, she felt very happy. Jian Yimian nodded and added, Recovering your body will require a lot of herbs. I still need to look for some on the mountain. For now, I'll get you some motherwort. In fact, she had all the herbs needed for the warming soup in her space, but taking them out all at once might raise suspicion. Plus, since Zhao Xing'er was on her period, she couldn't drink the soup anyway. Zhao Xing'er happily said, That's great. I'm not in a rush. Yimian, just take your time finding the herbs. If you need my help, just let me know. Jian Yimian agreed and was about to leave when Zhao Xing'er hurriedly approached her, lowering her voice and shyly saying, Yimian, can you keep this a secret for me? Don't tell anyone. Only the Liu family knew about her inability to have children. While she wasn't afraid of what others might say, if it got out, it would reflect poorly on the Liu family. Her father-in-law and husband treated her well, and she didn't want to cause them any trouble. Although they were in a small area where news wouldn't spread easily, she still preferred not to have too many people know. Jian Yimian nodded, Don't worry, Aunt. I won't tell anyone. As a doctor, she couldn't share her patient's health information. Zhao Xing'er felt relieved and happy. Even the discomfort from her periods seemed to lessen. Everyone took a break for a few days and then got busy again. It was the time to plant corn and sorghum. The fields outside had already been planted with rice, and several families worked together to clear more land next to the vegetable garden for corn and sorghum. Jian Yimian saw that the land was ready and rested nearby, smiling as she looked at the small vegetable gardens next to each other. The vegetables in the small garden have sprouted, and the bean plants have grown long stems and leaves that climb up the little trellis. In a few days, these plants will bloom and bear fruit. The wild onions, garlic, and ginger have also come back to life, looking much better than when they were first planted. Jian Yimian casually pulled out the weeds that had grown in the field, feeling quite happy. A few adults continued to work in the field, loosening the soil and digging holes for planting. Since corn needs some fertilizer, several families had collected dry branches, leaves, and muddy soil from the ditches early on. Now, the corn seeds were covered with soil, and the mud was mixed in. Although it wasn't as good as pig or cow manure, it was still valuable fertilizer for this little low area. After resting enough, Jian Yimian was about to help when Wang Fengqin sent her away, saying, All right, the soil is turned, and the next tasks aren't hard. You and Dog Shin go play and see what those little ones are up to. With that, she pushed the two children away. Jian Yimian felt a bit helpless. Seeing the three adults working together so well, she and Daxing really couldn't join in, so they went to find the three children. Xiao Yi was with Xiao Nuan and Deya, sitting in the shade under a tree watching ants climb. When they saw Jian Yimian and Daxing, they excitedly said, "Sister, brother Daxing, are you going to dig for wild vegetables? Take us with you. We can help." The three of them could only play with stones and mud while the adults were busy, and they wanted to help. But the adults always said they were too small to be of any assistance, even though Daxing and Jian Yimian didn't seem much older than them. He promised himself he would eat well and grow tall like brother Daxing and sister Jian Yimian. Xiao Nuan, hearing this, quickly frowned and nodded seriously, while Deya copied her, looking like two little serious statues, staring blankly. Daxing chuckled and raised his chin, saying, "Instead of digging for wild vegetables, you go back and get a basket. Brother Daxing will catch fish for you, and you'll have a big meal." Hearing this, the children instantly cheered and hurried back, soon returning with a small basket. Daxing waved his hand, calling them to the lotus pond, and the three little ones followed him obediently, looking very proud. They mimicked Daxing, shouting, "Big meal! Big meal!" Jian Yimian twitched her lips, feeling like she had stumbled into a pyramid scheme, complete with a slogan. She helplessly followed the leader of the group. As the older child, she felt she should keep an eye on things, especially since Daxing was still just a kid who often forgot about others when he got excited. Unlike her, who felt like she was 20 inside. The lotus pond was kept clear because old Lu frequently came and went, so the grass nearby was already gone, and the small grass on the ground was trampled into the mud. She didn't have to worry about snakes or insects suddenly appearing from the bushes. After finishing cutting a bundle of fresh grass, Jian Yimian was about to grab a basket when she saw Daxing take off his shirt and prepare to jump into the pond. Startled, she grabbed his shoulder, asking, "What are you doing?" Daxing looked innocent. "I'm going to catch fish." "Don't worry, Yimian Jia, I can swim. I used to swim in the river every summer, and this pond isn't very deep, so I'll be fine." He had just swum there a few days ago but hadn't caught any fish, as the water was quite murky and different from the river. Seeing his eagerness, Jian Yimian had to explain, "If you jump in like that, the fish will just swim away. Plus, there's a lot of mud in the pond. If you go in, you'll come out covered in mud." Daxing paused, scratching his head, and said, "No wonder I didn't catch any fish last time." Jian Yimian sighed, realizing he had already jumped in before. "Let me catch them instead." She placed the weed she had in the basket, weighed it down with stones, and tied a rope to the handle before lowering the basket into the pond. She secured the other end of the rope to a stone at the edge of the pond and clapped her hands, saying, "All right, bring those over." Xiao Nuan and Deya quickly handed over their baskets. Jian Yimian added more weeds to the pond and said, "Okay, go play." As she turned to leave, Daxing grabbed the hem of her shirt, surprised. "Yimian Jia, is this really enough? Can we catch fish like this?" It seemed easier for him to just jump in. Jian Yimian glanced at him and replied calmly, "Just wait. This is how I caught fish last time." Daxing still seemed skeptical and muttered, "Are fish really that silly? With such a big basket, would the fish really swim in?" Xiaonuan shook her head seriously and said, "Fish aren't silly. It's that sister is smart." Xiaoyi nodded and added, "Don't worry, Daxing Ge, if sister says we can catch fish, then we definitely will." Deya nodded, even though she didn't understand what the others were saying. Nodding was enough. Go Sheng. Well, the kids believed it, so he couldn't spoil their fun. If he couldn't catch any, he could sneak into the pond and grab a few to put in. Jian Yimian laughed at their expressions, but didn't say anything more. She led the group to wander around the pond. After a short while, she discovered something interesting. Hidden under the weeds were some black and yellow clumps that surprised her. It had rained a few days ago, and the ground was still damp near the pond, with water droplets on the grass. The dark, ear-like things were growing close to the ground. Xiaonuan curiously picked one up and examined it for a while but couldn't figure out what it was. She asked in a soft voice, "Sister, what is this? It's dark. Is it poop?" Jian Yimian. How could she explain that it was edible? Before she could speak, Goshen quickly chimed in, it's edible. It's called ground vegetable. I've eaten it many times. It's not poop. Ground vegetable, also known as earth ear or lichen, is delicious, tender, and crunchy. It has benefits like clearing heat, improving eyesight, and can help treat red, swollen eyes, night blindness, and burns. Source: Internet. Xiaonuan nodded in understanding and timidly said, "Oh, it's edible poop. I've never eaten poop before." The little one was so excited her eyes sparkled. Jian Yimian. Hey, why are you so excited? Is eating poop something to be happy about? But Xiaonuan persisted, following Gosheng and asking, Gosheng, what does poop taste like? It's fragrant and crunchy, really tasty. No, it's not poop, Gosheng said, feeling a bit frantic, scratching his head. How could he eat poop? Jiang Yimian quietly laughed while bending down to pick up the ground vegetable, not poop. With a few little helpers, they quickly gathered a big pile that looked like a small mountain from afar, black and yellow. Yes, it looked more like it. Fortunately, Xiaoyi soon returned with a small basket from home and filled it with the ground vegetable. Seeing it was about time, Jiang Yimian went back to the pond. When Gosheng saw her coming for the basket, he hurried over. He didn't believe they could catch those slippery little fish so easily. Last time, it was surely Jiang Yimian's luck. Just as he was about to say something comforting, he saw Jiang Yimian skillfully lift a basket, and instantly, water leaked out from the gaps. 2 lively little fish were jumping vigorously in the basket, along with several small shrimp. Gosheng's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly picked up the other 2 baskets, which contained 3 palm-sized fish each. He almost dropped his jaw and exclaimed, Yimian, this method really works for catching fish. It was so simple. He regretted jumping into the fish pond a few times before without catching anything and getting covered in mud. Jiang Yimian glanced at him and replied calmly, of course it works. She had learned this method from an old woman on the mountain and had used it many times, so she knew it was effective. Gosheng immediately stopped talking, picked up the 2 small baskets, and was about to empty them. Jiang Yimian quickly stopped him, saying, don't dump it out. There are small shrimp in there. If we dry them and make soup, it will taste great. Last time, she had caught a few small shrimp but thought it was too little, so she didn't keep them. This time, she had caught quite a few. Gosheng paused, looking at the tiny shrimp in the basket and quietly muttered, can such small shrimp have any meat? But he still followed her advice and just removed the weeds and stones from the basket. After catching the fish, he understood how skilled Jiang Yimian was, and even though he had doubts, he wouldn't voice them. Yimian Jia was the best. There was nothing she couldn't do. Jiang Yimian was unaware that she had gained another fan. She was just happy looking at the fish and shrimp in her hands. The group returned with their catch. They divided 2 fish between the Chen and Lu families and shared some water spinach. Jiang Yimian planned to dry the shrimp and share some later, so she didn't mention it. As soon as she got home and soaked the water spinach, she saw Zhao Xing'er walking toward the lotus pond wearing a straw hat. Jiang Yimian was a bit curious and quickly asked, Aunt Xing'er, where are you going? Zhao Xing'er replied with some concern, I'm going to check on Grandpa. He said he would be back by noon, but it's already late. I'm worried he might have gotten heatstroke. The old man spent all day in the rice fields, either cutting grass or watering the fields, refusing to let anyone help him. He was stubborn and they didn't want to say much, so they just let him be. But with the sun getting hotter each day, they were really worried about him being alone by the fields. Jiang Yimian nodded, washed her hands, and said, Aunt Xing'er, I'll go. You can go back to your tasks. I need to check on how the rice is growing in the fields anyway. It had been a while since she last checked, so it was a good time to go. Zhao Xing'er hesitated for a moment, then saw Wang Fengqin come out of the house with a straw hat for Jiang Yimian and smiled, saying, Xing'er, let Yimian go. The kids run fast, and you still need to go gather chicken grass with Gosheng, right? Hurry and get to work. Lu Xiaoran was quite far along in her pregnancy and couldn't stand for long without getting tired, let alone do anything else. The only one at home who could help was Gosheng, but as a child, he could only do so much. Wang Fengqin and Zhao Xing usually took turns helping out, and today it was Zhao Xinger's turn. Hearing this, Zhao Xinger agreed, gave Jian Yimian a few instructions, and then went back. Wearing the straw hat, Jian Yimian picked up her basket and sickle and headed toward the lotus pond. As she paddled the wooden raft through the pond, a gentle breeze occasionally brushed her face, making her feel comfortable rather than hot. Soon, the lotus pond began to narrow into a small channel. Jiang Yimian secured the raft by the shore and noticed another raft tied up, which was the one old Lu had used in the morning. Since the raft was still there, old Lu must still be in the fields. After walking for a while, she finally spotted the hillside in the distance. Jiang Yimian walked down the slope along the field path, which had transformed from a sloped area with loose soil into neatly arranged terraces. The green rice plants in the fields were now as tall as her calves, growing closely together. As Jiang Yimian looked around the fields, she searched for a while before spotting old Lu sleeping in a shaded area. She could hear his snoring from afar, mixed with the sounds of cicadas and frogs, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Jiang Yimian smiled helplessly, thinking how anxious Aunt Xinger was while old Lu was comfortably napping in the shade. She tiptoed over, just about to wake him, when old Lu suddenly woke up with a start, squinting at her. Seeing it was Jiang Yimian, he smiled and said, "Yimian, what brings you here?" "I was just thinking of resting a bit, but I ended up falling asleep." "Did De Yong and his wife send you to wake me?" As he spoke, old Lu leaned against the tree behind him and reached down to touch the grass, only to realize that something felt off. Looking down, he saw he had placed his hand on a snake's tail, and he yelped, trying to pull his hand back, but it was too late. The green snake turned its head, flicking its tongue, and lunged toward old Lu's hand. Jiang Yimian gasped and quickly threw her dagger, which struck the snake's head, pinning it firmly against the tree. Old Lu was so scared that he quickly pulled back his hand and turned to see the snake, which had been pierced through the head by a dagger and was still wriggling. He jumped up from the ground in fright. Jiang Yimian came over and, seeing old Lu's panic, asked, "Are you okay, old Lu?" Old Lu felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing Jiang Yimian and, suppressing his fear, replied, "I'm fine. I just wasn't fully awake. Otherwise, how could I be scared of such a small snake?" Jiang Yimian didn't call him out on it. She pulled out the dagger and tossed the dead snake into her basket. Today was a good day for a meal. Old Lu looked at the dagger in Jiang Yimian's hand and exclaimed, "Yimian, this dagger is really nice and sharp." If it weren't sharp, she wouldn't have been able to handle the snake so easily. Jiang Yimian nodded, glanced at the dagger, and wiped the blood off on some grass before putting it away. It was indeed a good dagger. She wondered where her father had gotten it. Noticing old Lu staring at her basket in silence, she thought he wanted some snake meat and quickly said, "I'll prepare some snake meat and bring some to you later, old Lu." Old Lu waved his hands repeatedly, saying, No, that's fine. There's not much meat. You should keep it for yourself, Yimian." He was too scared to eat it. Seeing that it was getting late, and guessing he was called to come back for lunch, he quickly said, "Let's head back. It's getting hot. I won't stay here for lunch. I'll come back to water the fields after the sun sets." Jiang Yimian nodded, "And Xinger is worried you'll get heatstroke, so she asked me to find you. You should avoid coming out during the hottest part of the day." Since they needed to farm, all the trees around had been cut down, leaving them exposed to the blazing sun. Jiang Yimian felt the heat on her way over, and she worried about an elderly man wandering around in the fields. If this continued, he would surely suffer from heatstroke. Old Lu nodded, agreeing with her. After being frightened by the snake, he felt a bit weak in the legs, so he followed Jiang Yimian as she paddled the raft into the small lowland. As soon as they entered the lowland, the air felt cooler. The tall trees blocked most of the sun, allowing only scattered rays of light to shine through. Once home, Jiang Yimian processed the snake. There were too many parasites on the snake's skin, so she simply peeled it off. Wang Fengqin watched in fear and hesitated, saying, "Yimian, can we really eat the snake? It looks scary, maybe we should just throw it away." Many people in the village had been bitten by snakes in the past, so she was especially cautious during the summer, afraid of encountering one. I just heard that old Lu almost got bitten by a snake. She was really scared and warned the kids not to go into the grass. Xiao Wan and Xiao Yi didn't seem too worried. They just watched Jian Yimian handle the snake with curiosity. Jian Yimian smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom. This snake is not poisonous and is good to eat. I'll cook it and you can try it later. It tastes really good." This green snake usually wouldn't attack people and would avoid them. If old Lu hadn't stepped on its tail, it would have escaped. Wang Fengqin was still a bit hesitant. Seeing the kids weren't scared, she felt a chill and quickly went inside. She was afraid of the snake and thought it would be fine if she didn't eat it. Lunch was ready soon. They had steamed rice, spicy stir-fried snake meat, 2 braised fish, and a pot of egg and vegetable soup. As soon as the dishes were on the table, Xiao Yi eagerly took a piece of snake meat. It was spicy and flavorful, and the meat was tender and delicious. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Mom, you have to try this snake meat. It's so tasty and tender." Xiaonan quickly took a bite too. She wrinkled her nose and drank some of the egg and vegetable soup instead. She liked the soup better. The vegetables were delicious, tender and crunchy. Jian Yimian encouraged Wang Fengqin to try it. She hesitated at first, but seeing that Xiao Yi and Xiao Wan had eaten it, she picked up a piece, closed her eyes, and put it in her mouth. No matter what, they were all together as a family. The texture she expected wasn't there. Instead, she tasted the spiciness first, followed by the tender snake meat. It was much better than she had imagined. Wang Fengqin was surprised and took another piece of snake meat, nodding, Yimian, this snake meat is actually quite good." In the end, most of the snake meat ended up in Wang Fengqin's stomach. Since both the Chen and Lu families couldn't accept it, and there wasn't much snake meat, Jiang Yimian didn't send any to them. In the afternoon, Zhao Xing'er brought them a lot of wild vegetables. "This vegetable tastes really good. We stir-fried some for lunch, and everyone loved it, so I went to pick more and brought back a lot," Zhao Xing'er said with a smile as she poured the wild vegetables from her basket into a bowl. It was her first time eating this vegetable, and she found it delicious. Since she had nothing else to do, she picked a lot to share with both families. Little Nguyen's eyes lit up when she saw so many wild vegetables, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Xing'er. I really like this vegetable. It tastes so good." Zhao Xing'er paused, looking at the pile of wild vegetables on the ground, and indeed, they did look quite similar. She just smiled and pinched the little one's cheek before heading back. Jiang Yimian and Wang Fengqin poured all the wild vegetables into a basin, planning to wash them. The vegetables were delicious, but hard to clean due to the dirt inside. It would take an hour to wash them thoroughly. After cleaning, Jiang Yimian placed the wild vegetables in a sieve to dry in the yard along with some small shrimp, intending to store them for later. As days passed, the Jiang family's rabbits had 2 more litters, and the small rabbit pen was no longer enough for them. Wang Fengqin and Jiang Yimian planned to build a large shed to keep the rabbits. Xiao Yi and little Nguyen were drooling over the newly born bunnies. Their mother and sister said that the bigger rabbits were ready to eat, and soon they could enjoy delicious, tender meat again. Little Nguyen felt a bit sad about eating the rabbits they had raised for so long, but when she saw the adorable new bunnies, her sadness quickly faded. She was filled with joy at the thought of eating rabbit again. Rabbits are so tasty. Why not eat them? Seeing that they were going to build a large shed, Zhao Xing'er quickly called Lu Deong and old Lu for help. It had been raining for several days, and today was finally sunny. Since they had nothing to do, everyone came to help. Old Lu looked at the small rabbit pen packed with bunnies and then at the few larger rabbits covered in a basket in the yard, exclaiming, "These rabbits really can breed. If they keep this up, one big shed won't be enough." Lu Deong laughed. "Dad, don't worry. Aunt Wang's family has so many mouths to feed, they'll eat some regularly. Can the rabbits breed faster than people eat?" Old Lu was taken aback and shot his son an annoyed glance, wondering why his son always undermined him. Lu Deong, still oblivious to his father's irritation, continued to chuckle. Wang Fengqin quickly added, Daong is right. Later, you all can take a few home to eat, and I'll send some to Shaoran. I'm not worried about the rabbits breeding. I'm just worried if they don't. The group finished building the grass shed amidst laughter and joy. Just as Wang Fengqin was about to invite everyone to her house for a meal and call for Gosheng, she saw Gosheng running over with a worried expression.
Und Xinger, und wann?
Doxing ran anxiously, out of breath and struggling to speak. Wang Fengqin quickly handed him some water and smiled. I was just about to call you for dinner, and here you are. First, take some food back to your mom and dad. As she said this, she was about to go into the kitchen. But Doxing waved his hands repeatedly, took the water, and said urgently, "Aunt, no, it's not good. My mom fell and is in pain right now. You all need to hurry and check on her." Just a moment ago, his mother had come out of the house to check on the chickens, but she slipped and fell, injuring herself and bleeding. He quickly helped her to bed before rushing to get help. Everyone was startled. Wang Fengqin paused, feeling anxious, and said, "How did she fall?" "Oh no, she's pregnant. Xinger, let's hurry to the Chen family." With that, she wiped her hands and rushed to the Chen household. Several men were also alarmed and quickly went to Lu's house. Upon entering, they saw Lu Xiaoyan lying on the bed, holding her stomach, looking very pale, with blood on the bedding. Wang Fengqin and Zhao Xinger were shocked. When Jian Yimian entered, she pushed everyone out. "Children shouldn't see this bloody scene. You all go outside and help boil water." Seeing the urgency, Jiang Yimian took a quick look at Lu Xiaoyan and then went to boil water. Doxing and Lu Daong hurried in to help, one chopping wood and the other adding fuel to the fire. Old Lu went to comfort Chen Taizhu and the children. While adding wood to the stove, Doxing anxiously said, "Sister Yimian, how is my mom? Is she going to be okay?" He blamed himself for not paying attention. It had been raining lately, making the ground slippery. He should have kept an eye on his mother or watched over her carefully. Jiang Yimian didn't know the details either, so she softly replied she should be fine. She estimated that the due date was around this time, but the sudden fall made things uncertain. She hadn't seen clearly what had happened. Doxing was filled with worry until the water in the pot boiled, and then he heard Lu Xiaoyan's cries from the room, which frightened him. He was about to rush out in a panic. Jiang Yimian quickly held him back, comforting him to stay and help with the hot water. She hurried to bring hot water, cleaned cloths, and scissors, but just as she was about to check on Lu Xiaoyan, she was pushed out. She wanted to confirm how the situation was, but since she hadn't seen clearly, she ended up feeling anxious outside. Chen Taizhu was extremely anxious in another room, struggling to sit up in bed. He kept looking outside and pressed his ear against the wall, trying to hear what was happening. Unfortunately, all he could hear were increasingly loud cries, making it hard for him to understand anything else. His face grew paler as he sat on the bed. "Shaoran, how is she?" Chen Taizhu asked worriedly as Jiang Yimian entered the room, his eyes wide with concern. The man had gained some weight over the past few days, but he still looked thin, with sunken cheeks that only showed a hint of flesh. His anxious expression twisted his face, revealing a bit of fear. Jiang Yimian reassured him, "Uncle Taizhu, don't worry. Annie is just giving birth, and she should be fine. You need to be careful and not fall off the bed. We want Annie to be calm during this time." Old Lu quickly added, "That's right, Taizhu. Don't stress. Shaoran will be okay. If you don't believe me, at least trust Yimian. If she says everything is fine, then it is." Chen Taizhu slowly nodded but remained very anxious. He stopped asking questions when he heard another scream. The children had already been taken to the Jiang family by Lu Daong, fearing they might be scared. Everyone outside waited anxiously. Wang Fengqin and Zhao Xinger were also sweating in the room until they finally saw the baby's head, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. "Xiaoyan, it's almost over. We can see the baby's head. You can do it." The people outside had no idea what was happening inside, only hearing louder cries. Chen Taizhu could hardly sit still, but he was unable to move. Leaning against the wall took most of his strength. Just then, He saw Jian Yimian come out with a basin of blood, which frightened him even more, especially with Lu Xiaoyun's heart-wrenching screams in his ears. His anxiety grew, but remembering Jian Yimian's words that everything would be fine, he tried to calm himself and pressed his ear against the wall to listen. Inside, everyone was busy, while those outside grew more anxious as they waited from noon until sunset. Finally, they heard a clear sound of a baby crying.
What?
The tension in everyone finally eased. Jian Yimian saw Wang Fengqin come out holding the baby and quickly rushed over, seeing a wrinkled, red-faced little one. Everything is fine. Xiaoyan is okay and both mother and baby are safe. I'll take the baby to show Taizhu, Wang Fengqin said, and she went into Chen Tieju's room with the child. Chen Taizhu felt relieved when he heard the baby's cries. When Wang Fengqin came in, he quickly asked, "How is Xiaoyan? Is she okay?" Wang Fengqin shook her head and smiled, saying, "She's fine. Look, Xiaoyan had a son. Isn't he adorable?" Chen Taizhu was overjoyed, repeatedly saying, "That's good, that's good." When he saw the baby in her arms, he became even more excited and tried to sit up from the bed, but he had no strength left. Wang Fengqin quickly said, "Oh, don't move. Be careful not to fall. I'll bring him over for you to see." She handed the baby to Chen Taizhu. He carefully turned to look at the child, and tears filled his eyes. He felt guilty for making Xiaoyan suffer so much. He promised himself to get better soon so that Xiaoyan wouldn't have to struggle anymore. In the past, he had been unwell, burdening them, but that would change. Seeing everyone focused on the baby, Jian Yimian quietly slipped into the room. She saw Lu Xiaoyan had fallen asleep from exhaustion. After checking her pulse and confirming she was okay, she felt relieved. Hearing the earlier cries and seeing the blood made her quite scared, worried something might happen to Lu Xiaoyan. Thankfully, both mother and baby were safe. Since everyone had been too busy to eat earlier, they were now very hungry. Wang Fengqin quickly invited everyone to her house for a meal, turning lunch into a celebration for Lu Xiaoyan's successful delivery. After eating, everyone went home, while Wang Fengqin took food to the Qin family. At home, only Jian Yimian and the two little ones remained. The children were still frightened by the events of the afternoon and hadn't eaten well. Noticing their mother was absent, they cautiously approached Jian Yimian and asked, "Sister, is Aunt Xiaoyan okay?" Little one heard some scary shouting this afternoon. The little ones looked pale, clearly still shaken. Little Yi was also not doing well. Despite acting mature, he was still just a small child. Jian Yimian gently rubbed their heads and said seriously, "Aunt Xiaoyan is fine. It's just that giving birth can be painful, and that's why she cried out." Little Muan sniffled and thought for a moment before asking, "Is it really painful? Is it worse than when I fell?" She remembered the last time she fell and hurt her hand, crying for a long time. Jian Yimian nodded. "Yes, it's very painful, much more than when you fell. Your mother felt the same way when she gave birth to us. It was very hard. Giving birth is like crossing a dangerous path, especially in ancient times when medical care was poor. It is not easy for a woman to safely deliver a baby." When the two little ones heard that their mother had gone through the same experience, they immediately felt emotional. "Was it painful for you, mother?" "I promise to be good and not make you angry or cause you pain," said Xiaoyan. Xiao Yi quickly nodded. Mother must have felt the same as Aunt Xiaoyan. "We should listen to mother." Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Jian Yimian smiled and gently squeezed their cheeks. Actually, Xiao Yi and Xiaoyan were already quite obedient. They often helped their mother with chores and were not mischievous. It's good for them to understand how hard it is to be a mother. As a result, when Wang Fengqin returned, the two little ones chased each other, leaving her confused. Several sunny days passed, with the sun baking the ground, making the grass droop. Jian Yimian didn't go out much since the vegetables in her small garden had grown. She would pick some beans and gather wild vegetables nearby. These days, she mostly wandered around the small area and checked on Lu Xiaoyan. This morning, she went to the Qin family and heard a loud crying sound. Jian Yimian marveled at how energetic children are. Even their cries are strong. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Dog Sheng frantically trying to comfort the baby in his arms, looking very worried. "Mother, is my brother hungry? Why does he keep crying? He cries every time I hold him." Lu Shaoran laughed from the side. "You're holding him too tightly. Of course, he's crying. Give him to me." Dog Sheng quickly nodded and handed over the squirming baby. Turning around, he saw Jian Yimian standing at the door and called out, "Sister Yimian, come in. My brother has grown, and he looks really good now."
Come see.
Jian Yimian nodded and walked over to take a look. The baby indeed looked better than when he was first born. He was fair and clean, and when he saw her, he opened his mouth and smiled, looking very cute. The last few times she visited, the little one had been sleeping, but today he was awake. Lu Shaoran was also happy to see her and quickly handed over the cheerful baby. "Yimian, look, he's smiling at you." Jiang Yimian took the happy baby in her arms and played with him for a while, but soon noticed he was starting to doze off. Dog Sheng quickly reached out to take him back for a quick hug, but the little one suddenly woke up and began to cry loudly until Lu Shaoyan soothed him back to sleep. Dog Sheng looked unhappy and mumbled, "Why won't he let me hold him? Sister Yimian can hold him. Am I not his brother anymore?" Lu Shaoyan felt a bit helpless and stared at Dog Sheng for a moment before saying, "Could it be that you're too dark and scared him?" Dog Sheng had been outside every day, working hard and getting sunburned. When he smiled, only his big white teeth showed, which could indeed be a little scary. Feeling wronged, Dog Sheng stormed out, thinking, "What kind of brother is he if he dislikes my tan?" Jiang Yimian found it amusing. After checking Lu Xiaoyan's pulse and confirming she was fine, she turned to the sleeping little one and asked, "Has the little one been named?" "What is it?" Lu Xiaoyan nodded and smiled, saying, "The father named him Tian Bao." Jiang Yimian paused, then understood. When Lu Xiaoyan gave birth, she had fallen, and the situation wasn't great. Tian Bao was a good name, at least better than Dog Sheng. Just then, Lu Xiaoyan continued, "His nickname is Tai Dan." Jiang Yimian was taken aback and hesitated before asking, "Is Dog Sheng also a nickname?" Lu Xiaoyan nodded. Dog Sheng's real name is De Bao, given by his grandfather.
Jiang Yimian.
Well, that's fine. She probably doesn't have a nickname like that. Jiang Yimian checked on Qin Taizhu and saw he could sit up independently for over half an hour, which made her nod in satisfaction. The Qin family situation was indeed improving day by day. By the time they finished harvesting rice this year, their lives would be on the right track. They wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. While she was thinking, she heard Dog Sheng and some kids talking outside, sounding alarmed as if something had happened. Jiang Yimian asked curiously, "What's going on?" Xiaoyi looked pale and quickly said, "There's a huge beehive on the cliff by the lotus pond. It's really scary." He and Xiaonuaner and Dia had almost been stung by bees while playing near the pond. Jiang Yimian frowned. That area was their only path. If there were bees stinging people, who would dare to go out? If it was just for picking wild vegetables, that would be fine, but they also needed to look after the crops in the fields. With the sun blazing, they had to go water the fields in the evening, otherwise the crops would wither in a few days. Hearing this, Dog Sheng rolled up his sleeves and confidently said, "You all wait here. I'll climb up and destroy the beehive." He grabbed a hoe from the yard, but was stopped by old Lu's scolding. "Stop. Don't run around, kid. I've been watching that beehive for days, and it's full of hornets. You could get stung before you even know it. This is serious." In the village, there have been cases where people were stung to death by hornets, including several grown men. They thought they could get rid of the bees, but instead they ended up badly hurt and didn't survive long. "And you're just a child." Lu Dayan quickly added, "You kids should stay away from the lotus pond for now. A hornet sting is no joke. My dad and I will check it out." He had wanted to see the beehive for a while, but his dad had always stopped him, saying it was nothing to worry about. He only realized something was wrong after hearing the kids talk about it. His dad must have been worried that if he told him, he wouldn't let anyone go out alone. Seeing Lu's serious expression, Jiang Yimian thought for a moment and said, "I'll go with you. If there really are hornets at the lotus pond, it's not something to take lightly. They need to deal with it. Otherwise, It would be hard for them to water the rice fields, constantly worrying about getting stung. Lu's dad paused, about to stop her, but then remembered the snake and hesitated before nodding. All right, Yimian, you can come with us. You kids stay here and don't run around. With that, the three of them headed toward the lotus pond. Before they got close, they could hear the buzzing of the hornets, making their skin crawl. Lu Daong looked up at the beehive, which was as big as two heads, and stammered, "Dad, this beehive is huge. Why didn't you tell me earlier? How long had those hornets been there?" His dad must have been terrified every day going to the fields, always worried about being stung. Lu's dad huffed in annoyance. "I already told you. What about the crops? We can't just stop watering them." If he hadn't been watering every day, the crops would have dried up under the hot sun. Lu Daong felt a bit guilty. He and Xinger had been busy weeding the small field and thought watering wouldn't be too tiring, so they hadn't checked. Who would have thought there would be such a big beehive? Those kids were lucky to have played there for so long without noticing it until today. Jian Yimian also found the large beehive concerning. She hadn't been around much lately and didn't realize it had grown so big. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Let's wait until evening when the hornets return home, and then we can deal with the hive. There are many wasps outside looking for food. If we act now, they might return and not find their home, causing them to linger around. If people come by, they will definitely get stung." Old Lu and Lu Daong were both surprised and couldn't believe it. "Yimian, are you really going to burn this wasp nest? It's so big, there must be a lot of wasps inside, and there's no good place to start a fire here. It won't be easy to clean up. The nest is hanging in the air, mainly from that crooked tree. To remove the wasps, we would have to climb that tree, which is not an easy task. Moreover, that crooked tree is over 2 meters high from the lotus pond below, and falling would be painful." Old Lu quickly said, "Yimian, this nest is indeed too big and hard to deal with. We might get hurt. I usually just take care when I'm out, so don't worry." He had noticed it growing recently, but didn't think much of it. He was shocked to see how big it had become in just a few days. Jiang Yimian shook her head. "We need to remove the nest tonight. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes." The wasps hadn't stung anyone lately, but they were just lucky. If the nest keeps growing, it will be harder to remove, and no one knows if the wasps will suddenly sting someone. The safety risk is too high. Lu Daong hesitated for a while and then cautiously suggested, "What if we avoid this path and go out through the cave instead? The nest is too big to handle now. We can deal with it in winter when it's empty and safer." Old Lu nodded repeatedly. At first, he thought about removing the wasps, but seeing the size of the nest made him reconsider. Taking a detour seemed like a better idea. If he got stung by so many wasps, he wouldn't survive. Jiang Yimian agreed, saying, "Okay, then you two should avoid this place for now." With that, she left directly. Later that evening, she planned to come back alone to deal with the nest. If she was lucky, she might even get some honey. Old Lu thought she had agreed to their plan and felt relieved as he followed her. Yimian was just a child, and seeing such a large wasp nest would naturally scare her. Lu Daong found Jiang Yimian's words strange, but didn't think much of it and left with her. The sun quickly set, and the previously hot air finally cooled down a bit. After dinner, Jiang Yimian took a stick wrapped with a piece of cloth on top and headed towards the lotus pond. Old Lu and Lu Daong were relaxing in the yard when they saw Jiang Yimian leaving with a stick, thinking she was just going to the vegetable garden. However, they noticed she was heading in the wrong direction and quickly stood up from their chairs. "Oh no! Yimian is going to burn the wasp nest. We need to stop her." Old Lu hurriedly put on his shoes and ran after her. Lu Daong, still chopping wood, heard this and grabbed his axe to follow, startling Zhao Xinger. "Hey, where are you going? Put down the axe. Don't hurt anyone." But the two didn't have time to listen to her and ran off quickly, disappearing into the woods. When they reached the lotus pond, Jiang Yimian had just taken out her protective suit from her bag and saw them panting as they arrived. She was surprised. "Grandpa Lu, Uncle Daong, what are you doing here?" She didn't expect them to come and run so fast. She would have avoided them if she had known. "Old Lu, out of breath, leaned against a tree and said, Yimian, didn't we agree not to disturb the wasps? Why did you come alone? It's too dangerous. You should come back with us. The path to the rice fields wasn't the only way. They could just walk a bit further. There was no reason to let a young girl take such a risk. Lu Daong, sweating profusely, added, Yimian, you scared us. Those wasps are not easy to deal with. Let's go back and wait a few days before trying to burn the nest. He reached to pull Jian Yimian away, but she held up her protective suit and said, Don't worry, I won't get stung with this suit. The path to the rice fields is hard to find. It's easier to go this way. She had tried to find it before but couldn't, and it was too far, taking several hours to reach. Not only would that waste time, but it was also hot, and she could get heat stroke. It was better to go through the lotus pond. Old Lu looked skeptically at the suit she was holding. It didn't look like regular fabric and seemed slippery. Can that suit protect you from the wasps? He wasn't very convinced. Wasps have stingers, and he worried it might get pierced easily. Jian Yimian nodded. It can protect me from the wasps. The protective suit was developed in the lab, made from special materials that could even stop bullets, so it would surely handle a few wasps. She remembered the suit when she saw the wasps. She had stuffed many lab items into her bag before, and had forgotten what she had. Lu Daong looked skeptical but glanced at the height of the beehive and said, How will you get up there? That tree is so tall, even if we paddle a raft over, we can't reach it. If they could reach it, they wouldn't be waiting until winter. Jian Yimian pointed to a few branches extending from the crooked tree and casually said, I can step on those branches to reach the crooked tree. Then I just need to be careful climbing up. In reality, she didn't need to go through all that trouble. With her skills, she could easily jump onto the crooked tree using the leverage from the leaves. She said this just to ease the worries of the two men and to get their agreement for her to remove the beehive. Lu Daong looked at the branches. They weren't too thin, and the distance was just right, so he realized it was possible to reach the crooked tree. Just as he was about to speak, he heard old Lu snort and say, All right, Yimian makes a good point. I'll put on that suit and climb up to burn the beehive. Although there was a high chance he could get stung by the wasps, he accepted it. At his age, he needed to contribute something for the younger generation. Even if he died, he wanted to destroy the beehive. With that thought, his gaze towards the beehive changed, showing a fearless determination. He picked up the stick wrapped in cloth and said, Yimian, help me put on that suit. Lu Daong. Jian Yimian. Did he misunderstand something? It was just burning a beehive. Did he really need to look like he was going off to face death? Also, that was just a stick, not a magic wand. Seeing his father so determined to burn the beehive, Lu Daong rubbed his nose and said, Dad, with your age, you shouldn't be doing this. I'll go instead. Yimian, give me the suit. After saying that, he opened his arms, signaling Jian Yimian to help him put it on. Jian Yimian. They really were father and son. However, before they could pose for long, old Lu slapped Lu Daong on the head and said irritably, What do you mean old age? I'm still strong. I'm going to burn the beehive, you stay out of it. I'll go. No way I'm going. No, I want to go. Jian Yimian watched the two nearly come to blows over the beehive and shook her head helplessly. She quietly put on the suit and said calmly, I'll go. As old Lu and Lu Daong argued, they both immediately said in unison, No way. Just then, they saw Jian Yimian step on a leaf and leap up to the crooked tree, which was 2 meters above the water's surface. Old Lu. Lu Daong. How did she get up there? Seeing the two staring at her, Jian Yimian casually reminded them, You should stand back. The wasps will come out soon. Lu Daong quickly responded and pulled the stunned old man Lu away to a safer distance. Old man Lu was furious and shouted, Aren't you a man? Are you really scared of a little wasp? It seemed ridiculous for 2 grown men to hide while a young girl dealt with the wasp nest. Lu Daong pretended not to hear and pointed at Jian Yimian's torch, saying in surprise, Wow, that cloth catches fire so easily. Just a little spark and it flames up. Old man Lu stopped scolding his son and looked at Jian Yimian. He saw her in protective gear, carefully holding a fire starter, and she began to burn the bottom of the wasp nest. Before long, many wasps flew out of the nest, heading straight for Jian Yimian. Both men were startled and were thinking of how to help when they saw Jian Yimian pull out a strange little can and spray at the wasps. Instantly, the once aggressive wasps fell to the ground, floating on the lotus pond, unsure if they were alive or dead. The two men widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched her spray more at the swarming wasps, causing a large number to float on the water. After several sprays, no more wasps emerged from the nest. Jian Yimian then put away the insecticide, took down the nest, and let it fall to the ground. Seeing Lu Daong and the old man approaching, she quickly stopped them, saying, "Wait, don't come over yet." After saying that, she took out a curved knife and cut off the burned bottom of the nest, then split the remaining part in half. Suddenly, several wasps hidden inside rushed at Jian Yimian. She swung her knife, slicing the wasps in half, and they fell to the ground, silent. Finally, she removed her protective gear and looked at the honey and royal jelly in the nest, feeling the heat she had endured disappear, and her mood lifted. There was enough honey and royal jelly for them to enjoy for a long time. As for the large nest, she planned to extract the beeswax to make some lip balm and skincare products later. Seeing the sky darkening and no more sounds of wasps around, Lu Daong and old man Lu cautiously approached, worriedly asking, "How are you, Yimian? Are you okay?" They had been anxious watching so many wasps fly toward her and were unsure if she had been hurt. Jian Yimian shook her head and said, "I'm fine. It's all taken care of. You can come to the lotus pond without worry from now on." With that, she picked up the wasp nest and left. Lu Daong and old man Lu were still a bit stunned.
So,
Is it over? Is it really that simple? What were they thinking earlier when they were ready to face danger, and even argued about it? Old Lu's face turned red as he hurried to catch up, looking Jian Yimian up and down for a while before saying, "Yimian, are you really okay? Why didn't you discuss it with us before going to burn the beehive? It was so dangerous." Jian Yimian replied casually, "Oh, I saw you all about to fight, and since it didn't seem too difficult, I just went ahead. There's a lot of honey, and I'll bring some back for you." Old Lu was speechless. Not a difficult task. Is she insulting us? He felt a bit frustrated and after a while said, "You can keep the honey. I don't need any." He hadn't been much help and felt embarrassed to take the honey. But Jian Yimian smiled and said, "It's fine. There's plenty of honey and royal jelly. We can gather it all together, and I'll share some with each family." Just as old Lu was about to refuse, he heard Lu Daong's excited voice, "Great. Thank you, Yimian." A few days ago, Xinger said she didn't have much flavor in her mouth, but with honey, she can taste something sweet. Seeing Lu Daong's carefree expression made old Lu even more frustrated. How did he end up with such a silly son? When they returned home, Wang Fengqin came with a few children to the Lu family. Their faces didn't look good, but they relaxed when they saw them come back. Wang Fengqin rushed to her daughter, examining her for a while before saying, "Why didn't you discuss burning the beehive with us? You scared me to death. Those are hornets, and they are poisonous. Someone in the village had even died from a sting." When she heard Xinger say that Yimian went with old Lu and the others to deal with the bees, she was so frightened that she almost followed them but was stopped by Zhao Xinger, who said she wouldn't be of any help and that it would only worry everyone. So, she waited anxiously. Jiang Yimian just smiled and said, "With old Lu and Uncle Daong here, I was fine. They would protect me." Wang Fengqin finally relaxed and thanked the two men. Old Lu and Lu Daong awkwardly touched their noses, feeling a bit embarrassed. Protect? That girl handled the bees easily by herself. They weren't needed at all. But neither of them dared to say that, so they quickly changed the subject. "All right, since everyone is here, let's eat together to avoid running around and getting tired." Zhao Xinger quickly nodded and said, "Sure, let's eat together. I've already cooked rice, just need to stir-fry a few dishes." With that, she went into the kitchen to get busy. Wang Fengqin quickly went in to help, while the others were outside collecting honey and royal jelly. "Go Sheng," while digging into the honey, exclaimed Lu Te, "How did you manage to get that beehive down? That's amazing." Although he hadn't seen it himself by the lotus pond, he could guess how many wasps were in such a large hive. Old Lu glanced at him, ready to speak, when Jian Yimian said, "It was all Lu Tai's idea. He climbed that crooked tree and took care of the wasps all by himself." Old Lu was taken aback, and Lu Daong almost laughed out loud. The kids, however, believed it and looked at Old Lu with admiration, asking questions. "Tay, what method did you use to bring back the beehive so easily? Yeah, did you get hurt?" Seeing Jiang Yimian digging honey nearby, Old Lu realized she wasn't teasing him, so he accepted the kid's admiration. "Go on, I can't tell you my method. That's my old man's secret weapon. When you reach my age, you'll be just as impressive. But I have many other amazing stories to share with you later." The kids eagerly agreed, saying they wanted to hear more and hoped to eat more to grow tall like him. Lu Daong watched his dad boast and couldn't take it anymore, quietly heading to the kitchen. His dad was really shameless, boasting about everything. Jiang Yimian found it amusing. After seeing so many young boys, this was her first time encountering an old man acting like one. Indeed, men remain boys at heart, even when they're old. After they finished eating, they worked hard for a while and finally extracted the honey from the beehive. Looking at the large hive, they managed to fill a small jar with honey and had about the same amount of royal jelly. Jiang Yimian sighed, noting that wasps just can't compare to bees. However, she was content, sharing some with the other two families. Just as she was about to take the hive home, she suddenly thought of something. While others weren't paying attention, she handed a small jar to Wang Fengqin, using the beehive to cover it, and called Zhao Xing'er aside. Zhao Xing'er looked puzzled and asked, "What's up, Yimian? What do you need from me?" Jiang Yimian handed over a few packets of medicine, covered by the beehive, and said, "Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1 bowl of medicine. 1 packet for 3 doses, twice a day, once in the morning and once at night. Let's see how it goes after you finish these." The medicine had been prepared in advance, but she had not taken it out until now. If she hadn't seen Zhao Xing'er today, she might have forgotten about it, and it could have been a long time before she remembered again. So, she decided to give it to her now. Zhao Xing'er was taken aback, but quickly filled with joy. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she thanked her and hurriedly took the medicine inside. When others asked, she simply said she was feeling unwell and had gotten some medicine from Jiang Yimian. The others didn't think much of it and left right away. Without the big wasp, the area by the lotus pond became a favorite spot for a few children. It was cool there, and by the water, various wild grasses grew quickly. They played there every day and picked some chicken grass and rabbit grass to take home. Today, Jiang Yimian rarely accompanied Old Lu on the wooden raft to the small depression. She wanted to check how the crops in the fields were growing and see if there was a shortcut from the fields to the small depression. The big wasp had reminded her that if a similar situation arose again, they couldn't just sit and wait. Finding a shortcut would be good for everyone. The raft soon docked at the shore, and before they reached the terraced fields, Jiang Yimian saw from a distance that the green seedlings in the fields had already started to sprout, looking like they were blooming. She felt a bit excited and hurried over. The seedlings that were once at her calves had grown above her knees, and the green plants had sprouted with delicate little flowers. It wouldn't be long before these rice plants would be ready for harvest. Old Lu looked pleased and said, "Oh, I haven't worked in vain. Look, every seedling has sprouted. This year's harvest should be good." His efforts of bringing water to the fields every day had paid off. Jiang Yimian nodded repeatedly, and after checking the crops in various fields, she left with her basket. Old Lu knew she was looking for a path and reminded her to be careful while he cleared weeds along the field ridge. Jiang Yimian left the terraced fields, walked along the ridge, crossed the ditch, and climbed up the gentle slope. The forest on the slope still showed signs of being burned, but new weeds had already grown. Some tree trunks had also sprouted new branches and leaves. As she walked, Jiang Yimian marked her path. After nearly 2 hours of work, she finally found a way out. This path was hidden among the overgrown weeds, and after clearing it a bit, she spotted a familiar small hill in the distance and sighed in relief. Although this path was farther than the lotus pond, it was much closer than the route she had taken at first. It would take about an hour to reach, and including the journey from the cave to the small depression, it would only take about an hour and a half, which was quite acceptable. Due to uncertainty about how long it would take, she brought along some flatbreads and a water pouch today. Not in a hurry to return, she had a simple meal and then strolled through the nearby woods, hoping to find some herbs or wild vegetables. As she wandered, she actually discovered quite a few good things. Not far away, there was a patch of reddish-purple leaves, standing out brightly against the green surroundings. It was perilla. Perilla, also known as shiso, has properties that help with digestion and can be used to treat colds, coughs, chest tightness, digestive issues, and nausea. Jian Yimian felt a bit excited and quickly ran over with her basket. The reddish-purple leaves were lush and showed no signs of flowering yet, making it the perfect time to harvest perilla leaves. Not only can perilla be used as medicine, but it can also be eaten. Whether in salads, raw, or in hot pot, it tastes great with its unique spicy flavor. Jian Yimian loved this taste and planned to take some home as seasoning, picking a good amount of fresh leaves before stopping. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted some creeping water spinach nearby. The green leaves were hidden among the weeds, but Jian Yimian recognized them right away. Water spinach, also known as Chinese spinach, has a fragrant taste. The entire plant can be used medicinally, helping with digestion and promoting urination. The stems have detoxifying properties and can be used to treat skin issues when applied externally. Jian Yimian cut a good amount with her sickle until her basket was full. When she returned to the field, she saw old Lu under the shade of a tree, using a long stick to scare away the sparrows. With the scarecrow in place, there were already fewer sparrows around, but some brave ones still dared to come and check. As soon as they saw the waving stick, they all flew away in fright. Old Lu snorted, thinking those little sparrows dared to eat his rice. What a dream. Jian Yimian found it amusing and walked over to ask, "Grandpa, are you going back now?" Old Lu glanced at the sun, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "Not yet. If I go back now, I'll have to come out again soon to water the fields. I might as well wait here and scare off those little sparrows." Jian Yimian nodded, not saying anything more. She wandered along the edge of the field, initially wanting to check on the seedlings, but instead found many snails in the rice paddy. She picked one up to check, confirmed they were all edible, and called out to old Lu, "Grandpa, let's gather some snails to take home and eat." The river snails are tender and juicy, especially when stir-fried. They smell wonderful. She used to eat them whenever she had time, but it was her first time seeing them in nearly half a year. Old Lu was surprised and stood beside Jian Yimian, hesitating to speak. He hadn't seen many of the wild vegetables she picked and wasn't sure if they were edible, but he did know about the river snails. He had eaten them before, but they were often gritty and hard to get the meat out of. Seeing his hesitation, Jian Yimian thought he didn't know they were edible, so she smiled and explained, "Grandpa, these river snails are really tasty. Let's gather some to share with everyone." Her family often ate meat, but the Chun and Lu families probably didn't have much. They used to catch wild rabbits and chickens from the forest, but those were likely all gone now. The baby rabbits were too precious to eat unless everyone gathered together. With these river snails, it would be perfect to bring back for the kids to enjoy a taste of meat. Old Lu realized Jian Yimian was serious and hesitated before saying, "Yimian, I've eaten these before and they don't taste good. They have a lot of grit, so don't gather them. You won't be able to eat them." Many people in the village had tried cooking them, but they ended up throwing them away, wasting a lot of oil and salt. Jian Yimian paused, smiled helplessly, and said, "Too many river snails can affect the growth of the seedlings. Are you sure you don't want to gather any?" Upon hearing this, old Lu immediately rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll find all the river snails right now." With that, he started searching the fields and soon found a handful, working hard to gather them. Jian Yimian found it amusing. While her statement wasn't wrong, there weren't that many river snails in the rice paddies, probably not enough for a meal. Old Lu clearly treated the fields as his lifeline. They worked in the rice paddies for a while, and as the sun began to set, they managed to collect a small half-basket of river snails. Seeing it was enough, Jian Yimian held the wood ear mushrooms and after old Lu finished washing, they both paddled back home. Once home, Jian Yimian placed the river snails in a wooden basin to let them spit out the sand. Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan curiously watched from the side. "Sister, what are these dark things?" "I've seen them by the river," Xiao Nuan asked, tilting her head and staring at the basin. Jiang Yimian smiled. "These are river snails. Tomorrow, I'll make stir-fried river snails for you." As soon as little Nuan heard there would be food, she smiled widely and hugged Jiang Yimian's leg, saying, "Great. Little Nuan likes it. You're the best, sister." Every time her sister went out, she would bring back lots of delicious food, most of which little Nuan had never seen before. Jiang Yimian pinched the little one's cheek and noticed Xiao Yi frowning at the food in the bowl. Like a little adult, he said, "This doesn't taste good. It's gritty." In the past, when their grandparents didn't let them eat enough, he had to pick up food to eat. Jiang Yimian paused, a memory flashing in her mind. After a moment, she smiled and said, "Back then, I didn't use the right method. This time, it will definitely taste good." "Don't worry, Xiao Yi." That was when their father had just gone missing and their grandparents were annoyed with them, so there wasn't much food. Their mother was busy in the fields, and to fill their stomachs, the older brother and Xiao Yi had picked up some snails. But since the original owner didn't know how to prepare them, everyone ended up with gritty mouths. Xiao Yi fell silent, his little face scrunched up as he clearly recalled those unhappy days. Jiang Yimian squatted down and gently patted his head, softly saying, "Do you not believe in your sister?" Upon hearing this, the little one shook his head vigorously, revealing a big smile. "I believe in you, sister. You can definitely make delicious food." Yes, he believed in his sister. She was amazing now, and if she said the snails were tasty, they must be good. The next morning, Jiang Yimian got up early. After a quick wash, she headed straight to the kitchen. Seeing that the snails had expelled the sand, she cleaned them again and boiled them before stir-frying. By the time Wang Fengqin and the two little ones woke up, Jiang Yimian had already prepared breakfast. The two little ones rushed into the room, drawn by the delicious smell. When they saw the dishes on the table, they couldn't help but drool, especially over the bowl of snails in the center, which looked so tempting. Little Nuan reached out to grab one and was about to put it in her mouth when Jiang Yimian stopped her. She handed them a piece of hard straw and said, "Use this to eat the meat inside. You can't eat the shell." As she spoke, she demonstrated by poking out the meat from a snail and taking a bite. Little Nuan quickly copied her and tasted it. The flavor was spicy and fragrant, and the snail meat was tender and bouncy, making the little one's eyes light up. The meat is delicious and so fragrant." Jiang Yimian smiled and noticed that Xiao Yi and Wang Fengqin hadn't tried any yet, so she urged them to taste it. She had added some perilla leaves, making the flavor even richer. Xiao Yi hesitated a bit, but after Wang Fengqin tried it and said it was good, he carefully took a bite. "I thought it would be full of mud and a fishy taste, but instead, it was spicy and fragrant, with tender snail meat that made him almost swallow his tongue." It's so delicious, completely different from what I used to eat." Seeing Xiao Ye's surprise, Jiang Yimian smiled and said, "You should take some to Aunt Xiaoyan and Grandpa Lu." Xiao Yi quickly nodded and filled a big bowl for each family before rushing out. The Daxing family didn't hesitate. They knew how to eat it and started right away. Old Lu looked at the big bowl of snails with some hesitation. Did Jiang girl really make this to eat? Yesterday, he thought she was joking, but today she actually brought it. Why doesn't she listen? Looking at the shiny dish, he guessed she used a lot of seasoning. What a waste. Zhao Xing'er was also a bit hesitant. She had eaten this before and found it fishy and smelly, with a mouthful of sand, so she didn't want to try it. But since Yimian meant well, it felt wrong not to eat it. After hesitating for a while, she reached for one. Before she could get the meat out, she saw Daya eat several in a row, her eyes shining. She was stunned and couldn't believe it. "Daya, is this really good?" Daya nodded and kept eating one after another. Zhao Xing'er finally got the snail meat out and put it in her mouth. To her surprise, there was no fishy smell at all, just the spicy and fresh taste of the meat. She nodded repeatedly. "You all should try it. It's delicious. Yimian's cooking is really good. I don't know how she got rid of the fishy taste. There's not a bit of sand. Hearing this, Lu Daong and old Lu cautiously tried one and were almost shocked. How can it be so good? It's really fragrant. Yeah, it's amazing. During the meal, everyone enjoyed it, especially the stir-fried snails, which were addictive. Zhao Xing'er and Lu Xiaoyan came to ask Jian Yimian how to make it after breakfast. Knowing the method, both women's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jian Yimian found it amusing and noticed that Lu Xiaoyan had fully recovered and didn't look so weak anymore, so she nodded. It seemed she had listened to her advice and taken good care of herself, and she even looked a bit healthier than before. Wang Fengqin, seeing her daughter talk about others, smiled and looked at Jiang Yimian for a while before saying, "You've grown taller, and Xiao Yi and Xiaowen have gained some weight too. Even Dogsheng and Dia look a bit chubbier than before. You've taught everyone so many things, and they eat well every day, so they will definitely get better." Even she felt stronger now and hardly coughed anymore. Thinking about how the changes in several families are all because of her daughter makes her very happy and proud. Her daughter, Mian Mian, is the best. Jiang Yimian was surprised when she looked at her clothes. The sleeves seemed to be half short, and the pants were also shorter. She didn't notice her growth in the hot weather. This outfit used to be a bit big for her, and she didn't know when it became smaller. Wang Fengqin looked at her gently and said, "Mian Mian has grown a lot. She looks like a young lady now. I need to make you some nice dresses. Such a pretty Mian Mian deserves beautiful clothes." The fabrics and clothes found in the cave were mostly dull colors, but there was one nice piece in a lovely green color that made her happy. She had saved it early in the morning to make some nice clothes for the kids. Today, it seemed perfect to make a dress for Yimian. Her daughter Mian Mian is beautiful, and she would look even better in a dress. Thinking this, she quickly started measuring her. Jiang Yimian felt a bit helpless. She never cared much about what to wear, and since she was always busy running around in the woods, she was even more casual about it. Wearing a dress wasn't very convenient for her. However, seeing Wang Fengqin so happy, she didn't refuse and let her do as she pleased. Her gaze fell on the vegetable garden not far away. Gosheng and Lu Daong were bent over, busy in the garden, seemingly looking for something. Jiang Yimian was curious and casually asked, "What are Gosheng and Uncle Daong doing in the garden?" Wang Fengqin replied without looking up, "Catching pests. There are quite a few on the vegetables, and we catch them every day. Farm vegetables are prone to pests, and they're used to it. They usually catch them themselves, and after a few days it gets better." Jiang Yimian paused and quickly said, "I'll go take a look." As she approached the small vegetable garden, she indeed saw many pests on the leaves, mostly little green caterpillars munching away. She hadn't checked the garden in a while and was surprised to see so many pests. Without any pesticides, dealing with pests in the crops was tough. They could only rely on catching them by hand. When Lu Daong saw her, he smiled and said, "Yimian, you don't need to help. Gosheng and I can handle it. There aren't many left." Gosheng nodded eagerly, quickly picking off the pests and stepping on them, while curiously saying, "Sister Yimian, the snails that Xiao Yi sent this morning were really delicious. How do you know how to make everything?" Jiang Yimian watched as the other person ruthlessly crushed bugs while thinking about food, and she found it amusing. She casually asked, "Do you usually catch bugs in the vegetable garden by hand?" Lu Daong looked at her in surprise and nodded, "Of course. When bugs appear in the crops, the whole family goes out to catch them. We're worried the bugs will damage the crops. It's easier in the vegetable garden, but if bugs get into the rice paddies, that's a real problem." Jiang Yimian paused, recalling that she hadn't seen any signs of bugs in the rice paddies yesterday, and she sighed in relief before examining the bugs in the vegetable garden more closely. Seeing mostly cabbage worms, along with some snails and slugs, she said, "No need to catch them anymore. Just sprinkle some wood ash, and these bugs will all die." Lu Daong hesitated, looking puzzled. "Can that really work? Isn't wood ash used as fertilizer?" He had only sprinkled some wood ash when he planted the seeds and hadn't used it again since the vegetables were growing well. He hadn't thought it could also kill bugs. Go Sheng was also skeptical. His family had been catching bugs by hand for years, and this was the first time he heard that wood ash could kill bugs. Seeing their disbelief, Jian Yimian mentioned her grandfather. My grandfather told me about it, so it should work.
Let's give it a try.
If it really works, we won't have to catch bugs every day. When Lu Deong heard it was her grandfather who said it, he hesitated but eventually nodded. Okay, let's try it. Yimian's grandfather was skilled in medicine and knew many herbs and foods. Since he said wood ash could kill bugs, it must be true. The two hurried home and scooped out the wood ash from the stove, evenly sprinkling it on the vegetable leaves. At first, they thought Jian Yimian was joking, but after a few days, they noticed there were indeed fewer bugs in the garden, and many dead bugs were found among the wood ash. Lu Deong was pleased. Yimian's grandfather is really amazing. How did he know that wood ash could kill bugs? This is great. We won't have to catch bugs every day anymore. After catching bugs for several days, he felt like everything he saw was a bug, and he couldn't even eat properly. Now, finally, they wouldn't have to catch bugs anymore. Others nodded in agreement, feeling like they had discovered something valuable. Zhao Xing'er said, "Then I'll go back and get some more wood ash. There's a pile at the bottom of the stove." She had planned to keep it as fertilizer, but now was perfect for killing bugs. However, Jian Yimian quickly stopped her, explaining, "No need for more. The bugs are already dead. Too much wood ash can harm the soil and affect the growth of the vegetables. While wood ash is useful, adding too much can increase the soil's alkalinity, which can seriously harm the plants." Upon hearing that it would affect the growth of the crops, Zhao Xing'er quickly put down her shovel. While they were talking, they saw old Lu angrily coming out of the woods. As soon as he saw everyone gathered, he called out, "Come with me to the fields to catch the bugs, the seedlings of pests." This morning, he went to the fields and saw the bugs on the seedlings, which nearly made him lose his breath. He had been happily thinking about how much rice he would harvest soon, but to his surprise, the fields were full of bugs, making him feel heartbroken. How could the crops be infested? With the bugs around, the harvest would be cut in half. That was a lot of precious rice. Everyone was startled, but then they remembered something and became cheerful. Lu Deong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dad. Yimian said that wood ash can kill bugs. Let's sprinkle some in the fields, and in a few days, the bugs should all be gone." Zhao Xing added, "Yes, look at our vegetable garden. The bugs are almost all dead. In a few days, there should be none left." Old Lu was a bit skeptical. He had never heard that wood ash could kill bugs. He looked towards the field, and sure enough, the bugs that had been on the green leaves were gone, leaving only a few struggling in the wood ash. He was surprised but still hesitated, saying, "The bugs in the field are not the same as those in the garden." He had never seen anyone use wood ash to kill bugs. It might just be a lucky coincidence. But Lu Deong laughed and said, "Dad, let's try a small patch of land. We can catch the bugs in the rest of the fields." His father was always too cautious and wanted to do everything himself. If he didn't suggest trying it, his father would never agree to sprinkle wood ash on all the fields. So they decided to give it a try and see the effect of the wood ash. Old Lu finally nodded. "All right, let's test a small patch. Stop dawdling. Everyone come with me to catch the bugs, and the kids can come too." With that, he led the way. The others quickly gathered wood ash and followed, looking relaxed rather than worried. However, Jian Yimian felt a bit anxious. After hearing old Lu say that the bugs in the field were different, she thought the wood ash might not be very effective. When they reached the edge of the field, she looked at the bugs and furrowed her brow. The bugs in front of her would indeed not be killed by wood ash. It could only help prevent them, but its effect seemed limited. They appeared to be brown plant hoppers. Plant hoppers, commonly known as fireflies, include white-backed, brown, and gray plant hoppers, which feed on plant sap and harm rice crops. The most harmful pests are the brown plant hopper and the white-backed plant hopper. In the early stages of rice planting, the white-backed plant hopper is the main concern, while in the later stages, the brown plant hopper takes over. For medium and late rice, the brown plant hopper is the primary threat. The gray plant hopper rarely causes direct disasters, but can spread viruses affecting rice, wheat, corn, and other crops. Jian Yimian looked at the brown plant hoppers and felt worried. She saw Lu Deong being directed by old Lu to spread wood ash in a small area, and then he was sent to catch bugs. Jian Yimian had to help catch the bugs too, but she was thinking about a solution. Catching so many bugs every day was not a sustainable method, and it was impossible to catch them all. These bugs reproduce very quickly. Just catching them wasn't enough. They needed to be scared away. What could scare the bugs? Suddenly, Jiang Yimian had an idea. She called over Dogsheng and whispered a few words in his ear. Dogsheng scratched his head in confusion. Will this really work? He thought the method sounded unreliable. Jiang Yimian just smiled and said, "Just do as I say and gather Xiaoya and the others. We should be able to catch quite a few in a day." Dogsheng hesitantly nodded and turned to call a few kids back to the small area. Although he felt Jiang Yimian's method might not work, he decided to follow her instructions. After their experience catching fish, he didn't dare to doubt her anymore. Sister Yimian was so capable. Even if her method didn't work, it must have some reasoning behind it, and it wouldn't harm the crops. The sun was shining brightly, and the adults thought the kids were tired when they saw them leave, so they didn't say much. Wang Fengqin saw Jiang Yimian still wearing a straw hat and helping to catch bugs, and quickly said, "Yimian, it's hot. You should go back now. We're fine with just the adults here." They had dealt with pests on crops many times, and were used to it. They knew that in just one day, they couldn't catch all the bugs. Even if they worked day and night, it wouldn't have a significant effect. With the sun so strong, she was worried about her daughter getting sick from the heat. Old Lu glanced at the blazing sun and quickly added, "Yes, it's enough for now. Yimian, you should head back. We'll catch a few more, and then go back too." The bugs had already infested the crops, and they could only hope for the best, wishing the pests would spare some crops for their winter food supply. Jiang Yimian waved her hand, feeling not tired at all. She had nothing to do at home, so she might as well catch more bugs for some peace of mind. Although she didn't check on the seedlings every day, she had invested a lot of effort and couldn't just watch the crops get ruined. The thought of not being able to harvest much food after months of hard work made her feel distressed. Farming has never been a way to make money. After a busy year, the amount of grain harvested depends not only on careful daily care, but also on the weather. If the weather is good and there is plenty of rain, the crops will thrive. However, if the weather is bad and it doesn't rain, the land will dry up and the crops will struggle to grow, possibly even dying from the heat, making months of hard work worthless. Not to mention pests. Farmers work hard all year just to avoid starvation. After working for a while, they noticed it was getting hotter and decided to return to the small valley to avoid heat exhaustion. Everyone was a bit tired, so after lunch, they took a nap. Jiang Yimian, however, stayed with a few kids to look for things in the small valley. As soon as the kids heard they could help, they became very enthusiastic, searching around eagerly, hoping the pests would disappear by tomorrow. Although they hadn't helped much in the fields, they understood that these pests threatened their food. They couldn't allow that, so they were determined to chase the bad bugs away and protect their grain. The afternoon passed quickly, and as it was getting dark, Jiang Yimian and Dogsheng took what they had caught to the fields and reminded everyone to keep catching more. The adults thought the kids were just playing and paid little attention to them, focusing instead on the crops, which made them worry a lot. Old Lu was so stressed that he couldn't enjoy his meal, staring at the dishes and thinking about the crops. He wished he could help the crops directly. He couldn't understand why there were so many pests. He visited the fields every day. Could that be why the seedlings were growing well? But could the seedlings really hear him? His mind was a jumble, and the annoying sound of cicadas only added to his frustration. He decided to pray to the heavens for help, hoping there would be fewer pests the next day. Lu Deong and his wife were equally troubled. When old Lu left the table, they lost their appetite. Dia quickly finished her bowl of rice and ran out of the house. Zhao Xinger felt a bit envious, thinking it was nice to be a child and not worry about anything. The others weren't much better off. They were already considering what to do if they ran out of food for the winter. As the adults fell asleep, they dreamed about the crops. The kids were similar, but instead of worrying, they were filled with anticipation. If brain cells had a physical form, the small valley would be covered with them, all sacrificed bravely for the sake of the crops. The next morning, after breakfast, a few people went back to the fields to catch bugs. Lu Deong was filled with excitement as he led them to see the fields where they had spread wood ash, thinking that the bugs would be mostly dead like in the vegetable garden. To his surprise, there were not only as many bugs as before, but there were even twice as many, densely packed on the seedlings, which was quite frightening. Lu Laotu looked at the bugs with a mix of anger and sadness. He jumped into the field and started catching them, muttering, "Darn bugs, you eat my crops, I'll crush you for it." Seeing this, the others quickly joined in to help, their enthusiasm cooling significantly. With over an acre of land, the harvest was already small, and they had to share it among 3 families. They had hoped to make some porridge with corn and sorghum, along with the dried vegetables and garden produce they had stored, thinking they could get through the winter without starving. But now, with the bugs on the seedlings, their harvest would be cut by more than half. How would they manage through the winter? How could they last until the new harvest next year? Everyone fell silent, quietly catching the bugs on the seedlings, feeling a deep sense of sorrow, as if their future was dark and bleak. The hope of a good harvest had vanished, and they could only wish that the bugs would spare some of their crops. Just then, Jian Yimian's cheerful voice rang out from a nearby field, filled with joy. "Come quick, there are far fewer bugs in these fields." At her words, everyone was startled and quickly stood up to look at the field where Jian Yimian was. However, it was too far away to see clearly. Lu Laotu hurriedly got up and rushed over, careful not to step on the seedlings. When he arrived at the spot where Jian Yimian was, he saw that the seedlings had far fewer bugs than the day before, with only a few remaining. He was stunned. Lu Laotu thought he must be seeing things and stared at the seedlings for a while, confirming that there really were fewer bugs. Looking at the other fields, there were still plenty of bugs, which puzzled him. What's going on? Why are there so few bugs in these fields? The fields were not far apart, so why was there such a big difference? He remembered seeing many bugs in each field yesterday. Was he dreaming, or had his prayers to the heavens finally worked? Jian Yimian smiled mysteriously. Dogshim was very happy and quickly explained, "These fields have the frogs we caught in the small pond. The frogs ate all the bugs, so there are none left." Yesterday, he thought this idea was silly and didn't believe that catching more frogs would make the bugs disappear. But today he saw it was true. The frogs really ate all the pests. Xiao Yi, Xiao Nuan, and Yi stood proudly as they helped catch the frogs. Frogs? Old Lu's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I forgot that frogs eat bugs. How did you think of this, Dogshim? When did you get so smart? And you kids are amazing." He ruffled the hair of the 3 children. He hadn't expected that after worrying all night, he would find so many bugs in the fields this morning. Dogshim pointed to Jian Yimian and proudly said, "Of course, it was Sister Yimian who told me. She asked me to take Xiao Yi and the others to catch frogs. We caught quite a few yesterday." The fields where they released frogs had almost no bugs left, while a few fields without frogs still had many. If they caught some more today, the fields would be free of these pests in no time. Old Lu nodded excitedly. "Jiang girl is really clever, and you kids are so capable. I'll have everyone go catch frogs right away." With that, he called everyone to the lotus pond and creek to catch frogs. At first, others were a bit confused, but when they heard that having frogs would mean no more bugs eating the crops, everyone became enthusiastic. The 3 children, having caught frogs for an afternoon yesterday, were now experts and guided a few adults while catching frogs. Everyone had smiles on their faces. In just 2 hours, they had released frogs into over an acre of rice fields. As soon as the frogs entered the fields, they started eating bugs, and everyone was overjoyed. "That's great. The frogs are really eating the bugs. Yes, we don't have to worry about the crops anymore. We will have food." A few women had tears in their eyes, thinking their crops might be eaten by bugs, but now they saw hope, and their hard work was not in vain. Old Lu was so excited he almost cried. If he weren't worried about being laughed at, he would have cried right there. Yesterday, seeing so many bugs eating the crops nearly made him faint. He knew that with pests around, the harvest would be reduced and had already estimated the loss. Still thinking about digging up more wild vegetables to store before winter, they never expected that the pest problem, which had been troubling them, would be easily resolved by Jian Yimian. How could this not excite him? From now on, they wouldn't have to fear pests harming their crops. They could raise frogs in the rice fields instead. Days passed, and families instinctively started catching frogs to toss into the fields until the bugs on the seedlings gradually disappeared, and then they stopped. Old Lu happily went to check on the rice fields every day as usual. Everyone was no longer worried about pests and instead felt relieved waiting for the crops to mature. However, the corn and sorghum in the small lowland matured before the rice. Early in the morning, several families went to the fields to pick corn and harvest sorghum before the sun came up. The children were responsible for gathering the corn from the stalks that the adults cut down, and even little Nuan was busy. Xiao Yi and Dia squatted in the fields helping out, all smiles. They were harvesting food, and with this food, they could survive the winter and wait for next year's new crops. They wouldn't go hungry and could eat their fill every day. Although little Nuan couldn't help much, she was always observing, quickly bringing water or cloths to wipe sweat when she saw someone in need. Her short legs moved quickly, but steadily. Lu Xiaoran watched the little one running around, sweating, and felt a bit helpless. Little Nuan, you don't need to bring us water. We can get it ourselves when we're thirsty. Aren't you getting tired running around like this? The little one was so considerate, running to bring them water instead of picking corn, and it made Lu Xiaoyan feel tired just watching her. Wang Fengqin was also a bit worried, but since the little one insisted on helping, she had no choice but to let her be. Little Nuan placed her hands on her hips, shaking her head with her little straw hat, and said in a sweet voice, "Sister and brother are busy, so little Nuan wants to help too." She had grown up and could help her mother and sister with work. With her help, they wouldn't have to work so hard. Seeing the little ones so serious, they didn't say anything more, just reminded her to be careful not to fall, and then went back to work. Jian Yimian and Go Sheng were cutting corn stalks nearby. Old Lu, feeling uneasy, advised them while cutting sorghum, "Make sure to cut the corn stalks at the base. We can dry them and use them for firewood later. Don't waste them." Although there was no shortage of firewood in the mountains, it was a habit to save what they could. He felt it would be a waste to just leave the corn stalks on the ground to burn. The two of them nodded in agreement. Go Sheng and Yuan Shun were already used to doing farm work at home, and they were quite skilled, so there was no need for teaching. However, the corn leaves were rough, and they left red, itchy marks on the skin. Just as Go Sheng was about to scratch his hand, Jiang Yimian dropped some homemade herbal oil onto his hand. "Applying it where the corn leaves have scratched will stop the itching," she said. Go Sheng nodded, staring at the green liquid on his hand. He sniffed it, frowned, and quickly rubbed it on his skin. The previously red and itchy area instantly felt cool, and no longer itchy. He was surprised. "Yimian, what is this? It's so effective. It stopped the itching right away." In the past, when he picked corn, he often got scratched by the rough leaves, which were both itchy and uncomfortable. It was annoying, and he had to scratch it often, sometimes even causing wounds. But this time, after applying the green substance, he felt no itch at all. It was truly amazing. Jiang Yimian casually replied, "I made this herbal oil. I'll give you a bottle to take home. It's quite effective." There were many mosquitoes in the mountains, so she had gathered various herbs to try making the oil, and she was pleasantly surprised by the results. In this time period, such a product probably didn't exist, and she wondered how things were outside. If she could go to town, she might even see if she could trade it for money. With a wry smile, she pushed her thoughts aside and continued harvesting corn. Life was actually quite good. She didn't worry about food or clothing, and she started thinking about other things. Go Sheng quickly accepted the bottle, happily thanking her. After 2 full days of hard work, they finally finished harvesting the corn and sorghum. Everyone was exhausted, but as soon as they opened the door, they saw the corn and sorghum drying in each yard, and their spirits lifted. The fatigue from the past 2 days vanished. Old Lu looked at the sorghum drying in the yard, his beard lifting with joy. If we let it dry a bit longer, we can thresh the sorghum. Then it could be ground into flour, which would be food for the future. Lu Deong nodded while carrying the piled corn husks to the field. Yes, once we finish threshing the sorghum, in about half a month, we can also harvest the rice. That's great. This was his first time harvesting so much food, and instead of feeling tired, he felt very happy. In previous years, this time was the busiest for the villagers, but after a year of hard work, they barely harvested enough food. With taxes to pay, there was hardly anything left to survive the winter. But this year was different. He had initially thought that once everyone finished their stored food, they would eventually starve, never considering that they would farm or have a harvest. The corn and sorghum weigh over 300 pounds, and the rice could yield a few hundred more. If the harvest is good, those fields could produce 1,000 pounds, although that would be quite difficult. Over the years, he had never seen a field in the village produce over 1,000 pounds of grain. The most anyone seemed to get was around 800. Still, he would be satisfied with 800. With that grain, they could have a good winter and wait for next year's new harvest. Old Lu looked at the blazing sun in the sky and smiled, saying, "The sun is nice these days. The sorghum will dry quickly. Then we can thresh it and dry it some more in the shed. This would also clear space for the rice to dry." Lu Deong agreed and casually said, "I hope it stays sunny and doesn't rain." Old Lu nodded in agreement. However, the more they worried, the more it seemed to come true. The next day, just as dawn broke, light rain began to fall outside. Families still asleep were awakened by the sound of rain hitting the roof. They hurriedly got dressed and rushed to move the sorghum stacked in the yard inside. Old Lu, watching the pouring rain outside, grumbled while moving the sorghum inside. Last night the sky was full of stars, and there were no signs of rain. How did it start pouring in the middle of the night? This crazy weather. They had a lot of grain. Each evening, several families would gather their grain and cover it with tarps, but after several days of sunny weather and beautiful sunsets, they hadn't moved the grain inside, thinking they could dry it in the morning. They never expected it to rain so quietly. Lu Deong didn't dare speak up and was busy helping Zhao Xinger cover the neatly stacked corn under the eaves. It was partly his fault. After many sunny days, his father was worried about rain and wanted to call everyone to move the sorghum into the shed. But he had confidently assured everyone that it wouldn't rain after seeing the sunset, so they hadn't moved the grain inside. Now, it seemed his good intentions had backfired. The more he thought about it, the guiltier he felt, fearing his father would catch him and scold him. He kept his head down, almost burying it in his clothes. Fortunately, Old Lu was too focused on the grain to notice him. The Jiang and Chen families had small yards and didn't have much grain to dry. After finishing their harvest, they quickly went to help at Lu's house. Once they covered all the corn and moved the sorghum inside to spread it out to dry, everyone was soaked, and the rain outside had turned from a light drizzle to a heavy downpour. Zhao Xinger quickly made ginger tea for everyone and brought out clean clothes for them to change into. She then looked out at the heavy rain and said gratefully, "Luckily, the sorghum and corn have been drying for a few days. If this rain keeps up, the crops could spoil." She had just seen that only some oilcloth got wet. Yesterday, it was well covered, so the sorghum only got a little moisture, which wasn't a big problem. The corn, sheltered under the eaves, had only a bit of rainwater on the outside, so it was fine too. With the oilcloth securely covering everything, nothing was getting wet. Wang Fengqin took a sip of ginger tea and felt the cold leaving her body. She smiled and said, "Yes, but it has been sunny for so many days, so rain is expected." Everyone agreed with her. It had been sunny for over half a month, so rain was normal, but they didn't expect it to come before dawn, catching them off guard. Fortunately, they reacted quickly, so there was no loss. Because of the continuous rain, everyone couldn't go out and stayed home to shell corn and thresh sorghum. They enjoyed their rare leisure time, and after a few days, they managed to finish shelling all the sorghum and corn. Finally, the gloomy sky cleared up. Jian Yimian watched as the sun, which had been hiding for days, peeked out from behind the clouds. She felt the dampness in the air dissipate. Everyone quickly laid out the oilcloth on the ground to dry the corn and sorghum. After helping out, Jian Yimian stretched and told Wang Fengqin she was going out to take a look and maybe pick some mushrooms. As she reached the cave entrance, several little followers appeared behind her, each holding a small basket. Jian Yimian looked at Gosheng and the other little ones standing nearby and said helplessly, "Do you all want to go out too?" They all nodded eagerly, their eyes sparkling with excitement about the outside world. Gosheng occasionally roamed the nearby woods, but the other three had only gone out once to catch bugs during the rice pest incident and had never left the small area since. After days of rain, they were probably feeling cooped up. Seeing Jian Yimian silent, Gosheng quickly said, "Yimian, don't worry. We won't be a bother. You just focus on what you need to do, and I'll take care of them. They won't be in any danger." The little ones were tired of being in the small area and had mentioned wanting to play outside several times. So today, since there was nothing else to do, Gosheng decided to follow Jian Yimian. "Oh no," and Xianwan quickly nodded seriously, "Sister, we won't run around, and we will take care of ourselves and Daya." Daya paused for a moment before agreeing, "I can take care of myself too." Jian Yimian laughed, seeing the longing in the little one's eyes, and said, "Okay, then you all need to behave." It had indeed been uncomfortable being stuck in the small hollow for months, so it was natural for the little ones to want to go outside and explore. Hearing Jian Yimian agree, everyone became happy and bounced along into the cave. With a few chatty kids along, Jian Yimian didn't feel bored. It felt like she was leading them on a spring outing. The curious little ones asked about everything they saw that was new, and they had a million questions. "Sister, what is this long, thin grass? Sister, why is this leaf so pointy? Sister, can we eat this red fruit?" Jian Yimian felt a bit helpless, but answered each question. Fortunately, the little ones soon got distracted by other things and stopped being so curious. Seeing them catching crickets in the shade of a tree, Jian Yimian let them be while she wandered nearby. After walking a few steps, she tripped over a vine. Thinking it was just wild vegetables growing around, she pulled the vine off her leg and noticed the heart-shaped leaves. She paused for a moment, then looked happily at the vines winding around a few trees. It seemed to be wild yam. Wild yam is sweet and neutral in nature. Besides being food, it can also be used as medicine, helping to strengthen the spleen and lungs, relieve muscle tension, promote blood circulation, stop coughs, and eliminate phlegm. The Shinnong Benchao Jing states it helps with injuries, replenishes energy, removes cold and heat, boosts strength, builds muscle, and improves hearing and eyesight with long-term use. Jian Yimian looked at the wild yam vines covering the ground, unsure whether to feel happy or worried. The good part was that there was so much wild yam to eat for a long time, whether in soup or stir-fried. It tasted great. The worry was that digging for yam is a delicate task, especially since they were buried deep in the soil, making them hard to extract. Jian Yimian took out a narrow shovel from her space and began to dig under the yam vines. After digging a trench about a meter deep, she indeed found many yams tightly wrapped in dirt. She carefully dug around the yams until she cleared the soil, revealing a large, slightly curved yam. Then she reached down and pulled it out. After working hard for nearly half an hour, she managed to dig up half a basket. Dog Sheng had already noticed the situation here and came to help. Shaon Wan and the others were digging for wild vegetables nearby. After digging for a while and filling both baskets, Jian Yimian wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Let's stop for now. We'll come back in a few days to dig the rest. It's too hard." The yam was buried deep, and the stones in the soil made it even more difficult. Despite her years of experience in gathering herbs, she found this yam tricky. Dog Sheng, however, was smiling widely. "When we go back, I'll tell Uncle Daong and Grandpa Lu. If they know this can be eaten, they will definitely come to dig with me." He noticed many yam vines nearby, enough for them to eat for a long time. Although their home didn't lack food and they were about to harvest rice, who would complain about having too much food? The more, the better. He was afraid of being hungry. Jian Yimian nodded and was about to call everyone to leave when she heard Xiao Nuan exclaim, "Sister, look. There's a pit. There's a little kitty inside." Jian Yimian was startled and suddenly remembered the traps she had set in the forest to catch some prey. She hadn't been here in a while and had forgotten about them. She quickly walked over and saw a small black and gray striped kitten lying in a 2-meter-deep pit. The kitten was standing on sharp bamboo and seemed to be hurt, with blood seeping from its back leg, staining the bamboo tips. Xiao Wan, a bit scared, covered her eyes and peeked through her fingers at the pit, saying sadly, "Sister, this kitty is so pitiful.
Can we save it?"
Jian Yimian nodded and jumped into the pit, lifting the little creature by the back of its neck. The little one let out a fierce meow, and Jian Yimian realized that the kitten seemed unusual. What kind of cat makes that sound? Its pattern didn't look right either. Xiao Wan, still worried about the kitten's leg, reached out to take it, but Jian Yimian stepped back, staring at the little creature in silence. This wasn't a cat, it was clearly a little tiger. Yet, the little tiger opened its big eyes and weakly let out a sound that didn't resemble a tiger's roar at all. It sounded more like it was being affectionate. Xiaowan looked at the bleeding little creature with pity and said, "Sister, this little one is so pitiful. Can I keep it?" "Don't worry, I'll take good care of it and won't think about eating it." Jian Yimian was silent, staring at the little tiger in her hands, which had big, cute eyes. After a moment, she realized this little creature must have just been born and was not aggressive, so she sighed and said, "All right then." She placed the little tiger on the ground and went to gather some herbs to stop its bleeding and bandage it up. The little tiger sensed that the person in front of it was not a bad person and gently rubbed against Jiang Yimian's feet, looking just like a small cat or dog, very gentle. Xiao Nuaner was even happier and reached out to pet the little tiger's head. Jiang Yimian was startled but saw that the little tiger continued to nuzzle against Xiao Nuaner's hand without any intention to attack. Xiao Nuaner cheerfully said, "Mimi, it's my sister who saved you. You have to be good." The little tiger seemed to understand and nudged Jiang Yimian's feet again. Jiang Yimian was a bit surprised. She didn't expect this little tiger to be so understanding, as if it was already familiar with being around people. She reached out to pat the little tiger's head and, seeing it still calm, she relaxed. Since Xiao Nuaner wanted to keep it, they might as well, as it was still small and not likely to harm anyone. Just as they were about to head back, Jiang Yimian sensed someone in the forest. Her expression changed, and she looked around. Besides the dense trees, she saw no signs of anyone. The presence she had felt earlier had vanished, making her frown. Xiao Yi, noticing she had stopped, curiously asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" The others also looked at her. Jiang Yimian just smiled and shook her head, catching up with the group. "It's nothing, I just heard some birds." The others responded and happily continued toward the cave. However, Jiang Yimian remained alert, listening to the sounds around her. Once she confirmed that no one was following them, she sighed in relief, unsure if her earlier feeling was just her imagination. In this deep forest, who else could be here besides them? When they returned to the small clearing, Gosheng told the Lu family about the wild yam. Upon hearing that it was edible and could fill their stomachs, Lu Deong and old Lu immediately grabbed shovels and went out with Gosheng. Before dark, the three returned with several baskets full of yams and had also gathered a lot of mushrooms. When Gosheng brought the items to the Jiang family, Jiang Yimian was in the yard playing with the little tiger and the two kids. As soon as Mimi saw the others coming to the Jiang family, it growled fiercely, its eyes showing a bit of anger, but its small size made it ineffective at scaring anyone. Dog Sheng was surprised and lightly patted Mimi's fluffy head, asking, "Sister Yimian, why does this cat act fierce when it sees me? Didn't we bring it back together today?" Even though they were familiar, it still acted tough with him. Jiang Yimian grabbed the little tiger by the scruff of its neck and held it in her arms to calm it down. The little tiger glared at Dog Sheng for a moment before curling up in its little bed and closing its eyes. Jiang Yimian sighed in relief and casually said, "Mimi got hurt and is scared of people. Tigers have a strong sense of territory. When they see others who might invade their space, they get angry." When Dog Sheng returned, he went straight to the Lu family, and the tiger had already marked him as outside Zhang's territory. Dogsheng then said, "Oh," and didn't dwell on it. He just placed a basket full of yams on the ground and cheerfully said, "Sister Yimian, look. Uncle Daong, Grandpa Lu, and I dug up so many yams. We'll have enough to eat for a long time." If it weren't getting dark, they would have dug up even more. Jian Yimian nodded and was about to invite Dogsheng to stay for dinner when she heard Qin Tieju's voice not far away. "Dogsheng, come home for dinner." Dogsheng quickly replied and happily went home. Jiang Yimian looked towards the people sitting at the Qin family's door. Qin Taizhu had recovered well in the past few months. He could move his upper body now. Although he still got tired after sitting for a long time, he could do many tasks like feeding chickens, feeding rabbits, weaving bamboo baskets, and taking care of Taidan. He could manage everything that could be done while sitting. The Qin family had been filled with laughter lately, free from the gloom of the past. Lu Shaoran no longer cried in secret and had more energy for her daily work. Jiang Yimian estimated it wouldn't be long before they could consider surgery for Qin Taizhu. She had originally thought to wait until next year, but didn't expect his recovery to be so fast and good. Surgery might be possible before the new year. The Qin family would be able to celebrate the new year happily. Wang Fengqi noticed Jiang Yimian staring in the direction of the Qin family and gently patted her daughter's head, smiling. "What's wrong? Are you worried about Uncle Taizhu? I see he's been doing much better lately. He can help Xiaoyan with work now, and his complexion is not as pale as before." Xiaoyan says it's all thanks to you. My daughter is really amazing. She sincerely praised her, having seen how much Jiang Yimian had changed over the months. She loved her daughter, whether she was the old version or the new one. Jiang Yimian was taken aback, smiled, and hugged Wang Fengqin tightly, playfully saying, "Mom, you always tease me." She never believed she would one day act affectionately towards others, but after spending time with Wang Fengqin, who treated her very well and filled the void of maternal love she had missed for years, she now saw her as a mother. Wang Fengqin gently touched her daughter's face, feeling content. She loved it when her daughter acted sweet. It made her feel needed. Soon the day to harvest the rice arrived. Old Lu had drained the water from the rice paddies early in the morning, and after several sunny days, the soil was no longer too wet, so they didn't have to worry about muddy legs while harvesting. Jiang Yimian looked at the vast fields filled with golden rice and felt that her hard work over the past few months had paid off, lifting her spirits. Everyone else was excited too, eagerly waiting for this day after months of effort. The people in the small area all came out to help, even Qin Taizhu, who was smiling and chatting happily with some children, showing none of his previous gloom. Several women were busy cutting the rice, while Go Sheng and Jiang Yimian took the harvested rice to old Lu and his son for threshing. Lu Daong and old Lu carefully moved the threshing bucket to the field, surrounding it with cloth curtains to prevent the grains from flying away. Once Jiang Yimian and Go Sheng brought the rice, they each took a handful and struck it against the side of the bucket without curtains. With varying force, they successfully knocked the grains into the bucket. However, the process wasn't finished yet. A few children were responsible for taking the leftover rice stalks and carefully picking off any grains that hadn't fallen. Qin Taizhu was also nearby, meticulously collecting every grain. In the field, aside from the occasional chirping of startled birds, the only sounds were the dull thuds of rice hitting the bucket. From morning until evening, everyone felt exhausted, but incredibly satisfied. On the way back, Lu Daong looked at the bag of rice with excitement, saying, "Dad, this year's harvest looks great. We haven't even finished, and we've already collected over 400 pounds of rice. Such a good harvest was unheard of before." Old Lu glanced at him and replied, "This rice looks plentiful because it's still wet. Once it dries, we'll lose at least a few dozen pounds. However, every rice ear is full of grains, with very few empty husks, and almost all have rice kernels inside." Qin Taizhu looked at the bags of rice on the raft and happily said, "Brother Daong was right. This year's harvest is good." Everyone paused and turned to look at him, surprised. Although Qin Taizhu had improved a lot lately, he had mostly been busy at home and hadn't spoken much to anyone, so his sudden comment caught them off guard. Old Lu was the first to react. He looked Chen Taizhu up and down and nodded, saying, "You finally seem back to normal. You used to avoid talking to us, and I felt awkward even thinking about reminding you." After all, he had watched Chen Taizhu grow up, and seeing him struggle these days had been hard for him. Chen Taizhu felt a bit embarrassed but replied seriously, "I didn't understand before, but now I do. I want to live well with Xiaoyan and Gosheng. Uncle Lu, feel free to tell me anything in the future." He realized he had made things difficult for his wife and child, who were already struggling with limited resources while also caring for him, a patient with unpredictable moods. Old Lu snorted and continued, "Don't worry. If you do something wrong in the future, I'll deal with you directly and won't hold back." When he said this, everyone on the raft laughed. Lu Xiaoyan wiped her red eyes and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu is right. If Taizhu does anything wrong, just let him know." Old Lu was their elder, and they should listen to his advice. Satisfied, Old Lu stroked his chin and said, "Taizhu, I see you sitting all day must be tiring. You should rest at home tomorrow. With so many of us working in the fields, you can relax." Since he had trouble moving, sitting for too long would be uncomfortable, but everyone was busy, and Taizhu felt it would be awkward to ask Daong for help. Chen Taizhu was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, saying, "Uncle Lu, I'm fine. I'm not tired. Sitting here and picking some grains isn't that hard." Everyone was busy, even the children, so he felt he couldn't just stay home and be lazy. Seeing his serious expression, Old Lu noticed the fatigue on his face, but saw more happiness. He nodded, "All right, having you help and keep an eye on the kids will let us work with peace of mind." Harvest time is a tiring yet joyful occasion for farmers. No one wants to miss out on the happiness of reaping what they have sown, especially being able to see the grains of rice fall into the basket. After 3 busy days, the rice in the terraced fields was finally harvested. Everyone felt joyful when they saw the golden rice drying in the open space in front of the house. This year's harvest was indeed good, with over 1,000 pounds of rice, bringing happiness to several families. Especially Old Lu, who spent several days happily chasing away the sparrows that came to steal, unlike before when he was so angry. Once the rice was dried, the families gathered to share the grain. Since it was agreed from the start to give more grain to the Jiang family, the Chen and Lu families each received 300 pounds, while the Jiang family got 400 pounds. Wang Fengqin felt a bit embarrassed, but Old Lu had a serious look on his face, saying, "We agreed on this early, and we must keep our promise." Lu Xiaoran nodded in agreement. "Yes, Fengqin, you should accept it. You've always taken good care of us, and this grain is what you deserve." If it weren't for Yimian sharing grain with them, teaching them how to make tofu, and helping them recognize wild vegetables, they wouldn't have been able to live so well until now. Wang Fengqin had no choice but to accept. However, when it came to sharing corn and sorghum, the Jiang family only took a few dozen pounds. This was partly because they wanted the Chen and Lu families to have more to enjoy the new year, and partly because Jiang Yimian really didn't like eating coarse grains. She still had a lot of white flour in her space and secretly added it to the flour jar every day, so even after several months, the flour jar never seemed to get emptier. Wang Fengqin and the kids thought the jar could automatically produce flour, and she didn't dare to say anything, just nodded quietly. In the end, over 300 pounds of sorghum and corn were divided, with each of the Chen and Lu families getting 150 pounds, and the Jiang family taking a little extra. Although the amount of grain each family received wasn't too much, it made the Chen and Lu families very happy, as their nearly empty rice jars were replenished with white rice. Even the completely empty flour jar was filled with a good amount of sorghum flour and cornmeal. With several hundred pounds of grain, along with vegetables from their small garden and some dried vegetables they had prepared earlier, they had enough to get through the winter until next year's new harvest. The months of food shortages were lifted, and everyone felt great as they continued to prepare to plant wheat and rapeseed in the terraced fields. These 2 crops could be harvested before the rice planting next year, making them perfect for the terraced fields, as they would not only enrich the soil but also provide more food. So, after just a few days of rest, they began to get busy again. It wasn't until they planted broad beans and peas in the area where corn and sorghum had been that they finally had some true leisure time. Except for old Lou, who still goes to the terraced fields every evening to check on the newly planted wheat and rapeseed. Everyone else is mostly in the small lowland. Only Jian Yimian occasionally finds some wild vegetables and herbs, and a few people will go out to help gather them. The 4 fluffy little yellow chicks from the Qin family have grown up and are now in the chicken coops of the Liu and Zhang families. Xiaowan and Xiaoya now have an extra task besides pulling out rabbit grass in the lowland. Jiang Yimian looked at the 2 grown chickens in the coop and felt they were still cute like when they were little, especially the rooster, which crows loudly every morning, truly disturbing her sleep. After being woken up again by the rooster's crowing, Jiang Yimian glanced at the dim light outside and decided not to sleep anymore. She went to the coop and gave the rooster a little warning before heading out with her basket. Not paying attention, Mimi followed her out of the cave. Jiang Yimian looked down at the little tiger that had grown quite a bit and felt a bit helpless. However, Mimi seemed unaware and walked closely beside her, nudging her foot with its fluffy head when she stopped. Jiang Yimian sighed, crouched down to pet the little creature, and said, "Since you're being cute, I'll let you come with me, but don't wander off." The little one had grown a lot. Although it still looked like a cat, anyone knowledgeable would recognize it as a little tiger. Ever since she sensed the presence of others in the forest last time, she had been particularly cautious on her outings. Although she hadn't encountered anyone, she remained alert. The person and the tiger walked in the forest for over half an hour, and the sky had brightened significantly. Jiang Yimian looked at her empty basket and regretted coming out before dawn. It felt like a waste of time. The forest was still dark, making it hard to see anything clearly, so she managed to catch a few sparrows to feed the little tiger. Just as she hesitated about whether to go back for a meal, she heard some hushed voices nearby. Jiang Yimian's expression changed, and just as she was about to climb a tree to hide, the little tiger suddenly got excited and dashed off. She thought it was bad luck and didn't have time to chase after it before the voices came closer. "Shoo, let's keep it down so no one else hears us. Several people have come to this mountain recently. They're probably guards returning to their villages from the city gate. I don't know where they came from, but they all look so thin and scary," said a man with a pale face in a low voice. Another young woman nodded repeatedly. "Who says otherwise? I guess more people will come to this mountain soon. Those bandits have blocked the road, and we can't even find our way back to the village." The 2 sighed, and the man looked around carefully. He took out a flatbread from his arms and was about to share half with the young woman when they heard a voice nearby. "Are you from Jincheng Prefecture?" They were startled, almost dropping the flatbread, but they relaxed when they saw it was just a girl of about 10 years old. The young woman stared at Jiang Yimian for a while. Although she wore simple clothes, they were clean, and she looked too neat to be a refugee. Hesitantly, she asked, "Are you from a nearby village? Why are you alone in this deep mountain?" If it weren't for finding a way down the mountain and avoiding the bandits, she wouldn't have come this deep even with her husband. Jiang Yimian casually nodded and pretended to be obedient, asking, "I'm from a nearby village. I've been hiding for half a year and my family has run out of food, so I came to the mountains to find something to eat." The young woman understood and nodded, sighing, "This is my husband. We are from Huaihua village. We followed the villagers to escape the famine, but when we reached Jincheng Prefecture, we were stopped by the soldiers. We spent over half a year in the forest outside the city, and recently the soldiers sent us back, saying we should go home and farm. We thought the village wasn't far, so we tried to sneak back, but we didn't expect to be blocked by the bandits at the foot of the mountain and had to come into the mountains to find a way back. There were people in their village who didn't want to escape and hid away, and this girl probably did the same, lucky not to be found by the refugees." The man only glanced at her and didn't say much. Seeing that the other person was watching the surroundings, clearly worried about others coming, Jiang Yimian quietly nodded. It was rare for someone to be so cautious to make it safely to Jincheng Prefecture and back. The young woman noticed Jiang Yimian hadn't spoken and thought she was hungry. After hesitating for a moment, she broke off half of the flatbread and handed it over. "You must be hungry. We don't have much food left, but you can have this. If her daughter were alive, she would probably be about the same age as this girl. Unfortunately, her daughter was not so fortunate. Jian Yimian paused, didn't take the bread, and waved her hand, saying, "Can you tell me about the situation outside? I know the way down the mountain and can guide you." Upon hearing this, the two became clearly excited, nodding repeatedly. They stopped eating their buns and tucked them back into their arms. Jian Yimian asked about the war, but the two didn't know much. They only said that the soldiers guarding the city mentioned the court had driven the rebels to the border of Dejin, and they had no other information. Jian Yimian then inquired about the bandits in the mountains. The two exchanged glances, and the young woman said, "We only know that several roads leading to the bandit camps have been blocked with stones. We don't dare to provoke them since we heard that some refugees trying to pass through were killed." Although they hadn't seen it themselves, they had heard that the bandits were ruthless and would kill without hesitation. They had no desire to go through the bandit camp and instead went deeper into the mountains. Fearing being targeted by the refugees, they decided to venture further into the forest. Jian Yimian nodded, realizing that the two were honest farmers. Their safe return was due to good luck and careful actions. She didn't ask more questions and simply said, "I will take you down the mountain." Having lived in the mountains for over half a year, she knew many paths down. The various winding trails could easily confuse someone, so she wasn't worried about the two remembering the way. After walking for almost 2 hours in the forest, Jian Yimian stopped and pointed to a winding path ahead, saying, "Follow this path, and you'll be down the mountain in less than half an hour." The two thanked her immediately, disregarding their exhaustion, and ran down the mountain. Jian Yimian didn't follow them but took another path back up, heading toward the area where Mimi had gone missing. Just as she was about to start searching, she heard a familiar call. Jian Yimian sighed in relief, thinking it might take some effort to find the little one, but she didn't expect the little tiger to call for her. Following the sound, she soon spotted Mimi nestled by a young man's feet. To be precise, he looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, tall, and wearing a simple black cloth outfit, appearing somewhat slender. Since he had his back to her, she couldn't see his face, and was about to call Mimi back when the young man raised a bow and shot an arrow into the air. With 2 thuds, it was clear he had hit something. Mimi immediately perked up and dashed toward where the arrows landed. In no time, she returned with an arrow in her mouth, which had 2 sparrows attached to it. Jian Yimian raised an eyebrow, surprised by the young man's impressive aim, hitting 2 birds with 1 arrow. She didn't see the sparrow just now, only heard its chirping sounds, which clearly indicated that the person was also listening carefully. The boy reached out and took the arrow from Mimi's mouth, then tossed 2 sparrows to her. Mimi immediately perked up, leaping to grab the 2 sparrows and started chewing. The boy's hands were well-defined, with long fingers that had a slight reddish tint at the tips, making them look somewhat appealing. Jian Yimian was engrossed in watching when the boy turned to look at her, his eyes cold. The boy was very handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, especially the red beauty mark under the corner of his eye that seemed to shine with a strange light, making him even more attractive. His hair was tied up high, with only a few strands left loose. Even though he wore simple coarse cloth clothes, it couldn't hide his impressive demeanor, which set him apart from the fleeing refugees. When Jian Yimian met his cold gaze, she quickly looked away and said to the little tiger, "Mimi, let's go." He was good-looking but a bit too cold. Mimi glanced at the boy and then at Jian Yimian, hesitating for a moment. Lute Zijian reached down to pat Mimi's head, signaling her to come over. Only then did Mimi nuzzle against his feet and quickly run to Jian Yimian's side. Jian Yimian was a bit surprised, remembering how Mimi had not been afraid of people the first time they met. She then realized and curiously asked, "Were you this little tiger's previous owner?" Lute Zijian nodded, about to leave when he paused and reminded her, "There are quite a few refugees around the mountain lately, so don't let it run off." After saying that, he walked away. Jian Yimian paused, watching his figure disappear into the forest before leaving with Mimi. From his tone, it seemed he had noticed many refugees had come up the mountain. As for her, he didn't seem surprised to see her, and considering the energy she felt when he saved Mimi last time, It must have been this boy. She wondered how long he had been living on the mountain and if he knew about the little hollow. If he did, she hadn't felt at all like someone was following her. Jian Yimian frowned, thinking it was unlikely. Even though she hadn't acted much during her time here, she remained alert and couldn't have been followed without realizing it. However, since that boy hadn't attacked her and even warned her, he likely meant no harm. With many questions in her mind, Jian Yimian absent-mindedly returned to the little hollow with Mimi. As soon as she entered the yard, she could smell the delicious food, which made her stomach growl in protest, reminding her that she was very hungry. Wang Fengqin sighed in relief when she saw her return and said helplessly, "Where have you been so early? You didn't even eat breakfast. It's already past noon. If you hadn't come back, I would have thought something happened to you." Jian Yimian smiled but didn't reply. She noticed the two little ones happily greeting her, so she put down her basket, washed her hands, and hurried to eat. Wang Fengqin noticed the empty basket and paused for a moment. Her daughter never returned without a full basket, so it was strange that she came back empty after several hours. Did something happen? Thinking about this made her a bit worried, and she ate her meal distractedly. When Jian Yimian mentioned that there were refugees on the mountain, she was startled and became anxious. "Yimian, did you encounter them today? Are you okay?" She knew something must have happened to Yimian outside. Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan also looked at her with worried expressions. They had been living well for the past few months and didn't want to go back to being cold and hungry. Jian Yimian, feeling helpless, quickly reassured them and explained that she had met a couple of refugees, leaving out the part about encountering a fierce young boy. Wang Fengqin finally relaxed and said sadly, "They are pitiful. The bandits down the mountain are said to be terrifying. I wonder if they will target the people on the mountain." Thinking about the previous forest fire made her feel scared. If the rain hadn't come in time, they might have perished in the fire. Jian Yimian thought for a moment and replied, "I don't think so. The bandits down the mountain were already established and likely wouldn't worry about a group of refugees. They probably knew which paths were blocked and that the refugees would come from the mountain. As for another forest fire, the bandits probably wouldn't dare to start one again." Although the war was still ongoing, it didn't affect the ordinary people of Dejin. The occupied cities would gradually recover. Before long, the authorities would notice this mountain stronghold and send people to deal with the bandits. Right now, the mountains were a shield for the bandits. With the deep mountains blocking the way and several paths sealed off, even the officials would face difficulties. However, with too many refugees gathering on the mountain, something would eventually happen, and they needed to prepare early. Jian Yimian frowned. After eating, she informed the Chun and Lu families about the refugees on the mountain. Upon hearing about the refugees, everyone fell silent, clearly remembering the earlier incident when refugees had come up the mountain and caused harm. Forgotten memories suddenly flooded back, and the bloody scene made a few people shiver involuntarily. Jian Yimian noticed they were clearly scared and quickly said, "These refugees are not bandits. They are people fleeing from famine. The roads down the mountain are blocked by bandits, so they can only go up the mountain to find a way out." Hearing this, their fear eased a little, but they still looked worried. Old Lu thought for a while and said, "Yimian, you should take Daong and Goshing to dig some traps near the cave. We must not let them come here. As for the Lotus Pond, those people can't get in without a raft, so we don't need to worry about that." Besides, he often roamed that area and hadn't seen anyone. Lu Daong nodded immediately. "I'll go dig traps with Goshing and Yimian." Even if they couldn't catch anyone, they needed to make sure the refugees wouldn't dare venture deep into the woods. Seeing the two had made up their minds, Jian Yimian didn't say much more. After lunch, they left the small valley. Lu Daong and Gosheng were busy digging traps in the woods and near the cave, while Jian Yimian walked towards the mountain's edge. She didn't see many people along the way until she reached the already burned mountaintop, where she spotted a few people who looked very thin and weak, as if they would fall over with a gust of wind. They posed no threat, and were indeed just ordinary refugees fleeing from famine. After watching them for a while, Jian Yimian left and went to the mountainside to observe the bandit camp below. It had been several months since she last checked on the camp, and there were many changes, including new houses and watchtowers. The entire camp was surrounded by a 2-meter-high fence topped with sharp wooden stakes, making it quite intimidating and difficult to enter. To rebuild a camp in just over half a year, Zhao Sandao was indeed impressive. After observing for a while and looking around, she noticed a pile of dirt and stones on a road near Xinghua village, with a tall watchtower nearby for monitoring the surroundings. She guessed it was set up to ambush travelers. After taking a few more glances, she left and reported what she saw to Lu Daong and Gosheng, who both sighed in relief. "Scared me. I thought they were strong young men," Gosheng said, a bit shaken. Although he had trained with Jian Yimian for the past 6 months and had become stronger, he was still just a child, and the previous incident had left him with a significant psychological impact. Lu Daong frowned and said, "Aren't the bandits afraid?" Although Xinghua village is remote, there are many mountain paths nearby connecting several towns. Travelers will definitely take this shortcut, yet they have blocked it all off. They are so bold. Don't they fear the authorities? Jiang Yimian chuckled. Now that the war has just settled, Jincheng Prefecture and the surrounding counties have surely been looted. They could only hope the magistrate was a good official, honest and dedicated to the people. Lu Daong fell silent for a moment, sighed helplessly, and continued digging the trap beneath him. Go Sheng changed the subject, looking determined. "Sister Yimian, I've trained with you for so long. Aren't you going to teach me some fighting moves?" He didn't want to face the refugees again like last time, where he could only take hits. He wanted to protect his mother, his family, and everyone in the small valley. Jiang Yimian looked at Gosheng for a moment and then nodded. "All right, I'll teach you some moves another day." She didn't actually know any fighting techniques. All she knew was how to kill. However, it was good to help these people shift their focus and relax. The bandit issue was not their concern, and she didn't have the power to save those people. As long as the bandits existed, the mountains would be their shield, and the bandits wouldn't disturb them. As for the people in the mountains, they wouldn't bother with them either. The wild animals in the deep mountains would be enough for them to survive. Plus, without food, they would eventually starve. Jiang Yimian and the others just needed to keep an eye on the refugees. They were incredibly safe in the mountains. Seeing her agree, Gosheng immediately became cheerful, and his energy for digging traps increased. Lu Daong, watching from the side, found it amusing and teased Gosheng a bit, and then they all focused on digging traps again. After 3 or 4 busy days, the 3 of them had dug quite a few traps in the forest near the cave. Days passed, and not a single person or animal had stepped into the traps. Seeing this, everyone felt relieved. Their location was deep in the mountains. Without courage and a death wish, those people probably wouldn't dare venture this far. Life in the small valley returned to normal, and no one paid attention to the group of refugees anymore. After breakfast, Jiang Yimian took Mimi and left the cave. She had been busy these days and hadn't checked her traps for several days. First, she went to the forest where she had set the traps to see if there were any signs of animals. She found that most of the traps were intact, except for one where the grass and dry leaves covering it had disappeared. Frowning, she took her knife from her waist and walked over. She initially thought someone had stepped on it, but it turned out to be just a badger. The pit had sharp bamboo spikes, and the badger had been injured, bleeding a lot. It looked like it had been dead for at least 2 days. Jiang Yimian put away her knife, climbed down into the pit, and picked up the badger, only to find 3 dead rabbits at the bottom as well. Fortunately, the temperature had dropped recently. Although it was still warm, it wasn't as hot as in summer. The coolness of the pit and the shade from the trees helped keep the badger and rabbits from smelling bad. They still looked fresh. Jiang Yimian tossed the badger and rabbits up, then glanced at the bamboo spikes in the pit. After some hesitation, she decided to clear them away. If someone fell in, they could get hurt, and while she didn't want to be disturbed, she didn't want anyone to die either. The pit was 2 meters deep, making it nearly impossible for anyone without training to climb out. After clearing the spikes, she set a trap made of branches at the bottom of the pit before using the walls to help herself climb out. Mimi was nearby, excitedly sniffing the air filled with the scent of blood, drooling with anticipation. However, since it didn't see Jian Yimian come up, it only dared to sniff the scent of the rabbits and badger. Jian Yimian smiled and took a small piece of meat from her supplies, tossing it to Mimi. The cat eagerly caught it and happily started eating. Jian Yimian then gathered some grass and dry leaves to cover the pit before leaving with the badger and rabbits. After walking a short distance, she noticed several black and white tubers about the height of her calves, with many small roots and green leaves growing outward. They looked like konjac. Konjac, also known as devil's tongue, has various benefits, including lowering blood sugar, reducing blood fat, lowering blood pressure, detoxifying, improving skin, aiding weight loss, and stimulating appetite. Jian Yimian approached to take a closer look and confirmed her identification before taking a small shovel from her backpack to dig at the base of the konjac tuber. Before long, she unearthed a small brown ball wrapped in soil. Since the soil wasn't very fertile, the konjac tubers were relatively small, about the size of two of Jian Yimian's hands. She dug up a few more, but when her backpack became too full, she decided to leave with her shovel. These konjac balls can be stored well. Even if we can't finish them now, we can dig up some and keep them in the cellar to eat during winter. They make a great winter food. This is the season when konjac is ripe, so we should dig up more now to enjoy it all year round. Just thinking about the fragrant and spicy konjac makes Jian Yimian's mouth water. After being here for half a year, she really misses the taste of konjac. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard the sound of birds being startled into flight. Mimi also growled beside her, looking fierce. Jian Yimian hesitated for a moment, but decided to head towards the edge of the mountain. Before getting close, she could hear a few people arguing from a distance, seemingly over wild vegetables they had dug up. She peeked through the gaps in the leaves and was startled. Not far away, there were about a dozen people, including the old, weak, sick, and thin young adults. She was surprised that in just a few days, around 20 people had gathered on the mountain. Last time there were only 3 or 4. The couple from before wasn't lying. The government must be sending people back, or else there wouldn't be so many in such a short time. Jian Yimian frowned and carefully left after glancing at them. In a few days, more people would surely gather on the mountain, which was not a good sign. They needed to stay away from the small hollow for a while. Jian Yimian quickened her pace and soon returned to the small hollow to inform everyone about the situation outside. Old Lu frowned immediately, unable to believe it. Yimian, are you saying there are already over 20 people on that mountain? How could so many people suddenly appear in just a few days? With more people, things could easily go wrong. They had worked hard to find peace, and they couldn't let these newcomers ruin it. Jian Yimian nodded and, seeing the worry on everyone's faces, continued, there will likely be even more people soon. We should avoid the small hollow as much as possible, and if we do go out, we must be very careful not to let them know about the small hollow. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Deong said, then I'll patrol outside for a while. If anything unusual happens, I'll come back to inform you. Old Lu was about to agree when Dogshin quickly raised his hand and said with a smile, I'll go. I don't have much to do in the small hollow anyway, so I can keep an eye on those people. He had recently learned a few tricks from Yimian and hadn't had a chance to practice with anyone yet. If he really encountered any bad people, he would definitely give it a try. Old Lu glanced at him and said irritably, stop it. Don't think we don't know what you're up to. You should stay in the small hollow while Daong goes. Lu Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. It's better for Daong to go. If he runs into other wanderers, they will think twice because he's a man. Everyone else agreed, and the decision was made. Except for Gosheng, who looked unhappy, no one else objected. Gosheng wanted to argue more but was distracted by something in Jian Yimian's basket. A few brown, round balls were piled on top of the basket, still covered with some damp soil from being freshly dug up. Gosheng reached out and picked one up, curious, and asked, Sister Yimian, what is this?
Can we eat it?
He had never seen it before and didn't know how Yimian recognized it. Jian Yimian nodded and explained, this is konjac. It's edible, and there are plenty more in the forest. We can dig up more later. It lasts a long time. Gosheng got excited, great. I'll go dig up more then. The wild yam we had last time was delicious. I can look for that too. Wild yam is sticky and makes a tasty soup. If he didn't want to save some for winter, he would eat it every meal. Jian Yimian smiled and took out all the konjac, ready to tell everyone she also found a badger, but then she saw old Lu staring at the konjac balls, looking shocked. Yimian, you can't eat this. I'm not joking, it's poisonous. He had experienced it himself. Just one bite made his tongue and throat feel like they were on fire, itchy and painful, and it took days to recover. Lu Deong looked at the familiar items on the ground and remembered how his father suffered after accidentally eating konjac. He felt a familiar pain from the memories. When he was younger, he dug up some konjac thinking they were sweet potatoes, cleaned them, and gave them to old Lu. Soon after, his father turned red and his neck swelled up in pain. His mother was worried and angry, almost hitting him with a broom. Just thinking about that moment sent a shiver down his spine. Since then, he avoided konjac. Lu Deong cleared his throat and awkwardly said, Yimian, you can't eat this. Just throw it away. My dad almost got seriously hurt by it. He didn't want to get in trouble again. Jiang Yimian was taken aback. Just as she was about to explain, old Lu shouted angrily, You ungrateful child. How dare you bring this up? It's a miracle I'm still alive after what you did. You nearly caused my death, and now you want me to test this poison. He had been so moved back then, saying his son had grown up and was being filial. What a joke. This was clearly a setup. Everyone quickly understood the situation and burst into laughter. Jiang Yimian almost applauded Lu Deong, thinking, filial piety. Truly a son who knows how to get his father in trouble. When Lu Deong recalled the past, he felt a bit embarrassed and changed the subject, saying, Yimian, anyway, this stuff is not edible and shouldn't be fed to chickens. You should throw it away quickly to prevent the kids from accidentally eating it. Old Lu glared at Lu Deong a few more times before looking away. Jiang Yimian smiled and said, Don't worry, once konjac is cooked, it's safe to eat. It can be delicious, whether as a main dish or a snack. The others hesitated, clearly not believing that it was safe to eat. Although Lu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xing'er had never eaten konjac, they had heard that it was toxic. Seeing Jiang Yimian was serious about eating it, they quickly warned her, Yimian, this isn't a joke. Eating this could make you sick. We just had a good harvest, so there's enough food. Don't mess with this. If someone really got poisoned, it would be terrible. The toxicity was so strong. How could it possibly be safe after just cooking? Jiang Yimian just smiled and said nothing more. Instead, she took out a badger and 3 wild rabbits from her basket, saying, I found some game in the trap today, including a nice badger. I'll share some with you. Lu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xing'er were surprised but quickly waved their hands, saying, No, Yimian, since you found it, you should keep it for yourselves. It's perfect for little Yi and little Muan to regain their strength. I've noticed they've gained some weight, but they still haven't grown taller. The 2 children, who had been playing with Mimi, immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. Little Muan pouted and said in a childish voice, I'm not short. Once I eat more, I'll grow taller quickly. Little Yi nodded vigorously, saying he hadn't grown because he hadn't eaten well before, but he would definitely grow tall in the future. Everyone laughed at the 2 little ones, but no one wanted to take any of the game. Jiang Yimian felt a bit helpless. Seeing they were too shy to take the badger, she decided to share the rabbits instead before leaving. The 3 rabbits were all small and thin, not even as plump as the ones raised at home. Jiang Yimian never intended to give the rabbits to the 2 families. Firstly, the rabbits were small and didn't have much meat, and secondly, both families already raised rabbits, so they could eat rabbit meat from time to time, making it not something new or special. As soon as she entered the house, Jiang Yimian rinsed the konjac in clean water, then applied oil to her hands to prevent any allergic reactions from the konjac's juice. After preparing everything, she sat on a small stool to peel it. Although Wang Fengqin was worried about the konjac being toxic, she didn't say much and just helped out. She thought to herself that if it really was toxic, she would try a bite first and wouldn't let the kids taste it. It wasn't that she didn't trust Yimian's ability to detoxify. She was mainly concerned about the potential toxicity of the konjac. After all, Old Lu had suffered for quite some time after just a small bite, so they needed to be cautious. Jian Yimian was unaware of Wang Fengqin's thoughts and focused on preparing the konjac. After peeling a few palm-sized pieces, she found a rough stone slab, cleaned it, and placed it in a wooden basin. She then rolled the konjac on the stone slab to extract the white juice. By the time she finished, there was already a good amount of konjac juice in the basin. Next, Jiang Yimian added some plant ash water to the basin and stirred it before letting it sit. After a while, when the konjac juice had thickened into a gel-like consistency, she used a kitchen knife to cut out the firmest part and pressed it into thin slices, which she put into a pot to cook and set. Once the gel in the pot had fully set, she covered it and cooked it for over an hour before scooping it into cold water and setting it aside. Wang Fengqin watched curiously, her eyes brightening. "You can make konjac like this? I thought you just peeled it and ate it raw." She never expected it could be made into something like this, similar to guanyin tofu, but more complicated. Jiang Yimian smiled and cut the remaining konjac into small pieces to cook, saying, "The cooked part is konjac noodles, the best part for taste. We can mix it cold later, and the rest can be used for stir-frying, soups, or salads." She didn't dig up much konjac, so this method was the easiest. After a few days, she could dig up more and turn it into powder, which could be dried and stored for a longer time, making it easier to use later. Wang Fengqin nodded but still hesitated, curious if it was truly safe. Just then, she saw Jiang Yimian take out the konjac noodles, cut them into thin strips, and place them in a dish. She added chili sauce, scallions, ginger, and garlic, mixed them together, and handed the dish to her. "Mom, do you want to try some? It tastes really good." Just by smelling the aroma, Wang Fengqin was already enchanted, but a bit of reason remained in her mind. She hesitated and said, "I'll try a little first, you all wait." After saying that, she took the chopsticks and picked up a small piece of konjac, bravely putting it in her mouth. No matter what, even if it was poisonous, she accepted it as long as it wouldn't kill her. As soon as the konjac entered her mouth, the chewy and smooth texture mixed with the flavors of chili and green onion made her want more. It was so delicious that she almost couldn't resist taking another bite. However, she didn't have time to savor the taste. She focused on how her mouth and throat felt, afraid of any signs of poisoning. After frowning and waiting for a while, the uncomfortable symptoms did not appear. Jiang Yimian saw her silent and thought the konjac must not be tasty. She asked curiously, "Is it not good?" That shouldn't be the case. Even if there weren't many seasonings, it should still taste decent. She was sure that the flavor of this dish was not bad. The chili sauce was made by her own hands, spicy and fragrant, perfect for stir-frying or salads, so it made no sense for the konjac to not taste good. Just as she was about to try the konjac, Wang Fengqin quickly interrupted, "Yimian, don't eat yet. Wait a bit." Jiang Yimian was puzzled. "Why?" Wang Fengqin replied seriously, "Let me see if I get poison first. If I'm fine, then you can eat." Jiang Yimian couldn't help but laugh at her serious expression and said, "Mom, don't worry. Once konjac is cooked, it's safe to eat. You can enjoy it." She thought her mother was worried about the taste, not realizing she was waiting to see if she would get poisoned. She wasn't like Lu Daong, who would give toxic food to his family. Wang Fengqin paused, wanting to say more, but then she saw Jiang Yimian eating the konjac. After observing her for a while and confirming there were no signs of poisoning, she finally relaxed. Jiang Yimian found it amusing and called over Xiao Nuan and Xiao Yi to try the konjac. As soon as the two little ones heard there was something tasty, they eagerly ran over, leaving their flower-adorned toys behind. Jiang Yimian fed each of them a little, but since it was a bit spicy, she didn't give them too much. Xiao Nuan's eyes lit up as she slurped it up and nodded. "It's so spicy and so good. I like it." It was her first time eating something like this, and just as she was about to open her mouth for more, Jiang Yimian quickly took the plate away and gently rubbed the little one's head, saying, "It's too spicy. Next time, I'll make some that isn't spicy for you to enjoy." The two little ones can't handle spicy food very well, so just a taste is enough. She worries they might not be able to take too much. Although it's a bit disappointing that they couldn't eat more, The two little ones nodded enthusiastically and went back to play with Mimi. Jian Yimian then cut some konjac noodles, divided them into 2 portions with seasoning, and packed 2 pieces of freshly cooked konjac to take to the Chun and Lu families. Both families were in the yard, chopping wood and feeding chickens. When they saw her coming, they quickly greeted her. Jian Yimian handed the items to Dogsheng and Lu Daong, smiling. "Try this konjac I just made. It tastes good. You can use these pieces for stir-frying, soup, or salad." Dogsheng happily took the konjac strips, looked at them, and immediately put some in his mouth. The spicy flavor hit him, and the chewy texture made him nod repeatedly. "It's really delicious. Lu Grandpa, you should try it too. It's so tasty." He had never eaten konjac before, but he accepted it easily now. Old Lu and Lu Daong, however, looked stiff and hesitant, holding the food but not daring to try it. Clearly, the past experience left them with some psychological scars. Jian Yimian found it amusing and said, "Don't worry, this konjac is safe to eat after cooking. If you really can't eat it, just give it all to Dogsheng." She didn't push them, understanding that having been poisoned once, they might have some lingering fears. Dogsheng, seeing their reluctance, teased, "Grandpa, Uncle Lu, just give it a try. It's really good. You can't be worse than me, a little kid. I dare to eat it. Later, I'll let Titan try it. He will definitely eat it too." Old Lu shot him an annoyed glance and then looked at the seasoned konjac in Lu Daong's hand, swallowing hard. "Your brother is only half a year old. You can't give him this. Your mother will scold you." Although he had been poisoned once, the colorful and fragrant konjac strips did look tempting. Dogsheng just laughed. "My mom is very gentle. She won't hit me." Lu Daong thought, this kid is mocking him. Even if he didn't want to eat it, he wouldn't let the kid have any. So, he turned and handed the food to old Lu, clearing his throat. "Dad, why don't you give it a try?" Old Lu fell silent, feeling the situation was too familiar. Pushing aside the urge to react, he picked up some seasoned konjac strips and put them directly into his mouth. The texture of the raw food was slightly different, but the konjac was chewy and pleasantly spicy, which surprised him. The expected sensation of numbness and heat did not come to his tongue and throat, making him breathe a sigh of relief and nod repeatedly, saying, "It tastes good. It's delicious." Lu Daong looked at his father with suspicion. He remembered that his father had once said raw konjac was tasty, but after taking a bite, he had clutched his throat and fallen to the ground, crying out in pain, nearly scaring him to death. Seeing Lu Daong hesitate, Lu Laotu recalled that incident and said irritably, "Are you asking me to test it for you? If you want to eat, eat. If not, go away." With that, he angrily grabbed the konjac and sat down to eat it. Lu Daong was startled and quickly apologized, finally managing to eat a piece of konjac, which made him happy. Really good. So fragrant." Lu Laotu snorted and took the plate into the kitchen. He preferred his daughter-in-law's company. His son was just annoying to him. Jian Yimian found their interaction amusing. This pair of father and son who often got each other into trouble was quite interesting. Days passed peacefully in the small depression, and there were no signs of outsiders in the nearby forest. Everyone's worries began to ease. Lu Laotu hadn't gone out to pull weeds for several days, and was feeling uneasy. Seeing that nothing had happened lately, he told Zhao Xing'er and set off alone on a wooden raft to the small depression. Zhao Xing'er, feeling helpless, reminded him to be careful, but didn't say more. As evening approached and he still hadn't returned, she began to worry and hurried to the Jiang family. At that moment, Jian Yimian was watching the two little ones play ball with Mimi, feeling quite cheerful. Mimi had grown a lot in the past few days, chasing birds and eating meat, but still didn't look much like a tiger. Aside from its strange calls, it resembled a cat, which didn't raise any suspicions among the others. The two little ones had grown a bit taller, running around with Mimi every day, looking more lively than before, unlike when they seemed ready to fall over with a gust of wind. Just as Mimi was about to bump into the hurried Zhao Xing'er, Jiang Yimian quickly called out Mimi. Mimi immediately stopped, rolled to the side, and let out a pitiful sound. Jiang Yimian sighed in relief, patted Mimi's fluffy head, and then looked at Zhao Xing'e, asking, "Auntie, why are you in such a hurry? Is there something wrong? Did Brother Daong come back?" Don't be fooled by Mimi's small size. Her strength is surprisingly great. If she had charged at Zhao Xing'e with that speed, both of them would have been hurt. Zhao Xing'e took a breath and shook her head, saying, "De Yong is still outside on patrol.
He's my father-in-law.
He went to the fields this afternoon and hasn't returned yet. I'm a bit worried. It's all her fault for not stopping him." She thought pulling weeds wouldn't take long, but now it's been almost 2 hours, and he still hasn't come back. The sky is getting dark. Jian Yimian was taken aback and then helplessly said, "Grandpa must be reluctant to leave the fields. It's fine. That area is remote, so there shouldn't be any trouble. If he doesn't come back soon, I'll go check." Zhao Xing'e calmed down and quickly said, "It's my fault for being anxious. When De Yong returns, I'll ask him to take a look. You're just a young girl. It will be dangerous when it gets dark." Jiang Yimian waved her hand dismissively. Before long, Lu Daong returned from the cave. Seeing Zhao Xing'e at the Jiang family home, he curiously asked, "Where's Dad? I didn't see him in the yard." His father had been unable to work in the fields these past few days and spent all day in the yard, either chopping wood or feeding the chickens and rabbits. He couldn't sit still. Not seeing him now made Lu Daong a bit curious. Zhao Xing'e could only helplessly reply, "He went to pull weeds in the fields and still hasn't come back. You should go check on him. It will be dark soon, and the path won't be easy to navigate." Lu Daong was startled but then understood, smiling as he said, "My dad just can't sit still. He loves working in the fields. Don't worry, I've been watching the area nearby all day and haven't seen anyone come in. Most people are still wandering around the outskirts of the mountain. This place is deep, and those people won't dare to come in easily. I think my dad is fine and will be back soon." Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. However, at that moment, by the ditch, the old man Lu bent down to pull another weed and glanced at the sky, realizing it was getting late and he needed to leave. Not far away, in a place overgrown with weeds, 3 people exchanged glances and slowly got up from the ground, watching the people outside. One tall man lowered his voice and said, "That old man is probably leaving soon. Let's follow him. We should be able to gain a lot." "I hope so. We've been hiding here all afternoon, and my feet are numb." "Who isn't?" "Don't mention my feet. My backside is numb too." The tall man glared at the two and scolded, "You useless ones, aren't we just fishing here? Look at that land. It must be at least an acre. It seems like it has already been harvested, and they have planted something else. It's probably a good time for food. If we can find this old man's hideout, we won't have to worry about food anymore. We don't even need to think about how to join that bandit group." If there weren't a single leaf left outside the mountains, the 3 of them wouldn't have to risk going deep into the mountains. However, today they found an unexpected surprise. They thought this mountain was only home to weak and sickly refugees, but to their surprise, there was someone farming. This person didn't look like someone who had been fleeing for months. They appeared healthy and strong, much better than those who were so hungry they could fall over with a gust of wind. The other 2 men shrugged and didn't say much. The tall man saw that old Lu was walking up the hillside along the field path and quickly said, "Hurry, let's catch up. We can't lose him." Saying this, he pushed through the bushes and ran after him, with the other 2 following closely behind. Old Lu walked for a while and finally reached the spot where the wooden raft was stored. Before he could get on, he was suddenly tackled to the ground by someone rushing at him, causing him to see stars. Fortunately, he landed on soft soil and grass, so he wasn't hurt. When he opened his eyes, he was met with 3 fierce-looking faces. Old Lu was startled and quickly pleaded, "Oh, what do you want, brothers? I'm just an old man with nothing." 2 thin, dark men held him down and said menacingly, "Tell us where your home is and how many people live there. If you lie, we'll kill you right now." As they spoke, they picked up a stone from the ground, clearly indicating that they would use it if he dared to lie. Old Lu looked at the large stone and swallowed hard, regretting coming out of the small hollow today. He should have listened to Yimian and stayed in. Now, He feared he might be killed by these three men with a single stone. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and he started to tremble. After a while, he stammered, I have 3 people in my family, me, my wife, and our little grandson. Please spare us. We can give you anything you want. The 2 thin men exchanged relieved glances and looked at the tall man, signaling him to decide what to do. They had expected that with such a large piece of land, the old man would have many family members. To find out it was just his wife and grandson made things easier for them. They could just storm into the old man's home, and his wife and grandson wouldn't be able to stop them. The tall man frowned as he looked at the lotus pond not far away, then glanced at the surrounding dense forest and asked curiously, "Old man, where do you live?" This area was not a place for people to live. It was all forest, and at night, wild animals could appear. The old man in front of them seemed too frail to handle any danger. Old Lu stared at the 3 men, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I live in this lotus pond. You young brothers must be refugees, right? I know you are good kids who have no choice but to target me. It's okay, you can come back with me. I have food at home, and I can give you all you want, as long as you don't harm me or my family." After saying this, he trembled a bit, clearly scared. The 3 men instantly relaxed their guard. They didn't really want to hurt anyone, they mainly wanted to steal some food. Since the old man was so cooperative, they naturally wouldn't harm him. The tall man nodded, realizing that the old man had found a good hiding place. Otherwise, how could a family live in such a deep forest? Knowing the situation, the tall man felt more at ease and signaled the 2 thin men to let go. He stepped onto the wooden raft first and said with a smile, "Let's go, old man. If you try any tricks, I'll throw you into this pond to drown." The other 2 thin men threatened Lu again before releasing him. Old Lu sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and climbed onto the raft, paddling towards the small hollow, feeling both anxious and nervous. He hoped the people in the hollow would realize he was in trouble and prepare weapons, ready to capture these 3 troublemakers as soon as they arrived. The raft traveled through the lotus pond for over half an hour, and just as the 3 men were running out of patience, Old Lu pointed to the forest ahead and said, We're here. Don't rush, brothers." As soon as he said this, he quickly paddled towards the shore. Before he could stabilize the raft, the 3 men hurriedly jumped ashore. By now, it was completely dark, and they could only see their surroundings in the moonlight. However, apart from the tall shadows of trees, they couldn't see anything else. The tall man cautiously looked around, unsure of where to go. Suddenly, Old Lu swung the paddle at the back of the 3 men's heads, shouting, "I warned you not to threaten me or try to steal my food. I'll take you down, you robbers." Lu Daong and Dogsheng, who had been hiding in the forest, rushed forward with brooms and shovels, quickly overpowering the 3 men who begged for mercy. "Please spare me, kind sir, oh no. Stop hitting me, my head." Seeing that the beating might lead to serious harm, Jian Yimian quickly intervened. "All right, stop. Tie them up and take them back for questioning." The group finally ceased their actions and used rope to bind the 3 individuals. As it was getting dark, the 3 beaten men, with swollen faces, were too disoriented to remember the way and were taken to Lu's courtyard. The 3 men, resembling swollen pigs, knelt in the yard, looking around and feeling regret. They thought they were 3 people, but in reality, there were more than 10 of them combined. How could they have believed that old man's nonsense? If they were truly just 3 people, how could they survive in such a remote area? Old Lu finally relaxed, feeling weak in the legs as he sat on a stool, relieved that the 3 still had some greed for food. Otherwise, he might have been in serious trouble today. Jian Yimian coldly asked the 3, "Where are you from, and why did you come up the mountain?" The tall man with the bruised face quickly replied, I escaped from Yuejiang Prefecture. He and I are from the same village. Our families are gone, so we stuck together." One of the thin men nodded vigorously. Jiang Yimian turned to the other one. The other man stammered, I'm from Jincheng Prefecture. I have no family. After meeting them, we traveled together. We came up the mountain because the road below was blocked by bandits. We thought we could find food and maybe join the bandits. Jian Yimian frowned. Join the bandits? The mountain tiger gang was quite large now and probably didn't need more members, especially not starving refugees. The tall man quickly explained. A while ago, the gang announced that to join, you needed to bring back the heads of 3 men. We didn't dare to kill anyone, so we thought we could find something instead. But that didn't work out, so we were just looking for food when we ran into that old man. After that announcement, they had actually become the targets, but luckily they ran fast, and since the 3 of them stuck together, no one dared to attack them. Old Lu's heart raced at this news. If he had encountered someone wanting to join the gang, it could have been disastrous. Just thinking about it made him shiver. Jian Yimian tightened her brows. Those bandits are really calculating. With this news, someone will surely kill among the refugees, and then the risk of too many gathering in the mountains will be gone. Their hideout can also attract some strong characters. Anyone who can kill 3 men and even cut off a head is not someone to mess with. Seeing everyone silent, the tall man hesitated and begged, "We just want some food. We don't want anything else.
Please let us go."
You can trust us. We won't tell anyone about today. The other 2 also pleaded for mercy. Go Sheng replied angrily, "Don't try to fool us. If you leave, you will definitely tell others about this place, and they will come to steal food. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. These 3 cannot be let go. The hard-earned peace in the small valley cannot be ruined by them." Everyone shared the same thought. The tall man grew anxious and quickly said, "We won't do that. Just let us go. We are of no use here.
Please."
Just a moment ago, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. If they stayed, they would only wait for death. Jian Yimian glanced at him and said lightly, "Who says you are of no use? There is so much land that needs to be cleared. You can help with that. The small valley is quite large, with plenty of land for planting, but it is all covered with tall trees. Their families couldn't handle it, and since they had enough land to farm, they didn't bother clearing more. Now, with 3 extra hands, she had to make use of them." Lu Deong nodded repeatedly. "We need to clear a few more plots." Everyone agreed, and no longer worried about the 3 men's fate. They tied their hands and feet and left them in a straw shed in Lu's yard, where they would stay for meals. Since old Lu was shaken, Zhao Xinger specially prepared a big feast today, with both meat and vegetables, and the aroma could be smelled from far away. The 3 in the straw shed could only drool at the delicious smell, but Jiang Yimian and the others had no intention of feeding them today, ignoring their longing looks. Tied up, the 3 squatted in the straw shed, glancing at each other while chickens occasionally flapped their wings and flew around. After the meal, Jiang Yimian said, "We need to dig traps in the woods by the ditch. We cannot let something like today happen again." If it weren't for old Lu's good luck in only encountering 3 people seeking food, they might have lost their lives, and the location of their small valley could have been exposed. Lu Deong nodded repeatedly. "I will also patrol near the ditch recently. Since someone has gone deep into the mountains, others will surely be bold as well. It's better for us to go out less these days, and if we do go out, we shouldn't go alone." There were quite a few refugees gathering on the mountain, and with the rumors from the bandit camp, it was clear that it wasn't safe outside. Old Lu also assured them, "Don't worry, I definitely won't go out alone these days." The crops in the fields were important, but they were not as important as his life. Jiang Yimian nodded, knowing that the others couldn't feel completely at ease. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will also check the fields outside and make sure the crops are safe." Old Lu finally relaxed and nodded repeatedly, leaving everyone feeling a bit helpless. They knew this old man would never be at ease about the crops. The night in the small valley was very quiet, with only the sounds of birds and frogs and no other noise. Accompanied by the sounds of nature, several families slept peacefully. Only the 3 people in the Lu family's straw hut couldn't sleep at all. As the moon rose, and the other families extinguished their candles and fell asleep, these 3 finally opened their eyes. The tall man pulled a small stone shard from his sleeve and used it to cut through the rope on his hands. After a struggle, he finally loosened the rope. He then untied the rope on his feet and, after freeing the other two, pointed to a small vegetable garden not far away and whispered, "Let's steal some vegetables." After months of fleeing, they had only eaten dry food at first, then wild vegetables, and recently they had even resorted to eating tree bark. Every day was a struggle of hunger, feeling weak and unsatisfied. He had set his sights on the fresh vegetables in the garden early on, and they looked delicious. Especially the tender cucumbers. If he could have just one bite, he would be overjoyed. The other two nodded eagerly and quietly made their way to the vegetable patch. Under the moonlight, the various fresh vegetables in the garden seemed to entice them, especially the bright red tomatoes and the green cucumbers, making their mouths water. The tall man's eyes sparkled with desire as he swallowed hard and reached out his hand. However, before he could touch the cucumber, a small creature suddenly jumped out from the side and pounced on him. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand and, in the moonlight, realized it was a fierce cat. He breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Get lost, you little beast. Don't ruin my chance to steal vegetables." Saying this, he kicked at the cat by his feet. But the cat let out a loud yowl and opened its mouth to bite his leg, causing the tall man to yelp softly. "Ah, that hurts." Mimi was tightly biting his leg, shaking it for a while, but the pain and fear mixed together made him sweat profusely. The other two saw this and rushed over to help. Just as they were about to pry Mimi's mouth open, the door of the Jiang family creaked open, scaring them into running away. Jian Yimian kicked a shovel in the yard and with a loud bang, it stuck into the ground right in front of the two men, blocking their way. They fell to the ground in fear. The shovel had just barely missed their heads. If it had been off by a little, it could have been deadly. They exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of pain in their heads and legs. Looking at the shovel deeply embedded in the soil made them swallow hard, afraid that if they annoyed Jian Yimian, they would face serious consequences. The tall man was still struggling with Mimi on his leg. When he saw Jian Yimian approaching, he wanted to run, but the pain in his leg left him too weak to move. Jian Yimian glanced at the group and finally called out Mimi. Hearing her owner's voice, Mimi immediately let go and ran to Jian Yimian, happily bouncing around as if showing off. Jian Yimian took a small piece of meat from her space and tossed it aside. Mimi jumped up and caught the meat, happily eating it nearby. She smiled slightly, patted Mimi's fluffy head, and then turned her attention back to the three men sitting on the ground. She said calmly, "You can either die or stay and work. You have no other choice." The small area needed workers, but she didn't want anyone disobedient. Since these three didn't want to stay, she wouldn't force them and would give them a quick end. The three men fell silent, unable to believe that this young girl could speak so calmly about killing, which sent chills down their spines. Jiang Yimian frowned, losing her patience. "I will count to 3. If you haven't decided by then, I will get rid of you." As she spoke, they saw a dagger appear in her hand, its sharp blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight, making them swallow hard in fear. Somehow, they felt that this young girl could easily end their lives.
1.
The tall man swallowed hard, glancing at the other two, who were already in shock, and then at the strange-looking but fierce cat next to Jiang Yimian.
2. We
agree. We agree to stay and work. The tall man saw that Jiang Yimian really intended to take action, so he quickly spoke up. They were in an unfamiliar place, and it was uncertain whether they could find their way. Even if this girl couldn't harm them, she could call for help. If others showed up, they would be done for. Jiang Yimian looked at the other two people, who also realized the situation and nodded repeatedly. I will stay. I will too. I'll stay and work. Only then was Jiang Yimian satisfied. She put away her knife and glanced at the sky before saying, "Since you don't want to sleep, you can clear the land. I want to see results by tomorrow afternoon on that piece of land." She pointed to a small area next to the vegetable garden that hadn't been cleared yet. That area was also meant for planting vegetables, but they didn't have enough seeds to continue, so only a few sturdy trees remained. Now that they were clearing the land, they could still manage to plant wheat or rapeseed. The three of them were taken aback, looking at the sizable piece of land covered in weeds, and fell silent for a moment. Jian Yimian said lightly, "What's wrong? Don't you want to work?" They quickly shook their heads and hesitated before asking, "Can we have an axe?" Those thick trees, surely she didn't expect them to break them by hand. Even a superhero couldn't do that. Jian Yimian agreed and went back to get the tools they needed. Yawning, she said, "I'm going back to sleep. Don't even think about running away. Mimi will keep an eye on you." With that, she went back inside, showing no intention of watching them. The three exchanged glances and then looked at the fierce cat, silently picking up the axes to start working. They figured it was better to work than to lose their lives. They realized that none of these families were easy to deal with, especially with a strange cat that fiercely protected them. As soon as dawn broke, the families gradually woke up. When they saw that the three captives were already clearing the land, they were surprised. While they were puzzled about why the three were so obedient, they noticed Mimi supervising nearby and immediately understood that something must have happened during the night. Although Mimi was fierce and protective, she wouldn't bother with anyone unless they attacked first. Seeing her glaring at the three, it was clear they had tried to escape and were caught by Yimian. Otherwise, Mimi would have charged at them instead of just supervising. Old Lu watched as the three young men skillfully cut down a tree, carefully tying it with a rope to prevent it from falling on the vegetable patch. He felt satisfied, and his previous frustrations faded away. Young people work quickly. They took down such a thick tree in just a few strikes. He remembered how hard it was for him to cut trees when building his house, leaving him exhausted for days. Now, with these three helping him, they could clear more land to plant wheat, and next year they could dig ditches to grow rice in the small lowlands. Thinking about the fields full of crops made his beard twitch with joy. Lu Deong was also pleased with the three men. He prepared a meal and brought them some food. Although it was just corn porridge and vegetable pancakes, the three were very touched. After drinking the porridge and eating a couple of pancakes, their hungry stomachs felt much better, and they had more energy to work. When Jian Yimian woke up, the three had already cut down all the trees in that area and were now mowing grass. Knowing that Lu Deong had brought them food, she nodded but didn't say much. She wanted to test the three to ensure they didn't have any bad intentions, but she also didn't want to starve them. After all, she wasn't heartless. Yesterday, it had been dark in the house, and she hadn't paid much attention to them. Now she noticed that they seemed quite young. Looking at the bright sun, she was about to call them over for some water, but suddenly realized she didn't know what to call them. After thinking for a while, she finally said, "You three come here." The three men were surprised and exchanged glances before walking over with their tools. The tall man looked a bit scared upon seeing Jian Yimian, worried that they had done something wrong. After a moment, he stammered, "Boss, what do you want us to do?" Jian Yimian found it amusing to be called boss but replied, "My name is Jian Yimian. I called you over for some water." She pointed to 3 bowls of water on the stone table in the yard. When the three saw the strange, grayish water, they hesitated and were reluctant to approach. The tall man, feeling scared, kept pleading, "Boss, we didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry, we won't run away again. We'll work hard. Please don't hurt us." The other 2 quickly joined in pleading as well. "Boss, please don't hurt us. We'll listen to you. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. Yes, just let us stay here." They realized last night that surviving here was the most important thing. Going outside was impossible. They would never leave, so it was better to help out and feel secure. At least they didn't have to worry about someone watching them all the time. Initially, they thought they would take it one day at a time, but after Lu Deong brought them food, they were determined that even if these people wanted them to leave, they wouldn't go. It had been so long since they had eaten something warm, let alone something as delicious as corn porridge and vegetable pancakes. Back home, they could only eat bitter wild vegetable porridge. They never had corn and felt so full. Jian Yimian looked at the 3 men in front of her, crying and sniffling, and wanted to laugh. Before she could say anything, the 3 kids, Xiao Yi, Xiao Nuan, and Ia, were drawn out by the commotion. They held a big bowl of dark water that looked somewhat like what was on the stone table. Xiaoyi finished the green bean water and curiously asked, "Sister, what's wrong with them? Why are they crying? Do they not like the green beans?" "Don't be scared. It just tastes a bit strange. Mom added sugar, and it's really good." Xiaoyan and Ian nodded in agreement. "This is sweet water. It tastes good." "Yes, it's good." Seeing the three kids drink the dark water, the men felt a bit embarrassed and wiped their tears and sweat. Jian Yimian said, "Do I really need to poison you if I wanted to harm you?" "She wouldn't be that nice." The three men finally relaxed and happily drank the water. Although they thought it tasted a bit strange, it was sweet, so they all enjoyed it. After finishing, they were ready to get back to work, but Jiang Yimian shyly said, "Don't call me boss." It sounded like they were a group of unruly kids, which felt odd. The tall man paused, then nodded, "Okay, Mianjia." Seeing that they wouldn't call her by her name, Jiang Yimian didn't insist further. She looked at them and asked, "What are your names, and how old are you?" The tall man quickly replied, "My name is Zhao Dashu. I'm 18 this year." "He's Zhao Arii, 17, and this is Wang Xiaoyi, 16. Jiang Yimian was surprised. She thought they were young, but she didn't expect them to be so young. She had assumed they were about the same age as Lu Daong. Lu Daong was 24 this year, which in modern times would be like a recent college graduate, but here he had been married for many years and had a 10-year-old daughter. The three children in front of her looked so thin and worn out, making them seem several years older than they really were. Jiang Yimian nodded and said, "From now on, I'll call you Big Tree, Second Black, and Little Black." These names were simple and easy to remember. The three quickly agreed, and seeing that Jiang Yimian had nothing else to say, they went back to cutting grass. Today, Dogsheng, Lu Daong, and Old Lu had gone early to dig traps. In the small lowland, besides the three newcomers, there were only women and children, along with Chen Taizhu. Chen Taizhu had improved a lot lately. He could now get out of bed by himself without help and was currently in the yard feeding the chickens, looking much more energetic. As soon as Jiang Yimian arrived at the Chen family, Chen Taizhu smiled and said, "Yimian, come sit down. Xiaoyan is inside feeding Taidan. I'll call her." Jiang Yimian waved her hand and smiled. "It's okay. You all keep busy. I'm just looking around." Chen Taizhu smiled back and continued to feed the chickens. Jiang Yimian thought about making a wheelchair for Chen Taizhu. Since he could get out of bed by himself, a wheelchair would make it easier for him to move around and do more things, which would surely help him recover better. She needed to wait a bit longer for the surgery. She had checked on Chen Taizhu recently, and although he was recovering well, he still looked weaker than an average person and needed more nourishment. Quietly keeping the idea of the wheelchair in mind, Jiang Yimian went to see little Taidan. The little guy was almost 6 months old and couldn't speak in full sentences yet, only occasionally calling out Dad and Mom. But even those unclear calls brought immense joy to Lu Xiaoyan and her husband. Jiang Yimian felt that same joy today. As soon as little Taidan saw her, he broke into a smile and reached out for her to hold him. Jiang Yimian's heart melted as she picked up the soft little one and pinched his cheek. Suddenly, she heard him mumble, "Jia." Jiang Yimian was taken aback and then smiled, saying, "Is little Taidan calling for his sister?" "Say it again." Lu Xiaoyan held her breath, waiting for the little one to call sister. When the uncleared Jia came out, both of them were overjoyed. Jiang Yimian leaned in and kissed little Taidan's face, saying, "You're so good, little Taidan." Lu Xiaoyan was also surprised and laughed, saying, "Getting him to say something is tough. Dogsheng has been teaching him for a long time, and he hasn't said brother at all. If he knew you were here and Taidan called you sister, he would probably cry from jealousy." Thinking about the way Dogsheng angrily taught Taidan a lesson made Jiang Yimian smile, and holding little Taidan made her even happier. She used to dislike children, always thinking they were just noisy little troublemakers. But since having her younger siblings, Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan, her opinion changed. These two little ones were not only cute but also well-behaved and understanding, like warm little blankets that she adored. With the addition of Dogsheng, Dia, and Taidan, every child was wonderful and made her very fond of them. Children should be like them, occasionally mischievous but pure-hearted, curious about everything, and always spreading kindness. Jian Yimian played with Tai Dan for a while before heading home. Once back, she got busy in her room, taking out paper and a pencil from her space to start drawing plans for a wheelchair. Although she wasn't skilled in woodworking, the Liu family had some knowledge, and with Dogsheng's expertise, she was confident they could build it once she provided the drawings. After a busy afternoon, she managed to sketch a rough draft. Just as she was about to examine it closely, Wang Fengqin knocked on the door. "Yimian, De Shu, and the others are looking for you." Jian Yimian was taken aback for a moment before realizing it was the 3 newcomers. She quickly responded, put her things back in her space, and left her room. Zhao De Shu and the others were in the yard playing with some children. When they saw her come out, they quickly stepped forward respectfully. "Sister Mian, we've almost cleared the land. Tomorrow we can turn the soil and start planting," Zhao De Shu said, glancing at her nervously, worried she might be displeased. Jian Yimian looked from a distance and saw that the area, once overgrown with weeds and trees, was now bare. She nodded, surprised at how quickly they had worked. She had thought it would take them longer, and was even prepared to give them a little motivation tomorrow. Zhao De Shu hesitated before asking Sister Mian, "Can we have the trees we cut down?" Jian Yimian nodded and casually asked, "What do you need the logs for?" Zhao Erei grinned and replied, "We plan to build a few houses to stay here." With the challenges of not having enough to eat or wear outside and always worrying about their safety, they figured it would be better to live here, where they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink, just working a bit. They were all used to farming from a young age, so planting crops was no problem for them. Jian Yimian raised her eyebrows, surprised that these few people were so understanding. She nodded and said, "Of course, if you don't know how to build a house, you can ask Uncle Daong and Grandpa Lu for help. As for meals, we can take turns eating at each other's houses." She had already discussed the meal arrangements with the 2 families earlier. Everyone was easygoing and said they could eat wherever they wanted. It was just a matter of adding 3 more pairs of chopsticks. Hearing Jian Yimian's agreement, the 3 were very happy. They quickly dragged back a few trees and chose a spot not far from the houses to place them, ready to start building as soon as they finished their other tasks. Thinking about their future stable lives, they felt happy even sleeping in a grass shed. Fortunately, the weather was still warm. Even after the autumn equinox, the sun was still strong, and the 3 felt comfortable in the well-ventilated grass shed. Days passed, and another acre of land appeared in the small lowland. The families worked together to spread wood ash and some rabbit and chicken manure for fertilizer, then planted wheat and rapeseed before finally taking a break. Zhao Dashu and the others finally had time to build their house. With help from old Lu and Lu Daong, the 3 rooms were completed in just 5 days. The families shared a meal together, which marked the full acceptance of Zhao Dashu and his companions. After spending a few days together, everyone realized that these 3 were not bad people. They were just forced into their situation by the chaos of the times. Now that they were eager to live well, everyone felt relieved. After resting for a few more days, Jian Yimian took Zhao Dashu and the others to familiarize themselves with the paths around the cave and also showed them how to dig for taro and yam. The 3 had been eating well in the small lowland for the past few days, and they looked much healthier, following Jian Yimian with curiosity. Jian Yimian pointed to 2 nearby woods and casually said, "There are traps for digging in there. You 3 should avoid that area when foraging for wild vegetables." After some time, let Dogsheng take you to get familiar with it. She mainly worried that they might accidentally ruin the traps or get hurt, so she wanted to warn them in advance. Zhao Dashu nodded repeatedly, focusing on remembering the path. Sister Mian said that in the future, they would be foraging for wild vegetables on their own, so he needed to remember the way, or they might not find their way home after failing to gather any vegetables. Seeing that the others were listening attentively and had no hidden motives, Jian Yimian nodded and led them to the place where she had found the taro last time. She showed them how to dig for taro, leaving Mimi to play with the birds nearby while Jian Yimian continued to explore the area. At this time of year, there were many medicinal herbs to collect. She casually looked around and, as expected, spotted several familiar plants. The green leaves are feather-like and the long stems stand out among the weeds. This is Angelica. Angelica, also known as Qingui or Yugui, has roots that can be used for medicine or eaten as a vegetable. It has a sweet taste and is known for promoting blood circulation, regulating menstruation, relieving pain, and easing dryness. Everyone in the small lowland can benefit from its medicinal properties. Jian Yimian took a small hoe from her space and carefully dug around the base of the plants to avoid damaging the roots. After a while, she finished digging up several nearby plants. Seeing that it was still early, she informed Zhao Dashu and the others and walked a bit further away. As she walked, she indeed found more angelica and yam, which she collected and added to her basket. Once the basket was full, she stood up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and planned to head back. When she left, the sun was high, but now it was slanting to the west. A gentle breeze occasionally blew through the forest, making it feel less hot. Jian Yimian looked around and felt a bit unfamiliar with the surroundings, as if she had never been in this part of the forest before. She carefully marked the area, planning to explore it more thoroughly another day. Just as she was about to return, she heard the sound of rushing water nearby. Since it was still early, she decided to go wash her face. Following the sound, she quickly made her way through the forest, and when she reached the scene, she was stunned. Not far away was a huge waterfall, with water cascading down from a towering cliff. The water fell with a great drop, splashing into a stream below and creating various sprays. Close to the stream was a small pond, with steam rising from it, resembling a hot spring. Jian Yimian was surprised and headed straight for the hot spring. As she stepped in, she felt the warm steam envelop her, and the water in the pond flowed slowly away. She reached out to test the water temperature and found it just right, making her desire to soak even stronger. The thought of her tired body relaxing in the warm water was tempting. However, after a moment of hesitation, she decided to leave. If she soaked in the hot spring now, not only would her family worry, but Zhao Dashu and the others would also find it strange. It was better to return now and come back alone later in the evening. On her way back, Jian Yimian saw Zhao Dashu and the others still digging for taro. Their basket was already full, and there was a small pile on the ground nearby. It was clear that they were working hard without any sign of laziness. Jian Yimian was very pleased and smiled, saying, "Dashu, Erhe, Xiaohe, that's enough. It's getting late, let's go home for dinner." Zhao Dashu and the others quickly responded and happily put on their baskets, each carrying a large bag of konjac as they walked home. They were not lazy at home before, they always worked hard. However, when war broke out, some family members died and others were injured, leaving only the three of them. If it weren't for the need to survive, they wouldn't have taken food from others. During these past few days in the small valley, they finally felt the warmth of having family again. This feeling was hard to come by, and they didn't want to lose it. So, they worked especially hard, hoping the people in the small valley would accept them. No one dislikes hardworking and capable people, and Jian Yimian was no exception. After spending these days together, she had a much better impression of them. When the four returned home, it was completely dark. Jian Yimian placed the konjac and yam in the cellar that old Lu had dug and delivered some angelica to two families, explaining how to prepare it before heading home. Just as they reached the doorstep, they heard Zhao Dashu and Zhao Erhe calling out in worry. "Xiaohe, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Old Lu also heard the commotion. He had just come out of the house and locked eyes with Jian Yimian. They exchanged a glance and hurried toward Zhao Dashu's home. As they approached, they saw Wang Xiaohe gagging in the yard and holding his throat in discomfort. Zhao Dashu and Zhao Erhe were at a loss for what to do. Seeing them arrive, Zhao Dashu felt relieved and quickly said, "Sister Mian, old Lu, Xiaohe doesn't know what happened. He came back feeling unwell and won't say anything, just gagging over there. He had seemed fine on the way home, and suddenly he was like this, as if something was wrong." Jian Yimian frowned and turned to see the konjac on the ground, with a large piece missing from the peeled konjac and bite marks still visible. She felt a bit helpless and said, I forgot to remind you that konjac cannot be eaten raw. She thought these three knew, as konjac had been served at every family's table these past few days. She assumed others had mentioned its toxicity, but it turned out everyone had the same misunderstanding. Seeing someone else suffer the same fate, old Lu couldn't help but chuckle a bit. After holding back for a while, he cleared his throat and comforted them, saying, "It's okay. It looks like he probably just took a couple of bites. He'll feel unwell for a few days, but he'll be fine. This guy is really bold. He couldn't handle the first bite and still dared to take a second one. Young people really aren't afraid of hardship." Jian Yimian found it amusing to see old Lu's gloating expression. Clearly, the first bite was unbearable. Would a normal person take a second bite? She shook her head helplessly, went back to slice some ginger, crushed it for juice, and added some vinegar from her supplies before giving it to Wang Xiaohui. By now, Wang Xiaohui felt much better. He had already thrown up the konjac he ate earlier, and aside from a bit of pain in his tongue and throat, he didn't have much of a reaction. After drinking the ginger vinegar, the burning sensation in his throat eased. With the pain gone, he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, especially seeing the kids around him, which made him feel even more shy. He was just curious about what raw konjac tasted like, thinking that if the cooked version was so good, the raw one should be fine too. Who would have thought that one bite would make his lips go numb? At that moment, he didn't believe it was a problem with the konjac and took a big bite, only to realize too late that there was something wrong, which made him regret it immediately. Seeing him with his head down and not speaking, Shaonan quickly came over to comfort him, saying, "It's okay. Great-grandpa has eaten it before. You won't be in trouble. But you must listen to adults from now on." She was very obedient. If her mother and sister said not to eat something, she wouldn't. When she saw Brother Xiaohui looking unwell, she was startled. Luckily, she usually listened well. Dia also comforted him, saying, "It's okay. Just remember to listen in the future." Wang Xiaohui felt a bit shy and kept his head down, not saying much. Old Lu, however, was so happy that his beard was practically standing up. He was no longer the only one who had eaten raw konjac. He didn't have to suffer alone. Just then, Zhao Dashu came over curiously and asked, "Great-grandpa, you've eaten raw konjac before? What did you think? Was it good?" If he hadn't seen Xiaohui in such distress, he would have wanted to try raw konjac himself. Old Lu shot him a glance and replied irritably, "If it weren't for my foolish son, I would never have eaten this stuff." Just thinking about Lu Dayong's foolishness made him furious. He snorted and lost his good mood, turning around to head back to the Lu family. Before long, cries for mercy from Lu Dayong could be heard. "Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't do anything." This little incident quickly passed, and aside from old Lu, no one else paid it much mind. That evening, Zhao Dashu and the others had dinner at the Jiang family. The meal was abundant, and a special stew of angelica and goji berry badger soup was prepared, with a delicious flavor mixed with the herbal aroma of angelica. Everyone enjoyed the soup, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal, and even Mimi was excitedly nibbling on badger meat. By the time the moon was high in the sky, everyone started to leave, and the families turned off their lights and went to sleep. Jian Yimian waited until everyone was sound asleep before she left the small hollow and headed straight for the hot spring she discovered during the day. The night in the forest was a bit dark, and Jian Yimian used a flashlight to find her way. Fortunately, she had marked her path, so it didn't take much effort. Once she passed through the woods and the moonlight illuminated the ground, she saw the small stream nearby. Jian Yimian put away her flashlight, looked around to ensure there was no danger, took off her clothes, and stepped into the hot spring. The comforting warm water soaked her skin, making Jian Yimian sigh, regretting that she hadn't discovered this hot spring earlier. Although the small hollow had a bathtub, it felt cramped compared to the hot spring, and she couldn't even stretch her legs. The steam brushed against Jian Yimian's face like a gentle massage. She closed her eyes comfortably, listening only to the sound of the waterfall flowing nearby, which helped her relax and eased her fatigue from the past few days. As she hesitated about whether to tell the other women in the small hollow to come and enjoy the hot spring, she dismissed the thought. In this world, Women valued their chastity highly and would never bathe in the wild, let alone come to a hot spring like she did. Although Wang Fengqin always supported her, she certainly wouldn't approve if she knew Jian Yimian was alone at night in the wilderness enjoying a hot spring. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard a very faint sound of dry leaves being crushed underfoot, and Jian Yimian quickly opened her eyes and looked into the woods. Unfortunately, the dense branches and leaves blocked the moonlight, making it hard to see anything. The sound disappeared as quickly as it had come, almost like an illusion. Frowning, Jian Yimian submerged herself in the water to investigate. She wanted to see what kind of creature it was. Perhaps someone had been watching her since early morning? The more she thought about it, the more alert she became. That person must be skilled. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to walk so quietly. As time passed, Jian Yimian heard heavy footsteps approaching her. She readied her curved knife, waiting to strike a decisive blow as soon as the person got close. Finally, the footsteps stopped at the edge of the pond. Jian Yimian surfaced instantly, pressing her knife against the person's neck. When she saw who it was, Jian Yimian was momentarily stunned. Instead of withdrawing her knife, she pushed it a little closer. Lute Zijian was taken aback, clearly not expecting someone to be here, especially a girl. In a moment of surprise, a sharp dagger grazed his neck, leaving a thin line of blood. Jian Yimian had been soaking in the water for a while, and her fair face had turned slightly rosy from the steam. Droplets of water slid down her forehead, tracing her cheeks and gliding down her long, pale neck, brushing over her beautiful collarbone before disappearing into the water. Lute Zijian froze, quickly closing his eyes and stammering, "Miss, please spare me. I didn't know someone was here, nor did I know you were bathing. Please forgive me." If he had known, he wouldn't have carelessly walked over and seen. The killing intent in Jian Yimian's eyes faded as she focused on the person before her. Perhaps because he was half-squatting, the boy was tense, his tightly shut eyes only showing the slight trembling of his eyelashes. His sharply defined face revealed no emotions, but his slightly flushed airs betrayed his embarrassment. Jian Yimian glanced at his pleasing face again before coldly saying, "If I weren't bathing here, would I be able to kill someone? You look innocent, but I didn't expect you to sneak a peek while I was bathing." She had thought he was handsome. Lute Zijian's face turned red instantly, and he hurriedly explained, "Miss, you misunderstood. I didn't come to spy. I live nearby and come to the waterfall to bathe every day. I heard a noise and came over, not expecting to run into you." The last few times he came, he had only encountered some wild rabbits. When he heard a noise, he naturally thought it was them. He never expected it to be a girl. Jian Yimian was taken aback, realizing she had unexpectedly taken someone else's spot. Clearing her throat, she put away her dagger and said coolly, "Turn around." Lute Zijian finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned, walking toward the edge of the hot spring. Jian Yimian felt a bit dissatisfied and said coldly, "Don't move." He was just going to leave without any hesitation. It was rare to meet a handsome person in the deep mountains, so she naturally wanted to tease him a bit. She also wanted to see if he knew about the small depression. Their last meeting had been too rushed. She hadn't even figured out who he was. Lute Zijian paused, not daring to turn around, and steadied his flustered heart, calmly asking, "Miss, do you have any other matters?" Hearing his calm voice, Jian Yimian immediately felt displeased and retorted, "You want to look and then run away?
It doesn't work that way."
Lute Zijian's ears turned red again, and the normal color on his face returned with a blush. Images from earlier flashed in his mind, a fair, slender neck and rounded shoulders. He felt tense and quickly pushed the thoughts away, softly asking, "What do you want, miss?" Jian Yimian had already dressed and stood in front of him, asking, "When did you come up the mountain? Do you know where I live?" Lute Zijian stared at Jian Yimian's face, slightly misty from the steam, surprised at how quickly the topic had changed. After a moment, he replied in a low voice, "I came up 2 months ago." Jian Yimian signaled for him to continue, not surprised by his answer. Lute Zijian glanced at her before continuing, "I was there the day you rescued the little tiger." However, he hadn't found her place. It was a coincidence that he discovered it. Jian Yimian nodded, feeling a bit regretful. She had sensed that day wasn't just her imagination. This person was quite skilled, able to hide his presence so quickly. She wondered if he had any intentions toward the small valley. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Lu Zijian said calmly, "I don't want anyone to disturb me, and I won't disturb others." Jiang Yimian understood. If he really had plans for the small valley, he would have acted long ago, not waiting until now to meet her. She decided not to ask more and turned to leave. But Lu Zijian suddenly reminded her, there are wild beasts in the forest at night. Jiang Yimian paused, amused, and turned to look at him, casually saying, "Oh, then you should take me back." The girl's expression softened, her beautiful brows curving, making her look a bit dreamy. Lu Zijian was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting someone who had been so wary of him would ask him to escort her home. Seeing he didn't respond, Jiang Yimian stopped joking and turned to leave, but then heard his clear voice behind her, "Okay." Jiang Yimian was surprised. She had only said it casually, yet he really intended to walk her home. Perfect, she thought. She could see which way he knew. With that in mind, she followed Lu Zijian, her gaze landing on the tips of his ears, which still held a faint pink hue, shining brightly in the moonlight. Lu Zijian was familiar with the forest and quickly led Jiang Yimian to another mountain peak. This peak was high, right next to a steep cliff. Jiang Yimian was curious when she spotted the familiar forest below the cliff. It seemed to be the same forest from the small valley. Jiang Yimian was surprised to see how well he knew this path, confirming that he had definitely traveled this way more than once. A sense of caution rose in her heart, but she quickly felt at ease. Discovering traces of other people in the deep mountains was something she needed to understand. If there hadn't been so few clues left from that time, she would have gone to check the other person's home. Now, it saved her a lot of effort. The path was rugged and there was a cliff nearby, so she was a bit careful. Fortunately, with Lu Xi leading the way, she walked slowly but steadily, and in just an hour, she arrived home. Xiao Yi, rubbing his sleepy eyes, came out of the bathroom and ran into Jiang Yimian. He curiously looked behind her and asked, "Sister, where did you go? Why are you back so late?" Jiang Yimian glanced back, saw that no one was there, and casually replied, "I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk." Xiao Yi, go back to sleep. Xiao Yi agreed and, still a bit dazed, went back to bed, thinking he had just imagined things. The next day, when Jiang Yimian woke up, the sun was already out. Zhao Dashu and a few others had gone out early with old Lu and his son. Jiang Yimian didn't pay much attention, and after breakfast, she went to the Lu family. Several women were busy in the yard, taking leaves off rami and peeling the stems. This rami was found by Zhao Xinger a few days ago in a small lowland, and they had brought it back to weave cloth for making clothes. It was Jiang Yimian and Gosheng's first time seeing this, so they sat nearby to help. Gosheng was curious and asked, "Mom, once the rami is peeled, can it be woven into cloth?" He had only seen finished cloth at home before, and was seeing wild rami for the first time. He couldn't believe that these bark-like things could be turned into fabric. Lu Xiaoran laughed and said, "It's not that easy. It's quite complicated, and there are many more steps." She had seen her mother do it a few times, but later found it too troublesome and started buying cloth from the shop. Now, not many people knew how to do it. One reason was the complicated process, and another was that people's skills were limited, so the cloth made wasn't very nice. Aside from farmers, wealthy families wouldn't look at it. Even if they tried to sell it, they wouldn't get a good price. Occasionally, those with good skills could work as weavers in cloth shops, while most just made clothes for their own families. Farmers rarely wore new clothes, mostly patching up old ones, so fewer people wove their own fabric. Gradually, there were not many farmers who could do this. If Zhao Xinger hadn't mentioned she could, they surely wouldn't have attempted it. Zhao Xinger also said, "It really is a bit troublesome. If I hadn't had some free time recently, I wouldn't have thought about doing this. There are many steps in the process, and they have just started peeling the hemp. Next, they need to wash it, expose it to sun and dew, process the hemp, make it into thread, twist it into bundles, comb it, prepare the loom, and weave. Each step is important. Jian Yimian nodded and asked a few more questions before lowering her head to help with the peeling. She had taken out a lot of fabric from her storage last time, but the Chun and Lu families did not want it, saying it was too good to waste on them. Only her mother made a few outfits for the children, while the others still wore old clothes full of patches. She felt helpless. At least now she could weave her own fabric, so she wouldn't be without clothes. Although the outside war had stopped, the situation on the mountains suggested that things outside were still difficult, with refugees gathering and forming groups. If the government did not send people to clear them out, they would have to stay on the mountains. They had food and drink, and while they lacked money, everything else was fine. However, in these chaotic times, having money might not be a good thing. As a few people worked, they chatted and laughed. Suddenly, someone mentioned the people from Xinhua village and everyone paused. Indeed, the returning refugees said that government officials seemed to be sending them back to their hometowns, and many people from nearby villages were already on the mountains. It was likely that after some time, the people from Xinhua village would return as well. Zhao Xing'er scoffed and said, "Let them come back." When they left, they couldn't wait to get away from us, even splitting their homes. Their return has nothing to do with us. Although her family had listened to old Lu and decided not to flee, her uncle's 2 children had split their home to escape, even encouraging them to leave old Lu behind and run away. Their goal was to take their food. When they refused, those shameless ones even sneaked in to steal food, nearly driving them mad. Thankfully, they were her uncle's children. If her uncle were still alive, she would have taught those 2 families a lesson. This escape had shown them the true nature of those people. They were not good at all. Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Fengqin did not speak, but they clearly shared the same thoughts. They had been abandoned by the villagers and relatives, who only saw them as burdens when they left, afraid of being associated with them. Now that those people might return, they wouldn't care or help. Given those people's selfishness, if they knew that the 3 of them were doing well here, they might cause a scene, disturbing everyone's peace. After living in calm for over half a year, they really did not want to return to the way things were before. Dogxing noticed that everyone had fallen silent and said with a displeased expression, "Mother, aunt, don't worry. If anyone from the village comes back and tries to cause trouble, I won't let them get away with it." Jian Yimian replied coldly, "Those people won't find their way here. Even if they did come, she wouldn't let them have it easy." Hearing this, everyone relaxed and changed the topic. "Hey, Xing'er, you look much better lately. Your complexion is even a bit rosy," Lu Xiaoyan said, looking at Zhao Xing'er with curiosity. Wang Fengqin also glanced at her and nodded. "Yes, you do look much better." Zhao Xing'er used to have a pale complexion and looked quite tired, but recently she seemed to have improved and looked much healthier. Feeling a bit shy, Zhao Xing'er touched her face and smiled. "Maybe it's because of the health tonic Yimian gave me. I feel much better now and not as uncomfortable as before." She had noticed the change and was very happy about it. A few days ago, she had asked Yimian for another checkup, and Yimian had given her a different medicine, which she was currently taking. Seeing this, everyone complimented her a few more times and didn't ask further. After a busy afternoon, they finally finished peeling the hemp and soaked the skins in a large vat, marking the end of their work. Jian Yimian, seeing that she had nothing else to do, called Dogxing over to talk about the wheelchair. Dogxing's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. "Sister Yimian, you mean a chair with wheels? That would make it easier for my father to move around." His father had been improving lately and could mostly support himself in a chair, allowing him to do some simple tasks. He and his mother were very happy about it. If they had a chair that could move by itself, it would make things even more convenient for his father. However, he had never seen such a thing before. Jian Yimian smiled and took out the drawing she had made earlier. "This is what I mean by a wheelchair. Can you see if you can make it? You can ask Grandpa and Uncle Daong for help." She didn't understand some of the structures involved, so she had only sketched a rough diagram, unsure if Dogxing would understand it. Dogxing took the drawing and saw that it depicted a normal chair, but with 2 wheels drawn under the armrests on either side. He instantly understood and smiled, nodding, "I get it now, Sister Yimian. You're so smart." Fortunately, He had learned carpentry from his grandfather and father for many years, focusing on making tables, chairs, and cabinets, but he had never thought of something like this. Jian Yimian was a bit surprised but just smiled and said, "Then you try it first. If there are any problems, come find me." Go Sheng nodded repeatedly, carefully putting away the drawings, and quietly went to the woodshed, clearly ready to start preparing materials. Jiang Yimian smiled, stretched lazily, and watched the few children playing with Mimi nearby, feeling quite happy. The days in the small lowland were indeed comfortable and pleasant. Besides going to the small vegetable garden daily to fertilize and weed, there wasn't much else to do. Now, with 3 young adults helping, these tasks could be completed quickly. As the number of refugees on the mountain increased, Jiang Yimian and Go Sheng took Zhao Dashu and Zhao Erei to repair traps and dig some more. Wang Xiaowei was busy with old Lu. As soon as Mimi saw Jiang Yimian was going out, she excitedly followed her, circling around her. Jiang Yimian helplessly rubbed Mimi's fluffy head before taking her along. Jiang Yimian and the others first went to check a few traps they had dug, finding some had caught rabbits and wild chickens, while others had not been touched. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Go Sheng, holding a rabbit, looked unhappy and muttered, "I was trying to catch people, but all I got were you." He couldn't figure out if the traps were too attractive to rabbits and wild chickens, or if other large beasts had been caught, but managed to escape. Thinking about that possibility made him a bit sad, fearing that if they caught people, it would end up the same way. Jiang Yimian noticed his confusion and smiled as she explained, "Those wild animals are very alert. If they sense something unusual, they will leave early and won't foolishly step into traps. Moreover, they have strong territorial instincts and usually don't stray far from their territory." After the forest fire 6 months ago, large wild animals had already moved deeper into the woods and wouldn't linger here. Go Sheng nodded, no longer dwelling on the issue. Zhao Dashu and Zhao Erei, however, were particularly happy, seeing they could eat meat again. They felt staying in the small lowland was the best decision of their lives. Previously, while fleeing, they often went hungry, but now in the small lowland, they were well fed at every meal. Although they were eating things they had never seen before, the taste was excellent and refreshing. Especially being able to eat meat from time to time was better than what they had in the village. No matter what others said in the future, they wouldn't leave the small lowland. Jiang Yimian wandered around other places again. Except for a few traps that were disturbed by wild rabbits and chickens, the rest were intact. After fixing the traps, they decided to walk outside a bit more, planning to set a few small traps to catch some game. Since it wasn't a big project, Jiang Yimian played with Mimi while looking for wild vegetables and herbs. At this time of year, there were many autumn vegetables. Although they weren't as tender as spring vegetables, they had a unique flavor. Jiang Yimian looked around and actually found some. She spotted several clusters of plants that were just the right height, reaching her calves, with large green leaves growing outward and a hint of red on the back. Some taller plants had already sprouted red spikes. These were amaranth. Amaranth, also known as Yankaihong, Lao Xiaoyan, or Yunxiangkai, has a sweet taste and helps with digestion and clearing heat. The young leaves are the most delicious, perfect for soups, stir-fries, or salads. Jiang Yimian picked some young leaves until her basket was half full. Mimi was excited nearby, jumping in the grass and coming out with a sparrow in her mouth. Jiang Yimian smiled and continued to wander through the woods. After a short while, she saw several clusters of plants that were about her height, with long oval green leaves covered in fine hairs. Many were blooming with yellow flowers, and some had already produced long pods. They looked like cassia seeds. Cassia seeds are known for their benefits to the liver and eyes, as well as aiding digestion. The Compendium of Materia Medica once noted that cassia seeds are famous for their ability to improve vision. However, raw cassia seeds are cold and should not be used for long periods. They need to be roasted before being used as medicine. This way, they can enhance liver protection, improve vision, and lower fat levels. People with weak stomachs should use them sparingly, as they can cause diarrhea. Jiang Yimian picked several plum pods until her basket was full. She had heard that Zhao Deshu and the others had been struggling with constipation lately, so this would be perfect for them. She looked around and noticed many cassia roots that hadn't yet produced pods, quietly noting their location to come back later. Estimating that Dogsheng and the others were almost done, Jian Yimian returned with Mimi. Zhao Deshu and the others were resting in the shade when they saw her come back. They waved excitedly, clearly in a good mood. Dogsheng smiled and said, "Sister Yimian, what a coincidence. We just finished digging a trap when a rabbit fell in. It looks almost dead, and we also found 2 dead rabbits and a wild chicken. We had a great haul today. He must come to check every day. That way, he can eat fresh food. If it takes too long like this time, the rabbit will spoil." Jiang Yimian was a bit surprised and looked at the rabbit that was already injured and unconscious, noticing that the wound seemed to be caused by something sharp. Seeing her staring at the rabbit, Dogsheng just smiled and said, "This rabbit must have come from somewhere and fainted from too much blood loss." Zhao Deshu quickly added, "It's probably those refugees outside who did it. I didn't expect their aim to be so bad that the rabbit got away. They ended up benefiting from it." Jiang Yimian agreed, but didn't think much of it. Once they finished their tasks, she was about to leave. However, Mimi suddenly became excited, jumping around and refusing to leave. Jiang Yimian frowned and was about to pick her up when Mimi suddenly dashed out of the woods at high speed, leaving everyone stunned. Zhao Deshu wondered, "What's wrong with Mimi? Did something happen?" Mimi was usually very obedient, especially around Jiang Yimian, so her unusual behavior must mean something was wrong. Jiang Yimian said, "Arai, you take the game back first. We'll go check it out." Zhao Arai nodded, took the game from Zhao Deshu, and left. Jiang Yimian and the others chased after Mimi. They ran through several hills until Mimi finally stopped, sniffing the air cautiously. Jiang Yimian picked her up by the scruff of her neck and scolded, "If you run off like that again, I won't help you next time." With so many refugees on the mountain, Mimi's small size wouldn't stand a chance against those who see meat as a feast. She could easily be caught. Zhao Deshu and Dogsheng arrived, panting heavily. Jiang Yimian scolded Mimi a bit more, and had just put her into the backpack when they encountered 4 people. Actually, it was 5 people. 2 men were carrying a bloodied person, and it was unclear if they were alive or dead, or even if they were male or female. The 4 people were clearly startled, and one bearded man looked at Zhao Deshu in surprise, saying, "Hey, isn't that Brother Zhao? Long time no see. I thought you guys had been eaten by wild beasts." Zhao Deshu was also surprised, scratching his head and laughing. "It's Brother Zhu. What are you all doing? Who is this person? How did they get so hurt? Are they dead?" The man known as Brother Zhu just shook his head and said helplessly, "Well, they didn't die, but just returned. They claim that the bandits below are from their village and caused quite a stir, resulting in many deaths. It was bloody and very frightening. This made those who had gone up the mountain that morning very anxious, fearing the bandits would come up and attack them." Jiang Yimian and Dogsheng exchanged glances and immediately guessed it was the people from Xinghua village. Zhao Deshu had also heard about a few families and understood that the people from Xinghua village had returned. He was surprised and asked, "Do these people really dare to confront the bandits? They are quite bold." When they thought about joining the bandits, they only considered it, but never approached the bandit camp. Yet these people went right to the entrance to provoke them, and they were lucky not to all be killed. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhu began to complain, who says otherwise. Even if it was their village before, it's now occupied by bandits. They actually dared to go and provoke them alone. They really don't value their lives. I heard about 20 people went, and only 5 returned, all badly injured. One of them even bled to death, causing panic among the people on the mountain, who shouted to drive them away, saying the smell of blood would attract wild animals. He was currently managing the people on the mountain with the villagers, worried about any trouble. Now that someone had died, he had to take a few people to plan a burial. Zhao Deshu then understood and looked at the bloodied person, shivering involuntarily. Luckily, the 3 brothers had entered a small hollow and hadn't approached the bandit camp. Otherwise, they might have met the same fate. He casually asked a few more questions before preparing to leave. But Wang Zhu called out to him. The group paused in their steps. Jian Yimian quickly reached for the curved dagger in her sleeve. Zhao Dashu smiled on the outside but felt alert inside, saying, "Brother Zhu, our family is still waiting for us to dig up roots to bring back for food." Wang Zhu, however, just looked curiously at Jian Yimian and Dogsheng. "Who are these two? Where have you and your other brothers been lately? Why aren't you with us?" He had always liked these three brothers. They were somewhat clever and not entirely bad people, which helped to manage the folks on the mountain. As more refugees arrived, having him around kept things relatively safe, unlike before when people were scheming for others' heads to enter the bandit camp. With the deaths of those from Xinghua village, the desire to join the bandits had cooled, and now families were hiding in the mountains, digging up roots to eat. They are just common folks who want to fill their stomachs. They can't treat killing like a regular job. Moreover, those mountain bandits can turn against you at any moment, and that news might just be rumors not worth believing. Zhao Dashu only smiled and said, "They are also refugees who were driven back. I met them a few days ago, and they have been living with my brothers recently. It's tough for them. They only dig up tree roots to eat. Unlike you, Brother Wang, you seem to be doing well lately." When he first came up the mountain, he saw everyone looking pale and thin, but this person now seemed to have improved a lot. Wang Zhuji casually replied, "It's not that different. They're just eating tree roots." Recently, many refugees have come up the mountain, and he managed to get some food from them. Although it was just dry rations, it was better than tree roots, which is why he looked a bit healthier. However, he thought the three in front of him looked truly well, especially the two children, who had fair skin and chubby cheeks, showing no signs of having fled for months. Zhao Dashu stood in front of the two children and sighed. "It's us common folks who are suffering in this world. Let's not talk about it anymore. We need to go dig up some tree roots. We'll be on our way, Brother Wang." With that, he quickly led Dogsheng and Jian Yimian back into the forest. Wang Zhuji exchanged a glance with the person beside him, who understood and cautiously followed. Once the three disappeared into the woods, a short man remarked, "Those Zhao Dashu and his friends are strange. They said they were going into the deep mountains to find food, but they haven't returned for so long, and they even ran into others, including two children. That child looks well fed." Zhao Dashu and his companions were not foolish. Being near those two children must mean there was something to gain. Wang Zhuji remained silent, but began to suspect the identities of Jian Yimian and the other child. He casually said, "Whatever they plan to do, if they find those two children with extra food, they should just take it. In this world, the fleeing refugees are all thin and weak, as if they could fall over with a gust of wind, unlike those two children who looked healthy." The short man nodded and glanced at the bloody body on the ground, asking, "Brother, what should we do with this person? Do we really need to bury him? That would require digging a big hole." After finally getting a few bites to eat, digging a hole would take all their strength. Wang Zhuji glanced over and casually replied, "Just dump him in the woods. They're all dead anyway. Why bother burying them? Does he have no other way to expend his energy?" The short man agreed and, along with another person, lifted the body to carry it away. A short while after Jian Yimian and the others left, they felt someone following them. So, they decided not to rush back and wandered around the forest, looking for wild vegetables while keeping an eye on the person behind them. The paths in the forest were winding, and eventually, they lost the person following them, so they quickened their pace to leave. When they returned to the small hollow, the three of them finally sighed in relief. Gosheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and nervously asked, "Who is that Juzi guy? It sounds like he's the leader of those refugees." Zhao Dashu took a sip of water and replied, "That guy is Wang Juzi, also from Yuejiang Prefecture. His village has a lot of people and they stuck together on the way. Except for a few old folks who died along the way, they hardly suffered any losses. Their village has many young men, and there are not many women and children, so they traveled quite smoothly. We were together when we went up the mountain." The people who targeted the three brothers were mostly from his village. They seemed friendly but were actually quite troublesome, though they weren't really bad people. On the road of fleeing, Even good people can become tough, especially ordinary folks like them. Gosheng nodded and hesitated before asking, should we tell the others about today's incident? From what that person said, it seemed like about 20 people from Xinghua village had returned, but unfortunately, most of them had died, and it was unclear who had survived. Jian Yimian shook her head. There's nothing to say. Just let everyone know to avoid the outskirts of the mountain for now, and be cautious. We are being watched by the refugees. The people from Xinghua village were no longer their concern. The one to watch out for was Wang Zhuzi, who was clearly keeping an eye on them and had sent someone to follow them. Zhao Dashu nodded repeatedly. I'll go tell the others right away to be careful and not to reveal the route to the small hollow. Saying this, he hurried off to Lu's house. Gosheng and Jian Yimian each went home. Once at home, Jian Yimian took Mimi out of the backpack. The little creature looked at her with sad eyes, with leaves from amaranth stuck to its head, making it quite endearing. Jian Yimian gently rubbed Mimi's face and said, you can't run off like that next time, okay? Although she knew Mimi ran off because of the strong smell of blood, she still wanted to remind it. At least until Mimi grew up, it shouldn't wander around the mountain carelessly. The little creature looked fierce, but if it had encountered someone other than the timid Zhao Dashu and his friends, it would have likely been taken away. Mimi let out a whimper, as if agreeing. Only then did Jian Yimian let it go. As soon as Mimi got her freedom, she happily ran around the yard. When she saw a few children, she quickly dashed over to join them. Jian Yimian shook her head helplessly and got up to check the hemp drying in the yard. After soaking overnight, the hemp was taken out by Zhao Xinger, cut into thin strands, and then dried in the sun and dew for several days. It looked like dried grass, with no connection to the fabric used for making clothes. Jian Yimian could only admire the wisdom of ancient people. She was very curious about how the first person to weave fabric discovered that this material could be used for that purpose. Just then, she saw old Lu and two others returning from the lotus pond, looking quite serious. Jian Yimian sensed something was wrong. Soon, Lu Daong called several families to the Lu family yard. Except for the 3 children playing with Mimi, everyone else arrived. Gosheng looked puzzled and asked Grandpa, Uncle Lu, what's wrong? You all look worried. Old Lu frowned for a while before saying, today, Daong and I went to the outskirts of the mountain and saw some villagers. They had originally intended to see how many refugees had come to the mountain, but instead, they heard some familiar voices. Gosheng and Jian Yimian exchanged surprised glances. Seeing their strange expressions, old Lu asked, Yimian, Gosheng, do you two know that the villagers have returned? Gosheng thought for a moment and then shared what had happened that day. He expected everyone to be concerned about the villagers, but they all seemed indifferent until they heard that many had been killed by mountain bandits, causing them to shudder. They had experienced the brutality of the bandits firsthand, and hearing about the killings made them uneasy. Lu Xiaoyun's voice trembled as she exclaimed, those bandits are a bunch of scoundrels, responsible for so many deaths. I just hope the authorities catch them soon. Lu Daong nodded in anger. Yes, these bandits are truly despicable. They deserve to be punished severely. I wonder what's happening in the county and when the soldiers will come to deal with the bandits. The bandits gathered at the foot of the mountain, preventing the refugees from returning and making their lives miserable. Jian Yimian noticed old Lu's silence and curiously asked, do you know who has returned? Old Lu snorted and replied grumpily, who else could it be but the 2 brothers, Dafei? From a distance, he could hear 2 families arguing and blaming each other, so he didn't even bother to look and just left. Those 2 brothers were up to no good. Even in the village, they didn't farm properly and were always thinking about their brother's little savings. He believed his brother had been driven to his death by those 2 useless sons. The main group from the village had not returned yet, but these 2 families had already arrived. When Zhao Xinga heard it was those 2 brothers, her expression immediately darkened. It was bad enough that they were eyeing her family's food and money, but before the disaster, they were also thinking about what they had. If it weren't for her and De Yong driving them away, they might have tried to steal. The last thing she wanted to see was those 2 families, yet they had returned. Wang Fengqin also didn't like those brothers. Seeing the Lu family upset, she quickly said, "So what if they came back? They can't just barge in. Even if they find us, we don't have to be afraid. We can just chase them away." With so many people in their small area, they weren't afraid of a few lazy ones. They heard that the brothers had been injured, so there was even less to worry about. Old Lu nodded repeatedly, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. "If they dare to come, I'll teach them a good lesson. Enough about them, just hearing their names is annoying. We need to be careful when we go out, and not let anyone follow us." Everyone agreed, and didn't bring it up again. As the days passed, life in the small area returned to peace, resembling a paradise that made a few families very happy. Zhao Xing'er began twisting the prepared hemp fibers into threads, bundling them together and finally applying sticky rice paste to strengthen them before starting to weave. The sticky rice was from this year's harvest, and there wasn't much, just a few dozen pounds shared among the families. They had originally planned to save it for making rice dumplings next year, but it was being used now instead. Several women helped twist the threads while chatting and laughing. Jian Yimian was curious, watching their technique from the side. Zhao Xing'er, while twisting the thread, asked, "Xiao Yun, what has Go Xing been busy with lately? He keeps running to the woodshed, and even went with Shu and others to chop down a tree. What furniture is he planning to make?" Wang Fengqin was also curious. She had seen Go Sheng working hard these past few days, but didn't know what he was up to. Lu Shaoran continued twisting the thread but sighed. "Who knows what that kid is busy with? He won't tell us, and he doesn't let us go near the woodshed. It's all very mysterious." As she spoke, she noticed Jian Yimian and quickly asked, "Yimian, do you know what Go Sheng is up to? You kids must not have so many secrets." The other two looked at Jian Yimian with great curiosity. Jian Yimian felt a bit embarrassed and casually said, "I'm not sure what Dog Xing is doing. He just said he's making something, and we'll probably find out in a few days." Only she and Dog Xing knew about the wheelchair project. Although Zhao Dashu and the others helped Dog Xing, they had no idea what he was making, so they didn't ask too many questions and let him do his thing. Knowing that Dog Xing wanted to surprise Chen Taizhu by finishing it alone, Jiang Yimian decided not to tell anyone else and simply said she didn't know when asked. When they couldn't get any more information, the women changed the subject and started chatting about other things. Jiang Yimian finally relaxed and quietly went to play with the children, which she was good at. Lu Deong had been busy patrolling outside these days, occasionally helping old Lu with weeding, looking quite energetic and not tired at all. Chen Taizhu also came out now and then to soak up the sun, feed the chickens, and weave baskets. Everyone was busy, but happy. Outside the small valley, it was a different world. The number of refugees on the mountain had increased, and some people who didn't want to listen to Wang Zhuji and his group were pushed into the corners of the forest. The good spots were taken by Wang Zhuji's group, leaving the others with overgrown, thorny land. Fortunately, at this point, everyone didn't care where they slept as long as they could find a place to rest. After all, they were refugees who had been fleeing for months and had slept in many different places. Li Xiaofeng looked at the overgrown land with displeasure and quietly grumbled, "We did give some food, so why are we stuck here? Look at Wang Zhuji's group. Their land is perfectly clear, while ours is full of weeds. It's really unfair." She thought it would have been better not to give any food, as they ended up wasting several meals, and now they were completely out of supplies. Hearing his wife complain again, Lu Dafei felt a headache coming on. His already painful injury throbbed more, and then he heard a crying voice nearby.
"Vaaf, I'm hungry, Dad.
I want to eat." Haiwa is hungry. Lu Dafei, feeling annoyed, said, "Xiaofei, hurry and calm your son down. His crying is giving me a headache. Keep an eye on him. Everyone is hungry, and the more he cries, the hungrier he gets." Lu Xiaofei was also irritated, with a bruised face that made him look even scarier. He slapped Haiwa on the face and shouted, "I'm hungry too. Go away." Black Boy was stunned for a moment after being hit. Then he cried even louder, wailing in the forest, "Wah, I want my mom. Dad, I want my mom, wah wah." For a while, the entire forest echoed with Black Boy's cries. Wang Zhuzi could hear the shouting from far away and felt unhappy. The short man beside him picked up a stone and threw it at Lu Xiaofei, shouting angrily, "Are you still alive? If you can't take care of a child, then don't. Why make noise? It's early in the morning, and you're disturbing everyone." Lu Xiaofei was hit by the stone and winced in pain, covering his foot. Luckily, the stone wasn't too big, otherwise his foot would have been seriously injured. He quickly covered his son's mouth and apologized repeatedly. "The child is too young and misses his mother. Please be understanding, big brother." The short man scoffed and replied rudely, "That's simple. If the child misses his mother, then let him go see her. If he wants to again, I'll come help next time." As soon as he said this, Wang Dage and his group burst into laughter, while the other refugees dared not say a word, watching over their own children, afraid of provoking anyone. Lu Xiaofei trembled in fear, and the scene of the mountain bandits killing people flashed in his mind again. At that time, the knife was right in front of him. He had pushed Zayunio away, and the knife that was meant for him struck Zayunio instead. The bandit didn't stop but struck Zayunio several more times, and soon the ground was covered in blood. Terrified, he ran up the mountain, completely forgetting about his son. The one who saved his son was also from the village, and after taking several cuts, he barely escaped to the mountain but died from blood loss. He swallowed hard, feeling grateful that he was still alive. The short man glared at a few people before returning to Wang Zhuzi. Wang Zhuzi then looked at the Lu brothers, thinking for a moment before saying, "Those people are from Xinghua village?" The short man nodded quickly, "Yes, that's them. Last time, the incident caused a stir, and many refugees saw those people running up in bloody clothes." He remembered it clearly. Wang Zhuzi continued, "Call them over and ask if they know about others on the mountain." The last time the people chasing Zhao Dashu returned, they said those people had shaken them off, so he knew they must be unusual. To be able to skillfully evade pursuers in the deep mountains without getting lost, they were either very skilled or had lived on the mountain for a long time. He leaned more towards the latter. The people in their village cannot be trusted, so they bring in others to test. If someone dies or is eaten by a wild animal, it doesn't concern him. The short man quickly nodded and waved to the Lu brothers. "You too, come here. My brother has something to ask." Lu Dafei and his wife exchanged worried glances and hurried over, with Lu Xiaofei following with his son. Wang Zhuzi glanced at the three of them and then at Haiwa before smiling and leading them to a secluded spot. Everyone was watching the situation closely. When they saw Lu Dafei and the others being taken away, they felt uneasy. Although Wang Zhuzi and his group seemed friendly and did not scold them, they only asked for some food. It was clear they were tough characters who could control so many refugees. People feared that Wang Zhuzi might harm the Lu brothers, so they fell silent, and those with children quickly covered their mouths, afraid of making any noise that might anger them. Lu Dafei and the others were also thinking the same, feeling very anxious. As soon as they stopped, Lu Dafei quickly said, "Brother Wang, this is his child. It has nothing to do with us. Please don't blame us. We are very obedient and won't cause any trouble." Li Xiaofeng quickly added, "Yes, it's his child. It has nothing to do with us. Brother Wang, please don't mistake us for someone else." Hearing his brother and sister-in-law, Lu Xiaofei was furious and was about to shout, but a sharp reprimand from the short man made him shut his mouth. "What are you shouting about? We brought you here for a reason. Just answer my brother's questions. If you say one more word, I'll send you down the mountain right now." Upon hearing this, the three quickly fell silent, and Haiwa was so scared that he stopped crying. As bad as things were on the mountain, at least they didn't have to worry about being killed. The bandits down the mountain were serious and would attack with knives. They had just experienced this firsthand and were haunted by bloody scenes in their dreams, knowing that going down the mountain meant certain death. They nodded repeatedly. Wang Zhuzi then asked, "Are you all from the village down the mountain?" Lu Dafei nodded and replied, "Yes, we are all from Xinghua village, but we left early and don't know when the bandits came. Otherwise, we wouldn't have caused a scene at the mountain stronghold. At that time, they thought some refugees had occupied their village and wanted to confront them, not realizing they were actually bandits." Wang Zhuzi nodded and continued, Did everyone in your village flee? Was anyone left behind? Lu Dafei paused, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Several families stayed behind. Not to mention others, just Lu Daong and his family stayed behind. They probably died long ago under the bandits' knives. He didn't understand why the other person suddenly asked about the villagers. Wang Dezhu smiled and said, "A few days ago, I met some people on the mountain. They said they were from Xinghua village and now live deep in the mountains. I heard they have food and drink and are doing better than before. I thought since you are also from Xinghua village, you could ask them and bring back some food to share so no one starves." Lu Dafei and his wife exchanged glances, hesitant and in disbelief. Are there still people alive in the village? The village was taken over by bandits. How could those who stayed behind still be alive? Brother Wang nodded with a smile. Of course, just go take a look. This mountain is so vast. If those few people weren't villagers from below, they wouldn't dare to run up the mountain. They must be familiar with the area. Though he wasn't sure if they were from Xinghua village, he was certain they were villagers nearby, making Lu Dafei and the others the perfect choice to find them. The group hesitated, ready to refuse, when a short man spoke up. "You can either go find people or stay here and be killed by the bandits. Choose one." As he spoke, he raised a sharp stone in his hand. Lu Dafei and the others gulped in fear and nodded repeatedly. We will go find them right away." With that, they pulled Li Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaofei deeper into the forest. The short man glanced at their backs and said, "Brother, should we send someone to follow them?" Wang Dazhu shook his head. "This mountain is dense with trees. It's better not to go in recklessly. If these people can find anyone, that would be great. If not, then forget it, no need to worry." He didn't have much hope. Seeing that Lu Dafei and the others didn't seem scared, everyone finally relaxed a bit, not as tense as before, but still quiet, with no one daring to make noise. Lu Dafei and the others walked for nearly half an hour, distancing themselves from the refugees, and finally sat down in the shade of a tree to rest. Li Xiaofeng was full of complaints. Hungry and tired from the long walk, she sat down and exclaimed, "Are you all foolish? This mountain is so big, and you really plan to help Wang Dezhu find people? That guy just wants us to feed the wolves." If she had known not to give away that food when they first went up the mountain, they wouldn't be in this situation. Now, not only had they lost their food, but they had also been driven out. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She yelled at Black Boy, "You little rascal! You caused your mother's death, and now we have nowhere to go. Why do you have to talk so much? Stop crying." After saying this, she tried to hit him, but Lu Dafei stopped her. "Enough. Can you be quiet for a moment?" Li Xiaofeng wanted to yell more, but when she saw the man give her a look, she reluctantly closed her mouth. Lu Dafei then turned to Lu Xiaofei and smiled. "Xiaofei, you've gone up the mountain with the village hunters before. You know where it's safe to hide, right?" Since they had been driven out by Wang Zhuji, they might as well find a place to stay. After all, they were just looking for roots to eat. They could dig anywhere. Unfortunately, Lu Dafei wasn't familiar with the mountain and had to rely on his brother. Lu Xiaofei glanced at the two and scoffed. "How would I know? It's Black Boy's fault we got kicked out. Let's just go our separate ways to avoid blaming each other." Saying this, he grabbed Black Boy and walked ahead. Lu Dafei was very angry but had no choice. He dragged his injured leg and hurried to catch up, saying with a smile, "Xiaofei, we're brothers. Your sister-in-law was wrong. Don't hold it against her. She doesn't understand anything. It's safer if we stick together." He usually only foraged for wild vegetables and set rabbit traps on the outskirts of the mountain. This area was unfamiliar, and if they didn't stay close to Lu Xiaofei, they would eventually be in danger from wolves. Lu Xiaofei shot him a glance and huffed. "I've hidden from the rain in the mountains before with the village hunters. If I remember correctly, there should be a cave up ahead. If they could find that cave, they would have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. If they were lucky and didn't encounter any wild animals, they could stay there temporarily." Li Xiaofeng's face brightened at this news, and she stopped complaining about being tired, urging Lu Xiaofei to hurry. The group walked in the mountains for nearly 2 hours, and as noon passed, they still hadn't seen any sign of a cave. Li Xiaofeng started to get anxious. Xiaofei, where is that cave you mentioned? If we don't find it soon, it will be dark, and we might end up as wolf food. Spending the night in the deep mountains was very dangerous. In the dark, if they encountered any wild animals, they would be doomed. Lu Xiaofei felt anxious too and looked around, but the mountain had been burned, and it looked nothing like he remembered. He only recalled there being a cave, but couldn't remember the way. Lu Dafei was extremely tired. His leg was already injured, and after walking for several hours, the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. He quickly said, "Let's take a break." Li Xiaofeng hurriedly handed him a bamboo tube and gave him some water, which made Lu Dafei feel a bit better. The group was both hungry and exhausted, so they could only drink water to fill their stomachs. Luckily, they had found a spring earlier and filled some containers. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have water to drink now. After resting for a while and drinking some water, Lu Xiaofei looked around at the trees that had been burned but were now sprouting new leaves. His gaze fell on a distant hill where the trees were still lush and showed no signs of burning. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go check that forest over there. I remember it being nearby. If we can't find it, we'll head back the way we came. We should be able to return before dark." If they couldn't find a cave to spend the night, they would have to go back. They weren't enough to fend off wild wolves if they had to sleep in the forest. Li Xiaofeng responded, though she was unhappy. She didn't say much more. The cold wind in the deep mountains made her uneasy, and she feared a wolf might suddenly appear behind her, leaving no time to complain. The group walked for over half an hour, winding through the forest, but still saw no sign of a cave. Li Xiaofeng could no longer hold back her frustration. Her pale face was filled with anger. "Do you even know the way? We've been looking for hours. Where is the cave? I shouldn't have trusted you. You're useless. And now look where we are, lost and in danger." She wondered how she ended up marrying into the Lu family and being related to someone so foolish. Lu Xiaofei, feeling insulted, retorted, "How can you blame me? If you hadn't insisted on going back to reclaim the village, would so many villagers have died? And because of you, Xionyang is gone. You're a jinx. Don't talk nonsense. You know how Xionyang died. A grown man using a woman as a shield? You were scared stiff when you saw those bandits abandoning your wife and children. How can you blame me?" Hurt by her words, Lu Xiaofei's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't think of a good comeback. Highway, hearing the adults argue, was scared and cried quietly, not daring to make a sound. Lu Dafei, bothered by the noise and reminded of the bandits, started to tremble. The wind blew through the forest, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He said impatiently, "Quickly look for a cave nearby. If there isn't one, we need to head back. I don't want to be dinner for wolves." As the words fell, they headed towards a small hill nearby. Li Xiaofeng followed, grumbling, while Lu Xiaofei comforted the child. Lu Dafei, dragging his injured leg, reached the hilltop and spotted a small wooden house in a clearing not far away. Excitedly, he whispered to the others, "There's a wooden house over there. Come quick." Li Xiaofeng was delighted and quickly joined him. Lu Xiaofei, forgetting about the child, grabbed the little one and followed. The three of them crouched in the bushes on the hillside, gazing greedily at the small wooden house below. The house was small but could easily fit all four of them. Lu Dafei's eyes sparkled with joy as he pointed at the house, saying, "That place looks pretty sturdy. It must have been built recently." Since it was just one room, there probably weren't many people inside, giving them a good chance if they encountered anyone. Lu Xiaofei thought the same and immediately stood up, saying, "What are we waiting for? Let's go check it out." With that, he pulled the child and ran down the hill. Now they were in luck. Not only did they not have to feed the wolves, but they also had a place to stay, and there might even be some food inside. Lu Dafei and his wife quickly followed, but they couldn't keep up with Lu Xiaofei. Lu Xiaofei rolled and crawled down the slope, leaving them several meters behind. By the time they reached the house, Lu Xiaofei and his son were already outside, holding a bag and 2 dead rabbits. Lu Xiaofei felt a bit smug. His swollen eyes were nearly shut, and he said, "There's still another rabbit inside." Li Xiaofang rushed into the wooden house. It was small, and she could see everything inside at a glance. Besides a bed and a table, there was only a skinny rabbit in a basket by the door. She picked up the rabbit and quickly lifted the neatly stacked thin blankets on the bed, then checked several small baskets, finding them all empty. Frustrated, she kicked over a bamboo basket and rushed out, shouting, "Lu Xiaofei, have you no shame? This wooden house was discovered by my husband. How can you take so much for yourself? Hand over the rice." Although Lu Xiaofei was hiding tightly, she had just heard the sound of rice shaking in a bag. That bag must be full of rice, probably around 20 pounds, enough for them to eat for several days. Lu Xiaofei held the bag tighter and said irritably, "First come, first served." She grabbed Haiwa and tried to run, but Lu Dafei blocked their path. Just then, they heard a cold voice say, "Put down the stuff and leave quickly." They were startled and looked at the speaker, who was just a handsome young boy. Their worries faded away instantly. Lu Xiaofei smiled and said, "Little brother, if you know what's good for you, you should leave quickly. This food and house are ours. You can't take us on alone." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the wild chicken the boy was holding, and her eyes widened in surprise. Was it really that easy to catch game in the mountains? Even the village hunters often came back empty-handed. This kid, however, had brought back several wild chickens while still having wild rabbits at home. If she followed this guy, she would have endless game to eat. The thought of having meat for every meal excited her. She pushed Lu Dafei aside and walked towards Lu Zijian, smiling, "Little brother, I can hunt too. How about we?" Before she could finish, Lu Zijian drew his bow, knocked a sharp bamboo arrow, and shot it. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air startled Lu Xiaofei. She couldn't dodge in time, and the arrow thunked into her hand holding the rice bag. She cried out in pain and dropped the bag. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you believe I won't take you down?" Lu Xiaofei was furious and stepped forward to confront him. She couldn't believe that after being bullied by bandits and refugees, a kid who hadn't even grown up yet dared to attack her. However, as she approached Lu Zijian, he kicked her to the ground. The pain made her see stars, and she couldn't get up, only able to groan on the ground. Lu Zijian didn't even look at her and pulled back his bow again, coldly saying, "Put down your things." Haiwa and Li Xiaofang, seeing Lu Xiaofei's hand pierced and bleeding from the arrow, quickly dropped their things and hid behind Lu Dafei. Lu Dafei's legs went weak with fear. Looking at the sharp arrow, he swallowed hard and quickly explained, "Little brother, don't be impulsive. This is all a misunderstanding. We are from the village of Shanxia Xinghua. We heard that some villagers were hiding in the mountains, so we came to look for them. Just now, we mistook this wooden house for a villager's place. We're leaving now." As he spoke, he grabbed his companions and tried to leave. The man looked tough, like a mountain bandit, and seemed overly fierce. In this remote area, no one would know if they were harmed, so it was better to leave quickly. Lu Zijian frowned slightly and said coldly, "If you take another step, I will kill you right now." For some reason, he thought of the girl he saw by the hot spring last time and felt that these people were somehow connected to those in the small valley. Lu Dafei, seeing the sharp bamboo arrow, became even more frightened and froze in place. He regretted coming to steal. Anyone who could live deep in the mountains couldn't be good people. This guy was accurate with his bow and arrow. If he dared to run, he would surely die on the way. Having barely escaped from the bandits, he couldn't afford to die here. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. As he saw the other person approaching, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, pleading, "Little brother, please don't hurt us. We'll do anything you ask, just don't kill us." However, Lu Zijian just tied them to a tree, put the rice bags and rabbits back into the wooden house, and left. The three were extremely anxious, and the black boy nearby was crying pitifully. Unfortunately, the ropes were too tight, and they couldn't move at all, only able to shout for help. When Lu Zijian arrived at the small valley, Jian Yimian was playing with a kitten under the eaves. From a distance, he saw a figure and thought it was someone from the small valley, not paying much attention. As he got closer, he realized it was someone he knew. Zhao Dashu and the others stood in front of Lu Zijian with hose, warily asking, "Who are you? How did you get here?" This small valley was very hidden. Without a guide, it was impossible to find the way. Yet here he was, coming alone in broad daylight. Could there be a traitor in the small valley? As the three exchanged suspicious glances, Jian Yimian said, "I know him. There's no need to chase him away." Lu Zijian's furrowed brow finally relaxed the moment he saw Jian Yimian, and he stared at her in surprise. He thought the girls seemed to have grown taller. The last time he saw her by the hot spring it was nighttime, and he dared not look too long, but now he noticed that not only had she grown taller, but she also looked healthier, with a bit more flesh on her face, looking fair and pretty. Her green dress made her look like a lively fairy in the forest. Seeing him gaze at her, Jian Yimian curiously asked, "What's wrong? Why did you come here today?" This person seemed very cold and clearly did not like being disturbed or disturbing others. He must have come for a reason today. Could it be to get Mimi back? Lu Zijian withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "A few people came looking for me at my place. They said they were from Xinghua village, and I guess you know them." If it weren't for that, he would have chased them away immediately. As soon as old Lu and his son approached, they heard this and immediately understood that Lu Dafei and his brother had come. Old Lu felt a bit annoyed and, noticing the injury on the young man's neck, exclaimed, "Little brother, did those guys hurt you? I can see you're injured on your neck." Those troublemakers were strange. They were usually timid like mice, only picking on the weak. Now they had the nerve to come into the mountains and even hurt someone. Lu Zijian paused, running his long fingers over the scabbed wound on his neck. He glanced at Jian Yimian and said, "This wasn't caused by those people. It was a wild cat that scratched me." Only then did old Lu notice the scab and curiously replied, "What kind of wild cat is that?" "It's fierce, and the wound is so big. Cats in the mountains are really strong." Lu Zijian smiled slightly and said, "Yes, it is quite fierce." Jian Yimian almost choked on her own saliva. Looking at the familiar wound, it was clearly from when she had scratched him with a dagger last time. What was he talking about? A wild cat? She should have really hurt him then. Fortunately, old Lu didn't dwell on the injury and quickly asked, "How many people came? How did they find you?" Having heard Yimian say she knew this young man, he figured this person must also live in the mountains. Lu Dafei and his group likely intended to find them and accidentally ended up at this young man's home. Jian Yimian thought of Wang Zhuji. That guy had sent someone to follow them last time, so he must be keeping an eye on them. Since they hadn't found them recently, he probably guessed they were from a nearby village, especially since Lu Dafei and his group were as well. It was a clever plan, but they had mistakenly found the wrong person. Lu Zijian replied, "For people came, 2 men, 1 woman, and a child. As for how they found me, I really don't know." Old Lu was almost certain it was Lu Dafei and his brother and immediately said, "I'll go with you to check it out." Lu Zijian nodded and finally led Jian Yimian and old Lu and his son out of the small valley. When the group arrived at the wooden house, Li Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaofei were arguing with each other. "What's this about finding a cave? Ugh, what kind of good path did you bring us? Now look, you've dragged us into this mess. Who found this house?" "It was my brother. Clearly, it was me and Hei Hua who were forced to come here because of you. Ever since you married into our family, there hasn't been a single peaceful day. Dad even died from the stress you caused. Stop talking nonsense. If you hadn't insisted on taking Grandpa's savings, would he have lost his temper? You clearly caused his death." While they were blaming each other, Lu Xiaofei saw Lu Zijian return and immediately pleaded, "Little brother, please let me go. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to search your house, it was them. They said this place was too small for many people and told me to just take what I needed." Li Xiaofeng was so angry that she wanted to hit someone, but she was tied to a tree and couldn't move. When she looked up, she saw a few people behind Lu Zijian. Her gaze passed over Jian Yimian and landed directly on the old man Lu. She was stunned for a moment, then became excited and shouted, "Uncle, please save us. We didn't do anything wrong. This little brother tied us up for no reason. Please untie us." The old man Lu snorted coldly, not believing his niece's words at all. He looked at the ragged group, their faces pale and worn, especially noticing the bruises on Lu Dafei and his brother. He paused for a moment, and his anger and resentment lessened. He had come today intending to teach the two brothers a lesson, but seeing their miserable state made him realize they had suffered a lot. He didn't have many scolding words left to say. Instead, he thought about giving the brothers some food. Life was tough, and they looked so hungry that their cheeks were sunken in. They probably hadn't had a full meal in a long time. If the adults looked like this, it was even worse for Heihua, who was 10 years old but looked so thin and small. While he was thinking, Lu Xiaofei suddenly sneered and said sarcastically, "I wondered why De Yong didn't escape with us. Turns out he found a good place early on. It's a shame we worried about Uncle's well-being all this time. Now looking at Uncle's strong body, it's clear that you and your family are doing very well, unlike us who have been struggling, barely surviving, and not getting enough to eat or sleep. How shameless. They had a good place and didn't tell them, hiding away while they suffered." Li Xiaofeng and Lu Dafei then carefully examined the old man Lu and his son. Although the two of them were still wearing patched-up coarse linen clothes, they looked clean and full of energy, especially Deong, who seemed to have grown stronger. They certainly didn't look like the starving people they used to be, almost like beggars. Li Xiaofeng scoffed and said, "No wonder you didn't run away. It turns out you've been living well on the mountain. Now we just wanted to see you, and you have this person tie us up and even attack us. Uncle, your heart is too harsh. If my father-in-law knew, he would surely come at night to find you and take you with him." This old man had always looked down on them, and she thought he might still care about family ties, but now it was clear he was in cahoots with that little rascal. Jian Yimian frowned at this. Lu Deong was very angry and stepped forward to slap Lu Dafei across the face, saying, "Dafei, if you don't let them speak properly, I won't care about you anymore." Although he was upset, he wouldn't hit a woman, so he directed his anger at Lu Dafei. The slap was hard, making Lu Dafei wince in pain, and a bit of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He shouted angrily, "What's wrong with what my wife said? You all live in the mountains and still don't know this little rascal. Look at how hurt Xiaofei's hand is. Hurry up and untie me. I'm going to teach that little rascal a lesson today." He knew his wife might have gone a bit too far, but seeing how well Lu Deong and the old man were doing made him unhappy, especially since they knew the one who tied them up. He felt that it was the old man who had encouraged the rascal to act this way. Lu Deong was furious. He had come to check on them and thought he could help, but now it seemed they were ungrateful and didn't deserve any assistance. The little bit of family affection he had was gone. The old man was fuming, angrily cursing and not wanting to pay attention to them. Jian Yimian glanced at the two and knew it was her time to step in. She sent Lu Deong away and looked at the others, saying, "Weren't you supposed to leave with the village chief? Why did only you come back? Where are the others?" Lu Dafei, seeing that the old man and his son were ignoring them, was in no mood to listen to Jian Yimian and continued to shout, "Old Lu, you heartless man, let us go. We are your own nephews. If you keep this up, you will surely face retribution." Jian Yimian frowned as she saw Lu Dafei about to speak again. She reached out and firmly held his neck, saying coldly, "If your tongue can't say anything nice, maybe it shouldn't be around." After saying this, she twirled the curved dagger in her hand. Seeing the sharp dagger, Li Xiaofeng and the others were startled. When they noticed her partner's flushed face, Li Xiaofeng quickly said, "I'll tell you, we won't insult you anymore. Please let my man go." Jian Yimian then released her grip and looked at her. Lu Dafei gasped for air, still feeling the panic of not being able to breathe. He was too scared to look at Jian Yimian again, afraid she might actually harm him. Li Xiaofeng felt relieved when she saw her partner was okay. She swallowed hard, staring at the glinting dagger in Jian Yimian's hand, and said slowly, "We were attacked by a group of refugees halfway, and we got separated. When we reached Jincheng Prefecture, we only met a few villagers. We don't know where the others went. They might have gone to other towns or cities. At first, the village chief didn't say where to go, so they just wandered, hoping to see what was happening in Jincheng Prefecture. Luckily, when they went, the chaotic soldiers had already been driven away by the government troops. Otherwise, they might not have survived. Jian Yimian nodded and asked, "Did the officials in the prefecture say anything else besides letting you return?" After thinking for a moment, Li Xiaofeng replied, "The officials said we needed to pay silver to enter the city. Some villagers with silver went in directly, but we were sent back because we had none. They were unfortunate. They had lost their silver while fleeing, not knowing who had stolen it until they reached the city gate." Jiang Yimian nodded again. Paying silver allowed people to settle in other places and avoid dangers on the road. Those with some silver would definitely go directly into the city or settle elsewhere. Only those without silver were sent back. She continued to ask more questions, like how things were in the nearby Qingshui County, but Li Xiaofeng didn't know, so she had to stop. It seemed that the situation in the prefecture was chaotic, and the counties and villages below would be even worse. It appeared that the refugees in the mountains would stay for a long time and wouldn't leave anytime soon, possibly even increasing in number. They had just arrived in Jincheng Prefecture, and there were surely more people who had gone to farther towns or were still on the way. Seeing that Jiang Yimian no longer asked questions, Li Xiaofeng hesitated before speaking. "We were sent by Wang Zhuzai to find someone. He said there are people from Xinghua village on the mountain, so we came to check. Please let us go. We won't tell anyone about what happened here." Jiang Yimian understood. She had guessed correctly. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Old Lu and asked, "Old Lu, what do you plan to do with them?" Old Lu was still angry and didn't even look at Lu Dafei and the others. He replied irritably, "I don't care about them. Do as you wish." He regretted making this trip, especially since he had considered giving them some food. He thought it would be better to feed it to the dogs instead. He wouldn't give them any food at all. Hearing this, Lu Dafei and the others became even angrier. Just as they were about to shout, they met Jiang Yimian's gaze and quickly fell silent. They had just seen how the girl acted decisively, almost choking Lu Dafei to death. Now, no one dared to provoke her. Feeling anxious, Jiang Yimian cut the ropes with a dagger and said calmly, "Let's go." Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, still unsure if they could leave just like that. Lu Dafei was the first to react, grabbing Li Xiaofeng and running. Lu Xiaofeng quickly took the child and followed. They ran fast and soon disappeared from sight. Lu Deong suddenly felt regretful and worried. "Yimian, what if we let them go and our location gets exposed? If all those refugees from the mountain come to steal our food, we'll be finished. We don't have enough people here. If we don't let them go, how can we lure them in?" Lu Zijian said simply. Lu Deong paused, confused. "Lure them in? What do you mean?" He wasn't thinking about fishing at all. He was worried about losing everything. Jiang Yimian looked at Lu Zijian in surprise, realizing they were on the same wavelength. No wonder he didn't stop her earlier. She explained, "Didn't you hear Li Xiaofeng say that Wang Zhuzai sent them? If these people don't go back, how will Wang Zhuzai find them? If he didn't find them, how would she deal with the hidden dangers on the mountain? Instead of worrying every day about when those people might come, it was better to bring them here directly." Lu Deong finally understood. Looking at the nearby forest and the hillside not far away, he hesitated before saying, "This place is full of trees, but with so many refugees on the mountain, if they all rush over, no matter how many traps we dig in the forest, we won't be able to stop them. The refugees will continue searching on this hill, and will eventually find the small valley." Old Lu glanced at his foolish son and said helplessly, "This time, Wang Zhu only brought the two brothers, Dafei. Do you think he will bring all the refugees next time? Not to mention the dangers of coming to the dense forest. How could so many refugees possibly follow Wang Zhu's orders to come here and face danger? It's fine to threaten one or two, but if there are too many, the refugees will resist together, and he won't be able to control them." Jiang Yimian nodded and said, "There aren't many people in the small valley, so they definitely won't gather everyone to come. After all, if they really find food, how would they share it with so many people? People are naturally greedy and will think of themselves first." Lu Deong understood and stopped asking questions. He discussed with old Lu and Lu Zijian about digging traps in the nearby woods and hills. Jian Yimian returned to the small valley and called Zhao Dashu and his brothers, along with Dog Sheng, to help. The group worked hard for nearly 3 hours and finally set up several traps in the hills and nearby woods. Although they weren't very sophisticated, at least the noise from someone stepping on them would alert others nearby, serving as a warning. As the sun began to set and darkness fell, old Lu called everyone to return. After walking a few steps, he turned to Lu Zijian and smiled. "Young brother Lu, come back with us." After a few hours of work, he realized this young man was quite capable. He didn't talk much but worked diligently, and he was good-looking, which made old Lu appreciate him. It wouldn't be safe for him to stay alone here, especially since the refugees would eventually come. Lu Zijian shook his head and said, "Someone needs to keep watch here." Besides, he was used to living alone and didn't like being around so many people. Old Lu felt regretful, but didn't insist. He smiled and said, "Then let's have dinner together tonight." He noticed that the little wooden house didn't even have a pot, so this young man must be roasting wild game to fill his stomach every day. While he wouldn't starve, it couldn't compare to the delicious meals in the small valley. Dog Sheng quickly added, "Yeah, brother Lu, come back with us for dinner. My mom and aunts cook really well, you'll see." Saying this, while he wouldn't starve, it couldn't compare to the delicious meals in the small valley. Dog Sheng quickly added, "Yeah, brother Lu, come back with us for dinner. My mom and aunts cook really well, you'll see." Saying this, he casually reached out to pull him along. Today, he saw how well Lu Zijian handled a bow and arrow and felt quite envious. Although Sister Yimian taught him some impressive, Lu Zijian hesitated but eventually nodded. "I'll go get some things." With that, he entered the small wooden house. When he came out, he was holding a fat rabbit and a wild chicken. By the time they returned to the Lu Zijian hesitated but eventually nodded. "I'll go get some things." With that, he entered the small wooden house. When he came out, he was holding a fat rabbit and a wild chicken. By the time they returned to the small valley, it was already getting dark. Several women were standing in the yard of old Lu's house, looking around. They sighed in relief when they saw everyone return safely. Zhao Xinger looked behind the group and, noticing Lu Dafei and his brother, although she knew they would be fine, she still worried, fearing that the two brothers might come back with trouble. Lu Dafei and his brothers were not easy to deal with. If they really returned, the small valley would be restless. Wang Fengqin and the two children hurried to greet Jian Yimian when she returned. They paused when they noticed Lu Zijian, but just smiled and nodded. Earlier in the afternoon, they had only seen him from a distance, but now they realized the young man was quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Little Yi stared at Lu Zijian, frowning as he felt the figure looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "I remember you. You were the one who took my sister home that night." Everyone was surprised and turned to look at Jian Yimian and Lu Zijian. Curious glances swept over them, especially when they noticed how well-matched their appearances were, which was quite pleasing to the eye. The intense stares made Jian Yimian feel a bit uncomfortable. She cleared her throat, unsure of how to explain, when she heard Lu Zijian calmly say, "It was a chance encounter. It's not safe in the woods at night, so I escorted Miss Jiang part of the way." Everyone nodded, shifting their attention away from the gossip. However, Jian Yimian muttered quietly, "Was it really just a chance encounter? Or was it something else?" Lu Zijian's face turned red instantly, and he lowered his head, too shy to speak. Fortunately, no one else heard her. Old Lu introduced Lu Zijian to everyone and invited them to stay for dinner. The food had been prepared earlier, but they hadn't known when the group would return, so they hadn't rushed to cook it. Seeing this, the women quickly went into the kitchen to help. Before long, various delicious smells filled the kitchen, especially the strong aroma of meat that made everyone drool. A few kids sat in the yard, eagerly staring at the kitchen, waiting for the meal to be served. Goshen was next to Lu Zijian, watching as he played with Mimi, becoming more and more surprised. Mimi, who usually acted fierce, was surprisingly obedient around Lu Zijian, just like with Jian Yimian. Whatever Lu Zijian asked, Mimi did without being aggressive at all. Gosheng felt a bit wronged, saying, "Why is this cat fierce to me?" but listens to you right away. Lu Zijian patted Mimi's head and replied, "I helped Mimi be born." Gosheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can help cats be born?" Jian Yimian also looked at him, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Others might not know, but she did. Mimi was not just any cat. She was a real little tiger. It was impressive that this person managed to escape from a tiger. Lu Zijian explained, "At that time, Mimi's mother was dying. I just wanted to try, and unexpectedly, she survived." He had encountered an injured tiger in the woods and killed it to save himself, only to later discover that the tiger was pregnant. When he carefully opened the tiger's belly, he found the little tiger still alive. For some reason, Mimi followed him until she accidentally fell into a trap and was rescued by Jian Yimian. Hearing this, Gosheng felt more balanced and nodded repeatedly, no wonder. Then he glanced at Lu Zijian's already scabbed injury and curiously asked, "Brother Lu, how did you get that injury on your neck? Did Mimi scratch you? This little one is pretty strong." It was surprising that such a long wound could come from a scratch. Jiang Yimian was taken aback and felt a bit uncomfortable, giving Lu Zijian an annoyed look. Couldn't he wear something to cover the wound? Now, everyone was asking about it. She wondered why she hadn't been more careful at that moment. Lu Zijian felt innocent under her glare and found her puffed-up little face amusing, shaking his head with a smile. Gosheng didn't ask further and cautiously patted Mimi's head, only to receive a fierce glare in return, making him run away in distress. This cat was really fierce. He was glad she hadn't scratched him. Once Gosheng left, Zhao Dashu and others were chatting with old Lu, while a few kids were by the rabbit pen. Jiang Yimian approached, squatted down, and patted Mimi's head, asking, "How did you find the little depression?" It can't be true that they found it by following her. She really doesn't want to believe that. Since coming here, she hasn't been lazy. Whenever she has time, she trains, although she hasn't fully recovered yet. Plus, her small frame limits her ability to perform at her best. But she wouldn't miss someone following her. Lu Zijian looked at the girl in front of him. Seeing her serious expression and the tension on her fair face, he said, "I accidentally found the farming area by following Lu Te." What he said was true. When he planned to rescue Mimi, he heard someone talking and hid. He didn't expect Jiang Yimian to be so alert and notice him instantly. He had to hold his breath and not move, let alone follow the others. It was also the first time he saw other people on the mountain besides himself. Afraid of encountering bandits, he searched several mountaintops for days, without finding anyone. It was only by chance that he discovered old Lu and learned that several families had been living in the small valley. Jiang Yimian finally relaxed. As long as it wasn't her they were following, it proved her abilities hadn't declined. However, the conversation outside reminded her that the farming area was still on the outskirts of the mountain. Since there had been a forest fire, the refugees would likely take chances and not worry about encountering wild animals there. They would probably find their way there sooner or later. She needed to set up larger traps in the nearby forest to capture people and prevent anyone from going further in. Old Lu often checked on the crops, making him easy to spot. Seeing the girl's tension fade and her face brighten again, Lu Zijian was taken aback and curiously asked, "Are you really concerned about how I found the small valley?" The girl in front of him was different. She didn't seem like a typical farmer's daughter. Her courage and the way she casually threatened others set her apart from ordinary girls. Jiang Yimian casually replied, "Not really." Lu Zijian didn't believe her and was about to say more when Zhao Xing'er called everyone to dinner. Dinner was lavish, with a large table full of dishes. They had stewed rabbit and mushroom soup, various stir-fried wild vegetables, yam, tofu, and spicy stir-fried konjac, along with the wild chicken Lu Zijian brought, which made a big bowl of chicken that left the children drooling. Lu Zijian was surprised to see so many unfamiliar dishes on the table, but seeing everyone enjoying their meal, he hesitated and tried some, which pleasantly surprised him. Each dish was delicious and had a unique taste, making him enjoy the meal so much that he even took an extra bowl of rice. For the first time in months since coming up the mountain, he enjoyed a satisfying meal. Compared to what these people ate, his daily roasted rabbit and wild chicken tasted bland. Everyone was happy during the meal, and after driving away Lu Dafei and his brothers, they all relaxed and chatted about other things. They only dispersed when the moon was high in the sky. In the small valley, things were calm, but outside it was different. Lu Dafei and his group ran in fear, only returning to the place where the refugees gathered when it was completely dark. As soon as they arrived, Wang Zhuji called them over. Seeing their pale faces, he frowned and asked, "Did you run into anyone else?" Lu Dafei hesitated, about to shake his head, when he saw the short man clench his fist, making a cracking sound that startled him into swallowing hard. His already tired legs felt even weaker. He quickly changed his answer, saying, "We did run into someone. They were from our village." Wang Zhuji looked satisfied.
How many were there?
Did they have much food? Lu Xiaofei understood what they meant and nodded, saying, "We didn't see much food, but they all looked healthy and well-fed. Not a single one was thin. They must have a good amount stored away. I estimate there were 4 adults and 4 or 5 older children." He recalled almost being choked by a girl and panicked, only remembering later who she was. Although she looked different, he recognized her as the girl from the Jiang family. It dawned on him that the old Lu family was hiding with the Jiang family in the mountains. Realizing this made him regret leaving so quickly. When Wang Zhuji asked, he immediately shared everything in detail. After Lu Xiaofei finished, he noticed Wang Zhuji was silent, so he quickly pleaded, "Brother Wang, you have to help us teach those people a lesson. We are all from the same village, and we only asked a few questions, yet they tied us up and beat us. They are so ruthless, showing no family ties at all." Since the old Lu didn't care about family, he couldn't blame them for acting like villains. The short man frowned, about to tell Lu Xiaofei to be quiet. But Wang Zhuji gave him a look to stay still and said, "You have suffered today. Tomorrow at dawn, I will take a few brothers to check it out. Will you guide us? Don't worry, if we manage to get food, we won't let you two go hungry." Upon hearing this, Lu Dafei and the others sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. Wang Zhuji suggested that it was getting late and urged everyone to go home and rest. Once the others had left, he wiped the smile off his face. The short man frowned. "Brother, do we really have to go? What if those people are up to something?" Although there were many strong men in Wang's village, many had been injured during the long journey to escape famine. If they lost more people this time, the villagers would not be happy. Wang Zhuji understood these concerns and replied, "We'll take 15 strong men, half from the village and half from the refugees." If Lu Xiaofei isn't lying, that should be more than enough. The elderly and weak won't be a challenge. Those who are sensible will hand over the food without a fight. The short man reminded him, "What about Zhao Dashu and the others?" Those 3 weren't fools. They either saw a benefit in following those people or were very capable themselves. He had a bad feeling, sensing that those people would be tough to deal with. Although the refugees were temporarily following their lead, they would likely run away at the first sign of danger, leaving the villagers in a difficult position. Wang Zhuji frowned, feeling uncertain for a moment. Suddenly, a small, pitiful voice broke the silence. "Daddy, I'm hungry. When can we eat enough?"
Boo-hoo.
A little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, appeared, looking thin with sunken cheeks and wide eyes that seemed a bit frightening. Seeing his son approach, Wang Zhuji quickly pulled out a half piece of hard biscuit that had been in his pocket for who knows how long and smiled. "Don't worry, Daqiang, it will be soon. Here, take this biscuit back to your mother and share it." He pointed to a frail woman lying on the ground with her eyes closed, and his eyes turned red. Daqiang wiped his tears and took the biscuit to the woman. She weakly opened her eyes, shook her head, and looked pale as paper, clearly having gone many days without food. However, she did not take the hard biscuit but instead pushed it toward the child. The short man watched the scene in silence. If life were stable, everyone would want to be good, but now, with so little to eat, they didn't know if they would be the next to starve. They couldn't afford to worry about that now. Even if Lu Dafei and his brothers were plotting with the people in the mountains, they still had to go. Having thought this through, he said, "Brother Wang, don't worry. I'll find a few strong men right away, and we will head into the mountains first thing tomorrow. They only care about food. If those people were willing to share, they wouldn't resort to violence. The next day, Dagsheng and Lu Daong left the small valley early, planning to patrol near Lu Zijian's cabin for the next few days. They were worried that if trouble came, Lu Zijian would struggle to handle it alone. Jian Yimian had just stepped outside when she saw old Lu and Zhao Dashu weeding in the small garden and fields. With Zhao Dashu and his friends helping, everyone had a much easier time and could enjoy their free time instead of constantly working in the fields. At that moment, Zhao Xinger was in the yard weaving cloth. The hemp threads had been strengthened with glutinous rice, and now they looked just like the cheap hemp threads sold in the store. Jian Yimian curiously watched, mesmerized by the shuttle moving back and forth in Zhao Xinger's hands. She then went to see Lu Xiaoyan, who was out gathering eggs. It was more suitable for her to watch the hens lay eggs. Lu Xiaoyan smiled as she helped look for the hens in the woods, saying, "Why don't you learn to make clothes from Sister Fengqin? Your mother is very skilled." I think the winter clothes she altered for Xiaoya and Xiaowan look great. Although they were made from old clothes, you couldn't tell at all. The stitches were fine, and the craftsmanship was exquisite, making them very appealing. Jian Yimian quickly shook her head. She didn't want to end up with bloody fingers again. She wasn't cut out for sewing. Seeing the change in her expression, Lu Xiaoran found it amusing and didn't ask further. The two continued to chase after the chickens, searching through the grass, hoping not to miss any fresh eggs. In recent days, Lu Xiaoyan had hatched several batches of chicks, and they had grown quite a bit. Along with the original chickens in the coop, there were now over a dozen of various sizes. Gathering chicken feed every day was tiring, so she decided to let the chickens roam free, allowing them to find food in the woods, and she would bring them back before dark. As they searched for eggs, they chatted casually, and time passed quickly. Soon it was almost noon. Jian Yimian frowned, wondering why there was still no news from Lu Zijian. Did Lu Dafei and his brother not share what they encountered? She found it hard to believe. Given the brothers' nature, they would surely spread the news. After nearly an hour, Dagsheng hurried back, saying, "Sister Yimian, those people have arrived. We need to help quickly." Jian Yimian and old Lu jumped up, calling Zhao Dashu and the others to follow Dagsheng as they left in a hurry. When the group arrived, Lu Daong was anxiously waiting in front of the wooden house, while Lu Zijian remained calm, sitting on a low stool and carving bamboo arrows. Lu Daong sighed with relief when he saw them, but still looked troubled as he said, "They brought a lot of people, at least 15, and the Dai brothers are here too." He had hoped those people wouldn't come, thinking that since Dai Fei was his cousin, they would consider their family ties. He was shocked that they would betray them and bring so many others. He felt both angry and worried. After all, there were 15 strong young men, and they only had 8 people, including the 2 young kids, Dagsheng and Zijian, along with the girl, Yimian. Old Lu was also furious, fuming and shouting. Those 2 scoundrels actually brought people here. Even though he knew how troublesome the Dai brothers were, he still couldn't believe they had really come with others. He couldn't understand why they would do this, given their family connection. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a loud bang, followed by muffled groans. Everyone immediately focused and headed toward the nearby forest. Wang Zhuji noticed a stone that had fallen from a tree and frowned. Seeing that the other person was only injured on their foot and it wasn't serious, he relaxed and quietly warned, "Be careful, there are many traps in the forest." He hadn't expected that this detour would also have traps. It was clear that those who could hide safely in the mountains for months were skilled. Upon hearing this warning, everyone became alert, cautiously watching the trees around them, afraid of stepping into another trap. Sure enough, they soon spotted something strange under a tree and quickly stopped to avoid the trap. The Dai brothers were scared, trailing behind the others and regretting coming along. They worried that if Wang Zhuji found food, he might not share it with them, so they forced themselves to keep up. Lost in thought, they didn't pay attention to the ground, and both fell into a 2-meter deep pit covered with dry grass. With a loud thud, they hit the bottom, seeing stars and feeling like their bones might break. Fortunately, There were no sharp objects at the bottom. Otherwise, they might have been seriously hurt. Lu Xiaofei looked at the deep pit, ignoring his pain and the cuts on his face from branches, and shouted up, "Wang! Brother Wang, help us. Please get us out." Wang Zhuji frowned and quietly scolded, "Be quiet." However, it was too late. Suddenly, several sharp bamboo arrows flew out from the side of the forest, startling a few people who quickly dodged. The traps that had been discovered were now stepped on by several others. In an instant, the forest was filled with screams and cries. A short man and a thin man found themselves stuck in a narrow, deep hole, their legs pressed tightly together, causing them pain with every slight movement. The others were not much better off. Some fell into deep pits, while others, like the short man, were trapped in tight spaces and couldn't get out. The forest echoed with groans and curses. Wang Dazhu was left with only 8 people around him. He quickly shouted, "Don't move." The others stood still, cautiously looking around the forest. Unfortunately, the dense trees blocked their view, and they couldn't see any figures. Goshen was thrilled to see that his hole had trapped a few people. He had learned this trick from a local bully back in the village, who loved to dig such narrow pits and sometimes even place sharpened bamboo spikes at the bottom, causing many villagers to get hurt. He had fallen victim to it once, but luckily, his short legs had avoided the spikes, and it took a lot of effort to pull himself out of the hole. While this trap may not have been very effective, it was great for annoying others. Old Lu felt relieved to have controlled 7 people so quickly. Thankfully, Yimian had reminded them to dig traps in this area of the forest. Otherwise, they would have faced these people head-on today, and their lives would have been at risk. The short man struggled to pull his leg out, but it only caused him more pain without any progress. Frustrated, he shouted into the forest, "If you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Sneaking up on people is cowardly." With all these annoying traps, they really were a bunch of old coins. Goshen found the insults amusing rather than upsetting. He finally understood why that bully loved to dig traps to harm others. Watching others angrily shout but unable to do anything about him felt quite satisfying. Old Lu frowned as he looked at the remaining 8 people and asked Jian Yimian with confusion, "What should we do about those 8? Should we go out and confront them, or what?" They couldn't just wait around for the others to escape from the traps. That would put them in danger. Jiang Yimian understood this well. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up loudly, "You came for food, right? To be honest, we don't have any food for you to take. But I can help you avoid going hungry if Wang Dezhu comes over here alone. I'll tell him. Using force all the time is not a solution. These people are just trying to fill their stomachs. So I might as well help them a bit. At least it could bring peace to the mountain. Instead of worrying every day about someone stealing food, I can show these people a way forward. As long as they can eat. Who would take such a big risk?" Wang Zhuzi frowned, guessing that the voice belonged to the girl who was with Xiao Dashu last time. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "How can I trust you? What if he went over and got captured? How would the others be able to act then? At that point, it wouldn't just be about stealing food. His life would be at risk." The short man quickly interrupted, "Brother Wang, don't listen to their nonsense. You must not go. Wait for us to get out of this pit, and then we can fight together. I need to teach these disgusting people a lesson." Otherwise, his anger would not be satisfied. As he spoke, he pulled harder at his leg stuck in the pit, but it was too small, and with another person's leg trapped inside, both of them winced in pain. The others were not in as much discomfort, but they were also stuck in that small pit and couldn't move. Wang Zhuzi frowned again. Jiang Yimian's voice came from the forest again. "You have no choice." Accompanying it was a sharp bamboo arrow. The arrow flew quickly, embedding itself in the tree trunk next to Wang Zhuzi, leaving only half of it outside. The few who were not trapped immediately gulped in fear. Who is this person? An arrow can pierce a tree like that. If it were aimed at them, they would be done for. Wang Zhuzi was also startled by the arrow and, after a long silence, managed a bitter smile, saying, "I'll listen to you." With that, he put down the sharp stick he was holding. He had come only to seek food. If this person truly had a way to help them fill their stomachs, there was no need for them to fight each other. The short man was very anxious and shouted, "Brother Wang, don't go. This is a trap. They are deceiving you." But Wang Zhuzi no longer listened to his cries and followed Jian Yimian's guidance toward the edge of the forest. After walking for a while, he indeed saw a few people hidden behind waist-high weeds. They were either old or young, with only Zhao Dashu's 3 brothers and another man still in their prime. He felt a bit of regret. But since he was already here and had no weapon, he said, "I come only for food. If you truly have a way to help us eat our fill, I will take them away now and won't let other refugees disturb your lives. If not, I'll call out and they will come. You few are not their match." Although they had been fleeing for months and had not eaten many full meals, they still had enough to deal with the few elderly and children. Jian Yimian just smiled. "Go ahead and try." They were not the ones at a disadvantage now. Wang Zhuzi felt a bit unhappy when a little girl choked him, and he opened his mouth to call for help. But the handsome young boy next to her quickly drew his bow, shooting a sharp bamboo arrow straight at him. He barely managed to dodge, and the arrow grazed his shoulder before embedding itself in a tree behind him. The pain brought him back to his senses, and he glanced at the wound on his shoulder and then at the beautiful young boy. He realized that these people were not to be underestimated. Jiang Yimian was pleased with Lu Zijian's quick reaction and cheerfully said, "So, do you still think we are not your match?" She would never allow herself to be threatened. Her words were meant to warn him and make it clear that, although they were not strong, they were not easy to bully, hoping to deter any bad intentions. Otherwise, if she told them about the food and they gathered to cause trouble later, she would be in a difficult situation. Wang Zhuzi understood that they were not a match for these people. Just the boy with the bow and arrow meant they would face a lot of trouble. He forced a bitter smile and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I'll take my people back now." With that, he turned to leave. It was better to leave early than to waste time here. These people had clearly shown mercy. If they had intended to kill from the start, the 15 of them would have been done for. He had assumed that their numbers would allow them to take the food, but now it seemed like a joke. However, Jiang Yimian stopped him. "Wait." She was pleased with his understanding of the situation, but she knew she couldn't go back on her word. Wang Zhuzi looked at her in confusion, fearing she might suddenly change her mind, making him alert. Jiang Yimian simply picked some vines from the ground and said, "These are yam leaves. Wherever there are vines, there are yams in the ground. This can fill your stomach so you won't starve. However, yams are difficult to dig up, so they would have to put in some effort." Wang Zhuzi was taken aback, looking at the unfamiliar leaves with doubt, as he had never seen such a thing. Seeing his disbelief, Jiang Yimian instructed Zhao Dashu to use the shovel as a tool to dig under the yam vines. After digging for a while, they indeed found some yam growing in the soil. Zhao Dashu dug a few more times, and Jiang Yimian pulled out a curved yam and said, "This can be eaten. If you peel it and cook it, it can fill you up." There were plenty of wild yams on the mountain, and as long as the refugees didn't slack off, they could have enough to eat. This was a good way to keep them busy instead of just watching them all the time. Wang Zhuzi was delighted and stared at the yam for a while before asking, "You mean this grows on every mountain?" He recalled the situation on the mountain and felt that the green leaves looked familiar. He seemed to have seen quite a few before. Jiang Yimian nodded and pointed to a few large-leaved plants nearby, saying, "This can also be eaten." Everyone was surprised and looked at the tall plants with wide leaves. The long leaf stems had broad green leaves that looked like lotus leaves from a distance. Though they didn't know what it was, it looked quite nice, like something used for decoration in a wealthy household. Old Lu was also puzzled and murmured, "Yimian, can this really be eaten?" He had seen many of these plants by the river, but had never seen anyone eat them, as he had heard they were poisonous. Did Yimian not trust these refugees and want to harm them? Jiang Yimian simply said, "This is taro." Taro, also known as green taro, helps with digestion and has many nutritional benefits, providing various trace elements. It tastes delicious and is a common dish on the table. Jiang Yimian especially loved the various taro dishes made from mashed taro. It was her first time seeing it after being here for so long. Wang Zhuzhu frowned and hesitated, saying, "Isn't this poisonous?" Although he had never seen yam, he recognized this plant. In their village, there was a big river where many of these plants grew. During the flowering season, they produced long, slender yellow flowers that looked tender and fresh. At first, some villagers picked the flowers to cook, but then everyone got poisoned, experiencing numbness and diarrhea for quite a while. Since then, no one dared to touch this plant. Jian Yimian did not deny it and nodded, saying, "Taro can indeed be toxic, but as long as it is cooked, it is safe to eat. As for the taro flowers, if you want to eat them, you must remove the flower buds." Wang Zhuzhu was still hesitant, staring at the taro for a while before looking at Jian Yimian. "Why should I trust you? If this is poisonous, wouldn't all those refugees on the mountain be dead?" He didn't want to risk the lives of dozens of people. Jian Yimian only invited Zhao Dashu and a few others to dig for taro. She didn't explain further and simply said, "You can choose not to believe me, but you can keep digging for tree roots and bark to eat." She had said what she needed to say, and if they didn't believe her, there was nothing more she could do. Taro and yam can still be dug up in winter. Although the leaves and vines wither and fall, the edible parts remain deep in the soil and won't freeze. Even if not harvested, they can continue to grow the following year. The same goes for konjac, but if it is only boiled, it doesn't taste as good as yam and taro. The group wasn't thinking about Wang Zhuzhi's opinion. They were all looking at the oval-shaped ball Zhao Dashu had dug out of the soil. Go Sheng exclaimed, "This taro looks like konjac, but the leaves on the outside are different." Old Lu nodded in agreement, feeling reassured. Since konjac is edible, this similar-looking plant must also be safe to eat. Jian Yimian smiled, but didn't say much more. She turned her attention back to Wang Zhuzhi and continued, "It's best to peel taro and yam in a flowing stream. The slime on them can make your hands itch, which is normal." The increase in refugees on the mountain could indeed threaten the small valley, but she wasn't cruel enough to wish for everyone's demise. They were just unfortunate people. Seeing Wang Zhuzhi still hesitating, Zhao Dashu smiled and said, "Brother Wang, don't worry. We've eaten yam before and it's safe. As for taro, even though it's our first time seeing it, Sister Yimian said it's edible and she wouldn't harm you. Since Sister Yimian took them in at the small valley, she surely wouldn't harm those poor refugees forced to flee to the mountains." Wang Zhuzhi glanced at Jian Yimian and then at Zhao Dashu. He found it strange to call her Sister Yimian, but he didn't dwell on it and finally said, "I believe you." This girl had no reason to deceive him. If she wanted to harm them, she wouldn't have called him into the woods alone. A few arrows from that boy would have been enough to finish them off. Jian Yimian nodded and said, "I have one request." Wang Zhuzhi understood and assured her, "Don't worry, I'll tell the refugees that there are wild beasts in the deep mountains and no one will dare come here again. I'll keep a close watch on the Lu brothers." Half of the brothers he brought today were from the village, and the others hadn't seen these people, so even if he wanted to say something, he wouldn't know where to start. As for the Lu brothers, he would keep a close eye on them. Jian Yimian nodded and coldly said, "I hope Lu Dafei and his brother don't get any yam or taro. These two brothers are too cunning. If they hadn't been prepared today, they would have caused trouble, putting not just their food but their lives at risk. It makes no sense for me to get hurt and then share how to survive with them." Wang Zhuzhi was taken aback but quickly responded, nodding, "Don't worry, I will handle this well." Only then was Jian Yimian satisfied. She waved her hand to dismiss everyone. As Wang Zhuzhi stepped out, a short man rushed over, angrily saying, "Brother Wang, are you okay? We got out. Let's rush in and grab the food." He wanted to see who had set this disgusting trap. The others looked furious, gripping their sticks, ready to charge into the woods. Wang Zhuzhi shouted, "Stop. Anyone who dares to go deeper into the mountains will be sent back to the bandits. Go home." With that, he turned back the way they came. Though the others were still confused, they saw the Wang family villagers following Wang Zhuzhi and, after glaring into the woods one last time, they left. Lu Dafei and his brother finally crawled out of the pit, and seeing everyone leave, they excitedly followed. They had wanted to leave for a while. There were too many traps in the woods, and one wrong move could be disastrous. As for the food, They guessed that Wang Zhuzhu must have made some deal with old Lu, and they would probably get something soon. Thinking about not having to starve anymore and avoiding those awful tree roots and bark, the two were overjoyed and began to consider how much food to ask Wang Zhuzhu for. Once the woods fell quiet again, Jian Yimian and the others let out a heavy sigh of relief. Lu Daong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling no joy, only gratitude for surviving. He was terrified when he saw 15 strong men approaching with weapons, fearing they might not make it through the day. Old Lu and the others also relaxed. Aside from the happy Gosheng and the expressionless Lu Zijian, everyone else looked shaken. Lu Daong called for everyone to refill the trap. Jian Yimian then looked at old Lu and hesitated before asking, "Do you think I'm too ruthless?" Old Lu just smiled and shook his head. Yimian is right. Lu Dafei and his brother are not good people. Why should we share our food with them? Let them fend for themselves. If he was once dissatisfied with certain actions of the two brothers but still considered them relatives, now there is not a trace of that kinship left. These two, driven by their own desires, brought so many people to kill, clearly intending to leave no way out for them. Given this, why should he worry about their lives? By the time the group finished setting the trap, the sun was already setting. After resolving a major crisis, everyone walked back with lighter steps, though the tension had not completely faded. The women in the small valley were extremely worried, anxiously pacing in front of the Lu family's courtyard, fearing something might happen to everyone. The younger ones didn't understand what was going on, but seeing the adults anxious, they lost interest in playing and quietly sat aside, looking around, hoping to see familiar figures. Fortunately, after more than 2 hours of worry, their anxiety disappeared when they finally spotted the familiar figures. Little Muan jumped up from her seat, happily pointing in the distance, and exclaimed, "Mom, they're back." She waved excitedly at the newcomers. The little one, not very tall, seemed to worry that others might not see her, so she jumped up and down, full of energy and life. The group, initially still a bit tense, felt their worries lift upon seeing little Muan's joyful figure. Yes, the peace and tranquility in the small valley were unmatched anywhere else, and as long as they could protect this peace, that was all that mattered. Everything outside was irrelevant. Only the family in the small valley was what they should truly care about. As Jian Yimian entered the courtyard, little Muan rushed over with her short legs, hugging her sister's leg and saying, "Sister, you're back. I missed you so much." The little one had gained some weight recently, and when she made a face, her chubby cheeks wrinkled adorably. Jian Yimian picked up little Muan, pinched her cheek, and curiously asked, "How much did you miss me?" Little Muan thought for a moment, then stretched her arms wide, seriously saying, "I missed you this much." Everyone burst into laughter, and the feelings of unease and tension vanished instantly. Jia Xinger smiled and invited everyone to sit in the courtyard, while several women headed into the kitchen. At noon, everyone was thinking about the Lu brothers, so they didn't eat well. Now that everyone was safely back and knew the task was completed, they didn't ask many questions and went straight to the kitchen to get busy. Jian Yimian went home to wash her face. When she arrived at the Lu family's yard, she saw several children drawing on the ground with sticks. Mr. Lu and a few others were gathered around, smiling. Curious, she went over to take a look. On the ground, some crooked characters were written. Zhang Yi, Zhang Nuaner, Lu Dia. Although the handwriting was messy and the strokes seemed disconnected, they were all correct. She was a bit surprised and asked, "Can you write my sister's name?" Dia and Nuaner paused with their sticks, their little faces scrunched up for a while, then shook their heads. Xiao Yi tentatively wrote the character Jiang under his name. Jiang Yimian nodded and encouraged him to continue. Seeing he was recognized, Xiao Yi relaxed and confidently added the character E after Jiang. He thought for a long time about the last character, but couldn't write it down. Jiang Yimian's mouth twitched. She realized she shouldn't have expected too much, since they were just kids who hadn't been to school. Being able to write their own names was already impressive. Just as she was about to praise them, Xiao Yi suddenly jumped up and ran over to Lu Zijian, who was sharpening a bamboo arrow, and asked with a smile, "Brother Zijian, Can you write my sister's name? Her name is Jian Yimian. Jian Yimian was taken aback, but quickly understood. The people in the small area were mostly uneducated and couldn't recognize many characters, let alone write their names. Lu Xijin glanced at Jian Yimian and nodded. He put away the short dagger and walked over to where the children were gathered. He picked up a stick from the ground and elegantly wrote the characters Jian Yimian. They say a person's writing reflects their character. Jian Yimian thought the strong and powerful strokes looked just like Lu Xijin himself, with a sense of coolness and distance. Although Mr. Lu couldn't read, he could tell good from bad and was immediately amazed, saying, "Xijin, your writing is really beautiful. Did you practice since you were little?" In Xinghua village, besides the village chief, no one could read, so this was the first time he had seen someone write so beautifully. Compared to the messy writing of Xiao Yi and the others, it looked organized, almost like a map. Lu Xijin casually responded without saying much, his gaze resting on Jian Yimian. Jian Yimian looked down and met the cold yet clear gaze of the boy. She felt a bit dazed, as if she could see a hint of wanting praise in his eyes. Xiao Yi was also happy and, after carefully copying the characters beside him, curiously asked, "Brother Ci Jian, how do you write your name?" Everyone turned to look at him. Lu Ci Jian wrote the 3 characters for his name again, each stroke strong and beautiful, just like him. Everyone admired his writing and crowded around to ask how to write their own names. Soon, everyone in the yard was using sticks to write their names in the dirt. A few people were practicing their characters at a distance, clearly focused on their work. Only Lu Ci Jian and Jian Yimian's names were side by side, undisturbed. If it weren't on the ground, it would look like names on a marriage certificate. Jian Yimian was startled by her thoughts and lifted her foot to erase her name. Xiao Yi was the first to notice and immediately said, "Sister, you should practice writing your name too." Everyone turned to her, meeting Lu Ci Jian's sorrowful gaze. Jian Yimian had no choice but to put her foot down, awkwardly touching her nose and saying, "I'll practice in a bit." As she spoke, she tried to escape, but was stopped by Xiao Yi. The little guy frowned, disapprovingly saying, "Sister, didn't you say we all need to practice our names? Otherwise, if someone asks, we won't even know how to write our own names." He thought his sister was right. Even the elder was practicing, so how could she not? Everyone's eager gazes turned to Jian Yimian, and she felt a bit helpless, saying, "I already know how to write it. No need to practice." Now, even Zhao Dashu was dissatisfied and quickly spoke up, "Sister Mian, you can't be lazy. You need to check if we can write our names, so we should check if you can too." Everyone nodded in agreement. Jian Yimian felt her forehead twitch and sighed before saying, "I really can write it." With that, she picked up a stick and casually wrote her name in a crooked manner on the ground. Everyone was a bit surprised and came over to take a look. Seeing that Jian Yimian's writing, though messy, was indeed similar to Lu Ci Jian's, they let her be and quietly returned to practicing their own names. Jian Yimian finally relaxed, but when she looked up, she met Lu Ci Jian's knowing gaze, as if he could see right through her. She instantly felt alert, glanced at her own crooked writing, and shot him a glare, thinking, "What are you looking at? It's just a bit messy." She snorted and then entered the kitchen, eager to leave this troublesome place. Lu Xijin, however, watched her slender figure with a slight smile, as if he had discovered a secret. Lu Xijin stared at the messy writing on the ground for a while before raising an eyebrow. Although the words were crooked like those of several children, the strokes were in the correct order. If someone truly couldn't read, they would write just like the kids, without knowing the proper stroke order. But Jian Yimian was different. Even if her writing was ugly, her strokes revealed that she could read and likely wrote well. Lu Xijin curiously observed the words on the ground, his cold eyes showing a hint of interest. Fortunately, dinner was ready soon. Zhao Dashu and the others, tired from the dull practice of writing, quickly washed their hands and rushed into the house. Dinner was plentiful, with a variety of dishes, including a pot of taro and pork that made everyone feel delighted. Plus, having resolved the major danger on the mountain, everyone was in high spirits. Outside the small valley, it was not as peaceful. When Wang Zhuzi and his group returned, he informed everyone that yams and taro were safe to eat and could fill their stomachs. He also shared some precautions with them. Some people were still hesitant, but seeing many others searching around, they decided to join in. Being poisoned was better than starving. They had long run out of food and had been digging up roots, bark, and eating leaves during their time on the mountain. Each day, they could only ensure they wouldn't starve, but getting full was impossible. As long as they could eat and not be hungry, they didn't care much about the risks. Even if it meant being poisoned, they preferred to be full, as the feeling of hunger was unbearable. Realizing this, everyone got up and began searching the mountain. By nightfall, they returned with their arms full. For the first time in the forest, fires were lit, and every household had a fire pit. Those with pots boiled yams and taro, while those without split bamboo and cooked the pieces in bamboo tubes. In any case, smiles appeared on everyone's faces for the first time since coming to the mountain. Soon, the yams and taro were ready, filling the forest with a delicious aroma. Everyone was captivated by the smell, forgetting about the poison, and eagerly stuffed their mouths. The soft, sweet taste brought forth a chorus of compliments. Lu Dafei and his brother were initially hesitant, but when they saw everyone eating without any issues and enjoying their meals, their empty stomachs made them even hungrier. They couldn't hold back any longer and decided to go find some food. The two brothers finally found some pieces of yam that others had overlooked nearby. However, before they could take them back, a short man blocked their way and said gruffly, "Show me what you have. My brother said you two almost caused trouble for everyone today. You can't eat the yam or taro." If it weren't for this guy giving them wrong directions, they wouldn't have been trapped in those pitfalls. Even though they found food, he was still upset. Upon hearing that they couldn't eat the yam and taro, the brothers felt frustrated. Lu Xiaofei, looking displeased, hid the yam behind him and said, "If it weren't for us leading you all here, do you think those people would have told you this food was safe to eat?" Lu Dafei was also annoyed and replied, "You should know that the few families in the mountains are our relatives. In a way, we are your lifesavers. If it weren't for them, how could Lu Laotu and the others have revealed this food?" The short man scoffed, looked them over, and said, "Relatives? Who bring strangers to their relatives' homes to steal food? You don't deserve it." After saying that, he waved his hand, and several men appeared behind him, rushing to grab the yam pieces from the brothers' hands. Lu Dafei and his brother were furious and shouted, but they were already injured and hadn't eaten enough, so they were no match for these well-fed men. The yam pieces they had worked hard to collect were snatched away, and they took quite a beating. The commotion attracted a lot of attention, but most people thought the brothers had provoked Wang Zhuzi and his group, so they didn't pay much attention. In the following days, whenever Lu Dafei and his brother found taro or yam, it would be stolen, whether by Wang Zhuzi's group or other refugees. As days passed, everyone else was well-fed, while Lu Dafei and his brother struggled to dig up tree roots and bark, living on thin soup. They were always hungry but couldn't die from it, and they never felt satisfied, which was very uncomfortable. If everyone had been in the same situation, it would have been one thing, but now, among the refugees in the mountains, everyone except them was able to eat well. This realization made Li Xiaofeng extremely angry, and she would often complain, while the brothers frequently argued, much to the amusement of others. With food available, the refugees in the mountains stopped causing trouble and began to settle down. However, things were not going well in the small valley. Due to Lu Zijian's lesson on writing names, Jian Yimian got inspired and decided to help everyone learn some common characters daily, claiming she learned it from Lu Zijian. The kids didn't doubt her, especially since her sister had quickly learned to write her own name after just one look. It was only a matter of time before she knew more characters. However, recognizing characters became a struggle for the three brothers, Gosheng and Zhao Dashu. They weren't cut out for studying. Seeing those square characters made them dizzy, and they preferred working in the fields instead. So, they tried to avoid learning characters and engaged in a game of cat and mouse with Jian Yimian. Unfortunately, after the autumn harvest, there wasn't much work left in the fields, and they couldn't escape for long before Jian Yimian caught them. They had to sit quietly on the muddy ground in the yard to practice writing. The older adults, like old Lu, refused to learn characters, partly because they were older and had poor memories, and partly because the characters made them dizzy. After learning to write their names, they stayed away from learning further. Jian Yimian didn't push the adults, but she insisted that the children learn. Zhao Dashu and the others were still young, and knowing more characters was better than being completely clueless. Under her guidance, the kids would grab Gosheng and Zhao Dashu to practice whenever they had free time. After a few days, they actually learned quite a few characters. Seeing Gosheng finally able to write a few capital letters made Xiaoyi happy, and she turned her attention to Zhao Dashu and the others. Jian Yimian nodded in satisfaction. Xiaoyi was indeed a good student. Although her writing was a bit crooked, she quickly remembered the characters Jian Yimian taught her, showing great intelligence. Plus, with her watching over them, Jian Yimian felt much more at ease. Noticing the kids were focused on their studies, Jian Yimian didn't want to disturb them and instead looked at the worried person searching for something in the woods. Lu Xiaoyan was bending down, searching through the woods, occasionally parting the grass and bushes, as if afraid of missing something. Jian Yimian, curious, approached and asked, "Aunt Xiaoyan, what are you looking for?" Seeing Jian Yimian, Lu Xiaoyan sighed and stood up. "I lost a chicken. One went missing yesterday, and today 2 more are gone. I don't know what's going on." All 3 were hens, which meant she would miss out on quite a few eggs, and it was stressing her out. Yesterday, she thought the chickens had just gotten lost in the woods, so she searched everywhere but couldn't find them. Today, she planned to let the chickens out of their coop, hoping that the lost one would return upon hearing the others cluck. Who would have thought that not only did they not find the chicken, but they also lost 2 more, which almost made her lose her temper. She quickly herded the chickens back into their coop. Jian Yimian frowned as well. Losing 3 chickens was a serious matter. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Aunt Xiaonan, how about we keep the chickens in the yard for now instead of taking them to the woods? We can just clean up after them more often. When I have time, I can also help you gather some grass for the rabbits and the chickens." Lu Xiaoran nodded helplessly. "That's all we can do. Thank you, Yimian." As she spoke, she looked around the woods to make sure there were no chickens in sight before returning home, feeling disappointed. After finally hatching a dozen chickens that were growing up and ready to lay eggs, losing 3 of them made her very upset. While they were talking, they suddenly saw Mimi rushing towards the Qin family's chicken coop, scaring the chickens into a frenzy. Jian Yimian was startled and thought that Mimi had been eating the chickens these past few days. She frowned and ran over, scolding Mimi, "Come back." Lu Xiaoyan was also worried and hurried after her. Their urgent calls startled everyone, who came out of their houses to see what was happening. When they saw Mimi flying around in the Qin family's chicken coop, scaring the chickens, everyone rushed over. The chickens were flapping their wings in panic, with some even flying up to the eaves, while others scattered in all directions, prompting everyone to try to catch them. After finally calming the chickens down, Jian Yimian turned to look at Mimi, who still hadn't put her paws away. The little tiger had grown quite a bit. It was no longer the small creature it used to be, and was now almost a meter long. With daily meals of birds and meat, it looked much stronger, clearly resembling a tiger rather than just a cat. Its fierce appearance was indeed a bit frightening. Old Lu was also startled by Mimi's sudden chicken-chasing behavior. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I hope the chickens that went missing these days weren't eaten by Mimi. Tigers aren't herbivores, and after raising it for so long, it still hasn't been tamed." Though others didn't speak up, they clearly shared the same thought. A wild animal is still a wild animal. Its natural instincts can't be erased, especially since it's a tiger. Seeing everyone silent, Lu Xiaoyan quickly tried to ease the tension, smiling as she said, "It's okay. Mimi is probably just hungry. I'll feed her something soon. After all this time, how could she eat chickens? She's just playing around." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyan's words, the others stopped expressing their concerns. Jian Yimian frowned as she took Mimi out of the chicken coop and lightly tapped her on the forehead, saying coldly, "Why are you chasing the chickens? If you're still hungry, why don't you eat from your bowl?" Although Mimi didn't like eating from her bowl, she would clean up whatever Jian Yimian put in it. However, there was clearly a dead sparrow in the bowl, and since Mimi didn't eat it, it meant she must have been full. Yet here she was going after the chickens again, which was strange. After raising her for a few months, today was the first time Jian Yimian saw Mimi so fiercely chase the chickens, showing her wild side like a tiger. Jian Yimian couldn't understand, while Mimi let out a pitiful wail, looking quite sad. This made Jian Yimian even angrier. She shot a glare at Mimi and said to Lu Xiaoyan, "Auntie, I'm sorry for worrying you. Don't worry, I'll keep Mimi locked up for a few days. I'll let her out once she stops chasing the chickens." Lu Xiaoyan nodded helplessly, glancing at Mimi's sad expression, unsure of what to say. Although she didn't believe that Mimi was the one eating the chickens, Mimi's fierce actions just now were so skilled that if they hadn't arrived in time, she would have surely caught one. Once home, Jian Yimian put Mimi in a wooden cage. The cage wasn't very big, but it was heavy. Even when Mimi rolled around inside in protest, the cage didn't budge. Originally, the cage was meant to be a trap, but they were afraid it might fall and hurt someone, so they kept it at home. Now it was being used for Mimi. Jian Yimian closed the cage and locked it with a wooden latch, looking coldly at the unhappy creature inside. She warned, "If you keep acting cute, I won't let you out. Why did you go after the chickens? Didn't you get enough to eat at home? Think about what you did. You can come out when you admit your mistake." With that, she went straight into the house. Mimi called out sadly from the cage, but Jian Yimian didn't even glance back. Xiaoyan and Xiaoyi felt a bit sorry for Mimi being locked in the small cage, but their faces were serious. "Mimi, you were wrong this time. You can't go after the chickens. If you don't admit your mistake, you can't come out," Xiaoyi said sternly, reaching in to pat Mimi on the head. Xiaoyan also looked serious and said in a soft voice, "Sister did nothing wrong. You can't chase the chickens or eat the rabbits. You need to remember this and not make the same mistake again, okay?" Mimi seemed to understand what the two were saying and let out a sad whimper, rolling around in the cage. The two children thought Mimi was just being cute, so they patted her head and seriously said, "Mimi, stay in the cage and reflect on your behavior." After that, they went back to practicing their writing. For several days, Mimi was kept in the cage as a punishment. Normally, she would get 10 little birds to eat, but now she only received 5 and couldn't go out to catch her own food. Although Mimi looked very pitiful, she obediently ate everything. When she saw Jian Yimian come to visit, she stared at her, hoping Jian Yimian would let her out soon. Jian Yimian pretended not to see her. Although she felt a bit sorry for Mimi being locked in such a small cage, she steeled herself to ignore her. She was afraid that if she softened now, Mimi would continue to eat the family's rabbits and chickens, and then she wouldn't be able to keep her. So, she was determined to teach Mimi a lesson. Without a glance back, she quickly went inside. As Mimi grew more and more listless in the cage, Xiaoyan felt a bit soft-hearted. While Jian Yimian was in the small garden picking vegetables, she quietly said to Mimi, "Mimi, don't be sad. I'll let you out to play for a bit, but you mustn't chase the chickens." As soon as Mimi heard she could go out, she perked up, shaking her head and standing up in the cage, completely forgetting her earlier gloom. Xiaoyan felt a bit tricked, but still felt sorry for Mimi, who hadn't been able to move for several days. She reached in and pulled out the wooden latch, instantly opening the cage door. Mimi felt all her frustration from the past days vanish in an instant. As soon as she was out of the cage, she happily ran around the yard, clearly bursting with energy. Seeing that Mimi was excitedly playing in the yard but had no intention of chasing the chickens, Xiaoyan sighed in relief and played with her. Jian Yimian had already noticed the commotion at the door and felt relieved to see Mimi just playing with Xiaoyan in the yard. Thankfully, the punishment had worked. Mimi finally showed no interest in the chickens in the Qin family's coop. Otherwise, she would have seriously considered sending Mimi away. The others also relaxed when they saw Mimi behaving like her usual self in the yard, and they returned to their tasks. Just then, they suddenly heard Xiaoyan exclaim, "Mimi, don't run." Everyone was startled by the sound. When they looked up, they saw Mimi running towards the chicken coop again. This scared everyone, and they quickly put down their tasks to stop her. However, Mimi ran very fast and jumped right into the coop again. Seeing the chickens getting scared and flying around, Jian Yimian frowned and hurried over. Old Lu, holding a broom, arrived late and shouted at Mimi in the coop, "Mimi, what are you doing? If you keep bothering the chickens, we might have to get rid of you." Mimi paused for a moment at his words, but then lunged towards the flock. Old Lu was startled and tried to stop her with the broom, but Jian Yimian held him back. Frustrated, Old Lu said, "Yimian, don't hold me back. Mimi is a wild animal, and her instincts are natural. If we don't send her away, she might grow up to be a threat to us." He didn't want to see the people in the small area suffer. After all the peace they had finally found, it shouldn't be ruined by an animal. Seeing that he was getting more agitated, Jian Yimian quickly explained, "Grandpa, Mimi isn't trying to eat the chickens. Look." The others were still confused, but turned to look at the corner of the coop. Mimi lunged forward, scaring several chickens away, but instead of chasing them, she opened her mouth and bit at a furry creature in the corner. A loud scream echoed as another creature, which was about to flee, was knocked down by Mimi. She pounced on it and didn't stop until it stopped moving. Then she dropped two furry creatures in front of everyone. The yellow fur was stained red with blood, and a long neck was still oozing blood. It turned out to be two weasels. Everyone was shocked, thinking that the three missing chickens had been eaten by Mimi, but it was clear now that they had been taken by the weasels. If Mimi hadn't been alert and hadn't killed the two weasels, the chickens in the Chin family's coop would have been in danger. It was autumn, the season when weasels come out to hunt poultry. With many animals preparing for winter or hiding, the weasels had less food and had to take risks to find chickens. Old Lu was surprised and quickly realized he had misunderstood Mimi. He reached out to pet her, saying, "I'm sorry, Mimi. I misunderstood you. Don't be upset. I won't get rid of you." Mimi turned her head away proudly and stayed obediently by Jian Yimian's feet, rubbing against her with eyes full of grievance, as if saying she hadn't eaten chicken. Jian Yimian felt a bit awkward and gently patted Mimi's head, saying, "It's all my fault for misunderstanding you. Mimi is not a bad girl who eats chicken. From now on, Mimi will have meat at every meal and will be full. I'll let you take care of these two naughty weasels who stole the chicken." Hearing this, Mimi perked up and happily took the two weasels to eat in a corner. Lu Xiaoyan watched Mimi eating the weasels and sighed in relief. "Thanks to Mimi, she probably discovered the weasels last time, but I misunderstood her. The little one wouldn't eat chicken without Yimian's permission." Old Lu felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. He thought Mimi had become wild, but it turned out they had been bullying her because she couldn't speak. The little one was very obedient. There was no way she would randomly chase chickens, let alone eat them. Now that they found the real culprits, everyone finally felt at ease. Lu Xiaoyan no longer let the chickens roam freely for food. Instead, she would gather chicken grass each day and let the chickens out for a stroll in the evening. With no one watching, only Mimi keeping an eye on them, everyone stayed alert, fearing more weasels would come to steal. Mimi was finally free from the cage and could enjoy meat at every meal, happily playing with the children every day. To make up for keeping Mimi in the cage, Jian Yimian gave her extra sparrows to eat daily. Thankfully, Mimi had an impressive amount of energy, jumping around and staying strong without getting fat. Zhao Xing'er had finally finished weaving the cloth. She gave some to both the Jiang and Lu families, enough to make clothes for everyone. Jian Yimian looked at the cloth in her hands and smiled, thanking her. Although the cloth was roughly made, it was not much different from the coarse fabric sold in the shop, which usually cost several coins per foot. Zhao Xing'er waved her hand and said, "It's a pity that a young girl like you has to wear this dull fabric like us. It looks so old-fashioned." Jiang Yimian didn't mind much. Given the current conditions, having something to wear was good enough. She wouldn't be picky. Wang Fengqin smiled and said, "Xing'er, what you said is true. As long as we have something to wear, this fabric is just right for making winter coats. Although it doesn't look nice, at least it will keep us warm. It gets even colder in the mountains during winter, and the children can't handle that." Zhao Xing'er nodded with a smile, but then frowned again. She didn't have many winter clothes at home. Her one piece was torn, and since the big girl's winter coat was ruined, she decided to turn her own winter coat into 2 pieces for the big girl. Winter was approaching, and she needed warm clothing. Recently, she had to gather some cattail fluff. Without cotton, this would have to do as a substitute. Thinking about this, she said, "Sister Fengqin, let's call Xiaoyan to help us gather some cattail fluff. It's light and not as good as cotton, but if we use enough, it can keep us warm." Wang Fengqin nodded, put down the fabric, and went with Zhao Xing'er to find Lu Xiaoyan. Jian Yimian didn't have time to stop them and let them go. She still had plenty of cotton in her space, but needed to find a chance to share it with everyone. Although their location wasn't as cold as the north, it was still in the south and close to the central region, where it could snow. Once the snow fell, the temperature in the mountains would drop sharply, and without winter clothes, they wouldn't survive. She had originally planned to plant some cotton in the mountains, but the planting season had already passed, so she had to keep the seeds for now. While she was thinking, she saw Gosheng excitedly waving at her and shouting, "Sister Yimian, come quickly. I've finished the wheelchair." His loud voice caught everyone's attention, and combined with Gosheng's mysterious behavior lately, it piqued everyone's curiosity. When they heard that something was ready, they all dropped what they were doing and rushed over. Jian Yimian felt a bit surprised and ran over, asking curiously, "Is it really done? Let me see." Gosheng happily pushed out a somewhat rough wheelchair from the woodshed, but it was clear that he had carefully polished it. Jian Yimian tried pushing the wheelchair and found it very sturdy. It could support an adult man without collapsing. The wheels had also been polished, and the rough edges were gone. The backrest and seat were covered with soft cushions made of fabric, looking very comfortable. Zhao Dashu was also surprised by this amazing creation. Although he had helped Gosheng saw wood in the shed, he hadn't realized what Gosheng was making. Zhao Erei and Wang Xiaohai had already started pushing the wheelchair around excitedly. They ran quickly, turning back and forth in the yard, and exclaimed, "Gosheng, you're amazing. With this, Uncle Taiju can move by himself. He can go wherever he wants, as long as the path in the small lowland is smooth. He can move around just like us." Jiang Yimian watched as the two pushed the wheelchair quickly, her lips twitching. If she moved as freely as they did, she might fall and hurt herself. Gosheng felt a bit shy hearing the compliment and just smiled, saying, "It's all thanks to Sister Yimian's ideas. I could never have thought of such a clever thing." The women who originally planned to pick cattails were also drawn to the wheelchair and gathered at the Liu family's door. Wang Fengqin, full of curiosity, said, "Erei, Xiaohai, stop playing and let your Uncle Taiju try it out." Upon hearing this, Zhao Erei and Wang Xiaohai quickly stopped pushing the wheelchair and walked into the Liu house. Chen Taiju was sitting on the bed weaving a basket with bamboo strips. When he saw the two enter, he curiously asked, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" He had heard the noise outside but thought it was just some kids playing, so he hadn't paid much attention. Zhao Erei chuckled and, without saying a word, lifted him up. Chen Taiju was still confused about what was happening when he was brought outside. Seeing many people gathered in the yard, he was puzzled until he noticed the oddly shaped chair in the center. "What is this?"
"Hey."
Before he could finish, he was placed in the wheelchair, which had soft cushions, so it didn't feel uncomfortable. Gosheng quickly stepped forward, holding the handles of the wheelchair and pushing Chen Taiju around the yard. "Dad, how is it? This is great, right? Much more convenient than that old chair." Chen Taiju nodded repeatedly, feeling joyful and excited as he was pushed around the yard. He could move freely now. Even though his legs didn't work, the wheelchair made things so much easier than before. Lu Xiaoyan watched the father and son happily, and her eyes became misty. She turned her head to wipe away a tear before looking at Jiang Yimian seriously and saying, "Yimian, thank you." Yimian had helped them so much that she didn't know how to repay her. Not only had she given Chen Taiju hope for living, but she also allowed their family to live a life they had once only dreamed of. Back in the village, although her father-in-law and husband were carpenters, they didn't earn much money and had to support the relatives from the Chen family. Her father-in-law, being the eldest, often took care of those relatives. They would share rice, flour, and even money to help them. But after her father-in-law passed away and Taiju was injured, those relatives not only didn't help but treated them like a burden and moved away from Xinghua village. Since then, no one has come to ask about him with any concern. I thought the other villagers would be the same, but they have come together to help each other, especially the Jiang and Lu families. Their lives have improved day by day. Chen Taiju was also very excited. After Daxing pushed him for a while, he managed to move his wheelchair around the yard by himself. Although he was still a bit clumsy and his arms lacked strength, it was a big step for him to be able to move on his own. Unlike before, when he needed Daxing or Lu Xiaoyan to carry him out of the house, he could now go outside by himself with the wheelchair. As everyone watched Chen Taiju repeatedly trying to maneuver his wheelchair in the yard, they felt a mix of emotions: sadness, pain, and also inspiration. They silently observed him until Lu Laotu and Lu Deong returned with a wild goat, bringing everyone back to reality. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyan quickly invited everyone to dinner at her house and hurried into the kitchen. The other two women also rushed to help. Lu Deong took the goat to the kitchen to prepare it. Jian Yimian was surprised and curious about where the goat had come from when she noticed Lu Zijian arriving a bit late. Lu Laotu was thrilled to see Lu Zijian and said with a smile, "Zijian, come here. Your Aunt Shaoran is going to stew that goat. You can come over for dinner anytime. No need to bring anything." Lu Zijian simply thanked him quietly. Lu Laotu continued chatting with him, and when he noticed Jiang Yimian looking over, he shyly rubbed his nose and explained, "I ran into Zijian while he was hunting, and he insisted on giving us the goat, so I just brought him along." That goat weighed about 30 to 40 pounds and looked delicious. Lu Laotu couldn't refuse the offer, especially since he had grown fond of the young man after spending time together. Plus, he could read, which was impressive. There wasn't anyone in Xinghua village who could read. Everyone was happy to see Lu Zijian and greeted him warmly. He responded quietly, appearing aloof, but he acknowledged everyone, and they understood his personality, smiling as they invited him to sit. As soon as Xiao Yi saw Lu Zijian, he ran over excitedly and said, "Zijian, the characters you asked my sister to teach us, I've learned them. Come see how I write."